Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 4 of the series. Chapter 226, Mysterious Expert. Chapter 226, Mysterious Expert. Strange. What kind of person would build a temple hall in this place? This is a forbidden land, so would there really be a person who lives here for long periods of times? Or perhaps it is just a temporary place for resting. But didn't the elders from various schools not permit anyone from going too deep into the Valley of 100 Bends? This is already quite deep, so normally, there shouldn't be anyone here. As he looked at the fine-built temple hall on the far mountain peak, Chu Feng endlessly guessed. Finally, to satisfy his curiosity in his heart, he concealed himself in the clouds and extended his spirit power to the extreme as he carefully went forward, and he wanted to investigate it to the end. But before even going near the mountain peak, Chu Feng's pupils largened and shock emerged onto his face of curiosity in an instant. What a powerful hidden spirit formation. The power of this spirit formation is far above my gray-colored spirit formation. Chu Feng discovered a hidden spirit formation that was outside of the mountain peak. It was a spirit formation mechanism. After touching it, no harm would be done, but it would attract the attention of the person who laid it. That meant something. The master in this place was most likely a world spiritist, and the most important part was that from the feeling from the spirit formation, the owner of that spirit formation was far above him in terms of power. Which meant the world spiritist who laid that spirit formation was very possibly not a simple greycloak world spiritist but it's a blue-colored spirit formation. The master here is undoubtedly a blue-cloak world spiritist. Eggy spoke the answer for Chu Feng. Blue-cloak world spiritist. Why is such a character here? Chu Feng was endlessly shocked. In the Azure province, the strongest world spiritists were greycloak world spiritists, and there were only 2. So, why did a blue-cloak world spiritist appear in that place? That was too shocking. How strong were blue-cloak world spiritists? They were huge characters who were even rare within the World Spirit Guild. Chu Feng, quickly leave. You cannot offend the master here. Quick. Retreat. Eggy's voice became more tense. Chu Feng did not hesitate after hearing that. He turned around and quickly left. After listening to Eggy's explanation, only then did Chu Feng know why Eggy was so nervous. It was because the strength of a blue-cloak world spiritist completely exceeded his expectations. A blue-cloak world spiritist. Putting their spirit power aside first, the various spirit formation methods that they grasped completely surpassed greycloak world spiritists. In terms of martial cultivation, there were strict requirements as well. According to what Eggy said, the power of blue-colored spirit formation required one to be at least in the heaven realm in order to gain it. Which also meant that not only did a blue-cloak world spiritist live in the temple hall, he was also simultaneously a heaven realm expert. The heaven realm. That was the highest realm in the continent of the 9 provinces. Why did a character such as him appear in the Azure province's Valley of 100 Bends? Chu Feng could not understand. But he did know something. There was an expert in the Valley of 100 Bends, and that expert was not someone Chu Feng could offend because he truly could not bear the consequences. Even if he was invincible in front of people under the heaven realm, as he was able to escape with the superb martial skill, the Imperial Sky technique, in front of heaven realm experts, he did not even have the chance to escape. After distancing himself from the mountain peak, Chu Feng did not use the Imperial Sky technique anymore. After all, there were limited clouds in the sky, and he could not always rely on the clouds to conceal himself. If he was discovered by someone, a huge uproar would be unavoidable. Besides, there were countless spiritual medicines and origin medicines, and there were even profound medicines. Although Chu Feng could not finish Gong Luyun off, since he came, he couldn't leave empty-handedly, right? There was a deadline for the heroic hunt. 18 days. The 18 days did not start when they entered deeper into the Valley of 100 Bends. It started on the day that the Valley of 100 Bends was opened, so to be more precise, they only had 15 days. Chu Feng was going to openly slaughter in the 15 days. He also wanted to experience how ample the resources in the Valley of 100 Bends were. Also, normally, there were many monstrous beasts within the Valley of 100 Bends. So, Chu Feng did not mind exchanging some blows with the legendary monstrous beasts. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In a deep valley within the Valley of 100 Bends, there was an area that was covered by trees. However, the branches and leaves were quite lush and there were even vines everywhere. They covered the sky and covered the sun, and it was extremely hard to walk. However, a person was not affected at all in such an area. Like an agile monkey, he used the tree branches and tree vines to jump here and there in the air. His speed was extremely quick and sometimes, one could only see his silhouette but not his appearance. Naturally, that person was Chu Feng. 10 days had passed from the beginning of the heroic hunt, and with the methods of a Greycloak world spiritist, Chu Feng was like a fish in water when he was in the Valley of 100 Bends and his harvests were great. In these days, if he was thirsty, he would drink spring water. If he was hungry, he would roast some meat and eat it. He did not care about spiritual medicines, and only origin medicines would stop him. Within 10 days, he even stamped over and killed dozens of profound medicines which were like treasures. Although they were only low-quality profound medicine and medium-quality profound medicine, normal people could still not pick them. After all, those profound medicines already had spiritual nature and the difficulty in catching them was extremely high. Only Chu Feng, a Greycloak world spiritist, could catch them so easily. As long as he found them, he would get them. There would be no fish that could escape his net. One high-quality profound medicine, one monstrous beast at the 9th level of the origin realm, and one human at the 1st level of the profound realm. It seems like someone attacked first. As Chu Feng dashed through the forest, he muttered in a low voice. He was currently chasing after a high-quality profound medicine. However, with his sharp spirit power, Chu Feng could feel that there wasn't only a high-quality profound medicine. There was also a monstrous beast as well as a human. After going past several trees, finally, Chu Feng landed on a thick and big dry tree. Chu Feng could see everything as he looked down from above. Dozens of meters away from him, a frightening big battle was happening. Countless thick trees were cut into half and blood covered the entire area. Nothing seemed the same before the battle and it seemed like an area of a disaster. The young male was a powerful person at the 1st level of the profound realm. As for the huge bear monstrous beast and the treevine monster, they were only at the 9th level of the origin realm. However, as they worked together, the young male got forced more and more back and he was going to fall at any moment. That's the original body of a high-quality profound medicine. Quite strong. It's cooperating with the monstrous beast to attack humans together, and the combined battle power of the two is comparable to the 1st level of the profound realm. No wonder that pockmarked male is unable to beat them. Fragments were like a rainstorm as they flew all around Chu Feng. However, they were unable to harm him in the slightest. He was observing everything and waiting for the pockmarked male to request for assistance because he had to take that high-quality profound medicine. Since that high-quality profound medicine was first discovered by the pockmarked male and unless the male took the initiative to give it up, if Chu Feng helped him take care of the monstrous beast and the profound medicine, the pockmarked male might not be willing to give the profound medicine over to Chu Feng and obviously, some disputes would happen. After experiencing all sorts of events, Chu Feng started to restrain his temper. He did not want to easily create enemies. What he needed were friends. Chapter 227, Dangerous Land. Chapter 227, Dangerous Land. Senior, please help me out. Indeed, after the pockmarked male discovered Chu Feng, he quickly asked for assistance. In order to increase his efficiency, Chu Feng kept on borrowing Eggy's power after entering the Valley of 100 Bends. However, to avoid any unnecessary troubles, he still disguised himself. He wore a cloth-long robe and wore a conical hat that was made out of grass to conceal his own appearance. A disguise like that was not rare in the Valley of 100 Bends, but because the pockmarked male could not see Chu Feng's appearance nor could he determine Chu Feng's age, yet he wanted Chu Feng to help him, he called Chu Feng a senior. What about the high-quality profound medicine after I help you? Chu Feng changed his voice into a young adult's and directly spoke his goal. As long as you help me solve the danger in front of right now, the high-quality profound medicine and the monstrous beast are yours. The pockmarked male howled. Great. Only after that did Chu Feng leap into the air, and like a sharp sword, he stabbed himself into the battle circle of the three. Ignorant humans, all of you will die. At the same time that Chu Feng landed on the ground, the huge bear monstrous beast pounced towards Chu Feng. Indeed, the monstrous beast had spiritual nature and he could speak the human language. However, its voice was still full of a wild beast's aura. It was also as if he had boundless strength. When his claw came down, it brought the power of 300,000 catties along with it. However, Chu Feng only coldly snorted at the monstrous beast's sudden attack. Not only did he not dodge or avoid it, he even formed a fist with one hand and threw it towards the huge claw of the monstrous beast. That scene completely terrified the pockmarked male. After all, Chu Feng's aura showed that he was only at the first level of the profound realm, being the same as him. In terms of body figure, he was even skinnier than himself. So, Chu Feng's current actions was like a mantis trying to block a chariot, and he was only searching for his own road of death. However, in the next instant, he was stupefied. When Chu Feng's fist and the huge paw of the monstrous beast collided, instantly, a huge boom sounded out. Although Chu Feng's fist wasn't big, the energy it contained was huge. A ripple of energy exploded out and the monstrous beast instantly wailed out, then quickly retreated. Its rough skin and thick flesh, which were like iron, were split open everywhere with blood flowing out, and it revealed the eerie white bones. Heavens, is this still the fist of a human? At that very instant, the pockmarked male was already dumbstruck and he stared blankly at Chu Feng's fist with disbelief all over his face. He did exchange some blows with the huge bear monstrous beast before, so he deeply knew the strength of the huge bear monstrous beast's physical body. However, with his own body, Chu Feng destroyed the paw of the monstrous beast, so he found it quite hard to accept that. As the pockmarked male was distracted, the high-quality profound medicine already leaped into the air. The vines all over it became sharp blade that filled the sky. With lightning-fast speed, they shot towards the pockmarked male. When the pockmarked male reacted to that, it was too late. The vines that filled the sky would stab into his body in the next instant. He could not avoid even if he wanted to, and he couldn't escape from it even he wanted to. He lost his chance. But just as the pockmarked male felt that he was going to undoubtedly die, like a ghost, Chu Feng appeared in front of him. Chu Feng was holding a huge golden-colored blade in both of his hands. As his arms waved in the air, the golden blade instantly became several glares of golden light. The half-moon golden light kept on appearing in front of his eyes, and when the golden light disappeared, the scary vines were cut into half. The most astonishing thing was that the head of the profound medicine was also chopped off by Chu Feng at an unknown time. Aao. The profound medicine which was beheaded instantly miserably wailed. Its body was like it was shedding skin as it layers by layers fell. At the end, only a human-shaped plant that was the size of a palm appeared. That plant was a high-quality profound medicine, the human-shaped grass. Just at that time, frantic stepping sounds resounded out, and the heavily injured huge bear monstrous beast escaped with its tail between its legs. Although it seemed quite heavy, its speed was not slow. Almost with a blink, it disappeared from Chu Feng's and the other person's line of sight. At that instant, the pockmarked male even thought that the huge bear monstrous beast successfully escaped. As he prepared to shake his head and sigh, he saw Chu Feng throw his golden blade out. At first, the pockmarked male did not understand why Chu Feng would do that, but when he heard the painful cry that came from the monstrous beast deep in the forest, he finally knew how strong Chu Feng really was. Chu Feng picked up the human-shaped grass and threw it into his cosmos sack. Normally, he would not even store it and he would have just refined it directly, but since he was in front of someone else, he needed to hold himself back. Brother, you have quite good skill even though we are both at the first level of the profound realm. I, Wu Yuanhua, truly admire you to the point that I would kowtow myself. Just at that time, the pockmarked male walked over with a face full of deep respect and he couldn't help but cup his hands towards Chu Feng in admiration. Ho, Chu Feng already expected the male's actions so he didn't pay much attention to it. He only lightly smiled and prepared to continue on. Brother, I wonder what your great name is. However, the pockmarked male went in front of Chu Feng to stop him and with a solemn face, he asked. I am Azura. Chu Feng randomly said a name. Azura, what a strange name. The pockmarked male seemed to contemplate and felt that the name was very special. Chu Feng ignored the pockmarked male's reactions, and went past him to continue forward. However, before even walking for a few steps, the pockmarked male caught up. He spread open his arms and stopped Chu Feng once again. As he faced the pockmarked male's persistency, Chu Feng tightly frowned and said a bit displeasedly, "Yes. I just want to invite Brother Azura to go along with me." The pockmarked male chuckled and said. His attitude was very sincere. "Sorry, I'm busy." Chu Feng coldly snorted. He did not want that trash as a burden. "Ah, Brother Azura, we know a place that contains a large number of high-quality profound medicine." Seeing that, the pockmarked male quickly explained. "Is that true?" After hearing that there was a large number of high-quality profound medicines, Chu Feng couldn't help but be interested. Not half a word of lie. "But Brother Azura, before going, I must let you know that the resources in the Valley of 100 Bends exist together with danger. The place that has a large number of profound medicine also has a group of tyrannical monstrous beasts as guards. The disciples from the Lingyun school has already attacked many times, but they left in defeat and they had heavy losses. However, I heard that the number one disciple in the Lingyun school, Dugu Aoyun, has already headed towards that place. All the powerful people in the Lingyun school all gathered at that place, and the Lingyun school also requested for help towards the other powers. They invited disciples from various other schools to work together to attack that monstrous beast castle. And I want to invite you, Brother Azura, to go together and share the profits. What you think about it?" The pockmarked male seriously said, and within his gaze, there was even a bit of pleading. After hearing those words, Chu Feng's heart was already moved. If the disciples of the Lingyun school could not get any results after attacking it many times, it meant that the place was dangerous. But that also meant that there were huger resources. So, Chu Feng did not hesitate and he firmly said, "Lead the way." Chapter 228, Dugu Aoyun. Chapter 228, Dugu Aoyun. The Valley of 100 Bends was a magical land. Mountains, creeks, rivers, valleys, plains, everything that should be there was there. The beautiful scenery was like a saint's realm. That area could simply be said to be a separate world. There were spiritual medicines, origin medicines, profound medicines, wild beasts, fierce beasts, and monstrous beasts. Being at the top of the food chain, monstrous beasts were the kings in that area. They ruled that place, and even monstrous beasts needed to cultivation. So, they also needed origin medicines and profound medicines. In order for origin medicines and profound medicines to display the effects that they should have, after the monstrous beasts found the medicines, they would not immediately hunt them. They would force it to a special place, seal them, and wait for them to grow before using them. However, every year, there would be a period of time where humans intruded that land. The intrusion of the humans destroyed everything there. They broke the rules there, so to monstrous beasts, humans were the invaders and they were the guardians. At that moment, in a certain location in the Valley of 100 Bends, there was a fortress just like that. Profound medicine filled the fortress and those outside could feel the strong profound power as well as the fragrance of the medicines. It was undoubtedly a huge treasure trove. However, the treasures were not able to be taken so easily because several hundred monstrous beasts were densely gathered outside. Every single one of them was in the profound realm and their cultivations were high. There were some at the first level of the profound realm as well as some at the 6th level of the profound realm. One human-shaped monstrous beast which was 3 meters tall even had the cultivation of the 7th level of the profound realm. The muscles all over its body were like armor. It had a big sharp hammer in his hand and it was currently sitting on a chair made out of human bones as it yawned. Around that monstrous beast were monstrous beasts who were still in their monstrous beast shape and they were quite lively, as if celebrating, as they defeated the humans again and again. Damn it. I really want to immediately go slaughter that group of beasts. Wait. Senior Dugu and Senior Fenghao will quickly come. After they come, we can exterminate these monstrous beasts that ought to die all at once. We will avenge the seniors and juniors who died. Several thousand meters away from the fortress, within a lush forest, several hundred disciples were gathered there. Most of them were disciples from the Lingyun school, but there were also many disciples from other schools and they were preparing for the final attack on the fortress. Look, Senior Fenghao has arrived. Suddenly, a group of people appeared. They were from the Lingyun school, and the one who led was a white-faced, prideful male. After that male appeared, instantly, a huge disturbance was aroused. Not to mention the disciples from the Lingyun school, even the disciples from other schools concentrated their gazes on that male's body. Some female disciples even revealed expressions of adoration. That male was called Feng Hao, and he was the number 2 disciple in the Lingyun school. Although he was only second, his talent and cultivation was far from being comparable by disciples from other schools. He was an expert in the 6th level of the profound realm, and it could be said that he was one of the best within the young generation in the Azure province. Young lady, I wonder if we can join you guys to work together to defeat those group of monstrous beasts. At that instant, Chu Feng and the pockmarked male already arrived. However, it wasn't simple to be able to join the group of people who were going to fight against the monstrous beasts. In fact, currently, the strength of Chu Feng and the pockmarked male was being assessed by the female disciple from the Lingyun school. She was seeing if they had the qualifications to share the profound medicine in the fortress. But it was useless, as after Feng Hao appeared, the gaze of that female disciple from the Lingyun school was attracted towards Feng Hao, and she did not pay attention to Chu Feng and the pockmarked male anymore. However, that could not be blamed on that female disciple, because when compared to Feng Hao's girl-like face, the pockmarked male's face was too ugly. No females would be willing to look at him. Look over there, Senior Dugu has come. Dugu Aoyun. The number 1 disciple from the Lingyun school, Dugu Aoyun. Just at that time, another person yelled in surprise, and the words Dugu Aoyun caused everyone's gaze on scene to be shifted from Feng Hao to the other side. On that side, another group of disciples from the Lingyun school appeared. The quality of those disciples were much stronger than Feng Hao's group. Especially the one who led. With a pair of dense eyebrows which were like sharp swords and a resolute face like a blade, that male was a lot more handsome and martial-like. When compared to Feng Hao's female-like prettiness, that male was filled with manly charm. He was the number 1 disciple in the Lingyun school, Dugu Aoyun, and he was an expert at the 8th level of the profound realm. Not only was he the number 1 disciple in the Lingyun school, he was even named as the number 1 person in the Azure province's young generation. Closely following Dugu Aoyun was his young brother, Dugu Xiangyu. Dugu Xiangyu's cultivation was not weak, as well as he had the cultivation of the 5th level of the profound realm. He had quite the handsome appearance as well, but as his elder brother was under a halo, obviously, he was not that eye-grabbing. Wah, the number 1 disciple from my Lingyun school is too charming. That's a real man. The female disciple from the Lingyun school who had incomparable adoration towards Feng Hao earlier only had Dugu Aoyun's figure within her eyes. Oi, lady. I want to join you guys to fight together against the monstrous beasts. Look at us. Can we? Just at that time, the pockmarked male untactfully patted the female disciple's shoulder. Shoo. Don't pass. Both of you don't pass. Leave right now. The pockmarked male who disturbed the female's heart of appreciation got a burst of angry cursing from her. Junior, what's wrong? Her yell naturally attracted the attention of the Lingyun school disciples. In an instant, the large group of Lingyun school disciples aggressively surrounded and concentrated their fierce gazes onto the bodies of the pockmarked male as well as Chu Feng. As he faced that scene, the pockmarked male was terrified. He could not even speak because he did not even know how to explain. They wanted to join us to fight against the monstrous beasts, but because their strength was too low, I wanted them to leave. However, they kept on nagging me. The female disciple said with grievance. What? Something like that happened. After hearing those words, the normally domineering Lingyun school disciples were instantly enraged and their gazes could eat Chu Feng. And the pockmarked male. Whatever, fighting against the monstrous beasts is more important right now. Let them go. One disciple went out to advise. You two are lucky. Shoo. Seeing that, the disciple from the Lingyun school started drive them away. As he faced that situation, both of Chu Feng's fists tightly clenched and the flames of fury burned in his heart, but he endured because he felt a pair of sharp eyes staring at him, and the owner of those eyes was extremely strong. So, Chu Feng could only gloomily leave along with the pockmarked male as they were mocked by the crowd. Brother, what are you looking at? Dugu Xiangyu curiously asked. Nothing. Dugu Aoyun faintly smiled and retracted the gaze that was aimed towards Chu Feng. Chapter 229, Plundering Everything. Chapter 229, Plundering Everything. A short while after Dugu Aoyun appeared, he organized the disciples and started to attack the monstrous beast's fortress. This time, the monstrous beasts who were quite lively before clearly felt the pressure. As they faced the human army led by Duguaoyun, they already lost their absolute superiority. Even the monstrous beast commander who held the huge hammer was held down by Duguaoyun. Although monstrous beasts had a natural advantage from their physical bodies and they were usually stronger than humans in the same realm in terms of battle power, when they faced a peak genius like Duguaoyun, their advantage already disappeared. In front of absolute aptitude, the advantage was taken away by the humans. The monstrous beast commander who became half-human tightly frowned and endlessly roared. He was being continuously forced back by the number one disciple in the Lingyun school, Duguaoyun, and he completely lost his precious grandeur of a king. Ah, damn it. That damn woman. Within a distant forest, the pockmarked male sat on a big tree as he looked at the direction of the fortress while smoke kept on rolling up and he unceasingly muttered. Brother Azura, with your strength, if you could have entered, you would have certainly gotten your share. After sighing, he cast his gaze next to him, but he discovered that it was completely empty and Chu Feng's traces were gone. Brother Azura, Brother Azura. That made the pockmarked male panic. Clearly, the person who was just there randomly disappeared. As he panicked, he started to look everywhere for Chu Feng's traces. However, no matter what, he never would have thought that the current Chu Feng already rose into the air. With the Imperial Sky technique, Chu Feng looked down from above and the fortress was clearly observed by him. Although the defense around the fortress was very good, in order for the profound medicines be bathed in sunlight for better growth, it was not completely sealed. Using the smoke that rose from the great battle, Chu Feng could conceal himself as he descended from above. As the battle outside was a mess, he stepped into the fortress first and he wanted to grab all the profound medicines that were there. Wow! This time, I will earn big. After entering the fortress, Chu Feng's excited heart was almost going to jump out. Within the dense grasses, there were dense lights flickering non-stop. Low-quality profound medicine, medium-quality profound medicine, high-quality profound medicine. In total, there were several thousand. There were even around 100 of the priceless high-quality profound medicine. That amount was too shocking. No wonder the monstrous beasts outside would guard this place to their deaths. It was truly a treasure trove. It must have been the result of many years of accumulation. The instant that Chu Feng stepped onto that place, the several thousand profound medicines suddenly changed. From little grasses that were buried in the flowers and grasses, they turned into terrifying monsters. They bared their teeth, and with open mouths and extended claws, they started their attack on Chu Feng. Hey, my lovely profound medicines. All of you are truly giving me a hug. Chu Feng chuckled, extended his hand, and grabbed. Profound power formed into a huge palm and it slammed down. Even the ground trembled once, and that palm pressed several profound medicines to death. He waved his arm and his profound power swept across. With that, dozens of profound medicine were swept to death by Chu Feng and turned back into cute little grasses that didn't have spiritual nature. But even as he killed them so devastatingly, Chu Feng still felt that it was too slow. So, he just used his spirit formation power to surround the large area that contained the grasses, then sealed the spirit formation and crushed them alive. Only when they returned to their original forms did he stop the shrinking. As Chu Feng swept across with his power, the preciously fierce profound medicine started to escape everywhere and they powerfully hit the fortress's walls. That was quite amusing because the profound medicines were asking for help. However, it was already a mess outside, so how could anyone notice what was happening inside the fortress? Thus, the profound medicines were helpless. They could only allow Chu Feng to finish them off with a sweep, and be killed bit by him. At the end, they became profound medicines without spiritual nature and they were all picked up by Chu Feng. Haha, refreshing. This is indeed refreshing. As Chu Feng madly laughed, he walked towards the remaining 100 or so profound medicines hiding in the corner. The profound medicines that usually had an abnormally fierce appearance were like frightened sheep and they were trembling. Their gazes flickered and obviously, they felt boundless fear. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion resounded out. Rock fragments filled their air and the fortress was opened by someone. Crap! Chu Feng suddenly turned his head and he discovered that a group of people rushed in. It was the disciples from the Lingyun school, and the leader was number 2 of the Lingyun school, Feng Hao, the powerful person at the 6th level of the profound realm. Who are you? As Feng Hao intruded into the place with a full heart of happiness, he discovered that the treasure trove was completely empty. After seeing the nearby standing person and a group of trembling profound medicines, his face instantly changed greatly. Feng Hao immediately reacted and he knew what happened inside. That damn person went in first and completely plundered everything in the huge treasure trove. Chu Feng did not care about Feng Hao. He only waved his big sleeve and condensed a spirit formation out. He wanted to take the last few profound medicines in the corner for himself as well. You're looking to die. Seeing that not only did Chu Feng not stop and he was even continuing to plunder, it enraged Feng Hao. He leaped and arrived in front of Chu Feng, then a fist was thrown towards Chu Feng's back. That fist was not a small thing. Although he did not use profound power, a rank 6 martial skill was condensed within his fist. Its power was extremely frightening, and Feng Hao wanted to use that punch to determine victory or death instantly, and also to kill Chu Feng. At the same time, the crowd behind Feng Hao attacked simultaneously as well. Every single person used extremely strong martial skills and they did not restrain themselves. Shoo! In critical times like that, Chu Feng did not restrain himself as well. He flicked his fingers towards them and 5 white-colored gases explosively shot out. Roar! An angry roar shook the skies and the ground. Who could even hold the white tiger back once it came out? In front of the white tiger slaughtering technique, even Feng Hao's face changed greatly. He originally wanted to escape, but he lost the chance. With a bang, the condensed huge paw by the white tiger already slammed down. At the same time, not a single disciple behind him survived. When the paw came down, instantly, a huge hole appeared. After the dust dispersed, other than Feng Hao, the other people who were there become pools of blood. Even Feng Hao was half disabled. The most important thing was that white-colored gas already pierced through his chest and he was heavily injured. At that instant, blood was everywhere on his body. His aura was extremely weak and he was on the border of life and death. Whoosh! After defeating Feng Hao and the others with one strike, he waved his sleeve once again. The profound medicines that were already bound down were called over and stuffed into his cosmos sack. He stepped up and he prepared to return where he came from to slip away after being extremely lucky. But just at that time, boundless pressure descended from the skies and sealed Chu Feng's path. He raised his head to look, and even Chu Feng couldn't help but change his expression greatly. A huge hand in the sky came down, and with devastating power, it slammed towards him. Chapter 230, I am called Azura. Chapter 230, I am called Azura. That palm was extremely big and it could be said to cover the skies and the sun. It was condensed by golden-colored radiance, yet it showed real palm patterns. It was not extended by an arm, and only a palm appeared in the sky. But it had to be said that the power the golden-colored huge palm contained was indeed extremely frightening. As for how strong, it was even more terrifying than Lin Rant's cold ice atmosphere. Look, it's Senior Dugu's unique skill. Rank 6 martial skill, Heaven Descending Divine Palm. At that instant, someone yelled in surprise and it allowed Chu Feng to know the origin of the palm, as well as the user. He also finally knew why the golden-colored palm came towards him with such huge pressure. But under situations like that, Chu Feng never thought too much about it. With a thought, he linked with the white tiger. Following that, he opened his 5 fingers and explosively palmed towards the sky. When the palm was thrown out, instantly, the white-colored gas surged out from his palm. After that, the white-colored gas became a white-colored tiger's paw in the air. It was a real tiger's paw. Although it was only condensed by white-colored gas, one could still see the faint black-colored stripes. It was vivid and lifelike, and there was even fur. The most important thing was that the state of the tiger's paw was completely different than what Chu Feng displayed earlier. Before, the tiger's paw was only in an illusionary state, but this tiger's paw was more near an actual substance. As for why such change happened, that was because Chu Feng just recently gained new power. He improved once again in terms of appearance for the white tiger slaughtering technique. When the white tiger came out, who could even fight against it? The might of the white tiger slaughtering technique completely surpassed the heaven-descending divine palm, and when the two intersected, it made everyone know what was a true peerless and invincible attack in the world. As the two collided, even the sky trembled and black-colored cracks extended in the air as though the sky was going to fall. However, after the huge boom, the white-colored tiger's paw rushed into the air and straight through the clouds. Even a hole of a tiger's paw was formed in the clouds in the sky, and only the heavens would know how far the paw went for. Looking back at the golden-colored huge palm, it already became golden-colored ripples. It spread in the air, and in front of the white tiger slaughtering technique, the so-called heaven-descending divine palm could not even take a single strike. What martial skill is that? It has such power. As they looked at the clouds and saw the tiger's paw mark left there, everyone who witnessed that scene were dumbfounded and their eyes were full of shock. Even Dugu Aoyun tightly frowned and his gaze glittered with seriousness. As he looked at Chu Feng, who wore a conical hat, he did not dare to have a single strand of carelessness anymore. He solemnly asked, "Brother, I wonder what your great name is." "Azura." Chu Feng's voice was extremely loud and clear. After dissolving the scary attack, Chu Feng could finally observe the situation at that moment. Only then did he discover that the monstrous beasts were all finished off. All of the disciples surged into the fortress, and the one who led them was exactly Dugu Aoyun. The current him was already surrounded, but it wasn't that he had no more escaping roads to walk on. Since he was already discovered, Chu Feng did not hurry to escape. He took his time to leave his great name. Of course, it wasn't his true name. Azura. What a good Azura. We painfully and bitterly fought outside, yet you snuck in here and plundered all the profound medicines. Not only that, you even killed people from my Lingyun school. Your actions are a bit too dishonest, are they not? If you're still a man, reveal your true appearance. Let us see what kind of person would do such improper things. Dugu Aoyun loudly interrogated. Obviously, he guessed that Azura wasn't Chu Feng's real name. Senior Dugu is right. We fought for our lives outside, yet you stole away everything here. Hand the profound medicines out and we'll leave you with a complete corpse. At that instant, the other disciples also put out demands towards Chu Feng. After all, they just had a great battle against monstrous beasts and some were injured while some died. However, if all of that was for nothing, no matter who it was, they would not be willing to accept that. Truly a joke. The profound medicines here belong to those who are able to get it. I never told you to fight for your lives outside, and even without any of you, I can still loot everything here. Leave me with a complete corpse. Within all of you, who can kill me? Chu Feng sneered and revealed his gaze of killing intent towards his surroundings. Even though that it didn't seem important, almost everyone who was on scene, other than Dugu Aoyun, couldn't help but back away one step and they broke out in a cold sweat from fear. From Chu Feng's gaze, they felt icy cold killing intent. Especially after they saw Chu Feng's terrifying palm, no one knew the depth of Chu Feng's abilities. However, they could be sure that Chu Feng was indeed a dangerous person. Dugu Aoyun, you dare? Do you want to come over and give it a go? Chu Feng threatened. You think I don't dare? Dugu Aoyun coldly said. Haha, if you dare, come up and try. Chu Feng loudly laughed and leaped up into the sky. When he was in midair, he stopped and did not move. He was stepping on air as he hung up in the sky. Heavens! He is standing on air. How is that possible? He is a person in the heaven realm. At that instant, as they looked at Chu Feng who stood on air with both of his hands behind his back, no one could remain calm anymore. Even though Chu Feng's aura only belonged to the first level of the profound realm, only heaven realm experts had the special ability to step on the air and walk. Heaven realm. That was a character that did not even exist in the entire Azure province. Was the person in front of them truly a heaven realm expert? Didn't that mean that they angered a super huge character that they should not have angered? Where have you come from? Dugu Aoyun loudly questioned, and even he was shocked by Chu Feng's methods. Remember. I am Azura. This name will resonate in the entire 9 provinces and no one will not know this name. After speaking those words, Chu Feng laughed, stepped in the air, and gradually went away. He left the dumbfounded crowds behind who had shocked minds that could not be calmed down for a long time. Chapter 231, Number 1 Beauty in the Azure Province. Chapter 231, Number 1 Beauty in the Azure Province. After Chu Feng left the fortress, he found a more desolate location and started to refine the profound medicines. This time, Chu Feng's harvest was certainly extremely refreshing. It was several times more than all the profound medicines that he got from all the past days. But it was in vain as Chu Feng refined one medicine after the other, the divine lightning consumed it mouthful by mouthful. After refining the profound medicine, Chu Feng discovered that it wasn't that there was no change in his dantian, but the change was too minuscule. Enduring any actions of cursing, Chu Feng continued refining. Finally, after refining everything that he plundered this time, great change happened to his dantian, but the change only happened for an instant. That was right. Chu Feng finally successfully arrived into the 5th level of the origin realm. However, the price of having a breakthrough to that point was a bit heavy. Pretty much, Chu Feng used all the profound medicines that he had like it was nothing. Rustle suddenly, Chu Feng's eyes flashed and he cautiously cast his gaze towards the east because there were several people there quickly running. That change attracted Chu Feng's attention. He quickly concentrated his spirit power over to hear the following words. Quick. I heard that the third lady of the Qilin Prince's mansion, Lin Yeye, is as beautiful as a flower. She is the #1 beauty in the Azure province and it is a must to have a look. Are you sure that Miss Lin Yeye has set up camp in front? Of course. I personally saw it, so how can it be wrong? This is great. If I can see such beauty with my own eyes in my life, it would be worth it even if I die. But, will the people from the Qilin Prince's mansion allow us to go near? Don't worry. The Qilin Prince's mansion isn't as unreasonable as the Lingyun school. So it turned out that the several males who were madly running with happiness and excitement were only going to look at the beautiful appearance of the Qilin Prince's mansion's third lady. Ah, these people are truly too bored. As he looked at the actions of those people, Chu Feng helplessly shook his head. But then, he raised his head to look up. After seeing the color of the sky, he found out that it was getting quite late and soon, the sky was going to get dark. Since being idle was boring, Chu Feng also followed the steps of the group of people and chased after them. In an empty space within a forest, a group of young adults with golden-colored armor were standing around with order. Some males were even setting up a camp and pitching a super luxurious tent. Other than the group of golden-armored males, there was also a group of beautiful females with many styles of grace who were starting up fires and cooking on the side. They were preparing all types of delicious foods. The group of people was a branch from the Qilin Prince's mansion. No matter if it were the guards or the servants, all of them were experts in the profound realm and their strength could not be underestimated. Some people sighed in admiration as they faced the strength of the Qilin Prince's mansion. However, the most eye-grabbing thing that was the sedan chair that was in the middle of the empty space. That sedan chair was very beautiful and it was created by carving special types of jades. It was extremely pretty. 2 servants stood near the entrance of the sedan chair and those 2 servants had quite attractive appearances. With white skin and a tall figure, it made the group of disciples outside of the empty land gulp a few times. TSK. A bunch of bumpkins that haven't seen beauties before. As he looked at the lewd expressions on the group of people, Chu Feng couldn't help but disdainfully shoot them a few glances. Although those servants' appearances were not bad, it could only be said that they were not bad. It was ordinary to the extreme when they were compared to Eggy who was in Chu Feng's body. Look, she's coming out. She's coming out. The #1 beauty in the Azure province is coming. Suddenly, someone yelled in surprise. Following that, all the males and females outside of the empty space couldn't help but stand on their tiptoes. Their eyes that were almost going to bulge out all gathered on the entrance of that sedan chair. Their moods also became excited. At that instant, Chu Feng could clearly see a pair of beautiful white snow legs that came out after the doors were opened. Those legs were truly pretty. They were long, thin, and straight, and one could simply not find any flaws. They were even comparable to Su Ro's beautiful legs. Even Chu Feng's heart jumped when he saw those beautiful legs. However, the lustful people behind him all surged in front of Chu Feng and they completely blocked Chu Feng's gaze. Damn! Have you guys not seen beauties before? As he saw the densely packed backs of the males in front of him, Chu Feng's current emotions were called angry. With a grab, he forcibly pulled several males in front of him to the back. At that moment, finally, Chu Feng's line of sight could be cast onto Lin Ye's body. But this time, Chu Feng's face greatly changed. Instantly, from a wonderful expression, it turned into a green-colored face as if he ate bitter melons. There was truly nothing one could criticize about the figure of Lin Ye. Sticking out both in front and behind, snow-white skin, but after seeing her face, it could scare a person to death. She had a shoehorn-like face, pockmarks everywhere, red phoenix eyes, shrimp-like nose, a big mouth that was like a toad, and her pinky was even deeply inserted into a nostril. She was, naturally and elegantly, picking her nose. The most important part was her gaze. As she looked at the crowd, it was filled with disdain and pride, as if she truly felt that she was really the #1 beauty in the Azure province and that all males could not enter her divine eyes. She even thought that the stunned expressions of the crowd were from being stunned by her beauty. But she did not know that the stunned expressions were the results of being terrified by her. Just at that time, Chu Feng couldn't bear it anymore, and after opening his mouth, he threw up. He truly threw up, and he threw up in front of everyone's faces. Although Chu Feng wasn't that old, he still had pleased countless females. He had seen quite a few beauties, and he had also seen quite a few uglies. However, he had never seen a person as ugly as that. Lin Ye's rare appearance truly surpassed Chu Feng's bottom line. Insolence. You dare to throw up in my lady's resting area? Do you not want to live anymore? After Chu Feng vomited, it instantly caused the guards from the Qilin prince's mansion to be displeased as they pointed at Chu Feng and loudly rebuked. Chu Feng stood up straight again, and after wiping his mouth, he said some words that were filled with contempt. Your lady's appearance is so disgusting, so can you not let her come to scare people? Even I threw up because of her. How are you going to compensate for this? After Chu Feng spoke, it was like an explosion of thunder and it shocked everyone greatly. However, within the hearts of the surrounding disciples, all of them raised their thumbs at Chu Feng and hiddenly said, "Brother, you are too correct." At the same time, they admired Chu Feng quite a bit to be able to dare to speak those words. You, who did you say was disgusting? Similarly, after Chu Feng spoke, it made Lin Ye enraged. Even her fingers were trembling as she pointed at Chu Feng. I say. Lady, other than you, who else can I talk about? Please, return to the sedan chair and don't come out to scare people, okay? Chu Feng waved his hands at her, but he did not dare to look at Lin Ye again and he only stared at the servants who were next to her. Chapter 232, You don't need to compensate with your life to deceive a person to death. Chapter 232, You don't need to compensate with your life to deceive a person to death. You bastard. Someone, apprehend this person. I want his eyes scooped out, his tongue cut off, his tendons pulled out, his skin peeled off. Lin Ye quivered from anger and she pointed at Chu Feng and insanely started to howl. At the same time, the guards from the Qilin prince's mansion already pounced towards Chu Feng. Although they also felt that Lin Ye's appearance was really not good as well, when Chu Feng insulted Lin Ye in front of the crowd, it meant that they were insulting the Qilin prince's mansion. That was something they could not tolerate. An ugly girl is guarded like treasure. This is truly sad. Naturally, Chu Feng would not obediently stay there and be caught. After taunting the guards who were rushing towards him, with a flash under his feet, he leaped into the forest like light and he quickly disappeared and could not be seen. No matter how the guards tried to chase after him, they could not catch up to Chu Feng. Finally, they ended up with a conclusion. That boy who wore a conical hat was born in the year of the rabbit because he truly ran too fast. After leaving the territory of the Qilin prince's mansion, Chu Feng caught a little white rabbit. He was truly frightened by Lin Ye's appearance, so he had to eat something to suppress those feelings. At that moment, the sun had already set and the sky was dark. Chu Feng was alone in the desolate forest and he was preparing to start a fire to cook the rabbit. He extended his finger, and as profound power condensed, a strand of fire fled out. It was a rank 5 martial skill, but its power was not stronger than the 3 thunder styles, so Chu Feng could only use it for starting up a fire. However, just as the flames started to burn, Chu Feng quickly extinguished it. After that, he nervously looked back because Chu Feng felt that there were people getting close again. Chu Feng already gotten used to that because the area he was in was a place with a lot of profound medicines and many people gathered there. Just in case, Chu Feng wanted to change locations, but then he felt that the aura of the person who was getting closer was a bit familiar. So, in order to investigate it, he concealed his aura and secretly went close. Damn. This guy is still quite unrestrained and free even in this kind of place. Although he did not expect too much from going close, Chu Feng was instantly shocked. In the empty land, there was a small tent. Outside of the tent was a bonfire. Over the bonfire were some delicious meat, and next to the bonfire was a male and a female. They were currently hugging one another as well as toasting and drinking. That male was Dugu Aoyun's brother, Dugu Xiangyu, and the female was a disciple in the Lingyun school. At that moment, she was acting cutely, being romantic, and her emotions were going up and down as she was in Dugu Xiangyu's embrace. At that instant, finally, Chu Feng knew why Dugu Xianyu would come to such a place. He did not come along with the Lingyun school army. Clearly, to have a secret affair with that female disciple, they intentionally distanced themselves from the Lingyun school's group. As he looked at Dugu Xiangyu, Chu Feng couldn't help but think of Dugu Aoyun, and think of the scene today when Dugu Aoyun gave out demands along with his group. As he thought of that, the corner of Chu Feng's mouth couldn't help but curl up into an evil smile, and after a leap, he went away. It was deep into the night, and from the wine, Dugu Xiangyu's beast-like nature was greatly displayed. He started to roll around on the grass with his little female junior with all sorts of deep emotions. When he reached the climax, he started to pull his junior's skirt away. "Senior, not here." The little female junior was a bit embarrassed and she cast her gaze towards the nearby tent. "Hee, fine. My beauty, I'll listen to you." Dugu Xiangyu chuckled, then carried the beauty into his embrace and went into the tent. Ta. But just as the two entered the tent, footsteps rang out from the forest outside. Who? That made Dugu Xiangyu extremely panicky. As his upper body was naked, he rushed out and jumped into the forest. When he came back, there was a little timid rabbit in his hand. He chuckled and said, "It's nothing. Just a little white rabbit." After speaking, Dugu Xiangyu waved his arm and threw the little white rabbit out, and it was crushed into a pile of meat paste. "Wah, my junior, you even took off your clothes by yourself." After Dugu Xiangyu returned to the tent and extended his palm of evil towards his junior, he shockingly discovered that his junior's clothing was already taken off. Her figure was truly too great. It was simply the best body he had ever seen in his life. So, Dugu Xiangyu's beastly nature was thoroughly ignited, and love was made with his junior inside the tent. He was not even satisfied after doing it for so long, and he even forgot about the fact that his little female junior did not even make a sound as she was freely played around with. However, just as Dugu Xiangyu was absorbed in his actions, suddenly, there were footsteps outside in the forest. Following that, lamps lit up everywhere and a large number of troops surrounded him. "Who is it that dares to disturb my good occasion?" Dugu Xiangyu, who lost himself from the excitement, was furious. As he was naked, he jumped out. But when he saw the people who surrounded him, his expression couldn't help but change and the fury on his face couldn't help but be held back a bit. It was because the people who surrounded him were not simple troops. It was the army of the Qilin Prince's mansion, and within that group of people, there was even a young male adult who had extremely high cultivation. That male was quite well built, and when the Qilin golden armor was on his body, he looked like a battle god. He was the number one person within the young generation of the Qilin Prince's mansion, Lin Su. Lin Su was a first-class person. He had the cultivation of the 7th level of the Profound Realm and he was named as the second strongest person in the Azure Province's young generation. He was only slightly weaker than Dugu Aoyun. His identity was very special as well, being the eldest son of the Qilin Prince's mansion's Lin Ran, and he was also Lin Ye's older brother. At that instant, Lin Su's face was extremely unkind. It could be seen that he was trying his best to control his anger, and he pointed at Dugu Xiangyu and said, "Dugu Xiangyu, hand my sister back." "Your sister? I don't understand what you mean." Dugu Xiangyu had no confidence as he faced Lin Su, and when he was asked like that, he was a bit puzzled. "Humph. You still dare to act dumb? Someone, bring the third lady out." Lin Su coldly snorted and the servants behind him rushed into the tent. Very quickly, a female who wore incomplete clothing was supported out. "Brother Lin Su, you can really jest. Where is the third lady here?" "Inside, it is. What is this?" Dugu Xiangyu chuckled and he originally wanted to explain, but when he saw the female who was supported out, his was dumbfounded and his face instantly became deathly white. How was that female even his Lingyun school's junior? She was the infamous number one most ugly female in the Azure Province, Lin Su's little sister, Lin Ye. Heavens, how did this happen? At that instant, Duguxiangyu knelt to the ground with a poof. Both of his hands hugged his head and he knocked his head onto the ground. To think that he, Duguxiangyu, who was handsome, distinguished, casual, at ease, and had played with countless beauties, slept with such a top-level ugly female today. He was even extremely excited as he did it. At that instant, he felt that the sky was falling and the ground was collapsing. 10,000 hopes all turned into dust, and currently, only a single sentence echoed in his brain. Finished. He, Duguxiangyu, was completely finished for his entire life. Chapter 233, Terrifying Formation. Chapter 233, Terrifying Formation. Duguxiangyu kept on explaining and said that it was a misunderstanding. Who he slept with wasn't Lin Yeye but his female junior. After hearing Duguxiangyu say that, it made Lin Su furious as he detained Duguxiangyu and gave him a good beating. At the end, the people from the Lingyun school were alerted and Dugu Aoyun led the Lingyun school group and hurried over. However, as he faced the Qilin prince's mansion, even Dugu Aoyun did not dare to forcibly take him away. After all, the matter this time was indeed his younger brother's, Duguxiangyu's, fault. What is happening? With bruises on his face, Duguxiangyu knelt in the corner as he looked at his elder brother who was discussing with Lin Su and the others about the grievance in his heart. He wanted to throw up when he thought of Lin Yeye's face. When he thought he slept with such an ugly female, and he was even so absorbed with pleasure, he really wanted to slap himself 2 times. But even if he did that, he could not resolve his anger. What has happened, happened. What use is there to regret it now? Dugu Aoyun walked over and he was extremely calm. Brother, how will this matter be resolved? Duguxiangyu stood up and quickly asked. Marry her. Dugu Aoyun indifferently said. What? Marry her? You're talking about Lin Yeye. You want me to marry Lin Yeye? After hearing those words, Duguxiangyu was instantly unable to remain calm. His face was even greener than a cucumber and his mouth opened quite big. Who else will marry her? Me. At that instant, Dugu Aoyun's face couldn't help but change as well. He pointed at Duguxiangyu's nose and reprimanded, Who do you think you slept with this time? The third lady of the Qilin prince's mansion. Her father is head manager Lin Ran of the Qilin prince's mansion. You slept with the daughter of one of the Qilin prince's mansion's head managers, and you want to get away with it. Right now, marrying her is already the limit for you. Brother, is there really no other way? I really don't want to marry that ugly woman. Duguxiangyu's hopes were all gone, so he knelt in front of Dugu Aoyun and begged with pity. As he looked at his own younger brother, even Dugu Aoyun's heart ached a bit. He couldn't help but close his eyes and said, If you want to live, then marry. Or else even if the school head appears, he won't be able to save you. Damn it. Who set this up? Duguxiangyu knew that the result was unchangeable and he couldn't help but roar in fury. Senior Dugu, Senior Lu is back. Just at that time, a Lingyun school disciple ran over. A female followed behind him, and it was the little female junior who was swapped away from Duguxiangyu. You damn woman, where did you run off to? After seeing the little junior, Duguxiangyu was furious and he angrily pounced over. Stop. But before even letting him go near, he was stopped by the nearby Dugu Aoyun. After that, Dugu Aoyun looked at the little female whose face was filled with fear while not knowing what to do and said, Junior Lu, where did you go last night? I also don't know what happened. Last night, I suddenly lost consciousness, and when I woke back up, I was already in the forest. That's right. When I woke up, there was a letter next to me. It says here to give it to you, Senior Aoyun. The little junior handed a letter over while trembling with fear, and on the letter, it said, Please pass it to Dugu Aoyun. Seeing that, Dugu Aoyun tightly frowned as he received the letter. After he opened it, Dugu Aoyun's face changed greatly and strong killing intent spread out from his body, because on the letter, it said, I gift a beauty for your younger brother. I wish them 100 years of good love, and loud songs sung every night, Azura. Damned Azura. One day, I will cut your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Dugu Aoyun ripped the letter into shreds. At that instant, he was endlessly furious and perhaps even a bit insane. When he thought about his younger brother who was really framed by someone, and the person who framed him was the person who schemed against them yesterday, Du Guoyun truly could not endure that resentment. He hiddenly vowed to slaughter the male who called himself as Azura. From that day forth, as if he was insane, Du Guoyun searched the Valley of Hundred Bends and he wanted to try to find the whereabouts of that Azura. But it was useless. The Valley of Hundred Bends was so huge, and it was truly like fishing a needle in an ocean if he wanted to find someone in that place. So, straight until the end of the heroic hunt, he still had no harvests. At the end, he could only leave the Valley of Hundred Bends with a stomach full of fury. However, when everyone was leaving the Valley of Hundred Bends, Chu Feng chose to stay behind because he discovered that the Valley of Hundred Bends was truly a treasure trove. It was just like that place was a huge treasure itself, and endless profound medicines were waiting for him to be taken. If he stayed there for a longer time and waited until the date of the arranged battle, perhaps Chu Feng could make several more breakthroughs and use his own body's cultivation to defeat Gong Luyun. However, when the heroic hunt ended, Chu Feng finally knew why everyone knew that it was a treasure trove, yet had no choice but to leave after the predetermined time. At that very instant, terrifying invisible pressure appeared in the entire Valley of Hundred Bends. That pressure was very strange. It made people unable to breathe, but it only affected humans because Chu Feng discovered that other than him, the plants, animals, including monstrous beasts, were same as usual and safe and sound. Only he received the pressure. Damn it. Are the people from the Lingyun School and the Qilin Prince's mansion really this strong? They can seal the entire Valley of Hundred Bends into a dead zone like this. The current Chu Feng was already in the air, but it was in vain as after going above the clouds, he only felt a bit of comfortableness but he could not get rid of the strange pressure. In that situation, not to mention continuing to hunt profound medicines in the Valley of Hundred Bends, it would be hard on top of hard if he even wanted to survive. No. This was absolutely not sealed by the many powerful people from the Qilin Prince's mansion and the Lingyun School. It would be impossible for them to have these kinds of methods. Eggy explained. If I'm not mistaken, this Valley of Hundred Bends isn't controlled by the many powers in the Azure province. The Valley of Hundred Bends itself decides the opening time everywhere because the Valley of Hundred Bends is a huge formation by itself. No matter if it's the Lingyun School or the Qilin Prince's mansion, neither of them are able to control this formation. Eggy continued saying. What? This vast Valley of Hundred Bends is a formation. What kind of methods do you need to lay such a strong formation? After hearing those words, Chu Feng was endlessly shocked, then he added, what should we do now? The formation just opened so this strange pressure isn't too strong yet. However, as time passes, it will get more and more scary. When it completely opens, with your cultivation, you will not be able to endure this. So, you must quickly leave this place or else even if you are in the air, you will suffocate to death by the pressure. Eggy tensely reminded. Chu Feng didn't dare to be slow and he quickly flew towards the outsides of the Valley of Hundred Bends. But it was in vain, because just like how Eggy said it was. The pressure became more and more strong. So strong that he could not breathe, and if that continued on, he could not leave that place alive. But just as Chu Feng felt that he wasn't going to have much luck, within his line of sight, a mountain peak appeared. It was the mountain peak that he saw before, and one with the mysterious temple. At that moment, from the temple which was on the summit of the mountain peak, there was faint smoke rising from it. That meant that other than Chu Feng, there was another person who stayed in the Valley of Hundred Bends. Chapter 234, Hidden Expert. Chapter 234, Hidden Expert. The Valley of Hundred Bends was a terrifying formation as its range went from the ground to the sky. As long as it was within the scope of the Valley of Hundred Bends, there would be a layer of invisible pressure that engulfed them and started to suppress humans. That scary pressure was not blockable even if it was Chu Feng. However, in such a place, there was someone staying there. And in that instant, it was right in front of his eyes. Hey! Is there anyone? Can you help me out? The current Chu Feng was on the border of life and death, but he knew that the master of the temple must have a method to decipher the formation. After all, that person was very possibly a Blue Cloak world spiritist. His spirit formation methods would certainly be incomparable by Chu Feng. Besides, from the smoke, he could tell that there was indeed someone there, and that person was not affected by the strange pressure, or else how would he be so peaceful as to cook there? So, Chu Feng used all his power to rush near the temple hall. At that instant, he didn't care who the master of the temple hall was or whether it was dangerous or not. He knew that if the master there helped him, he would have a string of chance to live. If he didn't help, he would undoubtedly die. Whoosh! Just as Chu Feng was going to get near, a person jumped out from the temple hall and landed on the summit of the mountain peak. It was an old man who had white hair and a face full of wrinkles. However, his eyes were bright and lively. The most important thing was that the old man wore a golden-colored robe. On the chest section of that robe, there was even a qilin. He was a person from the Qilin prince's mansion. When the old man saw that Chu Feng could stand in air, he couldn't help but tightly frown, and a hint of shock emerged onto his face. After a while, he calmed back down and indifferently asked, "Who are you?" "Senior, I am a disciple from the Azure Dragon School and I came to participate in the heroic hunt. However, since I was unable to leave the Valley of 100 Bends in time, I am being restricted by strange pressure. Right now, I cannot breathe, so I hope that you can save my life." Chu Feng went straight into the main topic because he really did not have time to speak any useless words. "My apologies. I am not the master here, so I cannot decide. How about this? Wait a while and I'll go ask. As for whether he is willing to help you or not will depend on your luck." The old man left those words, then after assessing Chu Feng with surprise, his body leaped and he rushed back into the temple hall. At that moment, within the temple hall, an old man with a lively face while wearing clothing that was roughly made by cloth was sitting in front of a stove. He had one leg over the other while humming a little tune as he cooked soup in high spirits. As he saw the white-haired old man return, the cloth-clothed old man very casually asked, "Feng Yang, what kind of person intruded into my territory?" "A boy at the first level of the profound realm," the white-haired old man said. "A boy at the first level of the profound realm. Feng Yang, what kind of joke is that? Clearly, that person came over while walking on air. How can he have the cultivation of the first level of the profound realm? He should be in the heaven realm." The cloth-clothed old man suspiciously curled his lips. "You knew yet you told me to go, and at the end, I told you yet you don't believe. You're a blue-cloak world spiritist, so wouldn't you know who the person is if you check?" The white-haired old man helplessly glared at the cloth-clothed old man. At that instant, the cloth-clothed old man already closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, a bit of shock also emerged into his gaze as he said, "Impressive. First level of the profound realm, and he already grasped a method to walk on air. It seems that he cultivated a special bodily martial skill and he isn't that old. I say, Feng Yang, it seems that your Azure province has a good seedling, huh? But sadly, he is unable to endure the pressure from this formation. I'm afraid that his little life will be hard to be kept alive." The cloth-clothed old man shook his head and continued humming the little tune and cooking the meat soup on the stove. "Brother Heng Yuan, in my Azure province, there aren't many martial skills that allow someone to walk on air. This person must got the inheritance of the Imperial Sky Sage. It's quite hard to see the Imperial Sky Sage's unique skill, for walking on air that disappeared for 100 years, reappear. I wonder if Brother Heng Yuan can give me face and save his life." The white-haired old man pleaded. "Brother Feng Yang, martial skills for walking on air are hard to get treasures in any of the 9 provinces. However, what does that have to do with me? I hiddenly live in this place because I don't want anyone to disturb me. Since he discovered this area, in the future, it would be hard for him to keep this a secret and he would leak it out. Not to mention if he doesn't die from the formation pressure here, even if he lives, I will not let him leave alive." The cloth-clothed old man faintly smiled. "Brother Heng Yuan, are you truly not going to save a life?" The white-haired old man slightly frowned. "It seems like you don't understand me enough." The cloth-clothed old man smiled and he was not moved. Whoosh! At that instant, the white-haired old man did not waste any words anymore. He leaped out of the temple hall and arrived on the summit of the mountain peak once again. As he looked at Chu Feng, who stood on air, had a deathly white face, and was going to fall down at any moment, he tightly frowned as if doing a hard decision. But at the end, he still grinded his teeth and took out a crystal-like badge from his chest pocket. He threw it towards Chu Feng and said, "Catch." Bang! Seeing that, Chu Feng quickly extended his hand to receive it, and after getting the badge, the invisible pressure that circled around Chu Feng instantly disappeared. The air and profound power that vanished before reappeared around Chu Feng. In that instant, Chu Feng was incomparably happy because he was finally saved. He first closed his eyes and deeply breathed for a few moments. For the first time, he felt that breathing was quite a comfortable thing. "Thank you, Senior, what's wrong?" Chu Feng originally wanted to thank him, but he discovered with astonishment that the white-haired old man's face was a bit pale white and it was a bit ugly. He looked just like how Chu Feng was earlier. "I only have one of the badges. After giving it to you, I have to bear the formation pressure here as well." The white-haired old man calmly smiled and said, "What? This?" After hearing those words, Chu Feng was instantly greatly shocked. He never would have thought that the old men who met him for the first time and were complete strangers would sacrifice his life in order to save him. That put Chu Feng in a difficult situation. He could see that the master of that area was not willing to save him and that the old man decided this on his own. He gave his own object of protection to Chu Feng, but from that, he himself sank into danger. Although Chu Feng really wanted to continue living, he was not willing to let an old man who he met for the first time lose his life in order to save him. "Chu Feng, quickly remember the formation in this badge. As long as you remember it, I can help you recreate a protection badge like this. At that time, naturally, you can hold the formation pressure off." Just at that time, Eggy's pleasing voice rang out in Chu Feng's brain. At that instant, Chu Feng suddenly realized what to do. Without hesitating, he quickly imbued his spirit power into the crystal-like badge and he studied the formation in the badge. After a while, he raised his head with a flash of enlightenment and he discovered that the white-haired old man's face was getting more and more ugly. "So," he said, "Senior, I am Chu Feng. What would your great name be? In the future, I will certainly repay this life-saving favor." "Oh, little friend, you're called Chu Feng. That is quite a good name." Chi Fengyang forced a light smile out, but he could not conceal the pain of having trouble breathing. Big favors are not thanked with words. In the future, I will repay this favor with actions. Senior, I hope we will meet again. After saying those words, Chu Feng threw the badge in his hand back to Chi Fengyang. "Chu Feng, you," at the same time that Chi Fengyang caught the badge, he discovered that Chu Feng already turned around and left. At that instant, he originally wanted to chase, but he could not as he who was not able to walk on air was powerless. This boy is quite courageous. But that's good. If he did not give the protective badge back to you, I would have personally taken it back. It is always better for him to take the initiative to hand it back rather than me killing him." Just at that time, faint laughter rang out. The lively cloth-clothed old man already appeared next to Chi Fengyan without any voice. However, he was not standing on the peak of the mountain. He was standing on air. Chapter 235, 7th Level of the Origin Realm. Chapter 235, 7th Level of the Origin Realm. Since he did that, it also meant that sacrificing myself to save him was not in vain. However, if he lost his life just like that, it would really be quite a pity. Can you truly not help him out? Chi Fengyan looked at the cloth-clothed old man next to him and his gaze brought a bit of pleading. Did you really sacrifice yourself to save him just now? You just took your life to threaten me. You knew that I would save you if you were going to die. The cloth-clothed old man sharply said, then added. Oh Fengyang. In this Azure province, I only have you as a friend. I don't want the feelings between us to be affected by a boy like him. After saying that, the cloth-clothed old man patted Fengyang's shoulder and walked back into his own temple. As he looked at the departing back, a bitter smile appeared on Chi Fengyang's face. He understood the meaning behind the cloth-clothed old man's words. Also, he was very clear that in front of that person, it was already an honor to speak to him as equals. He truly had no qualifications to ask that person to help him do anything. Young man, I hope that you have good luck and fate to be able to use your own abilities to leave this place. After that, Chi Fengyang regrettably looked at the direction Chu Feng left in, and also returned back to the temple. Whoosh as Chi Fengyang felt pity for Chu Feng arrived on top of another mountain peak. And he started to lay the spirit formation to condense the protective badge that would enable him to hold the formation pressure away. That didn't work, it's too complicated. Although I know the method of condensing it, I can't condense it out quickly. Chu Feng tightly frowned. He discovered that the methods of Blue Cloak World Spiritists was indeed very challenging for him, who was a Grey Cloak World Spiritist. Chu Feng, keep on going. I believe that you can. You understand this method of condensation very clearly, but you just don't have a good enough quality spirit formation. However, I believe that you can do it. You have to continue on, or else not only will you die, even I will die with you. As she faced that situation, Eggy was completely helpless as well. Although she was clear on how to do it, she had no way of helping Chu Feng to do it. Although she could borrow Chu Feng's body, she could only use her own power to fight but not use the spirit formation of her own. So, at that moment, Chu Feng only rely on himself. Right, I must succeed. I cannot fail. I still have too many things to do, and besides, even if I die I can't let Eggy die with me. After hearing Eggy's words, Chu Feng instantly found the force. He did not even know where he got the power from, but at that moment, it wasn't as hard to bear as before. Even if there was no air to breathe, he could still concentrate and lay the formation with his full power to condense the badge. Under a situation like that, like a miracle, Chu Feng lasted for an hour. He did not breathe for an hour, and that was quite a big test on the heart. If he was a normal person, he would have already died. But Chu Feng was able to last that long. Although the current him had a pale white face like paper, his gaze was abnormally burning as he tightly stared at the spirit formation in front of his eyes. Layer by layer, he merged his spirit formation power into it, and with clever methods, they combined into one. Finally, hot light spread out from it and the boundless spirit formation quickly started to condense. Finally, with 4 symbols as the shrinking point, it became a small and delicate spirit formation badge. That spirit formation badge was as translucent as crystal, and it was very beautiful. However, it was filled with spirit formation power inside it, and the spirit formation power was currently revolving around in complicated paths. It was the formation that Chu Feng condensed out. At the same time, when he had the badge in his hand, the pressure that lingered around Chu Feng instantly disappeared like smoke and clouds. That meant something. It meant that Chu Feng succeeded. Chu Feng, you've succeeded. You've really succeeded. This is great, you're able to do something that only Blue Cloak World Spiritists can do. At that instant, Eggy's smile was called sweet, and she was skipping and bouncing in the world spirit space as she excitedly cheered. She was truly happy from the bottom of her heart for Chu Feng. Not only did that mean that Chu Feng saved his own life as well as hers, since Chu Feng could do that, it also meant that his potential was extremely exceptional and he had extremely high talent. I still have to thank that senior. If he didn't help me by lending the badge to me so I could learn the condensation method for the badge, I'm afraid that I would have been in some huge troubles. Chu Feng bitterly chuckled and a bit of gratitude emerged onto his face. From then on, Chu Feng, who had the badge in his hands, was like a fish in water as he was in the Valley of 100 Bends. Before, he was sharing the treasures along with the young generation of the Azure Province. But now, he was free to use anything in the Valley of 100 Bends. Not only the profound medicines, but even the exquisite fragrant animal meat and also the sweet and tasty spring water there. Chu Feng truly loved that place. In addition, other than the Valley of 100 Bends, Chu Feng did not know if he could find another area where he could plunder a large amount of profound medicines. So, when Chu Feng stayed in the Valley of 100 Bends, he stayed for an entire half-year. In that period of time, Chu Feng plundered countless origin medicines and countless profound medicines, but the Valley of 100 Bends was truly too big. Even if he searched every day, profound medicines were as though they were endless and Chu Feng could not find the end to them. But what Chu Feng was helpless towards was, no matter how much stronger his spirit power was and how many more profound medicines he refined, it would never be enough for the divine lightning in his body to engulf. After half a year of time, Chu Feng's cultivation only rose by 2 levels and he only entered the 7th level of the origin realm. Although that cultivation did not seem that strong, with Chu Feng's methods, there was no need to talk about those at the 3rd level of the profound realm. Only those at the 4th level of the profound realm could fight with him. So, he felt that with his own cultivation, it was no longer a problem to take care of Gong Luyun. However, although Chu Feng's cultivation increased by a bit in the half-year, since Eggy could not absorb any strong source energy, her cultivation had not increased at all and she still remained in the 1st level of the profound realm. But knowing that Chu Feng wanted to defeat Gong Luyun with his own strength, Eggy did not blame Chu Feng at all. Rather, she encouraged Chu Feng to cultivate in that place. After all, after the arranged battle, Chu Feng had plenty of time to search for source energy for Eggy. On that day, Chu Feng counted the dates a bit and there was less than a month until the arranged battle. As he thought about some things he wanted to take care of before the arranged battle, Chu Feng decided to leave the Valley of Hundred Bends. It was because the battle would not be as simple as he imagined it to be. After all, on that day, Lin Ran from the Qilin prince's mansion would protect Gong Luyun, so if Chu Feng killed Gong Luyun, after that day, Lin Ran would absolutely not just let it go. So, Chu Feng had to do some preparations. Or at least before he stirred up a disaster, his family would not be affected by him again. At the same time that Chu Feng was preparing to leave, on the mountain peak, the cloth-clothed old men and Qi Fengyan were currently playing chess in the temple hall. Brother Heng Yuan, thanks to you these days, I already feel the critical point for a breakthrough. If this continues, before half a year, I can make a breakthrough from the 9th level of the profound realm to enter the heaven realm. Qi Fengyan gratefully said. Chapter 236, Worth a Help. Chapter 236, Worth a Help. Brother Fengyan, in the past years in the Azure province, I also have to thank you for taking care of me. With the relationship between us two, these words are too polite. But, coming from the Qilin prince's mansion and as the chief of the Qi clan, will there really be no problems after leaving the prince's mansion for so long? The cloth-clothed old man made his next move with a smile. As long as I enter the heaven realm, I can stand shoulder to shoulder with the lord of the mansion. Even if the Lin clan and that old thing suppresses my Qi clan when I'm not there, when I get back, they can only yield to me. As he mentioned that matter, Qi Fengyang had proudness all over his face. Right now, in the 9 provinces, the heaven realm is no longer a legend, but in your Azure province, only the lord of the Qilin prince's mansion and the head of the Lingyun school entered that realm. No wonder the Azure province is the weakest out of the 9 provinces. The cloth-clothed old man shook his head. Ho ho. Qi Fengyang could only bitterly smile at the cloth-clothed old man's mocking words and he did not refute. To think that at first, the Azure province had the most powerful people and it was always the strongest province in the 9 provinces, but at first. Currently, it was truth that the Azure province was in decline. Of course, the reason why the Azure province was in decline was because their generation was too mediocre. Thinking to that point, even Qi Fengyang couldn't help but sigh, looking over at the current young generations in the Azure province, there aren't many people who are too exceptional. Dugu Aoyun is not bad in the Azure province, but within the young generations in the entire 9 provinces, he is a bit too mediocre. Does the heavens really want my Azure province to die out? It won't. A quite outstanding person in the young generation in your Azure province has appeared. Just give him a bit of time, and he will certainly surpass Dugu Aoyun. The cloth-clothed old man indifferently smiled and said, Brother Heng Yuan, what do you mean by that? After hearing those words, Qi Fengyang's calm expression couldn't help but change and he quickly questioned. There isn't only 2 people in the Valley of Hundred Bends. Other than you and me, there's another person who stayed in the Valley of Hundred Bends for a good half a year. Also, within this half a year, he has gotten quite a good harvest. He stole the profound medicines from the monstrous beast's treasure trove for breeding, and he went wherever he wished in the entire Valley of Hundred Bends. The most important thing is that he is a Greycloak world spiritist, and he's even a young man. If he can do such things at such an age, his future truly is unlimited. The cloth-clothed old man smiled once again. A young man with the abilities of a Greycloak world spiritist. At that instant, Qi Fengyang was truly unable to remain calm. He excitedly and suddenly stood up because to the Azure province, a Greycloak world spiritist was certain quite a character. A young man. A young man being able to become a Greycloak world spiritist was certainly quite an impressive thing and he had to value that. But after some more detailed thinking, Qi Fengyang felt that something was wrong. So, he said, Brother Heng Yuan, but this is the Valley of Hundred Bends. You said unless it's a Bluecloak world spiritist or someone in the heaven realm with extremely strong power, no one can hold the pressure back after the formation opened in the Valley of Hundred Bends. How can a Greycloak world spiritist survive for half a year in this place? Haha, isn't that the outstandingness of that young man? On that topic, the reason why he can survive is all thanks to you, Brother Fengyang. On that day, if you didn't give the protective badge over to him, it would not be possible for him to remember the formation to condense the badge. However, even so, I do have to admit that this child is quite exceptional. After all, if you weren't a Bluecloak world spiritist, you had no way of condensing my formation. But he did it. Say for yourself, isn't he quite an outstanding person in the young generation? The cloth-clothed old man lightly smiled and said, Brother Heng Yuan, you're saying that the young man who lived in the Valley of 100 Bends for half a year was Chu Feng from that day. At that instant, Chi Feng Yuan finally realized who it was and his gaze was filled with shock. Naturally, it's him. The cloth-clothed old man nodded his head. I said that the young man was a rare genius. But I never would have thought that he would be a genius to this stage. No wonder he could get the inheritance of the Imperial Sky Sage. Also at that moment, Chi Feng Yuan finally understood and at the same time that he was stunned, he smiled as if he was enlightened and more, he felt that the action he did that day was correct. What is even the Imperial Sky Sage? He was just a person at the peak of the profound realm and he could never even touch the heaven realm in his life. The reason why he was able to create the airwalking martial skill was certainly because of chances in addition to luck. That young man is a lot more outstanding than him because half a year ago, a mysterious character appeared in the Azure Province, Mr. Greycloak. Not only did that Mr. Greycloak alert the Lingyun School, he even alerted your Qilin Prince's mansion. Even though he disappeared for half a year, he is still a person who is discussed in the free time of the people in the Azure Province. If I'm not mistaken, this Mr. Greycloak should be the young man called Chu Feng. The cloth-clothed old man continued saying, There is actually such things. It seems that this Chu Feng is quite a restless boy. After hearing the cloth-clothed old man's narration, the smile on Chi Fengyan's face got more and more wider. His heart was endlessly excited, because if a person was more restless, that meant that they would be more able to become a great character. After all, within the peak powerful people in history, which one of them did not show their abilities when they were young and looked down upon the people from their own generation? Right now, a young man like that appeared in the Azure Province, so Chi Fengyang was as though he saw the light. Naturally, he would be incomparably joyful. However, this boy might face a calamity. Suddenly, the cloth-clothed old man suddenly said, Calamity? Brother Heng Yuan, what do you mean? After hearing that, Chi Feng Yuan's expression changed greatly. This child has set a life and death battle with a person and the date of it is nearing. His opponent is the son of the Black Tortoise City's lord and he receives deep love from Lin Ran from your Qilin Prince's mansion's Lin clan. In the past half year, in order to develop him, he did not exhaust a small amount of your Qilin Prince's mansion's resources. As for that young man, even though he has extraordinary talent, he doesn't have any background in the Azure Province. So, I feel that he won't have much luck in his battle. The cloth-clothed old man explained. After hearing those words, Chi Feng Yuan tightly frowned, then he said to the cloth-clothed old man, Brother Heng Yuan, Go ahead. I know that you want a presentable young generation in the Azure Province. This boy is quite worthy for you to help. Before even letting Chi Fengyang finish his words, the cloth-clothed old man waved his hand at him. Indeed, you know me well. Brother Heng Yuan, I'll take my leave. As he spoke, Chi Fengyan wanted to leave, but he stopped his steps when he was at the entrance. He turned around, clasped his hands, and said, Brother Heng Yuan, thank you for leaving this child with his life. I thank you in his place. After Chi Fengyang left, the face of the cloth-clothed old man became more solemn. Worry filled his gaze, and as he stood on the mountain peak, he looked at the distant sky and faintly said, It has been 6 years, so why haven't you appeared yet? A divine body should not stay so silent and unknown, right? Is it possible that some accident truly happened? At that instant, the cloth-clothed old man couldn't help but sigh as he gradually closed his eyes and his thoughts floated towards the night that happened 6 years ago. On that night, above the silver rivers of the 9 heavens, a 9-colored divine lightning appeared. It shook the entire continent, but at the end, it shot towards the Azure Province. On that night, the several tens of thousands of dynastical experts from the Jiang dynasty headed towards the Azure Province. They vowed to find the divine body, but they returned empty-handedly. Chapter 237, Chu Guyu meets trouble. Chapter 237, Chu Guyu meets trouble. After Chu Feng left the Valley of 100 Bends, the first place he headed towards was the #1 school in the Azure Province, the Lingyun School. His goal was to find his elder brother, Chu Guyu. After the Chu family gathering a year ago, Chu Feng hadn't seen his elder brother even once. However, his elder brother, undoubtedly, was the person Chu Feng cared about the most in the Chu family. If Chu Feng had to say who was the most important person in the Chu family, other than his father Chu Yuan, it would be Chu Guyu. They were the two persons that Chu Feng felt any family feelings from. Currently, as the battle between Chu Feng and Gong Luyun was nearing, there would certainly be troubles in the future. Although Chu Guyu was a disciple from the Lingyun school, after all, he had a petty status, and with his strength, he had no way of protecting himself. It was too easily for the Gong family to harm him if they wished to. So, Chu Feng wanted to bring Chu Guyu away to a more safer place. You said that Chu Guyu isn't in the Lingyun school. Where did he go? As he was in front of the Lingyun school's entrance, Chu Feng looked at the Lingyun school's outer court disciple with a bit of shock. How should I know? You're his relative, so if you don't know, how should I know? The disciples from the Lingyun school were very prideful. Even the outer court disciples were like that. He could not see what cultivation Chu Feng had, so he even thought that Chu Feng was a commoner. Therefore, the gaze he looked at Chu Feng was filled with disdain, and the big word annoyance was written all over his face. After knowing that Chu Guyu left the Lingyun school, Chu Feng's heart was like tangled hemp, and he didn't even bother with that disciple. However, after some more careful thinking, where would Chu Guyu possibly go after leaving the Lingyun school? After all, at that moment, the Chu family did not exist anymore, and Chu Guyu would not leave the Lingyun school, which was a huge shelter, for no cause or reason. Brother, what kind of relationship do you have with Senior Chu? However, as Chu Feng prepared to leave the Lingyun school, a male walked over. He was also a disciple from the Lingyun school, but he was just an outer court disciple. His age was similar to Chu Guyu's, and at that instant, he appeared in front of Chu Feng. Not only did he not have the arrogance like the other Lingyun school disciples, rather, his face was full of smiles. I am Chu Guyu's younger brother, and I'm called Chu Feng. Senior, do you know where my elder brother went? Chu Feng felt that the male would not randomly come over to talk to him, so he must know some hidden things. Brother Chu Feng, come over here to speak. After the male looked around him, he pulled Chu Feng to a corner where there was no one. Only then did he speak. I entered the Lingyun school at the same time with your elder brother. When we were in the outer court, we were good brothers. He had better talent than me and became an inner court disciple before me. However, that still did not affect the relationship between us two. Your elder brother did have quite good talent, and if he continued to cultivate, even if he could not become a core disciple, he would have become an elder in the Lingyun school. However, half a year ago, something happened in your family, right? The male suddenly asked. There was an incident in the family, and our father passed away. Chu Feng did not say the truth, because a family being exterminated was never good when said. Ah, no wonder. After getting hold of that news, he instantly became another person. He contacted me even less, and his temper was abnormally violent. Exactly because of that, him, who usually followed the rules, offended the grandson of an inner court elder. Not only was your elder brother heavily injured, he was even kicked out of the Lingyun school. The disciple sighed and said. My elder brother got kicked out of the Lingyun school. Who was it? Who harmed my elder brother? After hearing those words, Chu Feng was endlessly furious, and he was even a bit mad. Whatever, it wouldn't be useful even if I told you. However, I can tell you where your elder brother is right now. The male spoke. 500 miles away from the Lingyun school, there was a small tavern. There were no waiters in the tavern, and there was only one boss. That boss was none other than Chu Feng's elder brother, Chu Guyu. The current Chu Guyu was exactly 18 years old, and it was the great age of being at one's prime. However, the heroic spirit from the past could not be seen anymore. The current him was wearing a roughly made cloth clothing, and huge changes happened on his gloomy and dispirited face. As he walked, he was also limping. He became a cripple. Oi oi oi, Chu Guyu, god damn. Can't you be a bit faster? Don't you know I'm hungry? Where's the beer? Where's the beer? Quickly bring the beer. Damn, if you don't be faster, I'll smash your broken tavern up. Within the tavern, 3 tables were filled with guests. There were roughly 6 people per table, and all of them were inner court disciples from the Lingyun school. As they drank beer, they pointed at Chu Guyu and loudly cursed at him. Chu Guyu already got used to that scene. He could not offend the group of people, because he didn't dare to offend the group of people. However, it wasn't for himself. He thought about his younger brother. Senior Zhao, this Chuguyu can endure quite a bit. Every month, we come here to break his tavern, yet he still remains here and doesn't leave. A disciple spoke to a male who had a white face as well as a goatee. He doesn't dare. Although his Chu family was exterminated, Chuguyu still has a younger brother called Chu Feng. Right now, that Chu Feng is in the Azure Dragon School cultivating. If he dares to leave this place, I will make his younger brother even more miserable than him. The goatee male sneered and said. It seems that Chuguyu has quite deep feelings towards his younger brother. He can do such sacrifices for the safety of his younger brother. However, Senior Zhao, from what I see, you should just kill him. Since he dares to offend you, he should not be living in his world. Another disciple agreed and said. Hey, it's extremely simple to kill him, but that would be too good for him. I want him to continue living so pettily. More poor than any person, and more miserable than any person. Today, I will destroy his cultivation, and he will thoroughly become a cripple. The goatee male drank a mouthful of beer and coldness appeared in his eyes. After that, with some shattering noises, the cup was thrown onto the floor. Clatter clatter. Seeing that, the disciples from the other two tables also suddenly flipped the tables over. Then, they cast their gazes of ill intent towards Chuguyu who walked out from the kitchen. At that moment, there was a dish of food on one of Chuguyu's hands, and beer in the other. He already expected the scene in front of his eyes. He helplessly looked at the goatee male, and indifferently said. Zhao Di, isn't it enough? I am no longer a Lingyun school disciple and I also did not leave your line of sight. No matter how you say it, I am still a cultivator. Even if I don't have the halo of being a disciple from the Lingyun school, I still have my achievements. I know that you don't want me to be well, so I pettily opened this tavern here. But even so, you are still not willing to let me go. What do you want me to do? Let you go. If I let you go, I wouldn't be Zhao Di. What I want you to do? I want you to be even more miserable. It seems that you aren't clear where you belong. A cultivator. Today, you will not longer be a cultivator. You will not even be a commoner. As he spoke, the goatee male suddenly stood up. He took out a dagger that flashed with coldness from his sleeve, and aggressively walked towards Chuguyu. Chapter 238, The Burning Flames of Fury. Chapter 238, The Burning Flames of Fury. As the goatee male held the dagger, he went closer to Chuguyu with a fierce face. He already emanated the pressure of the first level of the origin realm. Kneel. The goatee male explosively yelled, and the pressure formed by origin realm surged towards Chuguyu like the tide. At that instant, Chuguyu wanted to resist, but how could he, who only had the cultivation of the 7th level of the spirit realm, resist the pressure of a person in the origin realm? With a poof, he knelt down. Bang bang. After he arrived in front of Chuguyu, the goatee male spread open his arms and gave Chuguyu 2 loud and clear slaps. The strong power forcibly threw Chuguyu to the ground and blood sprayed out from his mouth. 2 big lumps swelled up from the sides of his face. Hey, Chuguyu only chuckled at the goatee male's slap. He already gotten used to it. He already gotten used to the various types of humiliation from them. However, he never fought back. It wasn't that he didn't dare to fight back, it was that he didn't want to fight back. He knew that he had an outstanding younger brother. As long as he gave his young brother a certain amount of time, he could certainly grow up well. At that time, all the humiliation that he suffered could all be given back, and the great hatred of the extermination of his Chu family could also be avenged. Ha! You laugh. God damn, you can still laugh. I'll let you laugh. I'll let you laugh. Let me see if you can still laugh. The goatee male was enraged by Chuguyu's laughter. He raised his leg, and stepped onto Chuguyu's other feet. With a cracking sound, Chuguyu's other perfect leg was snapped by the goatee male. The pain of his leg breaking engulfed him, but Chuguyu tightly bit his teeth together and didn't make a sound. At the same time, he did not beg for forgiveness either, because he knew that begging was useless towards these kinds of people. Laugh. If you laugh again, you'll never be able to laugh again in your life. The goatee male kept on sneering, and he raised the dagger in his hand. Insanely, he stabbed towards Chuguyu's dantian, and he was truly prepared to destroy Chuguyu's cultivation. No. At that instant, even Chuguyu's expression greatly changed. He couldn't help but yell out loud. No matter how the goatee male treated him, he could endure it. However, he could not tolerate his own cultivation being destroyed. That was his life. How could he let the power exchanged from 8 years of martial cultivation be taken away by someone just like that? However, not only did his yell not reduce the speed of the dagger's descent, it even increased the goatee male's determination in destroying Chuguyu's cultivation. The cold glare flashed past, and blood sputtered from Chuguyu's body. The dagger deeply stabbed into Chuguyu's dantian. At that instant, Chuguyu's face was deathly white like paper. The piercing pain in his dantian caused his entire body to tremble, but he did not wail. His eyes were just widened into a circle as he stared at his own dantian without looking away. He personally saw the spiritual energy that he accumulated for 8 years quickly flow away, until all of it left his body. Ah! I'll kill you! Suddenly, Chuguyu loudly yelled, and like a fierce tiger that exploded, he stood up with endless fury and leaped towards the goatee male. Bang! However, how could he, who lost his cultivation, defeat the goatee male? With a casual raise of his foot, he kicked Chuguyu away like a sandbag and he ferociously collided at the tavern's wall. When he landed, Chuguyu sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Innumerable bones were broken from that, but even so, Chuguyu still climbed up with everything he had and fiercely stared at the nearby goatee male. But it did nothing, as he did not have any strength. He didn't even have any strength to stand back up. Pretty much his entire body was shattered and crippled. From now on, you will be a diseased dog and you can only forever climb in front of me. Ha ha ha, the goatee male looked at Chuguyu madly with laughter, and his laughter was abnormally happy. As they faced that scene, the group of dog legs behind him also laughed, but their hearts couldn't help but tremble because the goatee male's methods were too cruel. Truly, those who offended him were better off dead than alive. At the same time that the goatee male was abusing Chuguyu, a white-headed eagle descended from the sky and neared the small tavern. The person who sat on the white-headed eagle was none other than Chu Feng. The current Chu Feng already extended his spirit power to the maximum and that made his hearing power very sensitive as well. So, when he heard a miserable cry, his face couldn't help but greatly change. He jumped off from the white-headed eagle, and with the Imperial Sky technique, he quickly rushed into the little tavern because he heard the miserable cry. He could tell that the cry was his elder brother's, Chuguyu's, voice. Chu Feng rushed into the tavern like lightning, and when he entered, he also brought along strong wind. When the wind rushed in, instantly, the tavern was stirred into a mess. Even the Lingyun school disciples in the tavern rolled around on the floor by the wind. Brother. After entering the tavern, Chu Feng's gaze was immediately locked onto Chuguyu's body. As he looked at him who laid on the floor with injuries everywhere on his body, Chu Feng's heart almost jumped out and he quickly went forward to prop him up. Brother, brother. Chuguyu lost his cultivation so he was in extreme pain, but Chu Feng's voice woke him up. When he raised his head and discovered that Chu Feng was right in front of him, he was even more shocked. However, when he swept with his gaze towards the goatee male and the others who climbed back up behind Chu Feng, he pushed Chu Feng away and loudly said, "Run! Brother, run! Brother! This person wouldn't be your trash younger brother who cultivates in the second-rate school, Chu Feng, right?" The corner of the goatee male's mouth brimmed into a strange and evil smile. At the same time, the dog legs behind him also understood the goatee male's meanings. They already blocked the entrance of the tavern to prevent Chu Feng from escaping. "Zhao Di, the person who offended you was me. If you have anything, do it towards me. I beg you, please let my younger brother go." When he saw that the goatee male cast his fierce gaze towards Chu Feng, Chuguyu knew that everything was not going well. He who was supported up by Chu Feng wanted to kneel back down to plead towards the goatee male. Bang! However, before even letting Chuguyu kneel down, a powerful big hand pulled him back up. It was Chu Feng. As Chu Feng supported his elder brother up, his pair of eyes were glaring at the goatee male who was sneering. He coldly asked, "Was it you who did this to my brother?" "That's right. I did it. What do you want to do? You, a mere second-rate school trash, can do what to me?" The goatee male mocked and laughed, but his laughter was unusually sinister. As the goatee male admitted, both of Chu Feng's eyes turned into a blood-red color and The ice-cold bloodlust that lingered all around his body instantly filled the entire tavern. He fiercely stared at the goatee male, and while gnashing his teeth, he said 8 words, "I will make you wish you were dead." Chapter 239, Blood splattered all over the floor. Chapter 239, Blood splattered all over the floor. Chu Feng's bloodlust was as bone-piercing as chilly air, and it could take away one's soul. Everyone who was on scene, from outside to inside, were frozen straight to the heart. They quivered from fear and they kept on backing away. Some people's legs even softened and knelt on the ground by that bloodlust. What is happening? This aura, scary. Is this boy even a person? Some people trembled as they said those words, and those words were echoed by everyone who were there. They were terrified by that killing intent. They were truly fearful. The fear came from their own hearts. What is there to be afraid of? He is but a trash from a second-rate school. Any one of us can pinch him to death with one finger. Just at that time, the goatee male angrily bellowed. His words did indeed increase quite a bit of confidence towards the dog legs behind him, because they were not aware what lingered around Chu Feng was bloodlust. They only knew that it wasn't pressure, so they could not determine Chu Feng's cultivation. However, subconsciously, they felt that Chu Feng's cultivation would not be too high. At least, he should not have entered the origin realm. So, the group of people stabilized their hearts and endured the fear in the hearts. Not only did they no longer back away, they even walked towards Chu Feng with malicious intents. They wanted to finish Chu Feng, who made them uneasy. "Brother, I know you can escape. Run. Leave me and run. As long as you live, my Chu family will have hope. You cannot die." Seeing that, Chu Guyu beared the pain in his body and roared at Chu Feng. The reason why he endured the abuse for half a year was because he didn't want his younger brother, Chu Feng, to have anything happen to him. However, at that moment, Chu Feng sent himself here. That made him unceasingly panic, because to him, he could be humiliated, his cultivation could be destroyed, but what he could not accept was anything happening to his younger brother. Run. He no longer has that chance. But just at that time, the goatee male suddenly attacked. A strong and powerful fist, with layers of origin power, was thrown towards Chu Feng. When that fist came, 10,000 of Chu Guyu's hopes turned into dust. He felt that his own younger brother was undoubtedly dead. He felt that his Chu family was completely finished. However, in the next second, he was thoroughly shocked. Chu Feng only barely raised his palm, and with a clear bang, he held the goatee male's fist into his hand. After that, his fist was completely crushed into pieces. Following that, Chu Feng waved his arm, and with a tearing sound, the goatee male's entire arm was pulled off. Blood and flesh flew everywhere and it sprayed into the air. The bloody scene made people frightened and horrified, however the one who was most scared was none other than the goatee male. He was in incomparable pain. His miserable cries were like wolves, ghosts, and a pig being slaughtered. You. At that instant, the expressions of everyone who was there greatly changed and they were stunned. Although the goatee male wasn't that strong, at least he was in the origin realm. How could his arm forcefully be ripped off by a second-rate school's disciple? But in the next instant, they finally saw Chu Feng's methods. It wasn't Chu Feng's powerful strength. It was the torturing methods that completely surpassed the goatee male's. They saw what true cruelty was. Chu Feng picked up the dagger that the goatee male dropped on the ground and started to cut the flesh away from his body, bit by bit. He was not even finished when eerie bones appeared after. He cut his entire body to the point where no flesh was complete. At that moment, the heart-tearing, lung-splitting, miserable cries rose up and down in the tavern. The goatee male painfully wailed as Chu Feng's methods were too much. It was too terrifying. The most terrifying methods were not be killed by people. It was the pain that one felt when they were still awake. Right in front of their eyes, Chu Feng was doing that. As they looked at the goatee male, who was completely bloody everywhere on his body, and other than the head, almost every single part of his body was forcibly cut into a skeleton, the faces of the Lingyun school disciples who looked already greened because they saw what a true demon was. There was already someone who was unable to bear all that and they turned around to run. However, they were not able to run out of the tavern. Rather, those who dared to go near the entrance of the tavern were instantly turned into a pool of blood as they sprayed all over the entrance. At that instant, blood formed rivers in the entrance of the tavern. Master. Please spare us. We were forced. Please spare our lives. At that instant, the people who were still in the tavern did not dare to advance, nor did they dare to retreat. All of them knelt on the ground and they were almost going to collapse. However, Chu Feng paid no attention to them and he continued exerting his violence towards the goatee male. At the same time, as he looked at the enemy who he was incomparably fearful towards before being made into such an unrecognizable state by his younger brother, and as he looked at the people who bullied him many times before kneeling in front of his younger brother while endlessly begging, Chu Guyu's face was already filled with shock. He finally understood why his younger brother did not have any intentions to retreat earlier. It was because his younger brother already grew up. He was able to easily kill those at the origin realm, and he was so strong that he could protect him, his elder brother. At that instant, tears filled Chu Guyu's face. He cried from being moved. He was not crying because of his pain, nor crying because of his grievances. He was crying because he was emotional. His Chu family finally saw the hope. The hope that he was always waiting for. Brother, it's enough. Let them go. Suddenly, Chu Guyu spoke. When he looked at his brother who made his great enemy into that state, his fury already disappeared and the hatred in his heart already faded away. The kind him could not bear seeing the goatee male tormented like that. Even if he injured him to that state, he also felt that the current actions by his younger brother already gave the goatee male a multiplied punishment. Brother. After hearing Chu Guyu's call, Chu Feng's blood-red eyes suddenly glittered. He who was filled by fury before finally came back to his senses. When he looked at his elder brother who was still bleeding and still enduring pain, Chu Feng didn't bother with the goatee male. He quickly went in front of his elder brother, took out a medicinal pill, and stuffed it into Chu Guyu's mouth. Thank you brother Guyu. Thank you brother Guyu. Seeing that, the ones who were most happy were none other than the people who were still kneeling in the tavern. They first kowtowed at Chu Guyu, then as they stumbled, they started to run out the tavern. To them at that very instant, the little tavern, the tavern that they knocked their heads on the ground for many times was just like an arena of carnage. It was so terrifying as it almost killed them. So, when they ran outside, it was as though they returned to the human world. How blessed was that feeling? How peaceful. Bang 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 bang. However, just as they thought that they escaped a calamity, with a thought from Chu Feng, they exploded and died like blood-colored fireworks one after the other and became many pools of blood. Chapter 240, Forbidden Spirit Formation. Chapter 240, Forbidden Spirit Formation. Brother, it's my fault. I'm useless. If I didn't come late, you wouldn't have. As he hugged Chu Guyu, he looked at his own elder brother's broken legs and pierced dantian. From the corner of Chu Feng's eyes, 2 streams of hot tears rolled down. He knew how important cultivation was to Chu Guyu, and he knew how painful he felt when his cultivation was destroyed. I'm fine, don't worry. Only you are my Chu family's hope. Chu Guyu's face was deathly white but a smile still hung on his face. After speaking those words, he closed his eyes and fainted away. Brother. Chu Feng was very anxious. He kept on shaking Chu Guyu, and he was truly afraid that Chu Guyu would sleep like that and never wake again, and that his closest family member would leave him just like that. Chu Feng, don't panic. Don't forget, you are a Grey Cloak world spiritist. Just at that time, Eggy's voice rang out. Eggy, is there any way to save my elder brother? I can't let him become a cripple. Absolutely not. Chu Feng nervously asked. Although he was a Grey Cloak world spiritist, the methods he knew were limited. So, he put all his hope onto Eggy. They are only broken bones. With your current methods, it is very easy to fix them. On the other hand, there is quite some difficulty to recover one's cultivation. However, it is not like there isn't any method. However, the chance of success for this is very small. But right now, you can only give it a try. Eggy said. What method? Eggy, quickly say it. Seeing that there was a way, Chu Feng was clearly a bit stirred up because no matter how distant the hope was, it was better than no hope at all. In the Azura world, there is a forbidden spirit formation. It can take away one's cultivation and transfer it to another person. Because this spirit formation is too cruel and the success rate is extremely low, and if it fails, he might not even keep his life. It is forbidden in my Azura world. World spirits are forbidden to pass this formation down to world spiritists. However, this forbidden spirit formation is the only method to help your elder brother recover his cultivation. Luckily, that guy over there hasn't died yet, so his cultivation can be taken. If it succeeds, your elder brother can become a person in the origin realm. However, if it fails, your elder brother will, Eggy explained. Eggy, can this forbidden formation be done after a day? Chu Feng asked. It can, however, if it fails, your elder brother's life would be lost. Are you prepared for that? Eggy responded with a question. I understand my elder brother very well. To him, cultivation is extremely important. If he did not have any cultivation, if he was unable to cultivate, it would be more painful for him to live than to die. I'll make this decision for my elder brother. Since this has to be done, I might as well do it more thoroughly. As Chu Feng looked at the goatee male, resolution emerged into his gaze. At first, Eggy didn't even understand Chu Feng's meaning. However, after Chu Feng brought the goatee male's objects back to the Lingyun school, and when an inner court elder hurriedly rushed towards the tavern, she understood Chu Feng's intentions. Dear. Damn, who did this to you? Ah. That old man was a Lingyun school's inner court elder, but at the same time, he was the goatee male's grandfather. He was the person who kicked Chu Guyu out of the Lingyun school. At that moment, the goatee male did not die yet. However, he could not even speak. His body already became a skeleton, but the internal organs were still undamaged. However, his appearance was abnormally terrifying. Seeing that his grandson was tortured to that state, the old man was both sorrowful and furious. At the same time that he was devastatingly grieved, he angrily went insane. He swore that if the person who tormented his grandson dared to appear in front of his face, he was absolutely going to cut that person's corpse into 10,000 pieces. Who did it? Get the hell out of here. I will skin you, pull your tendons, and cut your corpse into 10,000 pieces. That old man furiously howled. He emanated the aura of the first level of the profound realm, and it shook the ground to the point where it trembled. How did you know that I will skin you, pull your tendons, and cut your corpse into 10,000 pieces? Just at that moment, like a ghost, Chu Feng stood in front of the old man. At the same time, the strong pressure descended from the skies and forced the old man to kneel on the ground. You, who are you? My Zhao family has no grievances nor hatred towards you, so why did you need to treat my grandson like that? The old man roughly gasped from Chu Feng's pressure. On his face that was previously full of anger, instantly, it was replaced by fear and panic. He knew how strong the young man in front of him was, but he did not know when he made such a big enemy. After hearing the old man's question, Chu Feng only faintly smiled and said, I'm Chu Guyu's younger brother. What? You? At that instant, the old man suddenly understood, and at the same time, he was endlessly shocked. He never would have thought that Chu Guyu, who was so petty in the Lingyun school, had such a strong younger brother. So strong that even he was powerless in front of him. At that moment, the old man's face was like ash. He already gave up on resistance because when he saw the miserable state that his grandson was in as well as the nearby bloodstains, he already knew that this time, he angered a killing star. Begging was useless. The only thing he could do was to wait for death. Chu Feng slowly walked in front of the old man, then looked at the goatee male who was barely living and indifferently said, remember. In your next life, have better memory. You can touch some people, but those from my Chu family cannot be touched. After speaking, with a thought, 2 rows of blood were released and it sprayed over that land. Several days later, a group of people came into one of the cities in the Azure province. They were a young group. There were males and females, and the oldest were only young adults. Many were still teenagers. They bought a mansion in that place. That mansion was very luxurious, so luxurious that even the local rich families endlessly admired them because they who were viewed as wealthy didn't even have enough money to buy a mansion like that. Chu Guyu laid in a certain room in the mansion. Chu Yu, Chu Shui, Chu Cheng, Chu Zhen, Chu Wei, and all of the people from the Chu family's young generation were next to his bed. Even Chu Sun and Chu Hongfei were there. Pretty much other than Chu Feng, all of the Chu family's young generation who were still alive were there. Currently, they were gathered within that room and they lingered in front of Chu Guyu's bed. With faces full of worry, they stared at Chu Guyu and silently awaited his awakening. "He's awake! He's awake!" Suddenly, Chu Shui loudly yelled, and at that instant, everyone was stirred up. Some people even jumped in excitement, and many people went up to call Chu Guyu's name. "Chu Wei, Chu Yu, Chu Shui, why are you here? Where is this place?" As he looked at the familiar faces in front of him, Chu Guyu was a bit lost on what he should do. Seeing that, Chu Yu explained everything to Chu Guyu. It turned out that Chu Feng was afraid that the young generation of the Chu family would be in more danger. So, he told all of them to leave their schools and gather here. He bought the mansion and told them to change their names to live in that place. At that moment, Chu Feng already arranged everything. So, the Chu family's young generation also agreed with Chu Feng's thoughts and agreed to leave their schools. They peacefully remained in that area and concealed their identities. Chapter 241, The Strong Younger Brother. Chapter 241, The Strong Younger Brother. So it's like that. That's fine because this way, we, as a family, can reunite again. After knowing that everything was his own younger brother's arrangements, Chu Guyu felt quite relieved because it proved his younger brother's abilities. He was even more happy when he saw that every single family member was brimming with happy smiles as if all of them walked out from the pain of losing their families. That proved that his Chu family was very strong. Also, after the current Chu family experienced that change, they did not have barriers between one another like before. They understood the preciousness of family, and from that, they became more close. That was something that he wanted to see. "Brother Guyu, you need to get better quickly. We will need to rely on your protection." Chu Yu giggled and said. "Yeah Guyu, the current Chu family will be managed by you. We will need to rely on you." Chu Wei also happily smiled. After hearing the words of the two people, Chu Guyu was first at a loss, and quickly, the happy face instantly gloomed down as he bitterly smiled and said. "If it was before, indeed, I could rebuild the Chu family along with everyone. But the current me is already a cripple. I can't even use any strength, so don't mention about protecting all of you, and even more, don't mention about managing the Chu family. Brother Guyu, what kind of joke are you making? You became a cripple. Didn't a miracle happen and you became a powerful person in the profound realm?" Chu Shui sweetly smiled and said. "Yeah Guyu, don't tease us anymore. Everyone knows all about it, hee. At the same time, the crowd behind him all laughed, as if from their perspectives, what Chu Guyu just said was truly only a joke. A miracle happened. Became a powerful person in the profound realm. Chu Shui, what are you talking about? What nonsense is everyone talking about? At that instant, Chu Guyu's face changed greatly as he pointed at the crowd and angrily bellowed. From what he saw as a cripple, it was just as though he was being mocked when he was being described by them in such a way. Brother Guyu, you, as she saw that Chu Guyu was actually angrily, Chu Shui frightenedly backed away and she didn't know what to do. Also, all the Chu family members who were on scene put away their previous smiles and fog filled their heads. Fear even emerged onto their faces. Chu Yu was the first to react to that, and she lightly smiled at Chu Guyu and said, Brother Guyu, we know that at the same time that you met the miracle, you also received a rebound. However, Chu Feng said that as long as you peacefully rest for a while, everything will be fine. Right now, you are already an expert of the first level of the profound realm. 2 days ago, when you had a nightmare, the profound power from your body was emanated out. Everyone felt it. If you don't believe me, you can feel your own body for a moment. Yeah, Guyu, we really felt it. On that day, I almost got crushed to death by your pressure. At the same time, Chu Hongfei and the others nodded and agreed. As he looked at the serious expressions of the crowd, although Chu Guyu still had a foggy head, he still went and felt his own body. Although he did not expect anything, his bewildered expression instantly greatly changed, and it was replaced with indescribable shock. Sky flipping and ground turning change happened in his dantian, and it was completely different than what is previously understood. At that very instant, layers of endlessly strong aura kept on overflowing from his dantian and swept throughout his body. That aura was far above spiritual energy, and even origin power was left behind in the dust. It was profound power. He became an expert of the profound realm. Chuguyu felt as though he was in a dream and felt that it was so inconceivable. Even his body was trembling. Clearly, his cultivation was already destroyed, so how did he so mysteriously become someone in the profound realm? Whoosh! To confirm his current body, Chuguyu suddenly leaped off the bed, and tapped the feet with his toes. Like an arrow leaving a bow, he shot and flew out like the wind. The lightning-fast speed pretty much made everyone in the room shocked, and following that, mad joy appeared on their faces as they followed out. At that instant, Chuguyu was standing in the courtyard. As he raised his hands and feet, profound power moved. Suddenly, he threw his fist towards the sky. Strong profound power condensed into a huge fist and rushed up. I'm really in the profound realm. This isn't a dream, right? After confirming his own strength, although Chuguyu was extremely joyful, he also had his doubts because he discovered that not only did great change happen to his cultivation, even his broken legs recovered, and it was as if it was even more powerful and agile than before. Brother Guyu, all of this is true. You really became a person in the profound realm. As she saw that, Chuyu giggled and said. At the same time, all of the Chu family's young generation couldn't help but cheer. Before, the strongest person in the Chu family was only Chu Yuanba, who was at the first level of the origin realm. Yet at that moment, someone in the first level of the profound realm appeared, and he was even so young. How could they not be happy? Besides, not only did Chuguyu's cultivation make them happy. Other than Chuguyu, there was even Chu Feng in the Chu family who had terrifying cultivation and was currently building himself up. Also, even they did not need to worry about cultivation anymore, because at that moment, the Chu family could truly not be comparable to the past. No matter how mediocre their talent was, they could have certain achievements. After that, Chuyu told Chuguyu to go into a room by himself. She told him that she didn't know what happened to him, but what Chu Feng said was that Chuguyu had a miracle, and because of the rebound, he was in a coma and didn't wake up. However, he only needed a period of time to rest and then he would be healed. Chuguyu at that moment would be an expert in the first level of the profound realm, and also at that moment, Chuguyu would be the master of the Chu family. At that instant, Chuguyu finally understood something. Although it was quite unbelievable, he still guessed that the reason why both of his legs recovered and he had the cultivation of the first level of the profound realm was all because it was bestowed by his younger brother, Chu Feng. Chuyu, actually, I'm quite curious. What methods did Chu Feng use to make the young generation of my Chu family willing to leave their schools and to all gather here? Chuguyu curiously asked. He understood the young generation of the Chu family extremely well. He knew that they were not such obedient people, and especially after the extermination of their family and the pain of losing them, they would not become that friendly. They would harbor deep grudges towards Chu Feng and it would possibly even last forever. Yet now, they were able to be so united and every single person was so happy, as if the future was filled with hope. They didn't even have half a word of hatred towards Chu Feng, rather, there was even hidden respect from their words. That did not make sense at all, so it meant that Chu Feng must have done something. About that, it could be said that Chu Feng used his strength to convince everyone. Of course. He showed that strength by promising a large amount of cultivating resources to everyone. Oh, that's right. These cultivating resources will need to be handled by you. Every month, distribute some to everyone at the same time, because right now, you are the master of my Chu family. As Chuyu smiled, she handed a cosmos sack over to Chuguyu. As he received the cosmos sack, he was even muttering in his heart. How would the cultivating resources be able to turn the Chu family into that state? Heavens, this, after he checked the resources in the cosmos sack, his face instantly changed greatly and he was thoroughly shocked. He discovered with astonishment that there were simply innumerable spiritual medicines in the cosmos sack. Origin medicines were even counted by tens of thousands, and there were even several thousand origin beads as well as many priceless profound medicines. Those resources were truly too terrifying. It was not even imaginable by him before. Everything that happened today shook Chuguyu's soul again and again. He only calmed down after a good while, and he sighed and said, "What stage has my younger brother grown to?" Chapter 242, The Day of the Arranged Battle. Chapter 242, The Day of the Arranged Battle. Today was a grand day for the Azure Province's second-rate school, the Azure Dragon School. Almost all of the outer court disciples, inner court disciples, and even core disciples all stopped their cultivation outside and returned to the Azure Dragon School. Because on the same day 1 year ago, a nameless young male who just entered the core zone challenged the #1 disciple in the Azure Dragon School, Gong Luyun, and also arranged for a life and death battle that was going to happen today. Normally, such a nameless young man would not be seen as important by Gong Luyun, nor valued by the elders and disciples from the Azure Dragon School. However, that young man couldn't avoid but be seen as important because he became the direct disciple of the only world spiritist in the Azure Dragon School, Zhuge Liuyun. Also, over half a year ago, that young man was able to use the cultivation of the first level of the Origin Realm to easily kill off an expert of the 5th level of the Origin Realm, and his name was Chu Feng. If it was said that Chu Feng that year was unknown and was the laughing stock in countless number of people's eyes, then the current Chu Feng already became the genius that no one did not know within several miles of the Azure Dragon School. Almost no one dared to be disrespectful towards him anymore. At that moment, half a year had passed and no one knew what stage Chu Feng had developed into. However, the one thing that could be confirmed was that the young man who was lowly thought of before was valued by many people now. Some people even felt that the outcome of today's battle was unanticipatable. After all, Gong Luyun said the grand words of, as long as Chu Feng was able to block 3 of his strikes, Chu Feng would be the one who won. Although Gong Luyun was indeed very strong as the #1 disciple in the Azure Dragon School and he was quite famous within many #1 disciples in various second-rate schools, Chu Feng's methods were very special as well and his battle powers completely exceeded people's imagination. So, many people felt that if he only needed to block 3 of Gong Luyun's strikes, perhaps Chu Feng really could do it if he gave it his all. All in all, that battle raised the interest of everyone in the Azure Dragon School, and in order to let many more people see that fight, the higher-ups of the Azure Dragon School specially built a huge arena on one of the Azure Dragon School's mountain peaks. The construction of the arena started half a year ago. It was large enough to contain 1 million people, and it was separated into viewing seats for elders, viewing seats for core disciples, viewing seats for inner court disciples, and even viewing seats for outer court disciples. In short, everyone in the Azure Dragon School could comfortably watch the arranged battle. I never would have thought that the arranged battle that seemed insignificant would cause such a sensation. Oh, looking at my Azure Dragon School's disciples' excited faces, perhaps this arranged battle is a good thing. I do hope so. However, it would not be good if either Gong Luyun or Chu Feng dies. In the critical moments, I believe that Lord Schoolhead will appear. After all, he has hid himself for so many years, and it's time for him to show himself. Also, with the scene today, if things really gets out of control, only he would be able to stabilize it. The Azure Dragon School's 6 protectors sat within the viewing seats for elders. As they looked at the disciples who formed mountains and oceans in the arena while being in high spirits, they were both moved, yet worried. The head of the Azure Dragon School was a mysterious character. Other than them and Zhuge Liuyun, almost no one else knew who the head of the Azure Dragon School was. The authority over the Azure Dragon School was always in their hands. So today, the pressure they received increased by several times as well. My lords, this isn't good. Just at that time, the door to the viewing seats for the elders was suddenly opened by someone. A core disciple hurriedly ran in and panic was all over his face. Don't panic, what happened? Speak slowly. The 6 protectors were the current people who led the Azure Dragon School. So, they were quite calm and experienced in a situation like this, so with a simple sentence, the disciples' anxious emotions were calmed. My lords, school heads and manager elders from many other schools are currently coming towards the Azure Dragon School. That core disciple nervously said. How many people? After hearing those words, the 6 protectors also tightly frowned and they felt that the matter was a bit strange. There are a lot of people. The nearby second-rate schools are coming, and from early estimations, there are at least people from over 20 schools. That disciple replied. There's something like that. Quickly, go. At that instant, the 6 protectors also could no longer remain calm. With the wave of their big sleeves, they quickly hurried towards the entrance of the Azure Dragon School to investigate what was happening. When the 6 protectors arrived at the Azure Dragon School's entrance, they shockingly discovered that there was indeed a huge group of people grandly heading towards the Azure Dragon School. That group of people were absolutely not to be underestimated. They were formed by the heads of over 20 nearby schools, as well as the manager elders and the strongest disciples. There were already dozens of profound realm experts within them. As they saw that formation, even the 6 protectors were frightened. After all, the average strength of the 6 of them was only the 3rd level of the profound realm. If that group of people really had ill intents towards the Azure Dragon School, clearly, they would be defeated. But luckily, after the school heads saw the 6 protectors, they brought smiles onto their faces. That couldn't help but make the 6 protectors calm down, because as they looked at their attitudes, obviously, they were not there to attack the Azure Dragon School. Rather, there seemed to be a good occasion. Later on, the 6 protectors found out that they came for the arranged battle between Gong Luyun and Chu Feng. As for how they got hold of that news, it was because several days ago, all of them received an invitation, and that invitation was sent out by the guest elder of the Azure Dragon School, Zhuge Liuyun. Although it was said like that, the 6 protectors were completely unprepared. However, they could naturally not lock the grand characters outside, so they quickly changed the viewing seats for elders in the arena into viewing seats for guests to welcome them. What is Zhuge Liuyun doing? Without even notifying us, he sent out such invitation with the name of the Azure Dragon School. After arranging the group of people, the old lady within the 6 protectors was a bit angry. Perhaps he was afraid that Gong Luyun would go back on the rules of the arranged battle made back then, so he wanted to invite the people from these schools to witness this battle. After all, no matter how much stronger Zhuge Liuyun gets, he can't get any stronger than the entire Black Tortoise City. After all, behind the Black Tortoise City, there is even a Lin Ran. He's the head manager of the Lin clan in the Qilin Prince's mansion. Another elder smiled and said, "I've already heard of this before. If the selfish old Zhuge Liuyun can do all this for Chu Feng, it could be seen that he treats Chu Feng quite well. However, if a character like Lin Ran protects Gong Luyun no matter what, it would most likely be useless even if Zhuge Liuyun invited some great character from first-rate schools. In the Azure Province, who would dare to offend Lin Ran? Ah, that's true. However, this counts as Zhuge Liuyun giving Chu Feng, his only disciple, a bit of help, right?" After guessing Zhuge Liuyun's intentions, the 6 protectors sighed for Zhuge Liuyun's painstaking efforts. Chapter 243, Mysterious Powers. Chapter 243, Mysterious Powers. After that, many second-rate school heads, manager elders, and strongest disciples continuously arrived. From more estimations, there were almost 100 second-rate schools who went to watch the arranged battle. So many second-rate schools gathering together was already a hard-to-see occasion. So, when all those esteemed big characters came there, naturally, a commotion would be risen in the Azure Dragon School, and all of the disciples from the Azure Dragon School became excited. Putting aside whether the arranged battle today was going to be entertaining or not, as so many strong school head-level characters were only there to observe some fight between Azure Dragon School's disciples that already showed the Azure Dragon School's influential power. Naturally, it made them, as the Azure Dragon School's disciple, feel incomparably proud. Isn't that the city lord of the Vermilion Bird City, Su Hen? Even he came. If it was said that the arrival of various schools was already quite unexpected, then the arrival of Su Hen along with a group of powerful people from the Vermilion Bird City was even more unexpected. The Vermilion Bird City was quite well known within first-rate cities, and Su Hen was already a powerful person in the 6th level of the Profound Realm. Within the city, there were also some people in the Profound Realm. That strength really was quite superior to many schools who were on scene. However, the most eye-grabbing appearance in the arranged battle was the army from the Black Tortoise City. Their arrival was completely expected. However, their formation was completely unexpected. The city lord of the Black Tortoise City, Gong Luyun's father, Gong Tianping, was a cultivator in the 7th level of the Profound Realm. Within the many manager elders from the Black Tortoise City, there were 30 that entered the Profound Realm. Even some first-rate schools were inferior to that. So, that was why the current Black Tortoise City was publicly recognized as the #1 city within all the Azure Province's first-rate cities. This time, the Black Tortoise City pretty much sent out all their powerful people from their city. However, the most shocking thing was that other than the people from the Black Tortoise City, there were also some first-rate school heads behind them as well as some manager elders. They chatted with Gong Tianping as they arrived to the Azure Dragon School. One of the main characters of this arranged battle, Gong Luyun, also had some first-rate school disciples around him. Some chatted and some laughed as they appeared within people's line of sight. The Gong family actually got close to some first-rate school heads. It seems that Chu Feng won't have much luck this time. After the Black Tortoise City people appeared, the various second-rate school heads started to gather together to have discussions. Even they were stunned by the Black Tortoise City's formation, because no matter if it was the Black Tortoise City itself, or those first-rate school, neither one of them could be held back by the Azure Dragon School, let alone all those strong powers gathered together. Ah, the distance is too big. Not to mention the powers behind Senior Gong, just Senior Gong himself is a rare genius. I heard a few days ago, even the #1 disciple from the first-rate school, the Wind Listener School, was even defeated by him. Right now, Senior Gong is already an expert of the 4th level of the Profound Realm, and he is one of the leading characters of the Azure Province's young generation. Really? That is quite exceptional. 1 year ago, Senior Gong just entered the Profound Realm. With the time of 1 year, he actually made breakthroughs for 3 levels and entered the 4th level of the Profound Realm. That rate of improvement is too terrifying. As expected from Senior Gong, his talent is indeed peerless. That poor brat Chu Feng wants to fight against Senior Gong. He doesn't know his limits. It can't be said that way. No matter how you say it, Chu Feng still has extremely good talent. He is a genius that has battle power which allows him to defeat those who are 4 levels above him. Don't forget that he easily defeated Wu Jiu, who was at the 5th level of the Origin Realm, with his cultivation of the 1st level of the Origin Realm. Besides, it's not like Chu Feng has no background. My Azure Dragon School's Elder Zhuge is his master, right? So what if Chu Feng has Elder Zhuge as his master? He thinks that he found someone to rely on just like that. He can do whatever he wishes just like that. Know that Senior Gong's foster grandfather is the head manager of the Lin clan of the Qilin Prince's mansion, Lin Ran. That's right. Although Zhuge Liuyun is indeed quite a character in my Azure Dragon School, when compared to Lord Lin Ran, he isn't even fart. There is no doubt in today's battle. Senior Gong can certainly kill Chu Feng with one slap. After Gong Luyun appeared, the arena was instantly turned into a mess. Everyone sighed in admiration towards Gong Luyun's cultivation and background, and at that instant, some elders and disciples who had expectations towards Chu Feng also lost confidence in him. Ayo, just at that time, a cry suddenly rang out from the sky. Following that, several ear-piercing cries endlessly came from the sky, and it completely reverberated in that place. Change like that made people stunned, and everyone on scene couldn't help but raise their head to look. They wanted to see what was happening, and even though they did not expect much, after looking, they were instantly dumbfounded and stupefied by the scene in the sky. In the sunny and clear sky, several hundred silhouettes appeared. They were white-headed eagles. White-headed eagles that were extremely precious. White-headed eagles' preciousness meant that even first-rate schools only had a dozen or so, and many second-rate schools didn't even have any. Yet at that moment, several hundred appeared, and all of them were priceless, top-quality, white-headed eagles. Naturally, that made people endlessly shocked. Heavens, who are they to show such a grand appearance? Many people involuntarily yelled in surprise. Would it be the people from the Qilin Prince's mansion? After all, Lin Ran is Gong Luyun's foster grandfather, and as his grandfather, naturally he would not ignore Gong Luyun's life and death battle with someone. It isn't. Even if the Qilin Prince's mansion is wealthy, after all, Lin Ran is only the head manager of the Lin clan, and even he cannot gather so many white-headed eagles. What kind of people are coming to the Azure Dragon School? From this grand scene, it would certainly be super-huge characters from a super-huge power. Is it possible that even the Lingyun school was moved? As they looked at the scene in the air, everyone kept on guessing, yet they could find the answer. They could only keep on staring in the air while awaiting for the answer to reveal itself. Under the gazes of near 1 million people, a single white-headed eagle that was circling around in the air suddenly descended from the sky. Following that, every single other white-headed eagle dropped down as well, and at the end, landed in the middle of the arena. After those people landed, the originally endlessly shocked crowd even widened their mouths in shock. There were even many people who forgot to breathe. Some people even laid on the floor after being frightened, and their bodies even started to twitch. It was because the people on the several hundred white-headed eagles all had long cloaks with symbols. From their appearances, it was clear that they were world spiritists. There was a good several hundred world spiritists, and gray-colored long cloaks were even on the bodies of 20 of them. They were grey-cloak world spiritists. How rare were world spiritists! Yet several hundred them appeared there. How outstanding were grey-cloak world spiritists! At that moment, only 3 appeared in the Azure province, but at that very instant, at that place, 20 of them appeared. When such people came to that place, undoubtedly, it shook everyone who was there. No matter if they appeared in the second-rate school, the Azure Dragon School, or if they appeared in the Qilin Prince's mansion or the Lingyun School, the same commotion would still have happened. Chapter 244, It's Actually Chu Feng. Chapter 244, It's Actually Chu Feng. Who are they? They are all world spiritists. There are even people wearing gray-colored cloaks, so are they the legendary grey-cloak world spiritists? Why are there 20? There are 20 grey-cloak world spiritists. A disciple who was slightly knowledgeable yelled out in surprise, and after that, more yells came out. Everyone who was on scene were stunned by the world spiritists who had unknown origins. The 6 protectors of the Azure Dragon School had black lines all over their foreheads and their hearts were filled with uneasiness. They were extremely afraid that the group of world spiritists came there with malicious intents. If it was said that a single second-rate school could be used by a white-cloak world spiritist, then several first-rate schools could be used by a single grey-cloak world spiritist. What did the current several hundred white-cloak world spiritists and 20 grey-cloak world spiritists represent? Although they were only several hundred people, if they wanted to, they could use the entire Azure province's schools and they would be able to move an army of several tens of millions, or even several hundred millions. That rallying power was unimaginable. How could the little Azure Dragon School offend such a group of great characters? Not only were the people from the Azure Dragon School uneasily. Almost everyone was very uneasy. Even the city lord of the Black Tortoise City, Gong Tianping, and the other first-rate school heads were no exception. All of them were guessing where such a group of big characters came from. Everyone was also guessing why the group of big characters came. Look. The symbol on their chests. They're people from the World Spirit Guild. Suddenly, a first-rate school head cried in surprise. World Spirit Guild. The organization that gathers the most outstanding world spiritist in the 9 provinces and is the main power in the Spirit Province. Are they really people from the World Spirit Guild? After hearing those words, the people in the guest viewing seats couldn't help but inhale a breath of cool air. On their originally uneasy faces, shock emerged again. What was the World Spirit Guild? Perhaps normal people did not know, but the school heads of the various powers naturally knew. Not only was the World Spirit Guild the overlord power in the Spirit Province, they were also one of the several strongest powers in the entire 9 provinces. Since the strongest world spiritists in the 9 provinces gathered in the World Spirit Guild, strong powers from many places tried their best to befriend the World Spirit Guild. Even the overlord of the 9 provinces, the Jiang dynasty, secretly had dealings with the World Spirit Guild. If it was said that the Lingyun School was the #1 school in the Azure province, when compared to the World Spirit Guild, they weren't even fart. The World Spirit Guild was truly a huge monster, and it was one of the biggest powers in the continent. The most shocking thing was, why did such a group of powerful characters come to the Azure province? Why did they come to the Azure Dragon School? Didn't they look down on the Azure province and felt disdain towards the Azure province? As countless people yelled in surprise, and as they were stared by nearly 1 million gazes, the crowd from the World Spirit Guild stood just like that on the huge stage. Every single person was tightly covered by their World Spirit cloak and no one could see their appearances clearly. Suddenly, a white-cloak world spiritist went a few steps forward and walked in front of all the world spiritists. In front of the crowd, he slowly raised his hand and took off the hood that covered his face. At that instant, everyone's gazes were tightly staring at him and even their heartbeats rose up and down according to his movements. They truly wanted to know what kind of face would be under that hood, and what appearance did the character from the World Spirit Guild have. It's him. After the hood was taken off, everyone from the Azure Dragon School couldn't help but yell in surprise because they saw a very familiar face. But compared to the shock and confusion of the disciples and elders, Gong Liyun's expression was quite a bit more wonderful. His eyebrows were tightly frowning, his gaze was tightly locked, his fists were tightly clenched, and his body was trembling. A single word was revealed all over his body. Unacceptable. Who is this young man? Under the yells of disbelieving surprise from innumerable people, and under the incomparably shocked gazes of innumerable people, some people who were unclear curiously asked. He's the young man who challenged Gong Luyun 1 year ago. A core disciple of the Azure Dragon School, one of the main characters in today's arranged battle, Chu Feng. What? He's Chu Feng. He became a world spiritist at such an age. Has he even joined the World Spirit Guild at such an age? Is this true or false? You aren't lying to me, right? Wasn't it said that Chu Feng was garbage? How can he have such status? How can he have such background? It won't be wrong. He is the disciple of my Azure Dragon School, Chu Feng, without a doubt. When the name Chu Feng was spread out, the people who never even seen Chu Feng before sank into shock. When another white cloak world spiritist walked out, took off his hood, and spoke the following sentences, everyone on scene were shocked once again. 6 protectors, what are you thinking about? Why aren't you quickly welcoming my Azure Dragon School's esteemed guests, friends from the World Spirit Guild? It was Zhuge Liuyun. The current him also had the symbol for the World Spirit Guild, and very highly, he pointed at the 6 protectors and roared. At that instant, the 6 protectors were already bewildered. Even though they controlled the Azure Dragon School, when have they ever seen such a grand formation? They were blankly standing there and they didn't know what to do. 6 old things, why aren't you quickly welcoming the guests? Seeing that, Zhuge Liuyun roared again. Yes, sir. This time, the 6 protectors finally reacted and they did not dare to hesitate anymore. As they ran while stumbling, they grovelingly ran over and respectfully led the World Spirit Guild crowd as well as Zhuge Liuyun to the most optimal guest viewing seats. Even though the faces of the various powerful people from the World Spirit Guild were covered and people could not see their appearances, from them nodding to the 6 protectors, it could be seen they did not look down on the 6 protectors, and they didn't look down on the Azure Dragon School. Rather, they were quite polite and they truly came to the Azure Dragon School as a guest. Heavens, they are really the Azure Dragon School's guests. But how could the Azure Dragon School invite such characters over? Did they come for the arranged battle? They came for Chu Feng. Impressive. This is too impressive. Many people said that Chu Feng was trash, yet he already became a world spiritist and even joined into one of the strongest powers in the continent, the World Spirit Guild. Many people said that Chu Feng had no background, but now he moved the overlord power of the Spirit Province over. In front of the World Spirit Guild, not to mention the Black Tortoise City, even the various first-rate schools, including the Qilin Prince's Mansion, and the Lingyun School would not dare to be too wild. Is this called no background? Is this called no strength? At that instant, people kept on sighing and kept on surprisingly yelling. Many people even started praising without restraint. The people who belittled Chu Feng and felt that he could not win lowered their heads and did not speak. Especially on the face of the Vermilion Bird City's lord, Su Hen, there was regret. He hiddenly sighed in his heart, I never would have thought that Chu Feng would be so outstanding. Not only did he become a world spiritist, he even got into a relationship with the overlord of the Spirit Province, the World Spirit Guild. If I knew that his talent would be so heaven-defying, I really shouldn't have kept Little Ro and Little Mei away from him. Chapter 245, 1 year ago. Chapter 245, 1 year ago. With a heart filled with regret, it made Su Hen cast his gaze toward the 2 daughters next to him. Only then did he discover that Su Ro and Su Mei filled their faces with joy, and their smiles they had were called happy. It could be seen that the 2 of them really had been moved by Chu Feng. At that instant, Su Hen truly wanted to go over to his 2 daughters and say, Chu Feng is a really rare genius, and he also has feelings towards you. He also said that he wanted to marry you too, so you should have more relations with Chu Feng. If he still wants to marry you too and become my Su family's daughter's husband, in the future, my Su family would certainly move up and my Su family wouldn't be as simple as only being the ruler of the Vermilion Bird City. However, Su Hen could only think about that, because as long as he remembered when he told his 2 daughters to stay away and don't interact with Chu Feng anymore at the time when Chu Feng's family was exterminated a few months ago, as well as at the time that Chu Feng most needed help, even he could not do it. At first, he felt that Chu Feng was in danger. So, to avoid being dragged down by him, he let his own daughters stay away from Chu Feng. Yet now, he discovered that Chu Feng had quite a future. So, in order to let the Su family develop, he wanted his daughters to get closer to Chu Feng. Even he felt that those words were unspeakable. Of course, the reason why he did not say anything was not only completely because he didn't feel good about it. He also suddenly remembered Mr. Greycloak who exterminated the Shangguan family, and remembered the letter that Mr. Greycloak gave him. As he thought of the cruel methods from Mr. Greycloak, he had no choice but to dispel the thoughts of letting his daughters marry Chu Feng. Under the gazes of countless people, and after the big characters from the World Spirit Guild were welcomed to the guest viewing seats, only Chu Feng remained on the huge fighting stage in the middle of the arena. Suddenly, Chu Feng took off his World Spirit white cloak and revealed the clothing for the Azure Dragon School's core disciple. At that instant, Chu Feng seemed abnormally domineering. As he stood on the stage, he was not afraid, and he was not panicking in from the gazes of the crowd. His eyes were like torches, and as he looked around, he loudly said, "1 year ago today, I, Chu Feng, stepped into the Azure Dragon School's core zone for the first time and became a core disciple in the Azure Dragon School. That was a day that I, Chu Feng, felt honored and proud because I proved myself. I proved that I had the qualifications to become a core disciple in the Azure Dragon School. However, also on that day, I was bullied by a disciple. He did whatever he wished without fear, and with the status of being the #1 disciple in the Azure Dragon School, and with the cultivation of the first level of the Profound Realm, he stamped on us new disciples' dignity and forced us to break apart our alliance. When pressured by him, many people chose to obey. However, I, Chu Feng, was not willing to. Creating alliances is an action allowed by the school. The school head did not restrict it. The elders did not restrict it. On what basis did he, a mere disciple, restrict it on? However, my resistance attracted his retaliation. He ignored the school rules, he ignored the relationship of being from the same school, and he attacked me in front of the crowd of disciples. He, who was 20 years old and had the cultivation of the Profound Realm, attacked me, who was only 15 years old and had the cultivation of the Spirit Realm. He forced me to kneel and to beg for forgiveness. He stepped on my dignity, and even wanted to take my life. If it wasn't for the assistance of the school's elderly, I, Chu Feng, would have already died by his hands. I would have been miserably killed by this disciple who did not care about the laws of the school. However, when he committed such a crime in front of the crowd, no one felt that he was wrong. Rather, they looked at me with gazes of mock. They felt that me, a petty little new disciple, should die as punishment after offending the #1 disciple. They felt that being humiliated was also reasonable. However, I, Chu Feng, was not willing to accept that. If he wasn't older than me, if his time of cultivation wasn't longer than me, my cultivation would not be weaker than him. My strength would not be weaker than him. Why did I need to be humiliated, to be killed, before I even had the time to grow? And everyone felt that I was inferior to him. So, under the taunting gazes of everyone, I challenged the so-called #1 disciple. I wanted him to fight me again 1 year later. At that time, I would cleanse myself of all the humiliations. I would let him know that if I had a certain amount of time, I would certainly not be any weaker than him. As for him, not only did he promise that, he even spoke arrogantly and said that as long as I could take 3 of his strikes, he would kill himself. He would take his own life. Today, 1 year has passed, and it is time to fulfill the arrangement from 1 year ago. I, Chu Feng, am already standing here. The so-called #1 disciple. Where are you? Every single word from Chu Feng was loud and clear, and every single word was like thunder. He reiterated the causes of the battle today, and successfully pointed all the criticisms towards Gong Luyun. After knowing the truth, many people admired Chu Feng's courage quite a bit. As he faced the unreasonable strength, he did not lower his head, and he even set an arranged battle to wash away shame. Not just any person dared to do that. At the same time, a huge blow was dealt to Gong Luyun image. Although people respected this world's powerful people, they would still dislike people who ignored rules and casually killed those from the same school. Humph, Chu Feng, those are truly shameless words of boasting. At the same time, an angry bellow also rang out from a certain place in the guests' viewing seats. After that, a body explosively shot out and landed on the fighting stage like a meteorite. The person who stood in front of Chu Feng was none other than Gong Luyun. Chu Feng. I, Gong Luyun, will not be the same as you to attack with words. Today, I am only here to respect the arranged battle from 1 year ago, and to take care of something that should have been taken care 1 year ago. I'm here to take care of you. But if you're afraid, you can kneel and beg right now. For the sake of the faces of the many esteemed guests right now, I can spare your life. Gong Luyun had a tall and straight body, with a handsome yet cold face. He did indeed have the airs of being the #1 disciple, and it caused many females to hiddenly have feelings towards him. Gong Luyun, no need to waste any time on useless words. Go ahead and attack. It's only 3 attacks, and see how I, Chu Feng, take them on. Chu Feng lightly smiled and stuck his middle finger up to Gong Luyun. Since you want to die so fast, today, I'll grant you that wish. Gong Luyun first yelled, and invisible profound power exploded from his body like a volcano. After that, he threw a fist at Chu Feng. The profound power that came from his body became an invisible huge fist, and with terrifying might, it flew towards Chu Feng. What a strong method! Such strong profound power. Gong Luyun really entered the 4th level of the profound realm. He's too strong. It seems like the rumor that Gong Luyun defeated the #1 disciple from the Wind Listener School was true. If he entered the 4th level of the profound realm at such an age already, how outstanding would he be in the future? Gong Luyun completely revealed the cultivation of the 4th level of the profound realm. At the same time that he made many experts sigh in admiration, even more gazes were cast towards Chu Feng. They were all thinking, could such a weak Chu Feng truly block that punch? Chapter 246, The Might of 3 Fists. Chapter 246, The Might of 3 Fists. Profound power lingered, and like a dragon's roar and a tiger's howl, the fist came flying over along with strong wind. As he faced such a powerful fist from Gong Luyun, even Chu Feng tightly frowned, and he couldn't help but back 1 step away. He did not dare to underestimate that attack, and he quickly displayed the unique methods for world spiritists by condensing a translucent spirit formation in front of him. However, when the profound power fist came flying over, the spirit formation wall that was just condensed out shattered, and it had no way of blocking Gong Luyun's fist. Crap, Chu Feng can't block the fist. At that instant, those who had relationships with Chu Feng and hoped that he would win were incomparably frightened, and they deeply broke into cold sweat for Chu Feng, because Gong Luyun's fist was truly strong. After breaking the spirit formation, not only did its power not diminish, it even arrived in front of Chu Feng. At that instant, the experts who saw the situation clearly couldn't avoid but feel some regret. Gong Luyun was truly too strong, and he should not be staying in the Azure Dragon School. Even the #1 disciple in the first-rate school, the Wind Listener School, was defeated by him. Some school heads even sighed and felt that they were inferior when they saw that strength. As for Chu Feng, he was in the spirit realm 1 year ago, and even if he had spirit power, even if he was a world spiritist, even if his talent broke all common sense, what stage could he develop into with only the time of 1 year? How could he block the attack of a powerful person at the 4th level of the profound realm? So, many people felt that Chu Feng could not stop that attack. However, when a large portion of the people felt that Chu Feng was undoubtedly dead and felt pity for the rare genius, Chu Feng operated the mysterious technique in his body. Lightning rose from his feet, and as he body floated, he slid to the side like light and dodged Gong Luyun's attack. Look! He dodged it. Chu Feng dodged it. He actually dodged Gong Luyun's attack. Heavens! How is that possible? He is clearly only in the 7th level of the origin realm, so how is it possible that he dodged the attack from a person in the 4th level of the profound realm? Does Chu Feng really defy common sense? Wait. Wasn't Chu Feng only in the spirit realm a year ago? How is he in the 7th level of the origin realm today? Did he make several breakthroughs in 1 year? After seeing that Chu Feng successfully dodged it, many people widened their eyes, opened their mouths, and couldn't help but yell in surprise. All of you really find it strange since you find it rare. You only know that Gong Luyun is a genius, but you don't know that Chu Feng is a monster. Remember. Exactly 1 year ago, Chu Feng was in the 7th level of the spirit realm. So, Chu Feng didn't make several breakthroughs through levels. With 1 year, he jumped over an entire realm. Also, Don't feel surprised since he was able to dodge Gong Luyun attack of the 4th level of the Profound Realm with the cultivation of the 7th level of the Origin Realm. His battle power is indeed this shocking. Half a year ago, Chu Feng beheaded a person in the 5th level of the Origin Realm with the cultivation of the 1st level of the Origin Realm, and he even did it so casually. So, this boy's high battle power does completely defy common sense, and it exceeds your imaginations. At the same time, some people who understood the situation better started to proudly announce Chu Feng's overpowering past achievements. After knowing everything, some people even doubted whether it was true or false. However, those who had no suspicions dropped their jaws straight to the ground, and with a face full of shock, they said 5 words, "Is he even a person?" However, Chu Feng didn't even have time to listen to the various cries of surprise from the crowd. At that instant, sweat was everywhere on his forehead because the fist just now really did not allow for any underestimation. When compared to others, Gong Luyun did indeed have some ability. However, even though the fist just now was quite dangerous, Chu Feng, who successfully dodged it, still smugly smiled, and said to Gong Luyun, "There are 2 more strikes. If you can't kill me, your life will have to be thrown away." I only used 1/10 of my power for the first attack and I just wanted to test your capabilities. I won't be merciful for the second fist. As he was being taunted by Chu Feng, Gong Luyun's face slightly changed and he felt that he had no more face. So, he operated the mysterious technique and threw another fist at Chu Feng. That fist was even quicker than before, and stronger than before. No matter if he truly only used 1/10 of his power for his previous strike or not, it had to be admitted that Gong Luyun's second fist was indeed a lot fiercer than the first one. However, after experiencing the power of the first fist, Chu Feng became a lot more careful and he didn't waste any time to truly block it. At the instant that the second fist came out, he used his spirit power to confirm the direction of the attack. Immediately, he used his bodily martial skill and dodged the attack just as it arrived in front of him. He dodged it again. This is too impressive. He really dodged it. If the first time was luck, then the second time was certainly skill. Chu Feng dodged Gong Luyun's attack again and everyone made ear-piercing yells of surprise again. It was a lot more exciting than before, because people truly felt speechless towards Chu Feng's talent and strength. They were shocked by his battle power, but compared to the observers who were entertained, the people who were close to Gong Luyun tightly frowned and started to get nervous. The arranged battle of 1 year. Gong Luyun had to kill Chu Feng within 3 strikes, or else he would suicide on scene. Those were the bold words said by himself, so naturally, he could not take them back. Yet right now, after 2 strikes, not only was Chu Feng not dead, he was not even harmed in the slightest. If Chu Feng could not be killed after the 3rd strike by Gong Luyun, the person who had to die was himself. In reality, even Gong Luyun himself tightly frowned. Droplets of sweat as big as beads appeared on his forehead. Actually, he was hesitating. Hesitating how much power he should use to take care of Chu Feng. After all, there was such a difference in cultivation between him and Chu Feng, and he was indeed one of the top-level characters in the young generation in the Azure Province. If he had to use his full strength in order to take care of Chu Feng, who was only in the Origin Realm, even if he won, he would be degraded into a laughingstock. So, he did not use his full power before. But now he knew that he could not leave anything with the last fist. He had to use his full power, or else he would truly become a laughingstock. Gong Luyun, it's the last strike. Have you prepared to suicide? As Chu Feng looked at the nearby hole in the fighting stage made by Gong Luyu, he first wiped the cold sweat on his forehead first, then he formed his hand into a hook and provoked Gong Luyun. Chu Feng, don't be too full of yourself. I'll let you experience my true strength. Die. Gong Luyun angrily yelled, but he did not immediately attack. He stepped forward, and his entire body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind Chu Feng. He tightly clenched his right fist and on it, radiance appeared. Dense profound power was quickly surging, and terrifying profound power gathered on his fist. At that instant, he already threw it towards Chu Feng. The most important thing was that the pressure of the 4th level of the Profound Realm already locked Chu Feng and sealed his escape. With such a distance, Chu Feng could no longer escape. Chapter 247, Kill Yourself. Chapter 247, Kill Yourself. At that instant, Everyone broke into cold sweat for Chu Feng because under unavoidable situations, no one felt that Chu Feng was able to hold Gong Luyuan's fist back. In reality, even Gong Luyuan himself felt that. He felt that the reason why Chu Feng was able to dodge his attacks were because his attacks were too simple. If Chu Feng grasped even stronger bodily martial skills, he could indeed dodge that attack. After all, 1 year ago, Chu Feng used the same bodily martial skill to dodge his attack. However, he did not doubt his attacking power at all. So, he dared to be sure that as long as Chu Feng was unable to dodge that attack, with his current power, he was absolutely able to take Chu Feng's little life away. So, he did not use any martial skills, and for the last strike, he also only punched out. As he saw his fist near Chu Feng more and more, and bit by bit, an expression of fear became even clearer on Chu Feng's face. Gong Luyuan's smug smile became wider and wider. However, he did not notice that as his fist was going to land on him, a smirk which showed that his scheme was going to be successful brimmed from the corner of Chu Feng's mouth. Without any more accidents, that strike hit. A boom like thunder exploded, and the oppressive profound power swept everywhere. As Chu Feng was surrounded by profound power, he flew out in a straight line, yet he slowly stopped near the border of the fighting stage. It hit. It really hit. Is Chu Feng dead? At that instant, almost everyone who was there couldn't help but stand up and cast their glittering gazes towards Chu Feng, who was enveloped by the white-colored fog which interweaved with profound power. Although a large portion of people felt that Chu Feng already died, they still wanted to see how Chu Feng died and what kind of destruction was dealt to Chu Feng's body under the might of Gong Luyuan's fist. Finally, all the gases dispersed and Chu Feng's body reappeared within people's line of sight. However, the current Chu Feng did not turn into a pile of meat paste as expected. His body was still completely fine and undamaged. But even so, the current Chu Feng laid on the floor like a dead dog and did not move at all. On any part of his body, he did not emanate any aura at all. Defeated. At the end, Chu Feng was still defeated. Although he was quite strong and he was a rare genius, after all, he has not developed well yet. To be able to tangle around with the current Gong Luyuan with his cultivation of the 7th level of the origin realm showed that he was already quite exceptional. But sadly, will such a genius die just like that? The people from the World Spirit Guild doesn't seem to have any movements. Will they truly just allow a world spiritist from their own power be killed by someone just like that? As they saw that, almost everyone felt that Chu Feng already died. They felt that the outcome of the arranged battle was already determined, and even Su Hen, who had hopes towards Chu Feng, sighed with pity. Su Mei even hugged her own elder sister, and she was endlessly painful. Every single person who heard the painful weeping ached in their hearts. If Su Ro wasn't there to stop her, she would have already ran and rushed out immediately to hug Chu Feng, who was on the fighting stage. After all, in her heart, Chu Feng was the one who she loved. On the other hand, Su Ro, who understood Chu Feng's abilities, lightly frowned as she looked at Chu Feng on the stage and hiddenly cursed in her heart, "Damn Chu Feng, what are you doing? If you don't hurry and get back up, little Mei will die from crying for you." However, other than Su Ro, within the million people who were on scene, how many completely understood Chu Feng? How many knew his abilities? In reality, the simple exchange between him and Gong Luyuan before already made them unceasingly shocked, and they already felt that Chu Feng was an outstanding genius. So, almost everyone felt that Chu Feng was dead. Even Gong Luyuan, who stood on the fighting stage, looked at Chu Feng for a few times, and he also confirmed that Chu Feng breathed no more. So, he happily laughed loudly, he spun around and looked around. He clasped his hands towards the people everywhere who formed mountains and oceans, and he said with a loud and clear voice, "Everyone, thank you for coming to this place to witness the battle between me and Chu Feng. However, the result of today's battle exceeded my expectations a bit, yet it was also regretful and dull. At first, for the sake of being from the same school, I, Gong Luyuan, did not use my full power. I was intentionally restraining myself for the first 2 fists. I wanted to warn Chu Feng with the pressure of those fists, and I wanted him to back away from the danger and give up the life and death arranged battle with me. Actually, if he was willing to concede, I would have certainly gave him the chance to continue living. However, I could not do anything about Chu Feng as he was stubborn. Not only did he not give up, he even kept on provoking me, and because of the rules set on that day, I had no choice but to finish him off on the 3rd strike. I had no choice but to do it, and they were not actions that I wanted to do. However, I want to tell everyone that I, Gong Luyun, won today's arranged battle. I, Gong Luyun, won. At that instant, the smile on Gong Luyun's face rose to the extreme, so he roared the last two sentences abnormally loudly, as if he was displaying the airs of a king. However, after his voice finished resonating, there were no cheers or yells that he expected. Rather, the entire arena was deathly gloomy. That strange atmosphere made him not know what to do, and he was quite puzzled. However, after another voice rang out, instantly, his heartbeat quickened and his face changed greatly. His felt like someone pounded his brain with a huge hammer that weighed 10,000 caddies. It truly buzzed, and it was truly like a thunder in a clear sky. Gong Luyun. 3 strikes has been finished. Kill yourself. A loud and clear voice rang out behind Gong Luyun, and it was like a formless sharp blade that pierced Gong Luyun's heart. With an uneasy mind, Gong Luyun slowly turned his head around. Only then did he discover with astonishment that Chu Feng, who originally did not breathe anymore, was standing on the fighting stage. Not only was he not dead, he was even smiling while looking at him. Chapter 248, Battle Power that Destroys Common Sense. Chapter 248, Battle Power that Destroys Common Sense. You fake death. The current Gong Luyun was so angry that his heart could explode. He finally knew why the atmosphere was so strange. It turned out that Chu Feng did not die, and he actually took the 3 fists. He clearly lost the battle, however, he did not discover that. He even made vows and said bold words in front of almost 1 million people as he announced his victory. At that very instant, he could really find an ant's hole and drill into there because he was fooled around with. He was fooled by Chu Feng, and he was completely fooled. He slapped himself in front of his father, in front of his family, in front of his friends, in front of the near 1 million people, and he even slapped himself so loudly and so clearly. He lost all face, and his wiseness was destroyed. All of that was bestowed by Chu Feng. So, in Gong Luyun's current heart, his fury truly rose to the heavens, and he hated himself to be unable to rip Chu Feng's corpse into 10,000 pieces. As he looked at Gong Luyun, who had a green face, who was gnashing his teeth from anger, who had smoke coming out of his 7 facial orifices, Chu Feng chuckled and indifferently said, Gong Luyun, according to the agreement from 1 year ago, I have already took 3 of your strikes. It's not that I, Chu Feng, have no sympathy, but the words that you said that year were said by yourself. Kill yourself. After Chu Feng spoke, almost everyone's heart violently jumped 2 times. They were thinking, is Gong Luyun really going to suicide? Today, will such an exceptional genius going to suicide in this place? But at the next instant, they discovered that they were wrong. They overrated Gong Luyun. He did not immediately fulfill the bold words he said that year. He only pointed at Chu Feng and fiercely said, Chu Feng, don't worry. I, Gong Luyun, will pay the price for my own words. However, even if I, Gong Luyun, will die, I will die after you. Whoosh! Just as he finished speaking, Gong Luyun leaped forward like an arrow leaving a bow, and with lightning speed, he arrived in front of Chu Feng and threw a punch out. Not only did he not fulfill the promise he made that year, he even attacked Chu Feng again and started to fatally strike. As they looked at Gong Luyun's fatal attacks that were aggressive and full of killing intent, everyone's face greatly changed. However, it was not because of Gong Luyun's breaking his promise. It was because as Chu Feng faced such a fierce attack, he did not make any move to dodge it. He only blankly stayed there, as though he was silently waiting for Gong Luyun's attack. As he looked at that situation, some people even started to suspect whether Chu Feng was completely frightened by Gong Luyun's strong attack. However, after another second, the people who had suspicions were completely dumbfounded. As Gong Luyun's fist that was several times fiercer than before was going to land on Chu Feng's face, Chu Feng attacked with lightning speed. He also threw out a fist, and he aimed it towards the one Gong Luyun was sending towards Chu Feng. That punch was like a mantis's arm trying to stop a chariot. That punch was simply suicidal. From the perspectives of the outsides, Chu Feng could only be completely insane for him to throw such a punch out. However, when the 2 fists collided, and after a boom exploded out, the most unexpected scene happened. From the strong force, Gong Luyun flew out. On the other hand, Chu Feng did not shift for an inch. Chu Feng, who was only at the 7th level of the origin realm, pushed Gong Luyun, who was at the 4th level of the profound realm, away. The fist that seemed to be suicidal and like a mantis's arm blocking a chariot won. How could the people who saw that scene accept it? At that very instant, at that very place, the shock in people's hearts was indescribable with words, because deep within their hearts, a sentence echoed in their brains: has Chu Feng's battle power really defied all common sense? However, the current Chu Feng ignored all the stunned gazes. He clenched his fists as he wished to continue, turned his neck around, and moved his body around. Then, after crackling explosive noises rang out from his body, Chu Feng said a sentence that made everyone on scene stupefied. Words that almost scared people to death. I already knew that you were a person who went back on his words. So, I really shouldn't have let you attack me 3 times. Whatever, it's better if I attack myself. I will personally kill you. After speaking those words, Chu Feng already strided forward with huge steps. Under the gazes of innumerable people, he gradually walked towards Gong Luyun. At that moment, people were already so shocked that they could not care for themselves. They thought in their hearts, what? I haven't heard wrong, right? Chu Feng wants to kill Gong Luyun. With his cultivation of the 7th level of the origin realm. After listening to Chu Feng's words, at the same time that they were shocked, they were also filled with doubt. If it was said that Chu Feng was a genius, almost everyone would believe that. They would even believe that Chu Feng was a genius who only appeared once every 1,000 years, because Chu Feng's performances were right in front of their eyes. However, if it was said that Chu Feng wanted to use the cultivation of the 7th level of the origin realm to defeat Gong Luyun, who was at the 4th level of the profound realm, that was simply unbelievable. The profound realm was incomparable to the spirit realm or the origin realm. The distance between every single level in the profound realm was huge. So, people felt that if Chu Feng's limit was using the cultivation of the 1st level of the origin realm to kill people in the 5th level of the origin realm, then in the future, when he arrived at the 1st level of the profound realm, he would certainly have no way of killing those in the 5th level of the profound realm. So, almost everyone felt that Chu Feng was a madman speaking his dreams. Many people felt that Chu Feng went insane. You want to kill me? You. Gong Luyun, who already hated Chu Feng straight to the bones, was so furious that his blood and qi boiled when he heard that Chu Feng was going to personally kill him. So, he operated the mysterious technique and charged towards Chu Feng again. This time, he brought the strong might of the 4th level of the profound realm along with him. Even the ground trembled and rumbled, and even the air howled as it was being compressed. He truly, unrestrainedly, showed his might. Humph, good time to come. However, Chu Feng only loudly yelled as he faced Gong Luyun's counterattack. He also stepped forward and quickly rushed towards Gong Luyun. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them battled, and fists and kicks turned into afterimages. Punching with fists, and whipping with legs. Attacks flew everywhere, and origin power and profound power were mixed together. Oppressive ripples kept on going wild like fireworks, and the two of them truly fought into a lump. Chapter 249, Absolute Control. Chapter 249, Absolute Control. Heavens! Chu Feng can really use the cultivation of the 7th level of the origin realm to match Gong Luyun. My eyes are fine, right? At that instant, many people did not dare to believe the scene in front of their eyes. If it was said that Chu Feng being able to block Gong Luyun's attack before meant that his battle power was extraordinary, then currently, the battle between him and Gong Luyun was simply defying logic. So, many people were not willing to believe that. They had no way of believing that, and with the difference in quality that was like the difference between the sky and the earth, how could the origin power that could not even be compared to profound power be able to resist against profound and not even be disadvantaged? It did not make sense at all. Some people even suspected that their eyes were a bit broken and they kept on rubbing them. When those people opened their eyes once again and looked at the fighting stage, they were instantly dumbfounded. They discovered with astonishment that as Chu Feng and Gong Luyun were on the fighting stage, origin power suppressed profound power. And as their fists and kicks intersected, Gong Luyun was currently retreating while Chu Feng was advancing well. Chu Feng had the advantage. The 4th level of the profound realm is only SOSO. It seems that this title of the number 1 disciple is a bit empty. Chu Feng used origin power to pressure profound power. He used the origin realm to pressure the profound realm. As he forced Gong Luyun to that state, he did not forget to taunt his opponent. What did you take to gain such strange battle power? Gong Luyun was also abnormally dispirited by Chu Feng. He did not believe it. He did not believe that it was Chu Feng's own strength. He suspected that Chu Feng used some special medicine or some forbidden methods. That's right. What Gong Luyun is saying isn't unreasonable. The battle power that Chu Feng has right now does indeed surpass normality. It's very possible that he used some forbidden medicines or some forbidden methods. After Gong Luyun spoke, many people started to agree with him. They always felt that Chu Feng's battle power was abnormal, and it just so happened that Gong Luyun gave them a reasonable explanation. Speak. Did you use forbidden medicine or forbidden methods unique to world spiritists? In order to defeat me, you dare to use such lowly methods. You are truly despicable and extremely shameless. Seeing that his own guesses gained the agreement from everyone, the shameless Gong Luyun went along with it and loudly yelled. He redirected all the despicableness and shamelessness from him to Chu Feng. Humph. You really think that everyone in this world is as shameless as you? Time will prove if I, Chu Feng, used any forbidden medicines or forbidden methods. However, your shameless actions of not suiciding after losing has already been witnessed by everyone here. Chu Feng coldly snorted, and formlessly, he explained himself. Chu Feng is correct. No matter if he took forbidden medicines or used forbidden methods, although his cultivation could greatly increase in a short amount of time, there is a time limit. After that time passes, not only will the gained power be all lost, there will also extremely serious rebounds. Light injuries would be heavy injuries, and heavy injuries would be being crippled and all cultivation lost. If Chu Feng truly used forbidden medicine or forbidden methods, sooner or later, he would return to his original form and everything would be revealed. He would not be able to last for a long time. But looking at his confident appearance, did he truly not use any forbidden medicine, and what he relied on was truly his own strength? After hearing Chu Feng's words, everyone felt that it was reasonable as well and they couldn't help but nod their heads. Humph, you shameless person who used forbidden medicine, so what? I, Gong Luyun, can still use my own true cultivation to defeat you. Die. In response, Gong Luyun was a bit uneasy and he suddenly felt that Chu Feng did not use any forbidden medicine after all. So, he changed his style and he no longer fought with his own body's battle power. He displayed a very strong martial skill. After the martial skill was used, the power of profound power was truly displayed, and Chu Feng's physical body had no way of fighting against that. However, Chu Feng was not afraid. He revolved the origin power in his body and many illusionary palms appeared. Many people's eyes were truly dazzled by that and they could not figure out which ones were real, and which ones were false. Again, he suppressed Gong Luyun. This Chu Feng is really quite strong. It is the first time that I've seen someone use my Azure Dragon School's illusionary palm to this state. As they saw the illusion palms being displayed by Chu Feng, the elders in the Azure Dragon School endlessly praised him. Chu Feng's illusionary palm was extremely profound and he had already thoroughly comprehended the essence of the martial skill. Even they had no hopes of reaching his state and they sighed to themselves, showing that they were inferior. It is only a mere rank 3 martial skill. You dare to play around with this in front of me? I'll let you experience the strongest martial skill in my Azure Dragon School. Seeing that he could not match Chu Feng in terms of rank 3 martial skills, Gong Luyun changed his style and used a rank 5 martial skill. He wanted to rely on the strength of the martial skill itself to defeat Chu Feng. It is only a rank 5 martial skill. You think that only you have it. But could Chu Feng possibly be afraid of him? The third style of the 3 thunder styles. Lightning surged out and it could become anything. Although it was a rank 4 martial skill, no matter if it was form or might, the third style was comparable to rank 5 martial skills. The most important thing was that the so-called strongest martial skill in the Azure Dragon School was forcibly suppressed by Chu Feng's third style of the 3 thunder styles again. Once more, Gong Luyun was extremely dispirited. Chu Feng, you rely on those evil methods to fight against me. Sooner or later, you will bear the consequences. However, you won't need to feel the pain of the rebound. I will finish your life before that happens. For 3 continuous times, Gong Luyun was suppressed by Chu Feng. It made him, who was in the 4th level of the profound realm, him, who defeated the #1 disciple in the first-rate school, the Wind Listener School, have no more face. As anger and fury combined together, he wanted to quickly finish Chu Feng off more and more. So, he displayed a bodily martial skill and leaped several thousand meters back. At the same time, his body changed as well, and a burst of extremely strong profound power was changing his body. Chu Feng, I will let you experience a strong martial skill that you have not seen before. The top quality martial skill within rank 5 martial skills, 10,000 galloping horses. Suddenly, within Gong Luyuan's body, extremely strong profound power exploded out. There was so much profound power that it almost rose into the air, but then quickly dropped back down. It formed formless waves and they surged. At the end, from formless, it formed. It formed into a muscular fine horse. That horse was vivid and lifelike, but both of its eyes were blood red. There was a pointy and sharp horn on its forehead, and it was emanating strong might. That might did not belong to ordinary horses. Even normal monstrous beasts did not have it. The most important thing was that there were several thousand of such terrifying horses. That might truly cause the ground to sway and violently tremble. If the fighting stage wasn't created with special materials, as the horses passed, the ground would have certainly shattered and countless cracks would have appeared. In that instant, even a city could instantly be stamped into nothing by the group of horses. Chapter 250, Broaden Your Horizons. Chapter 250, Broaden Your Horizons. What a strong martial skill. This might, it is a rank 6 martial skill. No, it's not a rank 6 martial skill. It's the rank 5 martial skill from the Qilin Prince's mansion, the extremely famous 10,000 galloping horses. It's a martial skill from the Qilin Prince's mansion. The martial skills there are the best of the best, but they never pass it down to outsiders. Yet Gong Luyuan learned it. Your news is truly not too efficient. Right now, Gong Luyuan has an extremely outstanding foster grandfather. It's Lord Lin Ran, from the head manager of the Lin clan from the Qilin Prince's mansion. With him, which martial skill can Gong Luyuan not learn? So there's actually something like that, so this means that Gong Luyuan's background is quite terrifyingly deep. But then, why does such a character need to stay in the Azure Dragon School? The important part is not whether Gong Luyuan is able to learn this 10,000 galloping horses or not. The important thing is that Gong Luyuan can so perfectly grasp this martial skill. To know that even though this martial skill is strong, the cultivating difficulty is extremely high. This martial skill is too impressive. Normal martial skills can simply not fight against it. How will Chu Feng respond this time? Gong Luyuan's 10,000 galloping horses made people endlessly sigh in admiration. At the same time, people also locked their gazes onto Chu Feng. They wanted to see how Chu Feng was going to fight against the martial skill that pressured with might. Such 10,000 galloping horses. Then I, Chu Feng, will use shooting 10,000 horses with arrows. Chu Feng put one leg forward and slightly bent it up, then his other leg backwards and slightly bent it down. He formed a bow in his left hand, and formed an arrow in his right. Then, as his left hand swung, his right hand was like a blade. Countless golden-colored arrows shot towards the galloping horses like a rainstorm. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Nay 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 nay. Truly, not a single arrow that Chu Feng shot was useless. In the instant that the golden-colored arrows shot into the horses with strong might all fell one after the other and miserable cries rang out. After that, they formed into layers of profound power and disappeared in the sky. The so-called strongest rank 5 martial skill from the Qilin Prince's mansion was so easily defeated by Chu Feng's bow of 100 transformations. TSK TSK TSK, the so-called 10,000 galloping horses is only that. You don't learn the martial skills from your own school, and you had to learn someone else's martial skills. It seems like you truly shame my Azure Dragon School's ancestor. Chu Feng mockingly smiled and said. So that means that what Chu Feng just used was a martial skill from the Azure Dragon School. Strong. Truly strong. Although the might of that martial skill did not seem to be strong, in Chu Feng's hands, it showed exceeding power and it easily killed off Gong Luyuan's 10,000 galloping horses. So like the legend said, no matter how much stronger martial skills are, they must be used by the appropriate person. Even garbage martial skills can be used to display extremely strong power in the hands of experts. Chu Feng's words made everyone think again. Everyone kept on praising Chu Feng. If Chu Feng's battle power was raised by relying on some special method, then the use and comprehension towards martial skills were undoubtedly his own talent and ability. Quite a bit of useless words. People like you can only stay within the Azure Dragon School for your entire life. You will never know what martial skills are truly strong. Today, I will let you broaden your horizons. I will let you experience a martial skill that you have never experienced before. A legendary rank 6 martial skill. Gong Luyun was really forced into anxiety by Chu Feng. He waved his big sleeve, and the air around him quickly flowed and interweaved with the profound power in his body. At that instant, icy cold, bone-piercing gas started to speedily spread. Even the people who were watching the arena felt a bit of the coldness. The cold air lingering on the fighting stage was even more terrifying. Frost had already been condensed out on the stage and it was currently surrounding and getting closer to Chu Feng. At that instant, the fighting stage was like a land of ice and snow. This bone-piercing coldness. This terrifying might. Is this one of the fortification martial skills in the Qilin Prince's mansion, the rank 6 martial skill, Cold Ice Atmosphere? Rank 6 martial skill. It's a real rank 6 martial skill. This is undoubtedly the might of a true rank 6 martial skill. Truly impressive. Gong Luyun actually grasped such a strong martial skill. The might of a rank 5 martial skill and the might of a rank 6 martial skill was completely different. When he used the Cold Ice Atmosphere, everyone in the arena felt a type of pressure. The experts on scene were quite fine, but many of the Azure Dragon School's inner and outer court disciples could not resist that coldness. They had no choice but to quickly leave. Many people even fainted. Your foster grandfather treats you quite well. He even passed the thing that he usually hides to you. As he felt the engulfing cold ice atmosphere, Chu Feng couldn't help but think of the scene in which Lin Ran also used the cold ice atmosphere to attempt to kill him in the Valley of 100 Bends on that day. Lin Ran's cold ice atmosphere was indeed strong, and even if Chu Feng fought against it again right now, he did not dare to fight it directly. However, Gong Luyun's cold ice atmosphere lacked a bit of maturity. At least, to Chu Feng, it was not enough to make him afraid of it. Humph. You do know quite a bit, but from what I see, it seems like your life is over. No matter how much stronger your body is, it will not be able to endure the bone-piercing cold air from my cold ice atmosphere. Everything is finished. Die. Gong Luyun coldly snorted. He had enough of that battle. Even if he could win today's fight, he would have no face when the news of him being forced to that state by someone in the 7th level of the Origin Realm got spread out. So, he really wanted to quickly finish Chu Feng off, and the cold ice atmosphere was his strongest trump card. Silalala. The cold ice atmosphere unexpectedly solidified and formed into several cold air fierce beasts. They bared their teeth, and from all directions, they surrounded Chu Feng and attacked. The bone-piercing cold air even condensed frost in the air and cracks even appeared. This is too scary. When the might of a rank 6 martial skill is in Gong Luyun's hands, it displays extreme power. Even we cannot resist against a martial skill like that. This time, it seems like Chu Feng won't have much luck. Indeed. Although Chu Feng's talent is quite terrifying and abnormal, and although Chu Feng's battle power is extraordinary, as he faces this rank 6 martial skill, he cannot only rely on battle power and talent to make up for that. Unless Chu Feng also grasps a rank 6 martial skill, he will have no way of holding this cold ice atmosphere back. As the cold ice atmosphere was being moved by Gong Luyun's full force, even many school heads on scene felt the power and pressure. They looked forward whether Chu Feng also grasped a rank 6 martial skill as well to fight against Gong Luyun's cold ice atmosphere. Especially as Chu Feng created miracles again and again, and as he stunned their souls again and again, many people did not doubt that Chu Feng grasped a rank 6 martial skill. But what they could confirm was that if Chu Feng did not grasp a rank 6 martial skill, today's arranged battle would truly end and it would be finished. Chapter 251, The outcome of the battle is already determined. Chapter 251, The outcome of the battle is already determined. You used your full power now. It seems that you really want to finish this battle soon. But that's fine, because I've played around with you enough as well. I'll let you know the distance between you and me right now. As he swept his gaze towards the cold air fierce beasts around him, a cold smile was raised from the corner of Chu Feng's mouth. He did not move, and he only slowly closed his eyes. Look, what is Chu Feng doing? Did he give up? As he faces the cold ice atmosphere from Gong Luyun, he is powerless to reverse the situation, and he is preparing to die. Chu Feng's actions were seen by some people, and they felt that Chu Feng wanted to give up. But at the next instant, they discovered that they could not be more wrong. Suddenly, Chu Feng suddenly widened his eyes that were closed. At the same time, incomparably strong pressure spread out from within his body and it engulfed the entire fighting stage. After that pressure descended onto the fighting stage, with the border of the stage as the end, the sky and ground within the zone started to tremble, and the cold ice atmosphere immediately crumbled and disappeared in the air. At the same time that the cold ice atmosphere disappeared, Gong Luyun also knelt onto the ground with a poof. He who had a mad smile before had a face as white as paper. His eyes were filled with fear, and his entire body was trembling. Heavens! What happened? Why did the cold ice atmosphere suddenly disappear? What is happening to the sky and ground over there? Why is the air trembling above the fighting stage? Everyone was shocked by the sudden change. They couldn't feel the pressure at that place, but they could still see the scene in which the air was trembling, as if some pressure forced the area over there to yield. Even if they were beaten to death, they never would have thought that it was a martial skill that had been lost for many years. It was a rank 7 martial skill. The Blade of the Void Dragon's cry that Chu Feng got from the Void School. For the past half a year, Chu Feng did not always search for profound medicines in the Valley of 100 Bends. He fought monstrous beasts every day, and it caused his battle power to rise. He also found the time to cultivate the rank 7 martial skill, the Blade of the Void Dragon's cry. As he cultivated, he unexpectedly discovered that the Blade of the Void Dragon's cry was truly a very mysterious martial skill. The cultivation difficulty was extremely high, but its power was extremely strong as well. If it was mastered, it wouldn't be a rank 7 martial skill. It would be a rank 8 martial skill. As the Blade of the Void Dragon's cry was quite difficult to cultivate, even Chu Feng only grasped the first step of it, Void. Although it was only the first step, it still had the power of a rank 7 martial skill. What he was using at that moment was void pressure. With formless pressure, one could do whatever he wished in that area. It could shatter any formless attacks, or any formed attacks. Without even moving, it could force the enemy to yield and crush the enemy to death. This feeling, it is absolutely not simple pressure, nor would it be some sort of treasure. There is origin power lingering around it, so it must be a martial skill. A very profound martial skill. It seems that this Chu Feng really grasps a rank 6 martial skill, and it's even a rank 6 martial skill that's more profound than the cold ice atmosphere. Finally, people who had sharp eyes saw that the distorted space was caused by the martial skill Chu Feng was using. After that person spoke, an uproar was risen. Although they could not feel the pressure in that area, just by looking at the distorted scene, they could imagine how strong the martial skill was. Even many big characters who were in the arena never heard or seen it before, let alone the disciples. At that instant, everyone was already completely dumbfounded by the strength Chu Feng displayed. Even though they knew that Chu Feng was strong and that he was a genius, they never would have thought that Chu Feng's strength would reach that state. Truly, with the cultivation of the 7th level of the Origin Realm, he defeated Gong Luyun who was in the 4th level of the Profound Realm. Chu Feng simply did an unprecedented action, and created an impossible miracle. Damn it! How did this happen? I, Gong Luyu, am defeated by this brat. How is this possible? Gong Luyun knelt on the floor, and even if he wanted to stand up while using the power from his entire body, it was impossible for him to fight against the formless pressure. That made him feel powerless, and even fear. For the first time, he recognized Chu Feng's powerful strength, and Chu Feng's powerful strength was something that he did not want to see, especially at this time when it related to his own life. Step by step, the current Chu Feng walked towards Gong Luyun. As he looked at Gong Luyun who knelt in front of him, he lightly smiled and said, Gong Luyun, 1 year ago, have you ever thought you would kneel in front of me today? Ha! Chu Feng, if you want to kill or cut me, feel free. But I'm warning you. If you dare to even touch one of my fingers, I guarantee that you will not leave this place alive. The 1,000,000 disciples from the Azure Dragon School will die. Even your World Spirit Guild dog legs will be affected by you and all die in this place. Gong Luyun had no strength to stand up by the formless pressure. He could only kneel in front of Chu Feng. However, not only did he not give in, he even threatened with malicious words. Oh! Even right now, you dare to threaten me. Do you think you're qualified? Knock your head to the ground and admit your wrongs. Suddenly, Chu Feng's expression became incomparably sinister. The fury that he hiddenly endured in his heart was all instantly revealed. The humiliation that he suffered that year was not much, but the great hatred of his family's extermination had to be avenged. Chu Feng grabbed Gong Luyun's hair, and powerfully pushed it down. With a bang, Gong Luyun's brain fiercely slammed onto the incomparably hard ground. When his head was pulled back up by Chu Feng, blood flowed from his forehead. This is for my grandfather. This is for my father. But that was not all. Chu Feng strongly grabbed Gong Luyun's hair and kept on slamming it to the ground. For every hit, he would say the name of a Chu family member who died. Knocks like that were done several hundred times. After all the names of the Chu family member who died were spoken, Chu F1ing still did not stop because it was not possible for that to drain away the hatred towards Gong Luyun. After all that, nothing was the same on Gong Luyun's face as blood and flesh were mixed all together. Even a deep hole was formed on the hard ground, and countless cracks spread from that hole. People's souls were shaken as they looked at that scene. From Chu Feng's actions, they could tell that the two of them must have some hatred between them, or else Chu Feng would not have humiliated Gong Luyun like that. However, at the same time, they had an answer in their hearts. It was that the outcome of today's arranged battle was already determined, and the victor was Chu Feng, who no one had expectations from. Although they felt disbelief, they did indeed personally witness everything. They saw Chu Feng suppress Gong Luyun step by step. They had no choice but to admit that when Gong Luyun was kneeling and when his head was endlessly slamming onto the ground, Chu Feng was a true genius. A terrifying monster, to the point that it surpassed people's imaginations. Certainly, in the future, such a person would not be confined to the Little Azure Dragon School. The young men had the potential to move unobstructedly in the continent of the 9 provinces in the future. At that instant, the disciples started to cast gazes of worship towards Chu Feng. Even the peak disciples of other schools were no exception. They admired Chu Feng's frightening battle power. As for the school heads and elders from other schools, they endlessly admired the Azure Dragon School since such an outstanding disciple appeared. As long as Chu Feng was there, the future Azure Dragon School would absolutely not be as unknown and as silent as right now. Sooner or later, it would become a huge summit in the Azure Province, and perhaps with Chu Feng, it could even return to its flourishing past. Chapter 252, Breaking the Rules. Chapter 252, Breaking the Rules. Gong Luyun, I cannot disperse the hatred towards you even if I killed you 10,000 times because of the evils that you committed by killing my Chu family. You alone cannot eradicate my hatred towards you. I will send everyone related to you, down with you. Chu Feng said as he tightly grabbed Gong Luyun's hair and saw his bloody and disfigured face. Even though the current Gong Luyun seemed abnormally frightening, it was not comparable to the fierceness on Chu Feng's face. The anger that he suppressed in his heart for a long time all emerged today. It was truly not removable by a few simple words or killing a few people. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. Naturally, the debt of blood of the Chu family's extermination was going to be paid back several times. The price would be all of Gong Luyun's relatives, and Chu Feng wanted all of them to die with him. Ho! Chu Feng, you truly think too highly of yourself. Do you really think you can kill me? If you feel you can, go ahead and try. Gong Luyun actually smiled, and his smile was full of confidence. You feel that I can't? That's fine. I'll let you see whether I can or not. Chu Feng flung his leg up and it kicked Gong Luyun's jaws. Strong power threw Gong Luyun into the air, and after a few flips, he fell back down. Ah! After landing back down, Gong Luyun miserably cried out. Chu Feng's kick caused his jaw to shatter and the pain was unendurable. At the same time, Chu Feng raised his foot and stamped on Gong Luyun's arm. He clenched his right hand, and a golden-colored big chopper blade condensed in his hand. His face was sinister, and the corner of his mouth formed an evil cold smile. He looked at Gong Luyun and indifferently said, You said that if I dared to touch one of your fingers, there would be a calamity. That's fine, I'll touch 5 of your fingers. Whoosh! After speaking, the big blade in Chu Feng's hand formed into a golden blur, and it landed on Gong Luyuan's hand, forcibly cutting off 5 of his fingers. The pain of a finger being cut off made Gong Luyuan, who just calmed down, to wretchedly scream again. As the proverb said, the 10 fingers connect to the heart. That pain was certainly not imaginable by normal people. The most important thing was the importance of fingers to a person like Gong Luyuan. He could simply not endure as he had his 5 fingers cut off. To him, most likely the pain in his heart was greater than the pain from his body. The current Gong Luyuan could not speak anymore. He could only unceasingly howl in pain, but within his eyes, killing intent overflowed everywhere and cold glares surged. He fiercely glared at Chu Feng, as if saying, "You're dead. You're dead. You dare to do this to me? You are absolutely dead. What? You like it very much? Okay, I'll help you out. I'll let you become a person with no fingers." However, would Chu Feng be afraid of him? The big blade in his hand sliced down again, and the other 5 fingers from Gong Luyuan's other hand were chopped off again. Heavens! This. The scene on the stage caused everyone's soul to be frightened. Although they knew who won and who lost and the result had already been set, they never would have thought that Chu Feng did not quickly kill Gong Luyuan. Instead, bit by bit, he destroyed Gong Luyuan's body in front of the crowd. To Gong Luyuan, not only was it physical torture, it was also mental torture. Although he, Gong Luyuan, was quite a character in the Azure Province, Chu Feng was only famous in the Azure Dragon School. In reality, in the Azure Province, he was an unknown little character. However, at that moment, a big character like him, who he recognized himself as unordinary, was being ruined by a small character like Chu Feng. To him, that was undoubtedly the biggest humiliation possible. Chu Feng's methods are really ruthless. If today's matter gets spread out, it would not be possible for Gong Luyuan to raise his head up again in the Azure Province. If I had to say something, it would be that this Chu Feng is too insane. Has he forgotten about Gong Tianping? Has he forgotten about Lin Ran? Will those people allow Chu Feng to torment Gong Luyuan like that, and will they just ignore it? Today, Lin Ran isn't even here. Although Gong Tianping is indeed strong, have you not seen the big characters from the World Spirit Guild? If Gong Tianping dares to break the rules and interfere, I think that he will need to check what he has, and whether he is able to offend the people from the World Spirit Guild or not. At that very instant, the observing people went into a mess. When the battle arrived at that state, people yearned to see how it would end, and whether the 2 huge powers behind the 2 geniuses would have any actions or not. Many people looked forward to a good show, and they looked forward to the protection from the powers behind the 2 geniuses. However, some people felt that it was impossible as well. Although the 2 powers were extremely strong, exactly because their status was high, they could not ignore and break the rules of the life and death battle. Only Chu Feng and Gong Luyuan were the main characters in today's arranged battle. Everyone else were only observers on the side. But some people also felt that for the sake of family affection, anything was possible. Gong Tianping would absolutely not only stare as his own son was dying and not save him. As long as Chu Feng really intended to kill, even if Gong Tianping gave up his life, he would have actions. As for Lin Ran, he doted on Gong Luyuan so much that he even passed all of the unique martial skills from the Qilin Prince's mansion down to Gong Luyuan. How could he only look and do nothing as his foster grandson was being tormented and killed like that? Stop. Finally, an angry bellow exploded out from a certain area in the guests' viewing seats. Following that, a large number of people stood up from those seats and charged towards the fighting stage. Those people were exactly the people from the Black Tortoise City, and the person who yelled out was Gong Luyuan's father, the city lord of the Black Tortoise City, Gong Tianping. At the same time that the people from the Black Tortoise City moved, Zhuge Liuyun and the 6 protectors also suddenly rushed down from the viewing seats and stopped in front of the Black Tortoise City's army. Gong Tianping, this is a life and death stage. In this place, life and death will depend on themselves and no one can interfere. From your current actions, do you plan to break the rules? Zhuge Liuyun loudly questioned. Screw your damn rules. Today, I will take my son away. I kill anyone who blocks me, and I won't even give face to God. However, Gong Tianping was as though he lost all rationality. He waved his big sleeve, and strong gale flew Zhuge Liuyun and the 6 protectors away. He was truly determined to take Gong Luyun away no matter what. But quickly after, soft wind descended from the sky and slowly allowed Zhuge Liuyun and the others who were in the air to land, and they were not harmed in any way. Look, what's happening? Everyone was shocked at that sudden scene. Even Gong Tianping wouldn't help but be taken aback, because clearly, there was an expert who saved Zhuge Liuyun and the others. At that instant, everyone cast their gazes towards the people from the World Spirit Guild, but they discovered that the group of people were still sitting where they were and they didn't even move. Looking at how they were, it seemed that they did not plan to interfere with the matter in front of them. As everyone was guessing who helped Zhuge Liuyun and the others, an aged voice rang out in that area. Gong Tianping, if you want to ignore my Azure Dragon School's rules, it will need to depend whether you are capable or not. Chapter 253, Arrival of the School Head. Chapter 253, Arrival of the School Head. Such a powerful voice successfully became the focus of everyone. After they cast their gazes towards that person, everyone who was on scene couldn't help but be stunned. Especially the core disciples and the core elders from the Azure Dragon School. Their faces were full of shock, and their expressions were as wonderful as they could get. From the corner, a familiar figure was slowly walking about. An old man who barely had any hair and had a camel back. His clothing was very sloppy and his appearance was quite unsightly as well. However, at that instant, his body emanated the aura of the 7th level of the profound realm. He was the person who saved Chu Feng from Gong Luyun that day. Elderly. Elderly, how can it be him? He's an expert of the 7th level of the profound realm. At that instant, not to mention others, even Chu Feng who was saved by Elderly before was greatly surprised because no one could have thought that an elder who guarded the entrance in the Azure Dragon School had that kind of strength. Some first-rate school heads did not even have cultivation at that level. Who are you? Naturally, Gong Tianping did not recognize Elderly, but the aura that was emanating from Elderly's body forced him to seriously treat it. Although they were both in the 7th level of the profound realm, the aura on Elderly's body was thicker. It could be seen that the old man stepped into that realm for a long period of time already. I am Li Zhangqing. Elderly lightly smiled and said. What? Li Zhangqing. Isn't that the name of the head of the Azure Dragon School? Does this mean that this Elderly is my Azure Dragon School's head? But as a school head, why did he become an elder who guarded entrances? After Elderly spoke, not to mention the people from the Azure Dragon School, even outsiders were endlessly shocked. The head of the Azure Dragon School was a very mysterious person. Very few people saw his real appearance, and he also very rarely showed himself. However, people knew that he had a name, and it was Li Zhangqing. He is indeed the school head of our Azure Dragon School. In order to dig up some more exceptional disciples, he did not always sit on the high position of the school head. Rather, he concealed his identity and took the position of being an elder guard for the entrance to the Azure Dragon School's core zone. On that day, Gong Luyun wanted to kill Chu Feng. So, he personally stopped it. The arranged battle between the two could also be said to be witnessed by him 1 year ago as well. Just at that time, the old lady from the 6 protectors spoke. The other 5 people did not have any expressions of surprise, and Zhuge Liuyun was also faintly smiling. It could be seen that the several people already knew Elder Li's true identity. As they saw that scene, everyone also believed the identity of Elder Li. However, even more people were shocked as the head of the Azure Dragon School was an expert in the 7th level of the profound realm. With that strength, it could certainly lead the Azure Dragon School to become a first-rate school. So, it turned out that the Azure Dragon School was not a second-rate school from the start. Haha, on this topic, I was also dragged into the arranged battle from a year ago. On that day, I wagered that Chu Feng would win. So, Gong Luyun said that as long as he won, Chu Feng and I would need to kneel down in front of him and admit that we were wrong. Even I worried about that. After all, I am still the head of this school. If I really needed to kneel and admit my wrongs in front of a disciple from my own school, I would truly lose face. But luckily, Chu Feng did not disappoint me. Seeing that his own identity was revealed, Elder Li did not bother hiding anything. With a light smile and as he stroked several of his dried-out strands of beard on his chin, he made a joke about the beginning of the arranged battle. Li Zhangqing, as the head of a school, you handle things in such an unfair way. You lean towards Chu Feng like this and work together to suppress my son. Do you think you are even qualified to be the head of a school? Seeing that Li Zhangqing talk about his own son in such a way, Gong Tianping pointed at Li Zhangqing's nose and angrily rebuked. I'm unfair. On that day, if I did not come out, your son would have killed a genius from my Azure Dragon school. None of the guests today would be able to see this genius's grandeur. Gong Tianping. I have seen every single thing that your son has done. I named him as the #1 disciple because of his talent. However, his character truly makes my heart cold. Although in this world, one's cultivation is extremely important, their character is even more important. Or else, no matter how much stronger your cultivation gets, it would only be harmful for the world. Gong Tianping. As Gong Luyun's father, don't you feel that you've taught your son to be unfair, and don't you feel that your son has committed grave sins? Li Zhangping counter-asked. This is your territory, so whatever you say will be justified. I won't bother wasting my words on you. Quickly let my son go, or else my Black Tortoise City will not be finished with your Azure Dragon school. Gong Tianping angrily yelled. Don't even think about it. This life and death battle was personally witnessed by me. The one who loses will be the one who dies. Chu Feng, Gong Luyun is not righteous, so you don't need to be benevolent. Go ahead. Li Zhangqing did not even put Gong Tianping in his eyes. He waved his hands at Chu Feng and indicated him to kill Gong Luyun. Yes, sir. Chu Feng did not hesitate. He raised the golden-colored blade in his hand and he made motions to chop Gong Luyun's neck. If you dare to touch my son, I will kill you first. Seeing that, Gong Tianping's expression changed greatly and he exploded his cultivation of the 7th level of the Profound Realm out. Layers of profound power kept on spreading out and it attacked Chu Feng, who was on the fighting stage. Boom, however, just as the profound power that was like tide surged out, it was completely engulfed by another wave of profound power and it was held back. If you dare to touch my school's disciple, don't blame me for anything that happens. It turned out that Li Zhangqing did it. Not only did he stop Gong Tianping's attack, he even pushed the boundless profound power from his body towards Gong Tianping and the many Black Tortoise City experts and attacked all of them at the same time. You old bastard. If anything happens to my son, I will demolish your Azure Dragon school. Gong Tianping was also completely furious. As he gnashed his teeth, he pounced towards Li Zhangqing, and at the same time, the Black Tortoise City army behind him simultaneously attacked as well. At that instant, Zhuge Liuyun and the 6 protectors originally wanted to help out, but their thoughts were in vain as Li Zhangqing waved his hand at them and said, no need to help. I myself am enough against a mere Black Tortoise City. After Li Zhangqing spoke, instantly, a commotion was raised. Many people even suspected that he was boasting. After all, he was also only in the 7th level of the Profound Realm, and in terms of cultivation, he was fairly equal to Gong Tianping. A single Gong Tianping could fight against him, so on what basis was he going to fight against the entire Black Tortoise City? However, later on, the people who had doubts discovered that they were wrong. Elderly did not have overly beautiful martial skills, but every single strike and style were quite bold. He emanated strong power, and as his profound power was being controlled by him, occasionally it would form a screen to block attacks, and occasionally it would form sharp blades to harm an enemy. The old man who gave off a feeling that he could not even fight against the wind truly relied on his own power to hold the many experts from the Black Tortoise City away, and looking at his appearance, he even seemed so casual and he did not even seem to be using any strength. Chapter 254, Arrival of the Great Army. Chapter 254, Arrival of the Great Army. The head of the Azure Dragon School is this strong. At that instant, on the faces of the surrounding observers, other than shock, it was shock. Not to mention those from second-rate schools, even the first-rate school heads that came together with the Black Tortoise City could not remain calm, because the strength that Li Zhangqing displayed was completely superior to theirs. I never would have thought that the Azure Dragon School had such a top-level character hidden within it. With his cultivation, the Azure Dragon School could undoubtedly enter the ranks of first-rate schools. Yeah, this Li Zhangqing is quite impressive. So it seems that he already discovered a good seedling like Chu Feng a year ago. Right now, for Chu Feng's sake, Li Zhangqing decided to fight the Gong family. Although it does not seem reasonable on the surface, in reality, it is an extremely powerful method. He is putting everything on Chu Feng. By helping Chu Feng like this, naturally, Chu Feng would feel endlessly touched, and as long as Chu Feng can develop well, the Azure Dragon School would naturally rise as well. You are correct. So it turns out that within the Azure Dragon School, not only did a genius like Chu Feng appear, there was even an old monster like Li Zhangqing. It seems like the Azure Dragon School is fated to rise greatly, and another outstanding first-rate school will appear in the Azure Province. Li Zhangqing's strength and methods were seen by everyone. So, everyone felt that since Chu Feng and Li Zhangqing, one young monster and one old monster, appeared in the Azure Dragon School, the school was certainly going to rise quickly in ranks. The various powers had to re-evaluate the Azure Dragon School in order to hiddenly calculate whether to befriend the Azure Dragon School or not. They had to decide if they should do that or not before it completely rose in power and before its potential was not discovered by many people. Wah! But just at that moment, an abnormally loud and clear horn sound rang out from outside of the arena. That sound was extremely strong. It was like a scream, yet also like a dragon's cry. The atmosphere it emitted had boundless awe, and even the sky trembled. This sound, it's the Qilin horn from the Qilin Prince's mansion. Suddenly, a first-rate school disciple yelled in surprise. What? You said the Qilin horn from the Qilin Prince's mansion? Isn't it the horn that only gets blown when the Qilin Prince's mansion has an emergency or when they attack? Has the people from the Qilin Prince's mansion come? After those words were spoken, instantly, the crowd went into chaos. What was the Qilin Prince's mansion? It was the true overlord of the Azure Province, and even the Lingyun school did not dare to offend them because there was the huge monster behind the Qilin Prince's mansion. Rumble, 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 rumble. Soon after the horn was rang, the entire mountain peak started to violently tremble. Large rocks started to roll down the slopes, and at the foot of the mountain, a large group of people and horses were approaching. This old guy really did come. At that instant, even Chu Feng lightly frowned. He did not do anything to Gong Luyun yet because he knew that the strongest guy behind Gong Luyun had arrived. As for Gong Luyun, at that moment, he was heavily wounded and bruised. He could not even speak, but when he heard the horn, a peaceful smile brimmed on the corner of his mouth. Indeed, rows of golden light started to encircle the rolling dust. As they blocked the dazzling golden light, people discovered that there were indeed people and horse. There were several tens of thousands of people. All of them wore golden-colored armor, and on the chest section of the armor, there was an aggressive Qilin. The horses that they were riding on also wore golden-colored armor. They were very well ordered as well. They advanced in a huge formation and they emitted a frightening atmosphere. That group of people and horses were indeed the true overlord of the Azure Province, the Qilin Prince's mansion. They're from the Qilin Prince's mansion. Isn't the person who is leading the head manager from the Lin clan in the Qilin Prince's mansion, Lord Lin Ran? It is indeed him. I never would have thought that even someone like him would arrive to this arranged battle. Of course he needs to come. Don't you know how much Lin Ran dotes on Gong Luyun? A good show is coming up. I wonder what expression Lin Ran will have as he sees his precious foster grandson being abused to this state. The golden armor on Lin Ran's body as well as the horse under him was not different when compared to the other people from the Qilin Prince's mansion. However, as he stood there, the atmosphere of his entire person was completely different. It wasn't from his cultivation. It was the atmosphere that his own body emitted out. Even if a person like him did not cultivate, within commoners, he could still become a leader. He had inborn, unordinary leading abilities, and an unordinary atmosphere. At that instant, Lin Ran already saw Gong Luyun who was on the fighting stage. His snow-white sword-like eyebrows slightly rose and a roll of flame already appeared in his heart. It was not his foster grandson. It was his own son. How could Lin Ran not be furious when he saw as his own son got beaten up so wretchedly? However, he endured. He did not immediately speak because he still saw a group of unknown world spiritists in a certain area in the guest viewing seats. Naturally, he, Lin Ran, recognized the people from the World Spirit Guild. In front of that group, he did not dare to act wildly because if he offended the World Spirit Guild, the entire Qilin Prince's mansion would be affected as well. My friend on the fighting stage. Are you Chu Feng? After organizing his emotions, Lin Ran spoke. I am. Chu Feng replied. Friend, you are quite good to be able to force my grandson to his state. Lin Ran smiled, then asked Lin Zhongqing, brother, are you the head of the Azure Dragon School, Li Zhongqing? I am. After the army of the Qilin Prince's mansion appeared, Ling Zhongqing stopped fighting with the people from the Black Tortoise City. School head Li, truly, Jinren don't show their appearances, and I never would have thought that you would be an expert of the 7th level of the Profound Realm. With your cultivation, you can send an application so that the Azure Dragon School becomes a first-rate school. Tomorrow, you can send people to the Qilin Prince's mansion to apply. I will be responsible approving it, and I can add your Azure Dragon School into the list for first-rate schools. Lin Ran smiled, but his tone had a few implications of threat. He was hiddenly indicating Li Zhongqing. No matter how much stronger he got, he would still be far away from his Qilin Prince's mansion. Whether the Azure Dragon School could become a first-rate school or not would depend whether Lin Ran approved it or not. The Azure Dragon School isn't concrete enough, so I don't want to have the title of being a first-rate school. Therefore, no need to worry, my lord. Li Zhongqing wasn't a person who was afraid of matters as he indifferently smiled. But in reality, he was telling Lin Ran that he had no interest in the title of first-rate schools, so he should not even think of using that to threaten him. Haha, school head Li, you are indeed an ambitious person. It seems like Lin Ran, has been nosy. Lin Ran laughed, then he looked towards Chu Feng and said, my friend Chu Feng, hatred will only stack up more and more. You don't really have any deep hatred with Lu Yun, and on that year, you only arranged this battle because of some little thing. There is no need to really fight until one lives and one dies. Quite a lesson has already been given by you and it's enough. How about you sell me some face and spare him? Oh, after hearing Lin Ran's words, Chu Feng first mockingly chuckled, then fiercely glared at him and said, is the hatred of family extermination a little thing? What? Family extermination? After Chu Feng spoke, it was like a huge rock thrown into a lake and the crowd went into an uproar. Chapter 255, Beheading Gong Luyun. Chapter 255, Beheading Gong Luyun. Hatred of family extermination. What actually happened? There's a deep hatred of family extermination between Chu Feng and Gong Luyun. I know. I heard that roughly half a year ago, an absolutely tragic massacre happened in the Golden Purple City. In a single night, everyone in the Golden Purple City was completely annihilated. As for Chu Feng's family, incidentally, they were also the people who died the most miserably in the Golden Purple City. Almost every single Chu family member were beheaded and their heads were hung to deter the public. Accordingly, there were even words of blood written in the Golden Purple City, and it stated that the people who died in the Golden Purple City all died because of Chu Feng. I've also heard of the incident from the Golden Purple City, but I didn't know that the Chu family was in it. Were the words of blood real? If they were real, then the Golden Purple City massacre was really caused by the Chu family. How did Chu Feng anger such a huge enemy at such an age? Is it possible that the Golden Purple City's massacre really were Gong Luyun's actions? A few words, family extermination hatred, caused emotions to abruptly rise. Some people who were quite well informed immediately associated the Golden Purple City's bloody case with Gong Luyun. However, even though the connection did not seem significant, after joining the two together, they were quite frightened. They couldn't help but cast strange gazes towards Gong Luyun. The massacre in the Golden Purple City was truly too cruel. Every single person in the city, the old, young, female, children, none of them lived. That heartless killing method made one's hair stand up. If it was truly caused by Gong Luyun, then he was a bit too ruthless. My friend Chu Feng, you can eat whatever you want to eat, but you cannot say whatever you want to say. The incident in the Golden Purple City has already been clearly investigated. It was done by the Five Tiger Village, and the Five Tiger Village has already gotten the punishment that it should have gotten. The truth has already been known and clear. You cannot accuse someone else unfairly. When he heard that Chu Feng gave his son some crimes, Lin Ran's tone started to turn cold. I'm sure everyone here knows what kind of place the Five Tiger Village is. If they were not hired by anyone, why would they attack my Chu family for no cause or reason? And I can tell everyone that the person who hired the 5-tiger village was Gong Luyun. Chu Feng ignored Lin Ran and he loudly yelled at the crowd. Rubbish. Do you have evidence for your words? Lin Ran was all muddled up by anger, and at the same time, Gong Tianping and the others started to angrily howl at Chu Feng. Evidence? I don't need evidence. Right now, Gong Luyun's life is in my hands. I can take it whenever I want to take it. Why do I need evidence? Chu Feng kept on sneering, and as he spoke, he couldn't help but clench the big blade in his hand. You dare. If you dare to even touch him, I'll stamp over your Azure Dragon School. Lin Ran was completely angered. After he spoke, the army from the Qilin prince's mansion behind him all prepared for battle. A single furious roar shook the sky and the earth. They emanated unstoppable might. They were the true masters of kings. I don't dare. I'll let you see whether I dare or not right now. Chu Feng only laughed, then the golden blade in his hand became into a half-moon golden blur and it chopped towards Gong Luyun's neck. No. Seeing that, Lin Ran and Gong Tianping were shocked. Even Gong Luyun's face, who was brimming with smiles from the corner of his mouth, changed greatly. His eyes were widened so big that they were round and his gaze was filled with fear. At that instant, he truly felt the taste of death. A golden blur swept past, and with a poof, blood sprayed over a large area and Gong Luyun's head, under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, flew off as it was chopped by Chu Feng. Bang after slicing, Chu Feng reached and grabbed. He took Gong Luyun's brain from midair, and threw it towards Lin Ran, who was still outside of the arena, and howled, "Have it back." Chu Feng really killed Gong Luyun, and he even killed him in front of Lin Ran. His nerves are a bit too big, aren't they? Does he truly not fear the heavens or the earth? Chu Feng's actions caused everyone in the arena to tremble. After Chu Feng's blade sliced down, not only did Gong Luyun feel the pain. Almost everyone's hearts were moved along with it. They were frightened by Chu Feng's actions. If it was said that Chu Feng killing Gong Luyun was completely reasonable, that would be because it was a life-and-death battle, and the victor had the right to kill the loser. However, when Lin Ran already spoke, and said that if Chu Feng dared to touch Gong Luyun again, he would stamp the Azure Dragon School flat, everything turned by 180 degrees. What status did Lin Ran have? What position? What strength? In front of the old men, the rules of the Azure Dragon School weren't even rules, yet Chu Feng still dug his face away like that. At that moment, it wasn't already as simple as Chu Feng killing Gong Luyun. He went against Lin Ran's wishes, and slapped his face in front of 1,000,000 people. That matter had been made into a huge thing. Lin Ran held Gong Luyun's head, and as he looked at his eyes, which were not shut, it was as though he was looking as his own son. His body was violently quivering, and indescribable fury was surging in his body. Suddenly, Lin Ran angrily roared towards the sky and it caused the earth to tremble. After that, he pointed towards the people in the arena, pointed towards Chu Feng, pointed towards everyone, and coldly yelled, "I want every single person here dead and no one alive." Yes, sir. At the same time that he finished speaking, the people from the Qilin prince's mansion behind him gave a thunder-like response. Under Lin Ran's lead, and with killing intent that rose to the heavens, they charged into the arena. Really? What is happening? Killing everyone here? Does that mean we need to be killed as well? At that instant, everyone in the arena panicked. Not only the people from the Azure Dragon School. Even the expressions of the people from the other schools changed greatly. They could tell how furious the current Lin Ran was. With his blood-red eyes, clearly, he had already lost all reason. The Qilin army behind him also followed his command, so it seemed that they were truly going to start a massacre. The Qilin army was too strong. Putting aside Lin Ran's cultivation of the 8th level of the Profound Realm, which could already kill every single person on scene, the people within the Qilin army, which had several tens of thousands of people, were not mediocre. The weakest were at the 5th level of the Origin Realm, but many people already entered the Profound Realm. With that formation, it could certainly demolish the Azure Dragon School and kill every single person on scene. We're finished. We're dead. Chu Feng completely angered Lin Ran, and we have been dragged down by him as well. At that instant, many people's faces were like ashes as they powerlessly sat on the ground limply. As they faced the Qilin army who had golden armor while riding golden horses, the only thing they could do was to wait for death. Many people even lost consciousness from the might of the Qilin army. They felt that they were near death. They felt that they would undoubtedly die. As the ruler of the Azure province, you view human life as though it was grass. The Qilin prince's mansion is truly trash. Just at that time, an aged voice suddenly rang out. Following that, from a certain place in the guest viewing seats, 20 blurs abruptly rushed out, and at the end, they solidly landed near the entrance to the arena, and they stopped in front of the Qilin prince's mansion's huge army of several tens of thousands. Chapter 256, Corrupt Methods. Chapter 256, Corrupt Methods. They're the 20 Greycloak World Spiritists from the World Spirit Guild. What are they doing? Do they not want their lives? Cries of surprise kept on ringing out from the arena, and some sharp-eyed people already recognized the origin of the 20 figures. The 20 Greycloak World Spiritists stood across like a one. In front of the army of tens of thousands, they clearly seemed to be so weak that even the wind could blow them away, yet they did not move an inch from there. They allowed their gray-colored world spirit cloak to flutter left and right, and they did not plan to back away in the slightest. That terrified everyone, and they were thinking what the group of world spiritists were planning to do. Were they looking to die? Although people knew that world spiritists were strong and Greycloak world spiritists were even stronger, however, in front of them was an army of tens of thousands. It was even the army from the Qilin prince's mansion. The army from the Qilin prince's mansion was famous for extremely strong battle power, and the people in the army were absolutely not comparable by disciples and elders from various other schools. They were the true masters of kings. Besides, the commander of the Qilin army was Lin Ran, the old man who was in the 8th level of the Profound Realm. One of the famous big characters in the entire Azure province, and his battle power was so strong that was terrifying. Suddenly, both of the hands of the 20 world spiritists quickly changed unpredictably. Layers of gray-colored gas started to circle around their bodies, and it formed a surging shield. Also, the gas got more and more dense, and at the end, it almost completely surrounded them. 100 Dragon Heaven Ceiling Formation. Finally, the 20 Greycloak World Spiritists attacked at the same time. The gray-colored gas that encircled them became gray-colored huge dragons. The gray-colored huge dragons roared in the air. If one counted them, there would be 100 of them. Every single one was several hundred meters long, and they were truly, undoubted, huge dragons. The 100 huge dragons rushed towards the army from the Qilin prince's mansion at the same time. They widened their fierce mouths, as if within their eyes, the Qilin army wasn't a terrifying army but a delicious dinner. No matter how much more training the Qilin army got, they were still scared by the 100 huge dragons. Immediately, they stopped going forward and fear was revealed on their faces because they could feel the threat from the huge dragons. Empty might. At that time, Lin Ran stood out. He stood on the golden horse and he threw several palms towards the air. Every single palm contained golden-colored light, and like shooting meteorites, they flew towards the 100 huge dragons in the air. As they howled through the air, the golden-colored light palms shattered the 100 huge dragons and completely destroyed them. The originally huge dragon body became gray-colored gas that went everywhere. The gas floated in the air and it did not go away. Oh, at that instant, the Qilin army couldn't help but cheer as they celebrated their victory. This Lin Ran is too strong. With the cultivation of the 8th level of the Profound Realm and the comprehension and use of martial skills, he is close to breaking logic, and no matter how much stronger the world spiritist methods get, they would have no way of blocking him off. This is the strength of cultivators. As long as one had absolute battle power, no matter what corrupt methods someone else used, they would still have no ways of resisting. When the 20 Greycloak World Spiritists attacked, and especially after the appearance of the 100 huge dragons, many people were as if they saw hope. But when that hope was shattered, what they faced was even deeper disappointment. However, they did not discover that after the 100 gray-colored huge dragons were shattered, not only did the 20 Greycloak World Spiritists not have a single trace of worry, rather, within their aged eyes, faint joy appeared. Suddenly, all of them extended their arms, intersected them, and did a strange hand seal. After that, all of them yelled at the same time, "Seal! Hoo hoo hoo!" After they spoke, the sky and the earth trembled, and the gray-colored gases that were originally floating in the air were as though they heard a summon and they became hurricanes as they charged towards the Qilin army once again. Humph. No matter how many times you come, I will be able to shatter you. Seeing that, Lin Ran was not afraid as well. He threw out several golden palms again towards the air, but this time, the golden palms were unable to break the gray-colored gas. Instead, they went straight through them. Wah! Quickly after that, the boundless gray-colored gas entered the Qilin army. Like a rainy cloud, they tightly enveloped them and they quickly started to surge. Strong force blew them to the point that both human and horses were rolling, and in an instant, the Master of Kings were already completely defeated. What a strong method! It is truly too terrifying. They are only 20 people, yet they could so easily cause the army of several tens of thousands to collapse. Is this the methods of Greycloak world spiritists? As they looked at the gray-colored gas that were like black clouds engulfing the Qilin army of several tens of thousands, everyone was dumbfounded. Their gazes were filled with astonishment. That gray-colored gas was too strange. No matter what attack was thrown out, it would be unable to damage the gas and it would only go straight through and at the end, harm their own people from the Qilin prince's mansion. However, they were also real substances and they could affect the Qilin army. They blew them to the point in which they were rolling and climbing on the ground, and the army lost all battle power. The people from the Qilin prince's mansion could not even walk out of the gray-colored gas and they were completely sealed within it. Perhaps it sounded quite bad, but they could really only wait to die. Quickly dissolve this dirty and corrupt formation or else I will not care whether you come from the World Spirit Guild or not. I will certainly not allow you to return. Suddenly, a figure leaped out from the gray-colored gas. It was Lin Ran. At that instant, Lin Ran's hair was in complete chaos and he was like a mad demon. Even his clothes were incomplete. Clearly, he suffered quite a bit of damage when he was in the gray-colored gas. However, his current aura was abnormally strong as well. Without restraint, he emanated the pressure of the 8th level of the profound realm and attacked the 20 Greycloak world spiritists. His strike was condensed by profound power. Although it was only simple profound power, it was abnormally strong. The profound power first rushed into the sky, then descended back down. It enveloped the 20 world spiritists and at the same time, blocked their escape. He wanted to defeat all of them with one strike. Heavens! How much power do you need for such limitless profound power? Is this Lin Ran's true strength? Although it isn't a martial skill, it has surpassed martial skills. This is truly too terrifying. As they looked at the limitless profound power, everyone couldn't help but inhale a breath of cool air and they were deeply stunned by the terrifying might. At the same time, they also deeply wiped away some sweat for the world spiritists. Although they had no relation at all with the world spiritists, at that moment, Lin Ran wanted to take everyone's lives so the world spiritists were their only hope. Naturally, they did not want anything happening to the world spiritists. You are only the 8th level of the profound realm, yet you dare speak such wild words and want to take our lives. Truly shameless big words. However, as the profound power was going to land, at the same time, boundless profound power exploded from the bodies of the 20 Greycloak world spiritists. Their profound power rushed straight up into the air and interweaved with Lin Ran's attack. Instantly, it dissipated Lin Ran's profound power. At that instant, almost everyone could feel the aura of the 20 world spiritists. All of them couldn't help but widen their mouths and even their bodies were excitedly trembling as they yelled out in surprise, they are all experts in the 8th level of the profound realm. Chapter 257, Black-Colored Forbidden Medicine. Chapter 257, Black-Colored Forbidden Medicine. The 20 Greycloak world spiritists were martial cultivation experts in the 8th level of the profound realm. As they emanated their auras, instantly, they suppressed Lin Ran's because every single one of their auras were no weaker than Lin Ran's, let alone the 20 of them together. So these are the people from the World Spirit Guild. Strong. If people in the 8th level of the profound realm are already peak-level big characters in the Azure province, these 20 experts in the 8th level of the profound realm are quite a bit scary. It's said that in the Spirit province, experts are like the clouds, and it seems like that is indeed true. I don't believe that these 20 people are the peak-level people in the World Spirit Guild, but when they are in the Azure province, they are indeed peak-level. It could be seen how big of a difference there is between the Azure province's cultivators and the cultivators from other provinces. The cultivation of the 20 world spiritists frightened everyone. Even Lin Ran tightly frowned and his face became strangely ugly. Leave. Seeing that all of you came from the Qilin Prince's mansion, today, we will spare you. But remember, don't think about harming Chu Feng. He is a part of my World Spirit Guild, and if you dare to touch him, my World Spirit Guild will not ignore it. One of the Greycloak World Spiritists waved his hand at Lin Ran, indicating them to quickly leave. Hey, hee, ha 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 ha. However, at that moment, Lin Ran suddenly loudly laughed. His laughter was extremely strange. Although, from his voice, he was indeed laughing, his expression was abnormally sinister and terrifying. Suddenly, he stopped laughing. He cast his abnormally evil gaze towards the 20 World Spiritists from the World Spirit Guild and fiercely said, "Today, I must kill Chu Feng. No matter who it is, those who block me will die." After speaking, the cosmos sac on his waist lit up, and a purplish-black pill appeared in his hand. Then, he swallowed it. After the pill entered his body, change instantly happened to Lin Ran. Both of his eyes turned black, and his mouth also turned black. Black-colored gas kept on flowing out from his body. At that instant, his aura was rising. With a blink, he arrived in the 9th level of the Profound Realm, and he was still climbing. Crap, he used a forbidden medicine. Seeing that, the people from the World Spirit Guild also instantly became tense. That's a forbidden medicine. Quite scary. I heard that forbidden medicine allowed a cultivator's cultivation to rise, but after the power disappears, they will get the rebounds. I heard that according to the medical powers, the colors of the forbidden medicines are different as well. The black color is one of the strongest ones. Look, Lin Ran's aura already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Profound Realm, but it is still increasing. If this goes on, he wouldn't make a breakthrough into the Heaven Realm, right? How is it possible? No matter how much more powerful forbidden medicines are, it would be impossible for him to go from the 8th level of the Profound Realm to the Heaven Realm. If there is truly a forbidden medicine like that, after the powers disappear, the user would certainly die from the rebound. It stopped. However, he has already infinitely neared the Heaven Realm. He is no longer in the simple Profound Realm. He is truly at the peak of the Profound Realm. The Profound Realm that endlessly nears the Heaven Realm. Has Lin Ran gone insane? So in order to kill Chu Feng, he took such a powerful forbidden medicine. Although the forbidden medicine wouldn't be enough to take his life, but he would still receive extremely powerful rebound, right? As they looked at Lin Ran, who had black gas lingering around him, everyone was endlessly terrified. They knew how scary the current Lin Ran was. Even the 20 Greycloak World Spiritist in the 8th level of the Profound Realm could not stop him. Today, I must take Chu Feng's head. If there is anyone who dares to stop me, I will start an annihilation. Lin Ran angrily yelled as he walked towards Chu Feng step by step. The ground would tremble after every step. A deep footprint would be left behind as countless cracks spread out from them. If you want to kill Chu Feng, you must pass through us first. However, just at that time, the 20 World Spiritists from the World Spirit Guild rushed forward again and arrived in front of Lin Ran. Simultaneously, they spread their arms open and layers of strong gray-colored spirit formation power surged out and became incomparably thick, huge spirit formation walls, and they surrounded Lin Ran within them. You still dare to use such crooked methods against me? All of you truly are looking to die. Lin Ran coldly snorted, then waved his big sleeve. The black-colored gas swirled like a hurricane and it completely shattered the huge spirit formations, and instantly, all of them crumbled. After the spirit formation wall was destroyed, the black-colored gas pounced towards the 20 World Spiritists. At that instant, the World Spiritists also used everything they had to lay spirit formations in order to hold the gas back. 1 layer. 2 layers. 10 layers. 100 layers. As they proficiently controlled the spirit formations, hundreds of spirit formation walls kept on condensing in front of them, and the numbers were still rising. However, in front of the black-colored gas, they were useless. The spirit formations that were originally incomparably firm, the spirit formations that were titled as the strongest defense methods, were like tofu, as they could not even take a single strike. They already crumbled because of the black-colored gas. The 20 Greycloak World Spiritists flew several hundred meters back before falling back down after they were struck by the black-colored gas. After landing, their auras became extremely feeble, and even the gray-colored gas that enveloped the Qilin army quickly dissipated. It could be seen that they were quite heavily injured. Elders. As they saw that, the several hundred White Cloak World Spiritists on the guest view stage quickly rushed down and they wanted to support the 20 Grey Cloak World Spiritists. Move. However, Lin Ran saved his big sleeve, and the several hundred White Cloak World Spiritists were like scarecrows as they flew up high, then they quickly fell back down and ferociously landed on the floor. At that instant, the World Spiritists that came from the World Spirit Guild were laying on the ground as they painfully howled. They did not even have any strength to stand back up. Chu Feng, run! Just at that time, another figure rushed out. It was Chu Feng's master, Zhuge Liuyun. Die! Lin Ran's gaze turned cold as he raised his palm. Strong profound power flew towards Zhuge Liuyun. The huge power was enough to destroy Zhuge Liuyun into pieces. Whoosh! But when that profound power was going to hit Zhuge Liuyun, Li Zhongqing stood in front of him, and he used his entire body's profound power to lay a defense in order to block Lin Ran's attack. However, it was useless. With a huge boom, violent energy ripples engulfed them. The two of them flew back, and when they fell back on the floor, blood filled their mouths and they were seriously internally wounded. At that instant, no one was able to defeat Lin Ran. He who used forbidden medicine was near invincible and not a single person could take any one of his strikes. His cultivation already reached the 9th level of the profound realm, and he was infinitely near the heaven realm. The most important part though, was his horrifying bloodlust. He was unable to dispel it if he did not quickly kill. Chapter 258, Castrate Yourself. Chapter 258, Castrate Yourself. The current Lin Ran had black gas lingering around him and his bloodlust rose straight to the sky. As for the aura that he was emitting, other than strong, there was another word that summarized it. Coldness. Everyone was afraid because at that moment, Lin Ran was truly too terrifying. A whole 20 Grey Cloak World Spiritists in the 8th level of the Profound Realm could not even block one of his attacks. People truly suspected whether he already entered the Heaven Realm or not. In addition, the Qilin army of tens of thousands that were suppressed freed themselves. At that moment, they aggressively entered the arena, and everyone felt despair. Lin Ran, the person who killed Gong Luyun, was me. If you have any hatred, aim them at myself. As he saw the people next to him rolling around on the ground, and as he looked at the gazes of fear from the strangers around him, Chu Feng unhesitatingly jumped off the fighting stage and walked towards Lin Ran. Chu Feng, he. As they looked at that scene, everyone was shocked. Even though Lin Ran's fury was indeed caused by Chu Feng, at that instant, for the safety of the crowd, Chu Feng was willing to sacrifice himself. That still deeply shocked everyone's hearts. In this world, most people were selfish and there were too little people who were willing to be selfless. Even they could not do it. But for some strangers, Chu Feng, such a young man, could sacrifice himself. Other than fear in their hearts, emotions of gratitude rose from deep within their hearts. Don't worry. Even if you don't come, I will still skin you alive before taking your little life away. Soldiers and generals of the Qilin Prince's mansion, listen to my command. Today, I want the Azure Dragon School to be rinsed with blood. Other than people from my prince's mansion, kill every single other person without mercy. However, Lin Ran, who was filled with killing intent, did not even plan to forgive any person in the arena. Immediately after he spoke, the Qilin army of tens of thousands behind him spread everywhere and they charged towards the observing crowd. Run! Instantly, all sorts of panicked cries kept on ringing out, and everyone did their best to escape. However, there was only one entrance to the arena, and at that moment, it was already sealed shut by the Qilin army. They were like turtles in a jar, and they had no roads to escape. We're dead. We're dead. Originally, there was a good show here to watch, but I never would have thought that we would become sacrifices in order to dissolve Lin Ran's hatred. Compared to the people who panicked, those who were thoughtful were even more gloomy. 10,000 of their hopes turned into dust, and after closely analyzing the situation in front of their eyes, they got a conclusion. They were undoubtedly dead. The current Chu Feng did not care about the people who randomly ran and randomly yelled. He first looked at Zhuge Liuyun and Li Zhongqing, then looked at the World Spirit Guild crowd, then looked at a certain area in the guest viewing seats. After seeing two familiar, beautiful figures, his heart couldn't help but violently jump 2 times. Because those two were 2 women whom he loved. They were the sisters, Su Ro and Su Mei. Although the sisters were strictly guarded by the people from the Vermilion Bird City, Chu Feng knew that in front of the insane Qilin army, both of them were still in danger. After experiencing the family extermination calamity, after feeling the pain of losing his family, Chu Feng hiddenly made a vow and he could not let anyone close to him be harmed because of himself. At that moment, there was only one method to protect them. It was to sacrifice himself. Suddenly, he raised one of his fists, and a golden-colored dagger appeared in his hand. As he walked towards Lin Ran, he loudly yelled, "Lin Ran, there is absolutely no reason for you to do this. If you have anger, you can charge towards myself and throw all of it onto myself. How do you want me to torment myself? Speak. As long as you can say it, I, Chu Feng, can do it. There is no need for you to do it yourself. I, Chu Feng, will torture myself." After Chu Feng spoke, even Lin Ran couldn't help but be taken aback. He lightly frowned, but tightly stared at Chu Feng. After a while, an abnormally cold, evil, and strange smile rose on the corners of his mouth. He raised his hand and said, "Everyone, stop." After speaking, the Qilin army who just charged into the observing seats quickly stopped. They did not start to kill the innocent people, and they only obediently waited for Lin Ran's orders. "Chu Feng, you are quite courageous, but I don't really know whether you can do what you say." Lin Ran squinted his eyes and looked at Chu Feng with an eerie gaze. "As long as you can say it, I can do it." Chu Feng grasped the golden-colored dagger and there wasn't a trace of fear on his face. "Good. Straightforward. In order to express your sincerity, first, let me see you castrating yourself." Lin Ran yelled. "Chu Feng, don't. Are you an idiot? Although he used forbidden medicine, that does not mean that we have no chances of winning. Lend your body to me, and let me take care of him. Even if I cannot defeat him, I can still help you safely escape. You don't need to give up right now." At that instant, Eggy, who was in Chu Feng's body, howled with everything she had. "Chu Feng, you must not. Don't do anything to yourself. This Lin Ran is an old fox, and he will not let us go even if you torment yourself." At the same time, Su Ro and Su Mei, who were on the guest stage, yelled out at the same time, but immediately after they yelled out, their mouths were covered by people on Su Hen's orders. He did not want to anger Lin Ran anymore under those circumstances. "Chu Feng, do not do stupid things. You still have a great future." Li Zhangqin yelled. "Chu Feng, what are you thinking about? Quickly escape right now. This is an order from your master. Are you not even going to listen to the words of your master?" Zhuge Liuyan angrily howled. "Lin Ran, if anything happens to Chu Feng today, my World Spirit Guild will stamp your Qilin Prince's mansion flat." Even the elders from the World Spirit Guild threatened. "Don't even think of scaring me. You think that I, Lin Ran, grew up from fear? No matter how much more powerful your World Spirit Guild is, it is only a power from a single area. Can you be even stronger than the Jiang dynasty? The Jiang dynasty is supporting my Qilin Prince's mansion. Do you want to try and dare to even touch my prince's mansion?" However, the current Lin Ran was near insanity. He was not afraid of the threats from the World Spirit Guild, and he only pointed at the guest stage in which Su Ro and Su Mei were on and said to Chu Feng, "Chu Feng, you better quickly castrate yourself, or else I will pull those two girls here and let my Qilin army of tens of thousands take turns." At that instant, Chu Feng gnashed his teeth in anger. He never would have thought that even under the current circumstances, Lin Ran still closely observed, and he discovered that Su Ro and Su Mei worried about Chu Feng. From that, he discovered that their relationship was not ordinary. However, under those situations, Chu Feng did not have a choice as well. He could only slowly raise the golden-colored dagger in his hand and prepared to stab down. Chapter 259, I'll let you be so full of yourself. Chapter 259, I'll let you be so full of yourself. Chu Feng, you bastard. In order to save those two, are you going to not care about my life? If you die, I can't live as well. Seeing that Chu Feng really wanted to do some idiotic thing, Eggy insanely howled. "Eggy, no need to lie to me. I've already inquired about it. After the World Spiritist dies, the contract will indeed get dissolved, but the World Spirit won't disappear. They'll just return to the spiritual world." Chu Feng smiled, but then his tone was filled with guilt. Nonsense. They only know fart. I was sealed in your body. If I could have returned to the spiritual world, I would have already left. Why would I always be locked in your spiritual world? Egi angrily rebuked. Egi, don't speak anymore. I have already decided. You can blame me, because I am indeed a useless master. Chu Feng bitterly chuckled, then the golden-colored dagger in his hand formed a golden-colored blur, and it headed towards his groin. No. At that instant, everyone who worried about Chu Feng widened their mouths and yelled out, as if their hearts were torn and their lungs were split. Even those who were not related to Chu Feng couldn't help but close their eyes, and they couldn't bear continue looking. Chu Feng's actions could be said to be a sacrifice for everyone there. However, just as the golden blur was going to land, an aged hand suddenly appeared and tightly grabbed Chu Feng's wrist. It stopped Chu Feng's movements, and at the same time, an old laughing voice also rang out. Oh! You are quite heartless to even yourself. You don't even want your jewels. You don't want to do it with woman, and you don't want to carry any sons. After hearing that voice, Chu Feng's expression couldn't help but greatly change. After he clearly saw the old man, he even instantly rejoiced. The old man wore golden-colored armor and he had a kind smile on his face. Everything seemed quite familiar, because he was the mysterious senior Chu Feng saw that day in the Valley of 100 Bends. Who is this? At the same time, everyone in the arena were shocked. The old man appeared way too fast and no one could even tell when he came. He appeared just like a ghost. The reason why they were shocked was not only because of the unfathomable high cultivation. It was also because he wore armor that belonged to the Qilin Prince's mansion, yet he saved Chu Feng. Qi Feng Yang. Finally, someone yelled in surprise and that person recognized that old man. The person who yelled out was none other than the person who wanted to kill Chu Feng. Lin Ran. What? Qi Feng Yang. He's the chief of the Qi clan in the Qilin Prince's mansion. After hearing the name Qi Feng Yang, almost everyone on scene couldn't help but inhale a breath of cool air. Who was Qi Feng Yang? He was one of the true peak characters of the Azure province. In the Qilin Prince's mansion, there were two clans. The Qi clan and the Lin clan. The one who ruled the two clans was the lord of the Qilin Prince's mansion. So, in the Qilin Prince's mansion, the lord of the mansion had the highest position. Other than the mansion lord, the ones with the highest strength and position in the Qilin Prince's mansion was the chief of the Qi clan and the chief of the Lin clan. Lin Ran was only a head manager in the Lin clan, and he was one step lower than being chief. However, Qi Feng Yang was the chief of the Qi clan, so his position was one step higher than Lin Ran. The most important thing was that Qi Feng Yang already entered the 9th level of the Profound Realm many years ago. He was truly in the peak of the Profound Realm. No matter if it was status, position, or strength in terms of cultivation, he was a character who was stronger than Lin Ran. Why did such a character appear at that place? If it was said that Lin Ran's appearance was to help his foster grandson, Gong Luyun, then why did Qi Feng Yang appear in that place for? Why did he save Chu Feng? Did he come to help Chu Feng? At that instant, various guesses kept on echoing in people's brains, but not one of them could think of the answer. On the other hand, Qi Feng Yang indifferently smiled, then swept his gaze over to Lin Ran and calmly said, "Lin Ran, you've got quite big nerves. You dare to ignore the mansion rules and kill the innocent. Qi Feng Yang. This Chu Feng killed my foster grandson. Why is it not right for me to take his life?" Clearly, Lin Ran was slightly afraid of Qi Feng Yang, and as he spoke, he wasn't as forceful as before. Oh. A foster grandson is only a foster grandson. Is it worth it for you to have such big movements? If a mere foster grandson caused you to start a massacre, then I will need to take care of today's matter even more, because Chu Feng is my close friend. Qi Feng Yang pulled Chu Feng closer and as he stuck his chest out and raised his head as he patted Chu Feng's shoulder. What? I didn't hear wrong, did I? Senior Qi Feng Yang is Chu Feng's close friend. This. After Qi Feng Yang spoke, another ruckus was brought up by the crowd. Even Li Zhangqing, Zhuge Liuyun, and the others were so shocked that their jaws fell to the ground. A young person like Chu Feng was a close friend with Qi Feng Yang, who was such a huge character. That news was truly too explosive. However, there was no one who had an even more wonderful expression than Su-han. Chi Fengyang was a huge character that even he did not get a chance to interact with. He was an old senior who he wished to have connections to, but could not. However, that old senior was Chu Feng's close friend. Yet before, he even told his daughters to stay away from Chu Feng. Right now, he could really fiercely slap himself 2 times because goddamn, he did not have eyes. Chi Fengyang. Today, I must kill Chu Feng. Don't think that I wouldn't dare to attack you just because you're the chief of the Chi clan. Seeing that Chi Fengyang was determined to protect Chu Feng, Lin Ran did not speak any more rubbish. Again, he emanated his boundless aura and the black gas rose into the air once again. Oh. You think you're so good now? After taking the pill, you feel like you can do it. Come. You can come and try. I would quite like to see how capable you are after taking the forbidden medicine. Chi Fengyang was not a person who was fun to anger. After pulling his sleeve and revealing his arm, he quickly ran towards Lin Ran. Chi Fengyang, you forced me. Suddenly, Lin Ran angrily roared as he became black light and leaped. Instantly, he arrived in front of Chi Fengyang, and the fist that was covered by black gas and had devastating power kept on increasing in size in front of Chi Fengyang's eyes. Damn you. Get down. However, Chi Fengyang did not dodge or avoid it. Rather, he stuck one hand out, and formed it into a claw. He grabbed the fist that Lin Ran threw towards him, and with the wave of his arm, he spun Lin Ran who was in the air. Lin Ran was like a circular sandbag, and after being spun 10 whole circles in the air by Chi Fengyang, he was pulled down from the air, and with a bang, he fell onto the ground. Strong power caused rocks to fly in all directions, and a huge hole was formed by that. But that was not the end. Chi Fengyang raised his right leg, and he kicked Lin Ran who was in the hole at random places. As he kicked, he even cursed. God damn. You dare to be so cocky with me after you ate some broken pill? You want to be so full of yourself? I'll let you be so full of yourself. Chapter 260, Strange Old Man. Chapter 260, Strange Old Man. Chi Fengyang, after he pulling his sleeve back and revealing his arm, fiercely kicked Lin Ran as he also added some cursing. As people saw that scene, their souls were shocked. They grimaced, they were dumbfounded, they wanted to stop looking, yet they could not. They thought in their hearts, they were both in the 9th level of the profound realm, but that difference was a bit too great, wasn't it? In reality, it was indeed so. Even Chu Feng widened his mouth in shock because he could tell that it wasn't only the distance in terms of cultivation realms. It was purely the distance in terms of battle power. Similarly, as he could use the cultivation of the 7th level of the origin realm to defeat Gong Luyun who was in the 4th level of the profound realm. Although Chi Fengyang at that moment didn't have such twisted battle power as Chu Feng, he was still clearly not on the same level as Lin Ran. He was far above him. Beating Lin Ran was like beating a child. Lin Ran did not have any room to fight back, nor did he have a chance to fight back because Chi Fengyang's battle power was completely above his, and he absolutely crushed him. What should we do about this? Chi Fengyang is as abnormal as usual, and even Lord Lin Ran who ate forbidden medicine cannot defeat him. What else can we do? Quickly retreat. This old guy has disappeared for a long time, and during this period of time, the Chi clan has been quite miserably suppressed by my Lin clan. Right now, since he suddenly appeared, he will certainly not forgive us. Seeing that their own family's Lord Lin Ran was being so violently beaten up like that, the Qilin army from the Lin clan tightly frowned and they kept on shivering. They secretly turned around, and they wanted to secretly leave. However, how was it possible for such a huge army with such huge numbers not attract attention when they wanted to leave? So, when the first person turned around and retreated, Chi Fengyang immediately loudly yelled. God damn, all of you stand right there. I will break 3 legs from the people who dare to leave this arena. Hua, after yelling, everyone in the Qilin army did not dare to move from fear. Every single one of them stood where they were while their bodies were trembling and their legs quivering. They were too afraid of Chi Fengyang. The Chi clan and the Lin clan were not on friendly terms, and when Chi Fengyang was in the prince's mansion, he suppressed the Lin clan. At that time, Chi Fengyang was a name that caused the Lin clan to be fearful just by hearing it. Even the chief of the Lin clan had headaches because of him. Later on, Qi Fengyang suddenly disappeared. The Qi clan was like a group of dragons without a head, so the Lin clan started their counterattack. During that period of time, the Qi clan were indeed quite miserably suppressed by the Lin clan. However, the King of Hell returned, and they could completely imagine what situations their Lin clan was going to face. Damn. You really think you're so good now? In the period of time that I wasn't here, all of you were quite arrogant, huh? Not only did you bully my Qi clan in the mansion, you even bully my close friend's school outside of the mansion. God damn. Who gave you these nerves? Kneel. Hua. Qi Fengyang explosively yelled, and without even hesitating, the Lin clan's army kneeled simultaneously. Their former arrogance and unshakable dignity, after doing so much, it was only fart in front Qi Fengyang. They very decisively threw them away. Qi Fengyang took that scene as normal, but the outsiders in the arena were joyful beyond expectations and they were endlessly shocked. Not only was the army from the Qilin prince's mansion kneeling to Qi Fengyang, the army was also kneeling to them. How much face would be given if one said that the people from the Qilin prince's mansion knelt before them? Even if they could not become some big character in the future, at least, they would be able to brag to their grandsons and later generations, right? What are you thinking? Slap yourself 100 times. Qi Fengyang stepped on Lin Ran's head, then he yelled at the Lin clan while pointing at them. Chief Qi, we only followed the commands of our superior. We were truly forced. This time, someone hesitated, and with a full face of grievance, that person yelled and complained to Qi Fengyang. At the same time, the tens of thousands people from the Qilin prince's mansion nodded with faces of grievances as well. They really hoped that Qi Fengyang could spare them once. Screw your damn being forced. However, Qi Fengyang did not buy that. He first loudly cursed, then took off a shoe that he was wearing and waved his arm. He threw that shoe towards the face of the one who begged. No matter how you said it, other people's shoes were still shoes. However, Qi Fengyang's shoe was a ferocious weapon. After that shoe landed, the person who begged cried out in pain. His nose was crooked, and his face was smashed in, and not only did he get knocked out from that, his face even got paralyzed. After seeing the person who got his face smashed by a shoe, the Lin clan army of tens of thousands all hesitated for 0.001 seconds, then raised their palms, waved their arms, and sent huge slaps towards their own faces with bangs. Putting aside how much power they used to slap themselves, but without even slapping themselves for 100 times, no one dared to stop. People were completely stupefied when they looked at that scene. Their mouths and eyes were crooked, and they were so shocked that they could not care for themselves. The Qilin army that was so aggressive with boiling killing intent earlier was taken care by someone to that state. They truly saw something new. Even shock was filled on Eggy's sweet little face in Chu Feng's spiritual world. As she was stunned, her little mouth couldn't help but slightly open and she couldn't help but yell in surprise. This old man is quite strange. I recall how righteous he seemed in the Valley of 100 Bends. I never would have thought that when facing the enemy, he would not care what methods he used and he would be so despicable and shameless. Luckily he isn't the enemy because he is even more terrifying than Lin Ran. As for Chu Feng, a faint smile was hung on the corner of his mouth. He was very glad that he met such a noble person like Qi Fengyang. Not only did he save himself, he even saved the people close to him. At the same time, he was even more glad that Qi Fengyang wasn't his enemy because he knew that if the old man was currently his enemy, right now, he would have certainly been played around to death by the old man. Finally, after 100 slaps, the several tens of thousands Lin clan members from the Qilin prince's mansion had swelled up and red faces. Deep palm marks were left, and it could be seen that they were quite fierce to themselves. Of course, they did not dare to not be fierce. In front of Qi Fengyang, how could they dare to play any tricks? If they were discovered, Qi Fengyang could certainly play around with them until they were dead. Brother Chu Feng, this group of dogs came here to stir up trouble and they ruined your originally fine life and death battle. Speak. How should they be punished? I'll help you out with it. Qi Fengyang arrived in front of Chu Feng and heroically patted Chu Feng's shoulder. Looking at how he acted, he really did not seem to be facing a junior. It was more like he was facing a brother. Chu Feng was always grateful towards Qi Fengyang. His life was saved by him in the Valley of 100 Bends, and Chu Feng already owed him a huge favor then. Before he could even pay that back, his life was saved once again by him. Also, not only did he save Chu Feng's life, he even saved the near 1 million people's lives in the arena. Chu Feng was already endlessly grateful, so he clasped his hands and said, "Senior Qi, I will not forget your benevolence and kindness, and I will undoubtedly pay it back in the future." TSK. What are you talking about? However, it was unexpected that Qi Fengyang did not want Chu Feng's words. He curled his lips, widened his eyes, and said to Chu Feng, "Who are you calling senior? Call me brother." Chapter 261, Mysterious Passerby. Chapter 261, Mysterious Passerby. As he looked at Qi Fengyang, who was full of smiles, Chu Feng hesitated for a bit, but he still laughed, smiled, and said to Qi Fengyang, "Brother." "Ah, that's right." After hearing Chu Feng's response, Qi Fengyang's smile was even more dazzling. He raised his head, looked around, then loudly said, "Everyone listen up. From today on, Chu Feng is my brother. Whoever dares to bully Chu Feng means that they are bullying me, Qi Fengyang. As long as I, Qi Fengyang, am still breathing, I will absolutely not forgive him. Also, the Azure Dragon School is already qualified to become a first-rate school. Not for any other reason, but my brother being here is a reason enough. Besides, School Head Li's cultivation is already qualified to be the school head for a first-rate school. Therefore, School Head Li, I, Qi Fengyang, shall boldly ask. Why not? Take this chance and start an assembly in the Azure Dragon School for a school promotion, and to raise the Azure Dragon School from a second-rate school to a first-rate school." Qi Fengyang smiled and said to Li Zhangqing, "Everything can be arranged by you, Lord Qi." Let alone that Li Zhangqing did not dare to go against Qi Fengyang's wishes. Actually, he himself also wanted to raise the Azure Dragon School to a first-rate school. Since there was a chance like that right now, and it was even personally hosted by the number 2 person in the Grand Qilin Prince's mansion, naturally, he would not miss that chance. Haha. Good. Today, this thing will be set. In order to celebrate the promotion of the school that my younger brother is in, my Qilin Prince's mansion will contribute. 2 days later, also in this place, the Azure Dragon School will host a school promotion assembly for a new start. Anyone who come are guests, so everyone, no need to leave. Stay for an extra 2 days, and why not join this Azure Dragon school promotion assembly as well? Qi Fengyang was extremely happy, and as for the people in the arena, naturally, they were endlessly excited as well. It was quite an honorable thing to participate in the school promotion assembly that Qi Fengyang hosted. Besides, the current Azure Dragon School did indeed have the strength for them to set up a relationship. Not to mention the Azure Dragon School's head, Li Zhangqing's strength, and not to mention Chu Feng's potential, just by looking at Qi Fengyang, the supporter behind them, it was enough to make various schools seriously treat them. However, some people were quite depressed as well, and one of them would be Gong Tianping, who was bearing the pain of losing his son. His own son was killed, but he had no way of avenging him. That caused him to be depressed to the extreme. So, he did not stay behind to participate in the Azure Dragon school promotion assembly. He only led the people from the Black Tortoise City and gloomily left. As for the elders and heads from first-rate schools which he brought along, they did not choose to leave. In front of Qi Fengyang's mighty name, they decisively threw Gong Tianping away and chose to rely on the Azure Dragon School. They decided to befriend the Azure Dragon School. That made Gong Tianping even more depressed. As he was in pain because his own son was lost, his allies abandoned him and threw themselves towards the enemy. That was truly adding frost onto snow, and the date of his revenge was so distant and far. But the most depressed people were the Lin clan from the Qilin Prince's mansion. Under Qi Fengyang's command, the big characters who had well-known statuses became physical labor for the Azure Dragon School's promotion. They laid the space, arranged tables and chairs, swept the ground, organized, prepared goods and supplies. Everything were their responsibilities, and even though they felt wronged in their stomachs, they did not dare to speak even half a word of complaint because they truly feared Qi Fengyang too much. As they faced a situation like that, at first, many people did not get used to the people from the Qilin Prince's mansion pouring tea for them. It made them feel extremely frightened and they were deeply afraid that they would take revenge on them for that. But gradually, they still got used to it. It was because Chi Fengyang said one sentence. If anyone unseen had anything happen to them, no matter if it was done by the Lin clan or not, in the future, he would still collect debts from the Lin clan. So naturally, the people from the Lin clan would not dare to have any plans. However, Chi Fengyang wasn't a person who didn't know when to stop. Although most of the Lin clan members stayed behind for physical labor, he still let 20 Lin clan members who had decent cultivation leave. The reason why they were let go was naturally to send the heavily injured Lin Ran back to the Qilin prince's mansion. Although Chi Fengyang felt very displeased towards Lin Ran, after all, he was still in the Lin clan. A lesson could be given, but a life could not be taken. On the road back to the Qilin prince's mansion, 20 experts from the Qilin prince's mansion rode golden horses, and they were escorting a luxurious carriage while hurrying on the road. Heart-tearing and lung-splitting huge coughs occasionally came from the carriage, and occasionally, bursts of unceasingly miserable moans came from the carriage. This Chi Fengyang has gone too far by beating Lord Lin Ran like this. After returning to the prince mansion, we must report this to the lord of the mansion and let him punish Chi Fengyang. A young guard aggrievely said. What do you even know? Even the chief can't do anything about Chi Fengyang. Do you really think that mansion lord will listen to you? Do you think that he knows nothing? Who do you think is more important to the prince mansion, Chi Fengyang or Lord Lin Ran? Besides, the current injuries that Lord Lin Ran has right now was not caused by Chi Fengyang. They are internal injuries resulted from the rebounds of that forbidden medicine. A middle-aged guard reminded. It's the forbidden medicine. This type of rebound is really too painful, and I can truly not bear seeing Lord Lin Ran endure this type of torture. Worry and unwillingness filled the young guard's face. There's someone in front. But just at that time, the guard who was at the very front suddenly loudly yelled. Quickly after, the 20 prince's mansion guards entered a high alert state. Indeed, a figure appeared on the road in front. That person was sitting in the middle of the road while wearing a conical hat. His appearance was unclear, but he blocked the road forward. We are Lin clan members from the Qilin prince's mansion. The person in front, quickly move. One of the guards howled. However, the person who preventing them from continuing still sat in the middle of the road. He did not have any reactions, as though he didn't hear the guard's words. Oi! I'm speaking to you. Do you not hear me? Seeing that there were no reactions, that guard howled again. But yet again, that person still ignored him. God damn, you are truly looking to die. Seeing that, the guard who already had a stomach of anger jumped and leaped off the horse, then quickly walked towards that person. At that instant, a smile of ridicule appeared on the faces of the other guards because they knew what the guard planned to do. If he truly wanted to kill the person on the road, he would have just directly attacked and sent a strike through the air. It would have been enough to break him into pieces, so there was no need to walk over. The reason why he walked over was because he wanted to torture the guy who did not have eyes for a while. Incidentally, all of them had a stomach full of anger, so they wanted to vent it out on the passerby who didn't have eyes. You, stand up. The guard walked next to the person on the road, extended his hand, and he wanted to grab his clothes. However, a half-moon-shaped cold glare slid across his wrist. Blood sprayed, and the hand that the guard extended was already cut off. Following that, another cold glare streaked past, and the guard's head already flew into the air, then landed onto the ground. Chapter 262, Torturing Lin Ran. Chapter 262, Torturing Lin Ran. You, who are you? You dare to attack people from my Qilin prince's mansion. That scene terrified the other guards, because after all, the guard who was just killed was still an expert in the profound realm. If a person like that was so easily beheaded, it meant that the person on the road was not ordinary. At that instant, the person on the road slowly stood up and took the conical hat on his head off. A handsome and young face was revealed, and he smiled and said. To the crowd indifferently, I came here to slaughter the people from the Qilin prince's mansion. You are Chu Feng. After seeing that face, the colors of the guards' faces were instantly all gone because at that very instant, the person who stopped in front of them was none other than Chu Feng. However, they remembered that Chu Feng was clearly only in the 7th level of the origin realm, yet he was emanating the aura of the 1st level of the profound realm. That change truly was unimaginable, and some didn't even dare to be sure whether the person in front of them was Chu Feng or not. Chu Feng. After hearing the name Chu Feng, Lin Ran stepped out of the carriage and came out. The current Lin Ran was heavily sweating and his face was slightly green. His eyes were deeply caved in, and in addition to the chaotic hair, that appearance terrified people as much as they could be terrified. The most important part was that his aura was extremely petty. He dropped down to the 6th level of the profound realm, and it could be seen that the rebound of the forbidden medicine was indeed quite strong. However, after seeing Chu Feng, he was not only shocked. Instantly, boiling bloodlust also surged out, and he pointed at Chu Feng and said, "I never would have thought that you would dare to send yourself here. Kill him. Kill." After the order, the remaining guards did not dare to be slow and every single one of them let the aura of the profound realm out. The strong pressure forced its way towards Chu Feng. Simultaneously, 20 various strong martial skills were also thrown out. Not only did they not block Chu Feng's escape, that attack showed that they wanted to take Chu Feng's life. However, light flashed under Chu Feng's feet and his entire body became a row of light. He quickly dodged the densely packed martial skills, and with a blink, he arrived in front of the guards. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Following that, Chu Feng clenched both of his hands and 2 big blades appeared in his palm. They became 2 golden-colored blurs as they endlessly flew everywhere. After the golden blurs stopped, the 20 profound realm experts from the Qilin Prince's mansion were all beheaded and killed by Chu Feng. Your aura, that bodily martial skill, you are Mr. Greycloak. At that instant, Lin Ran could finally not remain calm anymore because he astonishingly discovered that Chu Feng's current aura, Chu Feng's current battle power, and Chu Feng's mysterious bodily methods he displayed were exactly the same as Mr. Greycloak's who chased after Gong Luyun in the Valley of 100 Bends. He suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. Mr. Greycloak who chased after Gong Luyun and killed the others did not have connections with Chu Feng, because Chu Feng was Mr. Greycloak. Half a year ago, Chu Feng already had the strength to kill Gong Luyun. Hey, you found out about it. It seems that you aren't stupid, huh? However, do you remember what I said in the Valley of 100 Bends that day? Next time we meet, I will take your life. Chu Feng had a light smile on his face, but his gaze was icy cold. If you want to take my life, you need to have that strength. On that day, I was able to force you to escape for your life. Today, I can cut your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Lin Ran was furious. As he insanely howled, he extended his hand towards his cosmos sack. A black-colored forbidden medicine appeared in his palm once again. He who received the rebound of the forbidden medicine no longer had the battle power that he previously had. So, if he wanted to defeat the current Chu Feng, he had to use forbidden medicine again. Although it would greatly harm him, it was the only thing he could do at that moment. But how could Chu Feng give that chance to him? The light under Chu Feng's feet flashed, and he already dashed in front of Lin Ran. Following that, the big blade in his hand mercilessly sliced down, and after a glare swept past, with snapping noises, blood sprayed out and Lin Ran's hand that was holding the forbidden medicine was already chopped off by Chu Feng. After cutting his hand off, Chu Feng held the forbidden medicine in his hand. As he looked at the forbidden medicine which was filled with strange power, Chu Feng curled his lips and said, "Although this thing harms people quite a bit, it should still be worth something. I'll take it." As he spoke, Chu Feng put the forbidden medicine away. After that, he looked at the disconnected palm under Lin Ran's legs, spit on it, and said, "As for this thing, even dogs won't eat it, so it is useless to keep it." After speaking, Chu Feng raised his feet, and stamped Lin Ran's disconnected palm into meat paste. "I will skin you alive." As he saw his own palm being stamped into meat paste by Chu Feng, Lin Ran truly saw it with his eyes, but ached in his heart. He madly pounced towards Chu Feng. However, because of the rebound from the forbidden medicine, his current cultivation was restricted to the 6th level of the profound realm. It was even extremely petty, so how could he possibly defeat Chu Feng? Damn you! Chu Feng kicked out and directly kicked Lin Ran to the ground. He looked at Lin Ran and said, "You really like seeing other people castrate themselves, huh? Today, I show you how you get castrated by someone else." After speaking, Chu Feng's big leg was suddenly raised. No. At that instant, Lin Ran was terrified as he hysterically screamed out. But would Chu Feng listen to his words? Chu Feng's foot ruthlessly stamped down, and with a poochie on Lin Ran's pants, blood splattered around his crotch section. His genitals were stamped into meat paste by Chu Feng. Why is it so small? I couldn't even feel anything. Chu Feng smacked his lips, and as he looked at Lin Ran with a lifeless expression, he felt quite refreshed in his heart. At that instant, Lin Ran's face was like ash. The pain he felt from his body was not comparable to the pain in his heart. He had no son, as he was decapitated by Chu Feng. He had no genitals, as they were stamped into meat paste by Chu Feng. He truly was not going to have a later generation, as he had no sons or grandsons. I say, you are still the head manager of the Lin clan from the Qilin Prince's mansion. What are you so poor? You only have a few dozen high-quality profound medicine on you. These aren't even enough to fill my teeth. Chu Feng took Lin Ran's cosmos sack off and he was currently searching inside it. Kill me. Lin Ran deathly gloomily said those words. What did you say? Chu Feng acted as if he didn't hear them. Kill me. Lin Ran loudly howled. Oh. You want to die? Chu Feng chuckled, then bent down and quietly said to Lin Ran, you want to reunite with your son. What do you mean? After hearing Chu Feng's words, Lin Ran's face greatly changed once again because in this life, he had no sons. His only son was Gong Luyun, but no one should have known that Gong Luyun was his son. Obviously, Chu Feng's words meant that he knew something already. Heh, I don't mean anything. If you want to reunite, I will grant you that wish. However, before that, I haven't tortured you enough. Chu Feng strangely smiled, and a sharp dagger appeared in his hand. He stabbed towards one of Lin Ran's eyes. After that, on the little road, various types of painful cries kept on ringing out. Only after a good while did they gradually quiet down. Chapter 263, Avenged Hatred. Chapter 263, Avenged Hatred. The school promotion assembly for the Azure Dragon School was held as scheduled. Other than the powerful people from various places that stayed behind, many nearby powers heard the news, and went over to congratulate. However, when the people who went to congratulate saw that the people who welcomed them were guards from Qilin Prince's mansion who wore golden armor, all of them were quite frightened. But when they found out that the guards from the Qilin Prince's mansion were ordered by Qi Fengyang to do such strange jobs because they offended Chu Feng, they were even more shocked. Chu Feng became brothers with Lord Qi Fengyang. That news was too explosive and quite inconceivable to many people. In addition to the miracle in which Chu Feng, who was in the 7th level of the Origin Realm, defeated Gong Luyun, who had the cultivation of the 4th level of the Profound Realm, people felt that Chu Feng was quite brilliant and mysterious. So, even more people wanted to see Chu Feng. They wanted to see the grandeur of the genius. But it was in vain, as on the important day of the school promotion assembly, Chu Feng did not show himself. No one knew where he went, but they only heard that he secluded himself for cultivation. At the same time, Gong Tianping and the other people from the Black Tortoise City already returned to the Black Tortoise City. The current Gong Tianping was enduring the pain of losing his son, so he isolated himself and he was not willing to see anyone. However, when several big characters from the Qilin Prince's mansion led a huge army to visit, he had no choice but to come out to meet them. What? Lord Lin Ran hasn't returned to the prince's mansion yet. This isn't right. Looking at the distance, he should have already returned back. Within a guest hall, Gong Tianping had a nervous face as he looked at the several old people from the Qilin Prince's mansion's Lin clan. Yeah, that's why we're worried. Perhaps some incident happened on the road. The other Lin clan members who went to the Azure Dragon School are being pressured by Qi Fengyang in the Azure Dragon School, so we cannot understand the situation. That is why we came to you to find out about more things. The old people's strength were not weak and they were all in the 7th level of the Profound Realm. However, their auras were all stronger than Gong Tianping's, and they were the backbones of the Lin Lan in the Qilin Prince's mansion. My lords, on that day, Qi Fengyang injured Lord Lin Ran quite heavily, and he also has some special relationship with Chu Feng. Do you think that it's possible Qi Fengyang intentionally allowed Lord Lin Ran to return, then hiddenly imprisoned him again? Gong Tianping guessed. He wouldn't. Although Qi Fengyang does things quite madly, he does things quite openly and just. He is extremely loyal to the prince's mansion, and even though he is on bad terms with my Lin clan, he would absolutely not kill people from the Qilin prince's mansion. I feel that this matter wasn't done by Chi Fengyang. The several old people shook their heads. Let me in, let me in. Milady, wait. Milady. Milady. But just at that time, there was some clamoring outside the guest hall. Following that, the closed doors were suddenly kicked open by someone. A woman with tears all over her pale white face intruded under the company of several guards. What are you doing in here? Don't you know that I'm receiving some guests? Quickly get out of here. After seeing that woman, Gong Tianping rose and angrily yelled. That woman was none other than Gong Tianping's wife, and Gong Luyun's mother. If it was under normal circumstances, after being yelled at like that by Gong Tianping, she would have already been so terrified and she wouldn't dare to speak anymore. However, she was like a completely different person today. Not only did she not leave, she even used her trembling hands to point at Gong Tianping, and she said while grinding her teeth. Gong Tianping. You are quite a heartless person. Even if Luyun wasn't born from you and me, you didn't need to kill him so cold-heartedly. After all, he still called you father for 20 years, and in his heart, you are truly his father. And also Lord Lin Ran. So what if he's Luyun's blood-related father? Luyun wasn't born from secret affairs between me and him. We already knew each other before I even knew you. But you killed him, and you even so insanely tortured him to such a wretched state. Are you even a person? Are you a demon? After speaking to that point, tears fell like rain, and her voice was already hoarse. Her trembling body trembled even more intensely. You, what nonsense are you speaking? At that instant, fog filled Gong Tianping's head because of her. He walked up, he strongly slapped the woman's face, and she was thrown dozens of meters away. Hit me. Hit me to death. Since Luyun is dead, I don't want to live anymore. But before I die, I must tie an insane demon like you with the ropes of the law. Milords, Lord Lin Ran has already been killed by this mad Gong Tianping. His body is in Gong Tianping's room right now. The woman cried her complaints out to the several old people, and at the same time, she climbed up from the ground and started to walk out while stumbling. The other old people from the Qilin prince's mansion had tense expressions. They looked at one another, then quickly followed the woman. Milords, do not listen to her incoherent nonsense. Because my son died, she received mental blows, so that is why she spoke such insane words. Normally, she isn't like this. Seeing that, Gong Tianping also quickly explained, but the several old people did not care about him. Under the lead of the woman, the group of people quickly arrived to the room that Gong Tianping lived in. After opening the room, other than the woman, not a single person who looked wasn't stunned. Inside the room, a naked body was hung there. That body was incomplete. It did not have any hands nor feet, and it didn't even have its third leg. However, the face of that corpse was still complete, and it was Lin Ran from the Qilin prince's mansion. However, both of Lin Ran's eyes were scooped out. His tongue was cut, and there was a sign hung from his neck. On the sign, the big word adulterer was written on it. Gong Tianping, look. Look at what you have done. Even if Luyun was born from me and Lord Lin Ran, you did not need to torture him like this. You are truly too heartless. After seeing Lin Ran in such a wretched state, the woman miserably cried again. Heavens! This, Gong Tianping even knelt to the ground with a poof, and he was completely stupefied by the scene in front of him. Gong Tianping. My Qilin prince's mansion has developed your Gong family in such a way, yet you dare to harm Lord Lin Ran like this because of some personal grudges. One of the old people pointed at Gong Tianping and loudly reprimanded. Men. Take this Gong family down. Kill all these bastards that ought to die, and not a single chicken or dog will remain. Another old person directly ran out, and yelled at the Qilin army who set up camp outside the Black Tortoise City. As for the third old man, he was even more straightforward. He just bluntly attacked Gong Tianping, and slammed his palm down on Gong Tianping's brain. After all 7 of his facial orifices bled, he still yelled, "If I don't split your corpse into 8 pieces, my hatred in my heart cannot be dispelled, and I would not be able to face Lord Lin Ran's soul in the heavens." After knowing about what happened, the Qilin army that set up camp outside had fury that rose to the skies. Mercilessly, they started a massacre in the Gong family, because without doing that, they could not soothe the flames of fury in their hearts. Because of Lin Ran's death, the Gong family sank into a desperate situation. Immediately, miserable cries kept on ringing out, and bit by bit, they were being annihilated by the Qilin army. They were being removed from the Azure province. As the Gong family were being annihilated, on the peak of a certain palace in the Black Tortoise City, a young man was standing there. It was Chu Feng. As he looked at the Gong family who was being massacred, there was not a trace of pity on Chu Feng's face. He only looked towards the sky, and sorrowfully said, "Father, the people who harmed you have already gotten a suitable punishment. You can close your eyes in peace." Chapter 264, Reunited Family. Chapter 264, Reunited Family. The news of the Azure Dragon School leaping to become a first-rate school quickly spread throughout the Azure province. Within the borders of the Azure province, suddenly, another first-rate school appeared. That was a huge news, and naturally, it caught the attention of various powers in the Azure province. At the same time, something that caught the attention of people was Chu Feng. Chu Feng became the #1 disciple in the Azure Dragon School. Not only did he behead Gong Luyun, who was in the 4th level of the Profound Realm with the cultivation of the 7th level of the Origin Realm, he also became sworn brothers with the chief of the Qi clan from the Qilin Prince's mansion, Qi Fengyang. His strength and status was terrifyingly strong. The various rumors about Chu Feng were simply like legends. So, that caused many people to not blindly believe everything, and they remained a suspicious attitude. But no matter what, the name Chu Feng already spread throughout the Azure province and became the topic of excited discussion by various people. At the same time, another news made people feel shocked. It was that the city lord of the Black Tortoise City, Gong Tianping, cruelly killed Lin Ran when he was heavily injured. That caused the Qilin Prince's mansion to be enraged, and they completely annihilated the Gong family. "Chu Feng, you've finally returned. We've already heard of the news about you defeating Gong Luyun. You are simply too outstanding and you are truly the pride of our Chu family. Yeah, Chu Feng, I even heard that our Azure Dragon School became a first-rate school, and you also became the #1 disciple in the Azure Dragon School. Is that true?" Chu Feng's arrival to where the young generation of the Chu family had caused everyone to be joyful. They were all excited, because the current Chu Feng was no longer the little brat whom they looked down upon. He became a genius who gave them glory and pride. A family member who they were extremely proud of. Oh, that's less significant. Today, I came here to announce some good news to everyone. Chu Feng sat in the hall, and said while smiling at the crowd. What good news? Everyone started to get excited. Several gazes tightly stared at Chu Feng and their eyes were full of expectation. In order to allow everyone's cultivation to increase to another stage, I helped you guys apply for some martial skills as well as some mysterious techniques from the school head, and he has already agreed. As he spoke, Chu Feng threw a cosmos sack out. After the radiance spread out from the cosmos sack, several books appeared on the table in the hall. Wow, Chu Feng, I simply love you to death. As they looked at those books, the Chu family crowd instantly went mad. Even Chu Guyu's eyes glittered and joy surged into his eyes. It was because those were not normal books. They were mysterious techniques and martial skills. Mysterious techniques were things that only core disciples could cultivate, and there were also rank 1 to rank 5 martial skills there. The things that they did not even dare to think about in the past, the things that they would have never gotten the chance to even touch, were all displayed in front of them at that instant. How could they not be excited? At the same time that they were excited and joyful, they couldn't help but gratefully look at Chu Feng because the reason why they could enjoy all of that today was because all of it was bestowed by Chu Feng. Also, I have another news. I want to tell everyone that the culprit who harmed my Chu family has already been found, and I already let him pay the appropriate price. Suddenly, Chu Feng seriously spoke. Really? Chu Feng, who was the culprit? As he mentioned that, everyone stood up, and their emotions were a bit stirred up. The culprit was Gong Luyun. Chu Feng said. What? It was him. After knowing that, everyone was shocked. But after they were shocked, some people also relievedly said, Gong Luyun has already been killed by you, and the Gong family has also been massacred by the Qilin Prince's mansion. On that topic, they did indeed get the punishment that they deserved. They committed crimes, and they deserved to be punished. But sadly, I can't personally kill them, or else I would feel a lot more refreshed. Chu Qing fiercely said. Although his Gong family wasn't killed by me personally, they still died because of me. Chu Feng lightly smiled, then also said how he killed Lin Ran, and how he used Gong Luyuan's mother to frame Lin Ran's death on Gong Tianping. Chu Feng, you are simply too brilliant. As expected from you to think of such a borrowing a knife to kill method. Yeah, his Gong family is protected by the Qilin Prince's mansion, so if we really kill them, the Qilin Prince's mansion would not forgive us. However, this way, the Qilin Prince's mansion took the initiative to exterminate the Gong family. That is simply too impressive. After knowing the truth, everyone was madly happy and joy was written on their faces. Chu Feng, the relationship between Lin Ran and Gong Luyuan's mother was so hidden, and even Gong Tianping nor Gong Luyuan did not know about it. How did you know? Chu Guyu curiously asked. Heh. At first, after knowing that Gong Luyuan let the 5 Tiger Village massacre my Chu family, I went to the Black Tortoise City and observed Gong Luyuan's mother for a good while since I wanted to know where Gong Luyuan was. I discovered that although Gong Luyuan's mother did not know where Gong Luyuan was, every day, she would go to the riverside by herself and mutter some past things to herself, and many times, a name would be mentioned. Lin Ran's name. In addition, Lin Ran was abnormally kind to Gong Luyuan, so I felt that something was fishy. Before killing Lin Ran, I tested it and I asked him whether Gong Luyuan was his family, and from his reactions, I determined that Gong Luyuan was his privately born son. Chu Feng smiled and explained. Chu Feng, your observation power is a bit crazy, isn't it? At that instant, as the crowd looked at Chu Feng, their gazes had a bit more respect, because Chu Feng had the abilities that none of them had. Not only was it martial cultivation talent, it was also a careful heart. After that, Chu Feng left a large amount of cultivating resources for Chu Guyu and the others. He left the resources he stole from Lin Ran, the people from the Qilin Prince's mansion, as well as from the Black Tortoise City over to Chu Guyu and the others. That caused their tongues to be tied into a knot because such a huge amount of cultivation resources was enough for them to use for over a dozen years, even if they used them whenever they wished to. As for Chu Feng, the reason why he left all those cultivation resources to the Chu family and not use them himself was because the required resources for the current him to make a breakthrough for one level was too terrifying. Although the resources were great wealth for Chu Guyu and the others, to Chu Feng, they were truly only enough for him to fill the cracks between his teeth. After knowing everything, the people in the Chu family were extremely excited, and Chu Feng also specially stayed for a night. He happily drank through the night with his family. Originally, a reunion of family was already happy, and what about in addition to an avenged hatred? So, on that night, everyone in the Chu family were extremely joyful, and the huge rock that was pressed against their hearts was finally lifted. Chu Feng, where should we go now? Your Chu family's hatred has already been avenged, so it should be time to find some source energy for me, right? From last time, after absorbing the source energy from that white tiger villa's ancestor, I couldn't meet any tasty ones and my cultivation has not really improved. After leaving the city in which the Chu family were hiddenly living in, Chu Feng rode Little White and headed back to the Azure Dragon School. As for Eggy, she kept on aggressively nagging. When the white tiger villa's ancestor lived, he was an expert in the heaven realm. So naturally, it would hard to have any improvements after absorbing his source energy, then absorbing source energy from those in the profound realm. But don't worry. I think that this time, you will have good harvests. Chu Feng smiled. What do you mean? Eggy expressed confusion. I think that it is time to open the 1,000-bone graveyard. Chu Feng lightly smiled, then urged Little White under him to quicken the speed back to the Azure Dragon School. Chapter 265, School Founder. Chapter 265, School Founder. The Spiritual Medicine Mountain was a forbidden land. Only inner court disciples were allowed in there when the spiritual medicine hunt happened every year. This year's spiritual medicine hunt just ended recently, and the spiritual medicine mountain was at its strictest time, so no one was allowed in. However, that rule was completely useless in front of Chu Feng. Even if outsiders doubted Chu Feng's strength, there would be no one who dared to doubt him within the Azure Dragon School. After all, on that day, they did indeed personally witness how Chu Feng beheaded Gong Luyuan. In addition to Chu Feng's special status, who would even dare to block him? As long as Chu Feng said a few words, stating that he wanted to enter the spiritual medicine mountain for a walk, the elder who guarded there would most likely immediately open the gates and allow Chu Feng in. However, Chu Feng did not want to attract too much attention, so he did not trouble the guarding elders. He used his imperial sky technique, descended from the skies, and entered the spiritual medicine mountain. At that instant, strange light was being emitted from Chu Feng's chest. Being enveloped by that light, a complex spirit formation map appeared in front of Chu Feng's eyes. It was slowly moving around, and it was quite magical. As he followed that map around, and bit by bit, Chu Feng searched for the location of the thousand-bone graveyard. Outstanding. This is too outstanding. The entrance to this emperor tomb must have been recreated by someone, or else its security wouldn't be so tight. Luckily, when you first entered the thousand-bone graveyard, the old man bestowed this map to you. Or else without this map, it would be impossible for you to find the entrance with your current methods. As Chu Feng searched, Egyi praised. Chu Feng, who was in the environment himself, could truly feel the mysteriousness of the entrance. It could be said that the thousand-bone graveyard was the entrance to the emperor tomb. However, this entrance was different when compared to the entrance of the Vermilion Bird Mountain Range. It was the same as the White Tiger Mountain Range's entrance, as both entrances were changed by someone, and they changed them quite complicatedly. This entrance was always shifting around, and it was hidden deep underground. If Chu Feng did not have the spirit formation map, he would not have any hope in finding the entrance. But luckily, he had the map, and in addition to him being a Greycloak world spiritist, his comprehension in the spirit formation techniques was not comparable to his former days. So, after some complications, he finally found the entrance to the emperor tomb. The entrance was very special. It was not an obvious tunnel. After finding the entrance, Chu Feng himself had to lay a spirit formation, then he had to use the map as a medium to connect to the entrance below. He could only enter after creating a spirit formation tunnel. When Chu Feng finished laying the spirit formation tunnel and after stepping into it, the tunnel immediately closed behind him and it did not leave any traces. After Chu Feng went through the spirit formation tunnel and entered the so-called entrance, even he was stupefied by the scene in front of him. That place was an extremely vast and huge palace. The thick pillars. The large area. The special materials. They made Chu Feng feel extremely powerful might, and in every single corner, there were extremely strong spirit formations laid there. So strong that almost no one in the profound realm was able to damage the palace in the slightest. From that, it could be seen how strong the person who created the palace was. That area was no longer a simple palace. It was an indestructible underground castle. However, other than those, there were also the boundless bones that appeared under Chu Feng's feet. Countless remains. Innumerable. And from rough estimations, there were several tens of thousands of remains. They stacked up under his feet like an ocean, and that scene was exactly the same as the thousand-bone graveyard he saw a year ago. Therefore, Chu Feng was able to confirm that it was undoubtedly the thousand-bone graveyard. Wow, so many powerful remains, and their source energies still remain. Although there isn't anyone in the heaven realm, they are still all experts in the peak of the profound realm. With so many, I can certainly make breakthroughs. Chu Feng quickly absorbed them. After absorbing them, my cultivation can certainly rise greatly. In that instant, the most excited one was none other than Egyi, because to her, they were not simple bones. They were abundant meals. Treasures that could raise her cultivation. Don't worry, little girl, all of them are yours. Chu Feng lightly smiled, but he first spread his spirit power out. After cautiously scanning around him and discovering that there were no abnormalities, he started to unrestrainedly consume the source energy from the remains. As he absorbed with such extreme power, Egyi's cultivation, which was stuck and didn't move forward, finally started to climb again. Very quickly, she rose from the first level of the profound realm to the second level of the profound realm, and her cultivation was still rapidly rising. Under that situation, both Chu Feng and Egyi were extremely excited. Egyi becoming stronger meant that Chu Feng was becoming stronger. He had another layer of defense for his life. But at the same time that he was excited, Chu Feng was also thinking. The several tens of thousands of experts were all in the profound realm. What terrifying battle power that was. Not to mention the current Azure province, perhaps not even a single province from the other 8 provinces could gather such battle power. Why did so many powerful people like them all die here? What took their lives away? Was it the guardian of the Emperor tomb, or were there other reasons? As he thought without result, Chu Feng used his strong spirit formation power in addition to Eggy's unique power to completely suck the several tens of thousands of source energies from the bones dry. At that instant, Eggy's cultivation was no longer in the 2nd level of the profound realm. She went another step forward, and entered the 3rd level of the profound realm. With that cultivation, in addition to Chu Feng's golden-colored lightning, his cultivation could reach the 4th level of the profound realm. If he was in the 4th level of the profound realm, with Chu Feng's methods, he did not need to be afraid of those in the 8th level of the profound realm, and he could fight those in the 9th level of the profound realm. Although he was not invincible within the profound realm, he basically did not need to be afraid of anything anymore. That made Chu Feng and Eggy to be incomparably joyful. Little demon, I was indeed not mistaken. In this 1 year, your speed of growth was even quicker than I imagined. However, as the two of them were submerged within happiness, an aged voice suddenly rang out behind Chu Feng. He turned his head around to look, and he only saw an old man standing behind him. He wore an azure-colored robe, held a strange but special fly whisk, and faint light flickered around his body. He was smiling as he looked at Chu Feng, and that person was the old man who granted the map to Chu Feng. The old man was as strong as usual. Even if Chu Feng was a cultivator in the 7th level of the origin realm as well as Greycloak World Spiritist, when he stood in front of the old man, he still felt how weak and small he was. Senior, are you the creator of the Azure Dragon School, the Azure Dragon founder? Chu Feng's gaze was solemn, and he asked with an extremely respectful tone, because no matter if it was in terms of attire, or his aura, he seemed way too similar to the legendary Azure Dragon founder. Haha, I never would have thought that you would be this smart. You should have already guessed who I am, right? The old man laughed, and despite not giving a real answer, he already implied an answer. At that moment, Chu Feng was extremely happy. He quickly half-knelt on the floor and paid his respects to him. He reverentially said, Chu Feng pays his respects to the school founder. Chapter 266, Essence Pool. Chapter 266, Essence Pool. So you're called Chu Feng. Not bad. Not a bad name. Ah, Chu Feng, no need to be too polite. Rise. Your talent is fine if you're able to enter the 7th level of the origin realm from the 4th level of the spirit realm in 1 year, and giving you spirit power and the map to this place was indeed not in vain. Follow me. I have already prepared a great present for you, and it has just been waiting for you. After the Azure Dragon founder looked at Chu Feng for a while in satisfaction, he turned around and walked deeper into the main hall. Chu Feng did not dare to be slow, so he also quickly followed. However, at the same time, in his heart, he felt even more respect towards the Azure Dragon founder, because from his words, he was sure that his spirit power was opened up by him. This old guy has quite some skill. Although your spirit power is indeed inborn and not bestowed by him, if he did not strengthen your spirit power to break the binding seal, I'm afraid that your spirit power wouldn't have been discovered anytime soon. You would also not be able to meet me, and you would not have been able to have such big improvements in such a short period of time. Eggy reminded. So that means spirit power can really be granted by someone. As long as you have a certain amount of power, even people without spirit power can be given spirit power. Chu Feng was quite surprised. Since Eggy spoke like that, it also meant that the Azure Dragon founder spoke the truth. Of course it's possible. However, the people who accepts the spirit power must have strong enough physique. On that day, the several people who chased after you were also given spirit power, and because they could not endure the spirit power, they died. Also, the person who grants spirit power must also be a world spiritist. Only spirit formation methods can transfer spirit power into another person's body. Also, that world spiritist must at least have the methods of a blue cloak world spiritist. Eggy explained. What? Blue cloak world spiritist? Is the school founder a blue cloak world spiritist? Chu Feng was stunned. What's so surprising about that? From what I see, when he lived, he might not have only been a blue cloak. It's very possible that he infinitely neared, or even actually reached the level of purple cloak world spiritists. Eggy said. That's strong. Chu Feng couldn't help but inhale a breath of cool air. As he looked at the Azure Dragon founder, his gaze couldn't avoid but contain even more respect. But after some more thinking, Chu Feng wasn't as shocked as before. After all, the Azure Dragon founder was the #1 expert back then in the 9 provinces. It wasn't strange for a character like him to have methods of Purple Cloak world spiritists. Chu Feng, the world spirit in your body is quite impressive. Its appetite is quite huge as it is able to absorb so many source energies in such a short period of time. Suddenly, the Azure Dragon founder spoke. Ancestor, you. After hearing those words, Chu Feng was surprised. He never would have thought that the world spirit in his body was seen through by him. No need to worry. It is not strange for a world spirit to be willing to help a talented person like you. Besides, it is a very strong world spirit, so it can be said to be a good thing. I am happy for you. The Azure Dragon founder cheerfully smiled. Seeing that the ancestor did not pursue the matter any further, Chu Feng also relaxed. He quickly changed the topic and said, Ancestor, where did these bones come from? What caused so many powerful people to die in this place? Chu Feng, without hiding the truth, there is an emperor tomb in the Azure province, and this is one of the entrances to the tomb. On that year, innumerable experts came here and they wanted to open the emperor tomb. But ultimately, all of them died here. The ones outside here are only the ones who died first. Deeper into the emperor tomb, the corpses of Heaven Realm experts can gather and even form mountains. The Azure Dragon founder narrated. This emperor tomb is that terrifying? Chu Feng was shocked. However, Eggie, who was in Chu Feng's body, was madly happy. She said to Chu Feng, quickly ask this old guy where the remains for the Heaven Realm experts are located at. But before even letting Chu Feng open his mouth to inquire, the Azure Dragon founder spoke first. Tell the world spirit in your body not to think about those source energies from those remains, because you wouldn't even able to enter that place. Even I cannot. After hearing those words, Chu Feng did not ask any more because he discovered that the Azure Dragon founder was simply too strong. It was as if he was a parasite in his belly. He could completely see through what he was thinking, and even what Eggie was thinking. On the remaining road, the Azure Dragon founder only asked a bit about Chu Feng's journey in the past year. He did not ask about the state of the Azure Dragon school. It could be seen that the old man did not seem to care about the school he established himself. After hurrying, the two of them finally arrived next to a pool. That pool was very special. It was not even 2 meters deep, yet the bottom could not be seen and it was emitting a fog-like gas. The most important thing was that Chu Feng was able to feel endless streams of the world's power from the water. Spiritual energy, origin power, and even profound power. He could feel all of it in the water. Ancestor, this water. Chu Feng felt even more astonished. He knew that the water was certainly a treasure. It was treasure that had great benefits towards one's cultivation. Using him as an example. Even making a breakthrough past one level needed an enormous amount of resources. However, the profound power and origin power in the pool could certainly help him quickly break through. This is the present that I prepared for you. The Essence Pool. The Essence Pool contains spiritual energy, origin power, and profound power. Although spiritual energy is the strongest here, with origin power in the middle and profound power being the weakest, it can still greatly assist a cultivator like you in this realm. Cultivate in this pool. As long as your comprehension power is strong enough, several days later, you should be able to break through into the 8th level of the Origin Realm. The Azure Dragon founder explained. Splash! Just at that time, Chu Feng impatiently jumped in. After Chu Feng entered the pool, the spiritual energy, origin power, and profound power in the essence pool started to form layers of vortexes and they insanely surged towards Chu Feng. They were currently being refined by Chu Feng. This boy's comprehension power is a bit terrifying. Looking at how it is, it seems that there is no need for several days. He should be able to break into the 8th level of the Origin Realm after a day. As he looked at the swirling water in the pool, then looked at Chu Feng, who was not afraid at all, the Azure Dragon founder stroked his own snow-white beard and happily smiled. But just at that time, from the essence pool, a strand of strange undulation could be felt. Chu Feng's aura was rapidly rising, and he reached the 8th level of the Origin Realm. At that moment, the Azure Dragon founder's originally unflustered expression instantly greatly changed. He was astounded in many ways and he could no longer remain calm. Chapter 267, Request. Chapter 267, Request. Chu Feng kept on using the mysterious technique while he was in the essence pool. His aura was still rapidly increasing as it merged with the energies from the pool. They kept on surging into his body and they were absorbed by him. As he was being imbued by such boundless energy, soon after Chu Feng broke into the 8th level of the origin realm, he was met with another opportunity to break through. He continued to make a breakthrough, and with a burst of energy, he successfully entered the 9th level of the origin realm. At that instant, Chu Feng was incomparably joyful because the essence pool was truly too impressive. If it continued, Chu Feng also felt that there was hope in breaking into the profound realm. But his hopes were in vain, as shortly after he stepped into the 9th level of the origin realm, Chu Feng helplessly discovered that the boundless energy was diminishing, and at the end, he could not even feel a single trace of energy. Chu Feng opened his eyes and spread his spirit power out. He found out that the energy in the essence pool did not decrease and it was as strong as before. But then, why was the current him unable to absorb anything? Little boy, your body seems to be a bit special, eh? Just at that time, the Azure Dragon founder who stood next to the pool spoke, and within his abstruse gaze, there was astonishment. Ancestor, what do you mean? At the same time that Chu Feng was astonished, he was also confused. He was astonished because the Azure Dragon founder could see that his body was special. He was confused because clearly, there was still energy in the essence pool, yet he could not absorb any. This essence pool is extremely special. Although the energy it contains is thick, one can only absorb a limited amount of energy. Normally, as long as a person's comprehension power isn't bad, the energy provided by the essence pool can allow that person to rise from the 1st level of the spirit realm to the peak of the profound realm. Of course, that depends on everyone's different talents, so the length of time required is different as well. If they were slow, dozens of years. If they were fast, a few years, or even shorter. Boy, clearly, from what I have seen, you are the person who absorbed the energy in this essence pool the quickest. So quick that in an instant, you absorbed energy that others needed a few or even dozens of years to absorb. Such terrifying absorbing method isn't only talent. Even if you cultivated some demonic techniques, you cannot do that. So, that means that your body is very special. So special that it can automatically absorb the purest energy for you to use. I am not mistaken, right? The Azure Dragon founder smiled as he looked at Chu Feng and analyzed. Ancestor, you are correct. My body is indeed a bit special. As long as there are large amounts of resources for me to use, my cultivation can quickly increase. This is also why I can make breakthroughs past so many levels within a single year. However, the higher cultivation I reach, the more terrifying amount of resources I will need. Just as you said. In an instant, I absorbed the energy that others needed dozens of years to absorb, and what I absorbed was the purest. But when others can absorb enough energy to step into the peak of the profound realm, I can only make breakthroughs from the 7th level of the origin realm to the 9th level of the origin realm here. This time, Chu Feng did not hide anything anymore and he admitted the matter about his special body. First of all, in front this Azure Dragon founder, it was truly hard to hide anything because he had too much experience and it was very hard to fool his omniscient eye. Also, since the Azure Dragon founder was willing to help him raise his cultivation, Chu Feng hoped with the Azure Dragon founder's strong cultivation, he could bring some even more stronger cultivation resource for him to use in the Emperor Tomb. If he could, that would be the best. For anything, if there are benefits, there are deficits. In the road of martial cultivation, the most serious taboo is to rush for short benefits. Although blindly taking origin or profound medicine, or other cultivation resources can raise one's cultivation greatly in a short period of time, it would be difficult for them to want to break through bottlenecks in the future. However, you are not restricted by that and you can freely consume cultivation resources to raise your cultivation and you aren't affected at all. This is a benefit that others do not have. However, if you want to raise your cultivation, you need to pay a more hefty price when compared to others. That is the deficit. As for whether such a special method is good or bad will depend all on yourself. The Azure Dragon founder smiled and said, I understand. Chu Feng nodded because he could hear the implications behind his words. He told Chu Feng that his special body could be a good thing, but it could also be a bad thing. As for whether it was good or bad would all depend on Chu Feng himself. It also meant that it all relied on Chu Feng's personal abilities. He was implying that he was not going to give out any more cultivation resources to help Chu Feng, and if he wanted to raise his cultivation, it had to all depend on himself. Chu Feng, as a world spiritist, are you not curious why I am still alive after becoming a consciousness? Suddenly, the Azure Dragon founder smiled and asked. Ancestor, your abilities are powerful, so I'm sure that you must have some special method that allows you to live for so long and not be extinguished. Chu Feng respectfully replied. Haha, live for so long and not be extinguished. You overestimate me too much. In the road of martial cultivation, after reaching a certain realm, indeed, one can extend their age by taking life away from the heavens. However, that is a benefit that can only be gained after entering the martial lord realm. The age that can be obtained will vary depending on their talent. Normally, a martial lord can live 100 years longer than normal people. But regretfully, I was unable to step into that realm. Of course, even if I did step into that realm, 200 years has already passed and I should have already disappeared like smoke. However, Chu Feng, you are correct. I do indeed have special methods that allow me to not disappear after dying. All of this is relying on a treasure that I picked up from the Emperor Tomb. The Azure Dragon founder lightly smiled, then continued walking deeper into the main hall. Seeing that, Chu Feng quickly followed, and after walking for 5,000 meters, there was a crystal coffin in front of them. Faint brilliance was lingering around the crystal coffin, and within it, there was a corpse. The countenance of the corpse was exactly the same as the Azure Dragon founder who was next to Chu Feng. However, it was a real body, not a consciousness. After the time of 1,000 years, the Azure Dragon founder's remains were completely well and undamaged. Chu Feng, look. The pearl in his hand should be allowing his corpse to not rot and his consciousness to not extinguish. Eggy reminded. At that instant, Chu Feng also discovered that there was indeed a pearl as big as a chicken egg in the Azure Dragon founder's hands. The brilliance that covered the crystal coffin came from that pearl. Although this treasure wasn't able to save my life in the Emperor Tomb, it can allow my corpse to not be ruined, and my consciousness to not fade away. It is truly a treasure. But no matter how much more magical a treasure is, it cannot allow one to go against the heavens. So, after 100 years, my consciousness will weaken and my corpse will rot as well. No matter what special methods I use to extend my death, I will still die soon. So, Chu Feng. The reason why I led you to this place is because I have a request. Suddenly, entreaty emerged into the Azure Dragon founder's gaze as he looked at Chu Feng. Chapter 268, Revival. Chapter 268, Revival. Ancestor, don't hesitate to order me anything. As long as I can do it, no matter if I climb up a mountain of blades or sink into an ocean of flames, I will not push it away. Seeing that, Chu Feng sincerely vowed and promised. It was exactly just how Eggy said it was. At first, if he didn't get the Azure Dragon founder's help in the Thousand Bone Graveyard, it would not be possible for the current him to make a contract with Eggy. If it wasn't for Eggy's help, it would not be possible for him to have his current achievements. Without Eggy's protection, who knew how many times he would have died already. So, as he faced that ancestor, Chu Feng's gratitude did come from his heart. Chu Feng, the thing I want you to do isn't as serious as you say it is. Also, it is only a request, not an order. As for what it is, I only hope that before my consciousness fades away and before my corpse rots away, you can help me merge my consciousness with my corpse. The Azure Dragon founder smiled and said. Merge your consciousness and corpse. Chu Feng slightly frowned and he felt confused. Although he was a world spiritist, he had never heard of merging a consciousness and a corpse. Oh, to be more clear, it's resurrecting an old guy like me. Revival. The Azure Dragon founder's smile was even more dazzling. What? Resurrection. This. At that instant, Chu Feng could no longer remain calm. Technically speaking, the current Azure Dragon founder was already a dead person. He was a dead person who was dead for a long time. If he wanted to revive with Chu Feng's help, that truly put Chu Feng in a difficult situation, because he really did not know how to help him. No need to get agitated. The world is big, and there are all sorts of strange things. If the consciousness does not get extinguished, the remains should not get ruined as well. As long as one has strong enough methods in addition to treasures that prevent rotting, dead people can indeed be revived. Right now, my remains has not been destroyed yet, and even my consciousness is the same as how it started, without a single trace of damage. That treasure pearl gives me the power to not decay for 1,000 years, so naturally, it can help me revive after death. In this moment, everything is prepared. The only thing that is lacking is a person who can resurrect me, and this person must be a world spiritist. But you also know world spiritists thirst for source energy and their intense demand for treasures. No matter if it's my intact and undamaged corpse, or the treasure that prevents rotting, or even this consciousness, they are all things that world spiritists insanely yearn for. So, I must guarantee that the world spiritist would not take those things yet is also completely willing to resurrect me. Are you willing to help? At that instant, the Azure Dragon founder's gaze became deep. I'm willing. Of course I'm willing to. Ancestor, if you are able to revive, then my Azure Dragon school can also rise in power. The disciples will have a person who can protect them, and they will not need to be afraid of any troubles from others that come without reparations. Chu Feng nodded like a pellet drum, and the words he spoke came from his heart. After joining the Azure Dragon school, regardless of how disciples treated him or how other elders treated him, many elders, including the current school head, treated him extremely well and saved his life many times. So, that caused Chu Feng to have quite deep feelings for the Azure Dragon school. Right now, if the school founder was able to revive, naturally, Chu Feng was willing to help him. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I was not mistaken. But Chu Feng, if you want to help me, you can't only say that on the surface. You need work hard. If my guess is correct, you should be a Greycloak world spiritist right now, right? The Azure Dragon founder smiled and asked. Not bad. To be able to become a Greycloak world spiritist at this age means that your talent in that area is extremely strong. However, if you want to help me merge my consciousness and my corpse, you need to have the abilities of a Purple Cloak world spiritist. The Azure Dragon founder smiled and said. Purple Cloak world spiritist. That, Chu Feng was dumbfounded and he was quite frightened. Purple Cloak world spiritist. That was a legend that did not even exist in the entire continent of the 9 provinces. No need to be afraid, it's not like I want you to immediately become a Purple Cloak world spiritist. I can hold on for at least 100 more years, and I believe with your talent, as long as you have a certain amount of time, you can undoubtedly reach that stage. The Azure Dragon founder patted Chu Feng's shoulders, and after that, he grabbed towards the crystal coffin. A lump of light quickly flew out and landed within the Azure Dragon founder's palm. Then, he patted Chu Feng's head. At that instant, Chu Feng originally wanted to dodge, but he could do nothing as the speed was simply too quick. When Chu Feng reacted, the strange lump of light already entered Chu Feng's brain. The sudden sharp pain caused Chu Feng to hug his head with both of his hands and he couldn't help but cry out. But that sharp pain only lasted for an instant before it disappeared. When he came to his senses, Chu Feng discovered with astonishment that there was something extra in his brain. It was a cultivation method for a mysterious technique, and it was even a high-level mysterious technique. To know that what Chu Feng was currently cultivating was a beginning-level mysterious technique. Middle-level mysterious techniques could only be found in the top-level first-rate schools, and as for high-level mysterious techniques, no one seemed to have any within the Azure province, yet at that instant, he had one. How could Chu Feng not be excited by that? He simply so happy it was as though he was insane. If I pass a martial skill that is too strong down to you, it will only attract a killing disaster. However, mysterious techniques are different. Mysterious techniques are hidden within one's body, and although it can increase your battle power, other people will only admire your talent, and very few people will suspect that you cultivated a high-level mysterious technique. But don't worry. As long as you can help me merge my consciousness and my corpse to help me revive, not only will I pass a top-class martial skill down to you, I will even pass a peerless secret skill down to you. The Azure Dragon founder seriously said. Secret skill. After hearing those words, Chu Feng's heart couldn't help but tighten. Just as he thought, the Azure Dragon founder did indeed gain a great benefit from that place, and he really did obtain a secret skill. However, Chu Feng still had doubts. Secret skills were hidden within one's body and the cultivation methods could not be spoken out loud. Of course, unless he was willing to abandon such a powerful method in order to pass it down to himself. But who would throw away such a strong method and give it to others? Would the Azure Dragon founder really be willing to do that? After that, Chu Feng conversed quite a bit with the Azure Dragon founder, the creator of the Azure Dragon School. Hiddenly, he knew that the Azure Dragon founder was an expert in the peak of the Heaven Realm back then. He only needed a tiny bit more until he could enter the Martial Lord realm, and become a Martial Lord. But it was useless, as even with such cultivation, he still died in the Emperor Tomb. From that, it could be seen how dangerous the Emperor Tomb was, and how scary it was. It could also be seen how outstanding the master of the Emperor Tomb was as well. After some more chatting, Chu Feng did not want to disturb the Azure Dragon founder's resting. So, he took his leave. When Chu Feng left, the Azure Dragon founder reminded Chu Feng to not tell any other person about him still surviving as well as the Emperor Tomb. Of course, Chu Feng quickly promised because unless forced with no choice, he would absolutely not tell any other person about something like that even if the Azure Dragon founder did not remind him. After a few small problems, Chu Feng finally successfully left the entrance of the Emperor Tomb and returned to the spiritual Medicine Mountains forest. At that instant, Chu Feng's mood was extremely good. In a single day, not only did his cultivation increase greatly by entering the peak of the Origin realm in one go, he even got a high-level mysterious technique. Even Eggy's cultivation increased by 2 levels as she stepped into the 3rd level of the Profound realm. That harvest could not be said to be not abundant, and naturally, Chu Feng was incomparably joyful. Chu Feng, your school founder should not be trusted. But just as Chu Feng was rejoicing, Eggy's abnormally worried voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 269, Might of a Sudden Rise in Power. Chapter 269, Might of a Sudden Rise in Power. Eggy, why so? Eggy's sudden words caused Chu Feng to be a bit taken aback. Clearly, the Azure Dragon founder was kind and he was great help towards him. Why shouldn't he be trusted? You are still too young. Because you are grateful towards him and in addition he is your school's founder, you completely trust him. If you look at this from his perspective, switch the thinking up a bit, and carefully reflect over it, are you worth his trust? On what basis should he trust you on? He is the #1 expert 1,000 years ago who swept through the 9 provinces. Other than having quite some ability, such a character's brain is absolutely not simple. Since he discovered me as well as your special body, it can be seen from his observation power that he is an extremely powerful person. If I'm not mistaken, back then, he was absolutely not the only person who looked for the Emperor Tomb. The tens of thousands of bones that you and I see can very possibly be the sacrifices that entered the Emperor Tomb along with him. He also personally said it. Deeper within the Emperor Tomb, there are many Heaven Realm remains. So from that, he must have gathered many experts from the 9 provinces when he first explored the Emperor Tomb. However, why did only he himself survive after so many experts entered the Emperor Tomb? To know when facing a strong enemy with absolute strength. They could certainly kill with a single strike. Even one's consciousness would be scattered with a hit and they would not allow any chance of survival. Yet he survived, and he even got a treasure pearl. In addition, you also said that the reason why the Azure Dragon founder is able to gain such cultivation is because he relied on the good benefits he got from the Emperor Tomb. Therefore, he must have understood the Emperor Tomb more than the others, so the death of those people. Enough. I know what you are trying to say. You want to say that the people who died from exploring the Emperor Tomb were all used by my school's founder, right? Before Eggy even finished speaking, she was cut off by Chu Feng. That's right. If those people truly entered the Emperor Tomb at the same time as him, they were certainly used by him. The very nature from a person like that has problems. Do you really think that trust is required? Eggy firmly said. Putting aside that they are only your suspicions, even if the people who died were truly killed by him, it was possible that they were great enemies and they were the ones with ill intent at first. Anyway, history has already passed, and the life or death of those people are unrelated to me. I don't want to investigate this. As for whether he is trustable or not, I'm not that stupid, so I will be careful. Besides, when I have the methods of a purple cloak world spiritist, even if he wants to use me, he would have no way of harming me. Chu Feng confidently said. Okay, just take it as me suspecting too much. After all, it is extremely hard for an old fox like him to easily believe a person. Seeing that Chu Feng was unafraid as he was confident, Eggy did not say much anymore. After that, as he brought back a body of benefits from the Azure Dragon founder, he returned to the Azure Dragon School's core zone. First, Chu Feng went over to Su Mei's residence. After the short conversation on the day when he was preparing to go to the Spirit Province, the two of them didn't really have a long talk. Chu Feng rather missed the little girl, and since he had the rare extra time today, naturally, Chu Feng wanted to go and have a cheerful talk with her. On the road, all the disciples and elders would go up and pay their respects when they saw Chu Feng. He could even hear sharp cries when he passed the areas where female disciple gathered. If he looked to the side, he could discover that the females were staring at him with unshifting eyes, like wolves and tigers. Chu Feng felt quite refreshed when he faced that situation. It was respect that was gained from strength. At least within the Azure Dragon School, he was no longer the little brat who was laughed at when seen. He was the #1 disciple who everyone wanted to set up a relationship with. However, his thoughts were in vain as Su Mei wasn't in the school. So, Chu Feng went over to Su Ro's residence, yet he never would have thought that even Su Ro wasn't there. At first, Chu Feng even felt a bit worried because he felt that it wasn't normal for the two girls to disappear at the same time. But after knowing that their elder brother's birthday was coming up and they went back to celebrate, Chu Feng relaxed. Chu Feng, I've had quite some trouble trying to find you. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out behind Chu Feng. Lord Schoolhead. After turning his head to look, Chu Feng discovered that Li Zhangqing, the school head of the Azure Dragon School, was currently smiling and looking at him while standing behind himself. Lord Schoolhead, your aura, but the thing that Chu Feng did not expect was that Li Zhangqing's aura changed when compared to before. He was no longer in the 7th level of the Profound Realm. In the past few days, the old man broke into the 8th level of the Profound Realm. That cultivation was the same as Lin Ran before he used the forbidden medicine. He entered the realm of the peak of the Profound Realm. That cultivation was truly quite outstanding. Haha, I originally planned to make a breakthrough into this 8th level before the life and death battle between you and Gong Luyun. But I couldn't do anything about the breakthrough as it was a few days late. A disaster almost happened to my Azure Dragon School. Luckily, you had connections with Lord Qi Fengyang, or else my Azure Dragon School's 1,000 years of foundation was truly going to all be destroyed in this generation. Li Zhangqing said with a humorous tone. Ho, Lord Schoolhead, if you say it like that, it truly makes me feel ashamed. Chu Feng did feel quite bad, because if Qi Fengyang didn't arrive, on that day, the Azure Dragon School was really going to be annihilated and such a calamity would have all been caused by him. Haha, you still know how to be ashamed, huh? Come. Drink some tea with me. Incidentally, I have some things I want to discuss with you. As he saw Chu Feng's embarrassed expression, Qi Zhangqing happily and loudly laughed again. After that, Chu Feng was called to a more tranquil pavilion by Qi Zhangqing. Then, with a wave of his big sleeve, several books were thrown in front of Chu Feng as he said, Chu Feng, look at these. These are. Without seeing, he truly would not know, but after seeing, he could jump up from fright. Chu Feng astonishedly discovered that there was a middle-level mysterious technique as well as rank 6 martial skills. All of them were the creations of the Azure Dragon founder, and they were truly unique skills left behind by a top-level expert. My Azure Dragon School's founder is the Azure Dragon founder. How would it possible that we don't have any middle-level mysterious techniques or rank 6 martial skills? However, since we were in the decline earlier and I was afraid that other schools would set their eyes on it and come to rob them, I did not expose these to the public. Without the ability to guard wealth, it is best not to reveal any wealth. Or else, unneeded trouble will be attracted, and even potentially killing. But it's different now. My Azure Dragon School is fated to rise in power, so it is time to take these things out as well or else others would mock us, as my Azure Dragon School rose to a first-rate school yet only has the framework of a second-rate school. Li Zhangqing said. Lord Schoolhead, you truly carefully thought this out and thoroughly planned all this. This is all really admirable. At that instant, Chu Feng couldn't help but cup his hands towards Li Zhangqing in respect. He discovered that the old man Li Zhangqing was truly not simple. Him hiding his name in the core zone for all these years and becoming a guard elder was not in vain. He hiddenly dug up many good seedlings, and right now, after resuming his position of the head of the school, the good seedlings could also get developed well. Also, Li Zhangqing even set up entirely new school rules. It caused the Azure Dragon School to have a completely new look, and it really did give out the might of a sudden rise in power. Chapter 270, Marriage. Chapter 270, Marriage. Ah, what is there to be admirable about? As the head of the school, I let my Azure Dragon School decline to such a state. I truly shame my ancestor. Li Zhangqing very powerlessly sighed. School head, the decline of the Azure Dragon School wasn't created by you, so there is completely no need to blame yourself. Rather, right now, the Azure Dragon School is even rising by your hands. If he knew about this, he would certainly feel proud for you. At that instant, Chu Feng was imagining how Li Zhangqing would react if he told him about the survival and possibility of revival of the Azure Dragon. Founder. Oh, if my ancestor is still here, that would be great. Ah. No need to mention such unpleasant things. Chu Feng. Actually, today, the first thing I wanted to talk to you about is about your family. I know that after experiencing the pain of your family's extermination, you are afraid that your other family members would be harmed. So, that's why you set up arrangements for them to be located in a hidden place. I also know that even though the current Azure Dragon School has become a first-rate school, it does not have the power to guarantee your family's complete safety. However, your family members are still young, and they are currently in the prime age for martial cultivation. Do not waste such a precious time period. So, these things are for you. Bring them back and give them to your family for cultivation. Li Zhangqing pushed the middle-level mysterious technique as well as the rank 6 martial skills over to Chu Feng. Lord School Head, seeing that, Chu Feng was a bit overwhelmed by his kindness. Although he really did want those things, they were the Azure Dragon School's school foundation treasures, so how could he so selfishly take it back to his family for cultivation? Don't say this or that. These will only be excessive in my Azure Dragon School. The future still needs you to lead it onto the path of rising power. Sooner or later, this Azure Dragon School will be yours, so naturally, these martial skills are yours. Li Zhangqing forcibly stuffed the martial skills into Chu Feng's hands. Chu Feng, this old guy has spent quite a bit on you to rope you in with him. Take them. After all, in the future, it is fated that you will work hard for this Azure Dragon School. A few insignificant martial skills can be said to be the compensation taken early. Eggy curled her lips and said, "Thank you, Lord School Head. But I guarantee that I will not let this mysterious technique and these martial skills be passed down to outsiders." Chu Feng still accepted the mysterious technique as well as the martial skills, and he put them in his cosmos sack. Haha, if I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have handed them over to you. Seeing that Chu Feng accepted them, Li Zhangqing's smile became more and more happy. Then, he said to Chu Feng, "Actually, I have a second thing that I want to tell you. This can very possibly be a rare chance for my Azure Dragon School to rise greatly." "What is it?" Chu Feng curiously and closely asked. "Chu Feng, let me ask you first. Right now, what is the Azure Dragon School lacking the most?" Li Zhangqing answered with a question. The Azure Dragon School has the resources, so what is lacking is some foundation. Foundation needs to be accumulated gradually, so the most important thing right now are excellent disciples. Chu Feng replied. That's right. Currently, what my Azure Dragon School requires the most are excellent, talented disciples. However, in order to attract such disciples to enter my Azure Dragon School, the fame of my Azure Dragon School must be raised higher. Although the battle between you and Gong Luyun raised quite a bit of commotion, people only half believe and half doubt. They do not believe that my Azure Dragon School is equipped with such strength. However, right now, there is a chance. A chance to prove my Azure Dragon School. A chance to prove you and me. A few days later, the annual 100 School Gathering will begin. This 100 School Gathering is held by the Lingyun School. It is a grand occasion where all the first-rate schools in the Azure Province are gathered. In this occasion, the various disciples and school heads will have a fight. The winner of the fights will enter the school rankings. Right now, where the Azure Dragon School will rank within first-rate schools will depend on this 100 School Gathering. If my Azure Dragon School is able to stand highly and enter the top 10 within the first-rate school rankings at once, I believe that it will. have quite a bit of helping force for the rise of my Azure Dragon school. Li Zhangqing narrated. Indeed. This 100-school gathering is a rare chance. Lord School Head, don't worry. In the fights between the disciples from other schools, I, Chu Feng, will do my best and I won't disappoint the school or you. Chu Feng solemnly vowed and guaranteed. Haha, your words are already enough. I am clear what strength you have. But today, the most important thing that I looked for you to discuss is this last thing. As Li Zhangqing spoke to that point, his smile became a bit strange. Lord School Head, speak whatever is in your mind. Chu Feng curiously asked. Oh Chu Feng, do not blame me for this matter. Li Zhangqing suddenly put his smile away and his face became serious. Lord School Head, what is it? Chu Feng's head was filled with fog because of him. I decided on my own and I set a marriage for you. Li Zhangqing said. What? After Li Zhangqing spoke, it frightened Chu Feng quite a bit. He couldn't help but widen his eyes greatly, and he asked with incomparable astonishment, Lord School Head, I never asked you to find a wife for me, so why did you decide a marriage? Chu Feng, don't get too agitated for now. Slowly listen to what I have to say. The origin of this fiancé is not small. You have heard of the Jade Maiden School, right? Li Zhangqing asked in reply. Jade Maiden School. After hearing those 3 words, Chu Feng instantly smiled and he was interested. Perhaps Chu Feng didn't know much about other schools. Chu Feng did know quite a bit about the Jade Maiden School because almost every single male in the Azure province knew the Jade Maiden School. The Jade Maiden School. It was a special school. It only took in females and not males because within the Jade Maiden School, no matter if it were mysterious techniques or martial skills, they were only suitable for females to cultivate. Although it was only open to females, the requirement for disciples was still very strict. Not only did they need outstanding talent, they also needed a decent face. Exactly because of that, the Jade Maiden School was simply the sacred land in which all males yearned for. The female disciples in the Jade Maiden School were the goddesses in countless males' hearts. Pride came from being able to marry a disciple from the Jade Maiden School, and they felt that it was something that gave a lot of face. It was because the Jade Maiden School wasn't only a school for looks. Although there were very few number of people in the school, as there wasn't even 10,000 people in the entire school and they only had a few hundred core disciples, their strength were all very strong. It was a school that could be ranked in the top 5 within first-rate schools in the Azure province. That caused the disciples from the Jade Maiden School to naturally hang the label of being excellent. Of course, that made them extremely prideful, and the males who caught their eyes were rare within rare. It was difficult on top of difficult if one wanted to have them as a wife. So, even though the disciples from the Jade Maiden School were not enough to insanely move Chu Feng's heart, they still caught Chu Feng's curiosity. What, are you moved? Seeing Chu Feng's wonderful expressions, Li Zhangqing smirked and said. Even if it is a disciple from the Jade Maiden School, there are good ones, and there are bad ones. School head, don't beat around the bush. What kind of fiancé did you choose for me? Chu Feng chuckled and asked. Heh. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. She is the #1 disciple in the Jade Maiden School, one titled as the Girl from Drawings, Yen Ryu. Chapter 271, Meeting the Jade Maiden School. Chapter 271, Meeting the Jade Maiden School. Yen Ryu. Chu Feng's eyes lit up and a hint of surprise couldn't avoid emerging onto his face. He had heard of the Jade Maiden School, so naturally, he knew about Yen Ryu. Yen Ryu was an absolute beauty. Her appearance was like a fairy from stories. When she was young, she already charmed countless males, and even females were moved by her beauty. From that, she gained the title of Girl from Drawings. Also, Yen Ryu was a martial cultivating genius. Although she wasn't really a young girl anymore, she was not even 19 years old. She already had the cultivation of the 5th level of the Profound Realm, and she was one of the famous characters within the young generation of the Azure province. However, there was something Chu Feng was curious about. The disciples from the Jade Maiden School were proud and arrogant. As the #1 disciple, no matter if it was in terms of appearances or cultivation, no one could be compared to Yen Ryu in the Jade Maiden School. She could rise to the heavens from all the praises she got, and she was an existence that was treated like a goddess. How could such a female decide to marry him? Although the current Azure Dragon School was already a first-rate school, Chu Feng knew that the Azure Dragon School and the Jade Maiden School were simply incomparable to each other even in discussions. The weight of the title, #1 disciple of the Azure Dragon School, was really quite light, and it shouldn't even be put in Yan Ryu's eyes. "Ha, boy. You're not doubting my words, are you?" Li Zhangqing smiled and said as he looked at Chu Feng's face, which was full of suspicion. "To be honest, I am indeed very curious how you did that." Chu Feng chuckled and asked. "Not hiding the truth, back when I was young, I was still a beautiful and elegant young man with extraordinary grandeur. The school head of the Jade Maiden School and me were actually fated for marriage. However, because of various reasons, we could not go on the same road. But she was always thinking about me, and she has not married even once up until now." Hearing Chu Feng's question, Li Zhangqing waved his big sleeve, and unrestrainedly bragged about his outstanding past. As he looked at Li Zhangqing's foul appearance, Chu Feng had quite some trouble imagining that he was a beautiful young man back when he was young. However, he still curiously asked, "School head, what happened after that?" "After that, the news of my Azure Dragon School becoming a first-rate school was spread out, so she sent a letter to me, hoping that we can set up an alliance by arranging a marriage between you and Yan Ryu. Although the two of us cannot be together, she hoped that her favorite disciple and my favorite disciple can become one," Li Zhangqing said. After hearing those words, Chu Feng couldn't help but take in a breath of cool air, and he looked at Li Zhangqing once again. No matter what, he could not see why the head of the Jade Maiden School always thought of Li Zhangqing and never forgot about him. "So," Chu Feng said with incomparable shock, "I never would have thought that you had such charm." "You damn brat, what do you mean by that? You doubt my charm?" Seeing Chu Feng's surprised expression, Li Zhangqing was quite angered. He followed up and said, "Pack up. We will go today." "Go where?" Chu Feng was confused. "I'll bring you to see the woman who was captivated by me, and whether she is as crazy about me as before. As we do that, I'll let you see your fiancé, Yan Ryu," Li Zhangqing replied. "No need to pack up. Let's go right now." As Chu Feng spoke, he whistled towards the air. Very quickly, the top-quality white-headed eagle, Little White, appeared from the air and it flew down. Chu Feng leapt into the air and landed on it. This boy is quite impatient. Seeing that, Li Zhangqing helplessly shook his head, and after that, he also leaped and brushed up onto the white-headed eagle. The one old and one young from the Azure Dragon School hurried towards the Jade Maiden School. The mountain range in which the Jade Maiden School was located at was very small. However, the scenery was abnormally pretty. Tall mountains, flowing waters, rainbows floating around and clouds lingering around the mountain peaks. It was beautifully tall and big, as if it was a land of fairies. The Jade Maiden School was built on the peak of the mountain range. The path uphill was quite steep and normal people could not climb it. So, if one wanted to enter the Jade Maiden School, they needed a martial cultivation expert to lead them. So, the disciples from the Jade Maiden School were from noble families and they were innately beautiful. Currently, the 100 school gathering was nearing, and as one of the top 5 schools, the Jade Maiden School naturally wanted to go further in this year's 100 school gathering. So, no matter if it was the disciples or elders, they were nervously preparing and picking the most elite disciples and elders to get ready to head towards the 100 school gathering. Although there were only a few people who were going to stand out in the 100 school gathering, selecting a few good disciples to help with the grandeur would give more face at the end. And on such a day, a white-headed eagle streaked through the air and landed directly into the Jade Maiden School's core zone. That caused the Jade Maiden School to be on high alert. Countless disciples and elders aggressively surrounded them. "Who are you? The Jade Maiden School forbids males from entering. What intentions do you two have by intruding without permission? As expected of the sacred land that all males in the Azure Province yearn for, the Jade Maiden School." Not to mention the young female disciples who were quite gorgeously dressed, even the elders didn't look like old grandmothers. Although the traces of age were left behind on their faces, it could still be seen that they were certainly beauties when they were young. Truly disappointing. I even thought that there would be quite a few beauties gathered in the Jade Maiden School, which was titled as the gathering area of the Azure Province's beauties. It turns out that they are only ordinary. Not a single one can be comparable to my little Ro and my little May. Of course, it would be impossible for them to be compared to my Eggy. Nonsense. Who's yours? If you dare to have any thoughts about me, I'll castrate you. However, such a big group of beautiful females could not enter Chu Feng's eye. But even so, Chu Feng's gaze still shot everywhere. He especially attacked the convexing areas of the females as well as the snow-white, beautiful legs under their skirts. What are you looking at? Little pervert, if you look any more, I'll scoop your eyes out. Chu Feng's unrestrained gaze caused the little faces of the Jade Maiden School's female crowds to redden as they pointed at Chu Feng and loudly reprimanded. Oh! You aren't allowing me to look. If you don't allow it, cover yourself more tightly. Why else would you reveal so much if it's not for looking? Chu Feng curled his lips and stared even more ferociously. I am the head of the Azure Dragon School, Li Zhangqing, and I received your school head's invitation to come here. Seeing that, Li Zhangqing quickly stood out. At that instant, sweat beaded his forehead because he discovered that Chu Feng was really an imp who stirred up troubles. If he did not report where he came from, there was truly going to be a huge battle. Head of the Azure Dragon School. Which means that the little pervert is Senior Yan's. After speaking those words, everyone in the Jade Maiden School were stunned. Every single one widened their mouths, and they cast their gazes of disbelief at Chu Feng. They already knew about the marriage between the Jade Maiden School and the Azure Dragon School. But they never would have thought that the person who was set to marry Yan Ryu was a little lewd brat like him. Despite feeling disbelief, after knowing Li Zhangqing's and Chu Feng's status, the elders from the Jade Maiden School did not dare to be disrespectful. They quickly welcomed them into the main hall of the Jade Maiden School, and before they even stepped into the main hall, a graceful middle-aged female led a group of beauties and walked out of the main hall to quickly greet them. Chapter 272, No Road to Retreat. Chapter 272, No Road to Retreat. That female had quite a good figure and quite good looks as well. Especially the noble grandeur that came from her body. It was incomparable to any females on scene. The most important thing was that from her, Chu Feng felt strong aura that was not inferior to Li Zhangqing. That woman was an expert in the 8th level of the Profound Realm. After the woman appeared, all the elders and disciples from the Jade Maiden School quickly went up to pay their respects. From all that, Chu Feng knew that she was the head of the Jade Maiden School. However, the most shocking thing to Chu Feng was that a middle-aged female who had both looks and strength, the grand head of the Jade Maiden School, was tightly staring at the old and ugly Li Zhangqing. Within her gaze, there was even a special emotion surging forth. After a while, she said with deep feelings, "Zhangqing, you are finally willing to see me. Damn. This isn't true, is it? What is this? Was it really as how Li Zhangqing said it was, and he really captivated the soul of the head of the Jade Maiden School?" At that instant, Chu Feng's widely opened his mouth from shock, because it meant that Li Zhangqing did indeed speak the truth. He really captured the heart of the Jade Maiden School's head to the point that she had never forgotten about him. But looking back at the difference between the two persons' appearance, people still truly felt that it was inconceivable. In reality, not only was Chu Feng shocked. Even the elders and disciples from the Jade Maiden School were so shocked that they could not care for themselves. However, they could only shock themselves for a bit. There was no one who dared to raise any questions because in the Jade Maiden School, no one dared to offend the school head. After that, the head of the Jade Maiden School even specially set up a feast to treat Chu Feng and Li Zhangqing. Chu Feng sat next to Li Zhangqing, and as no one was paying attention, he secretly went over to Li Zhangqing's ear and said, "Lord School Head, you are quite awesome. You said that you had some fated marriage with the head of the Jade School Head. Does that mean that you captured her heart when she was young?" Chu Feng's words were not said without reason, because the difference in age between the two was simply too big. Li Zhangqing was a standard little old guy, and even though the head of the Jade Maiden School was not that young, she did not pass the Middle Ages. She was even the type who maintained herself well. It was very hard for Chu Feng to think how the two of them intertwined with love. "You damn brat, what are you thinking about? Don't you know that the mysterious techniques the Jade Maiden School cultivate are very special? As long as they don't break their chastity, they can be forever young. So, although the head of the Jade Maiden School seems so young, in actuality, she is only 2 years younger than me." Li Zhangqing quietly replied. Damn. So awesome. Chu Feng was incomparably astonished. He never would have thought that there was such a mysterious technique in the world. He truly learned something new. However, the most astonishing thing was that the head of the Jade Maiden School as well as the elders could guard their bodies for so many years. It was truly impressive. That required quite some perseverance. When she saw the private conversation between Li Zhangqing and Chu Feng, the head of the Jade Maiden School even thought that Chu Feng was impatient and wanted to see his fiancée. So, she asked a female disciple, "Where's Ryu? Why isn't she here to welcome the guests?" Reporting back, Senior Yen said she felt a bit sick, so she isn't going to participate in today's feast. That disciple replied timidly. Oh. The head of the Jade Maiden suspiciously blinked her eyes but didn't ask anything more. She only apologetically said to Chu Feng. "Chu Feng, I am really sorry. Ryu's health is preventing her from coming, so I'm afraid you cannot see her today. But it's fine. Tomorrow, you will be going with us to the 100 school gathering, and at that time, I can arrange a chance for you two to meet together alone." "Hey, you are too polite. I, Chu Feng, came to this place to visit you and I have no other goal." Chu Feng smiled embarrassedly. "Chu Feng, if that Yen Ryu is truly sick, then whatever. However, if she is faking sickness, that means she is dissatisfied with you, right?" At the same time, Eggy's voice rang out in Chu Feng's body. "Of course I know. But even if she is satisfied towards me, I still need to be satisfied towards her." Chu Feng was quite displeased in his heart, and his favorable impressions towards Yen Ryu went from 0 to negative. On that day, Chu Feng and Li Zhangqing was invited to stay for the night. On the next day, they followed the Jade Maiden School's group and headed towards the Lingyun School together to participate in the 100 school gathering. In order for better communication between Chu Feng and Yen Ryu, the head of the Jade Maiden School specially arranged for the sedan chair Chu Feng was in to be next to the sedan chair Yen Ryu was in. However, the efforts were in vain as Yen Ryu was still unwilling to leave. Not to mention chatting, Chu Feng didn't even know what she looked like, and naturally, Chu Feng would not be so low as to take the lead to beg to see Yen Ryu. On the other hand, Li Zhangqing and the head of the Jade Maiden School talked about what they liked. They chatted and laughed as though no one was around them, and it caused many people to be speechless. After a day of traveling, the Jade Maiden School's group even met another school, and it was the first-rate school who ranked as fourth, the Swordless School. The Swordless School was also invited to the 100 school gathering, and the head of the Swordless School even shamelessly requested to walk along the Jade Maiden School. Because she did not want to fight faces, the head of the Jade Maiden School could only allow it. But then, the number one disciple from the Swordless School, Nanggong Xiao, was even more shameless as he came in front of Yen Ryu's sedan chair and requested to meet her. At that instant, Chu Feng, who sat in the sedan chair which was next to Yen Ryu's, couldn't resist but to spread his spirit power out. Because of that, he heard the following interactions. "This Nanggong Xiao is a shameless person. I don't want to meet him, so tell him to leave." An arrogant yet still gentle voice rang out, and it was undoubtedly Yen Ryu. "Senior, I suggest that you meet Nanggong Xiao. Think about it. Right now, the school had arranged a marriage with Chu Feng, and because of her face, it is not good for you to refuse." However, who is Chu Feng? He's like a toad. Because the school head is forcing this, he is truly going to benefit greatly from this. Pretending to be sick isn't a method since it wouldn't be good if the school head gets angered. Nanggong Xiao already loves you and he is also the number one disciple in the Swordless School. No matter if it is in terms of strength or status, he is far above Chu Feng. If he knows that you have a fiancé, he will certainly be displeased, and with his temper, it's likely that he will directly attack Chu Feng. Coincidentally, right now, Chu Feng is here. So, why not use Nanggong Xiao to give Chu Feng a lesson? So, that can let Chu Feng know that he's in trouble and back away, and it can also let our school head see how useless Chu Feng is. Perhaps she will change her mind and cancel the marriage between you and Chu Feng. Is that fine? Wouldn't she be unhappy? Why wouldn't it be fine? It is the best method right now. If you miss this chance, I'm afraid that the marriage between you and Chu Feng will be set. That's fine. God damn. These two women. They dare to say that I'm a toad. Chu Feng, who heard everything, was extremely furious. Hey, Chu Feng, your fiancé has quite some methods, huh? What are you planning to do now? Eggy giggled, and she simply added oil to the fire. Damn fiancé. Even if she gave me presents, I would not have wanted them, yet now, you want me to know that I'm in trouble and back away. Fine. Today, I'll give her no road to retreat. Chapter 273, Unqualified. Chapter 273, Unqualified. A tall and big male with a pretty face stood outside of Yen Ryu's sedan chair. The male was standing there, and even the normally proud core disciples from the Jade Maiden School were deeply attracted by him. Within some of their gazes, there was a bit of love and admiration. That person was the number 1 disciple from the 4th-ranked school in the Azure Province, Nan Gongxiao of the Swordless School. He was a genius who entered the 5th level of the Profound Realm at the age of 20. Nan Gongxiao did like the gazes of love and admiration from the Jade Maiden School's disciples. If it was any other time, he would have already went over and started a conversation. However, right now, he did not dare. He pretended to stare at Yen Ryu's sedan chair with deep emotions. Whoosh! Finally, the tightly closed door was opened, and female with a beautiful figure as well as a good appearance walked out. After that female appeared, every female disciple from the Jade Maiden School was completely outshined because that female truly had a quite good appearance. A protruding front and a behind that stuck out. Those who wanted chests had the chests, and those who waited waists had the waists. Both her figure and face were of top quality. Especially her white skin. It was as smooth as jade, and it was extremely attracting. Junior Baishi, how is it? Is Junior Yen willing to see me? After seeing the beautiful female, Nan Gongxiao quickly went up and asked. Although that beauty was not Yen Ryu, she was still the number 2 beauty in the Jade Maiden School. Like her name, she looked quite abnormally white. The most important thing was that she was Yen Ryu's closest sister. So, Nan Gongxiao did not dare to be disrespectful towards Baishi. Senior Nangong, I already said that Senior Yen does not feel well, and it is inconvenient for her to see anyone. However, seeing that you have such sincerity, Senior Yen decided to meet you. As Baishi spoke, she cast her gaze towards Yen Ryu's sedan chair. At that moment, when the door on the sedan chair opened again, everyone couldn't help but send their gazes over because at that very instant, an absolute beauty stepped out of the sedan chair and entered everyone's line of sight. That female had excellent figure, comparable to Su Ro, a sweet face, comparable Su Mei. It was as if she was the combination of both Su Ro and Su Mei. The most important thing was that her skin was even whiter than Baishi. It was simply like snow, yet there were dots of red. Truly, red permeated through white, and water could be pinched out. With a single glance, one's heartbeat would quicken, and then they were really tempted to go up and have a touch. It was a type of feeling where it was worth it to die today as long as you could touch that female once. That person was the number 1 disciple of the Jade Maiden School, Yen Ryu, and as expected of the number 1 beauty of the Jade Maiden School. After she appeared, even Baishi seemed quite a bit more ordinary. At that area, there was not a single person who could be compared to that female. Oh! Your fiancée is quite pretty, huh? At that instant, through the cracks of the sedan chair, Chu Feng was able to see Yen Ryu's appearance, and Eggy gave a rare praise to that woman. How is she pretty? She is too far away from my Eggy. Chu Feng curled his lips and what he said came from his heart. Although Yen Ryu was indeed very beautiful, from Chu Feng's perspective, she was only on the same level as Su Ro and Su Mei. From all the females that Chu Feng had seen before, the most beautiful was Eggy. Her perfect figure. Her perfect face. Every expression. Every action. All of that emanated a special grandeur that no one else had. When she was gentle, she was a pure sacred lady. When she was wild, she was still an alluring woman. She was simply incomparable to this world's females. Of course, originally, she didn't even come from this world. At least in terms of outer appearance, Eggy was near perfect in Chu Feng's heart. Following that should be the purple-clothed young lady he met in the White Tiger Mountain Range. Chu Feng could not forget the clear eyes she had as well as her glamorous face. Her beauty could truly be said to destroy counties and cities, and was a rarity in the world. Although the young lady's strength was abnormally terrifying as she had the legendary divine body, a ruthless heart, didn't care what methods she used, and was a truly dangerous character, Chu Feng had to admit that she was the only female who could be compared to Eggy. She was truly a beauty in the demonic level. Also, within the Su sisters, one was like an alluring spirit, and one was as sweet as honey. Both had their special places, but they were both bewitching and beauties that could not be easily found. As for Yen Ryu, despite having a face that was comparable to Su Mei and a figure that was comparable to Su Ro, she only matched the strong points of the two, but did not exceed their strong points. So, if Chu Feng were to judge her prettiness, she could only be on the same level as Su Ro and Su Mei. Of course, being able to do that did not shame the name of beauty. That is, the female who is more beautiful than me hasn't been born yet, eh? As her beauty was mentioned, Eggy proudly stuck her chest out. Although the girl was slightly small, her pair of evil weapons were not small at all. If Chu Feng saw that scene, his nose would certainly be bleeding. Junior Yen, back in that year, after separating from the 100 school gathering, a year has passed. I, Nangong Xiao, have missed you. After seeing Yen Ryu, Nangong Xiao could not control his own emotions anymore. He excitedly opened up a happy smile and quickly walked forward. He wanted to get closer to Yen Ryu and take some small advantages from her. Ah, Senior Nangong. Males and females are different, so it is best not to get too close to one another. Besides, currently, Senior Yen is already arranged to be married, so it is not too convenient for you to get too close. However, before letting Nangong Xiao go near, Baishi stood up and stopped Nangong Xiao. She said her words extremely loudly, and she even intentionally looked towards Chu Feng's sedan chair as she wanted to Chu Feng hear about it. Junior Baishi, what are you talking about? Junior Yen has an arranged marriage? When was that? Who set the arranged marriage with Junior Yen? Indeed, after knowing that matter, Nangong Xiao's expression changed greatly. With fury, hatred, anxiousness, and annoyance, he asked. On this topic, even Senior Yen cannot do anything about it because it is not her wish, but the school head's wish. As for Senior Yan's fiancé, I'm sure you have heard of him as well. He's the current #1 disciple of the Azure Dragon School, Chu Feng. Baishi helpless sighed and said. Chu Feng. He's that little brat from the second-rate school. How is he even worthy for Senior Yen? After hearing Chu Feng's name, Nangong Xiao's face even turned purple from anger. Although Chu Feng's big name was abnormally famous in the past few days, he, Nangong Xiao, did not even put Chu Feng in his eyes because he felt that Chu Feng was trash with false might. Yeah. If Senior Yen marries Chu Feng, it will truly be sticking a fresh flower into cow crap. With a face full of grievance, Baishi acted as though she was being forced to marry. On the other hand, Yen Ryu stood on the side and didn't say anything at all. She only looked at Chu Feng's sedan chair, and complicated emotions were filled on her sweet face. Junior Yen, don't worry. I will absolutely not let you marry that second-rate school trash. Right now, I'll go and talk about this with your school head and get her to cancel the marriage between you and Chu Feng. Nangong Xiao solemnly vowed, then after speaking, he turned around and walked. God damn, who do you think you are to be qualified to cancel other people's marriage? Just at that time, an explosive yell rang out and Chu Feng finally came out. Who are you? After seeing Chu Feng, Nangong Xiao's sword-like brows slanted inwards and he coldly questioned. Senior Nangong, he's Chu Feng. But before even letting Chu Feng reply, Baishi walked forward, pointed at Chu Feng and spoke. You're Chu Feng. Nangong Xiao was a bit surprised, but quickly after, eerie killing intent emerged into his gaze. That's right. I'm your grandfather, Chu Feng. Chu Feng stuck his chest out, raised his head, and he put both of his hands on his waist. Damn. Trash like you even dare to appear in front of me. Today, I will give you a lesson for Junior Yen. I'll let you know that you are still unqualified to marry her. Nangong Xiao was even worried about having no excuse to take care of Chu Feng. He never would have thought that Chu Feng would insult him like that, so it incidentally gave him a reason to attack Chu Feng. Chapter 274, You Are Not Worthy. Chapter 274, You Are Not Worthy. The boundless profound power condensed in the air, and like a huge mountain, it crashed down onto Chu Feng. Although that strike could not kill Chu Feng, Nangong Xiao felt that with his cultivation, it would certainly put Chu Feng to the point of half-death. It was the best chance to perform in front of Yan Ryu, and it was the best chance to display his manly grandeur. After Nangong Xiao attacked, almost all of the disciples from the Jade Maiden School on scene looked forward to it. Cold smiles were hung on the corners of their mouths, because they really held Chu Feng in contempt. From the bottom of their hearts, they truly did not want Yan Ryu to marry Chu Feng. But they could not do anything about it, or else they would not be giving the school head any face. No one dared to attack Chu Feng. So, Nangong Xiao attacking Chu Feng suited their intentions as well. It was the same as representing them to give Chu Feng a lesson. At that instant, they even hoped that Nangong Xiao could pat Chu Feng to death with that one palm. After all, it would be even more fulfilling because they, who were always proud, felt that weak people were not even worthy enough to have any feelings towards them. If they did, they were looking to die. However, Chu Feng was obviously going to disappoint them. Just as the profound power was going to land on him, Chu Feng raised his hand and palmed. As the origin power shot in all directions, the boundless profound power exploded and scattered. Strong energy ripples forced the surrounding disciples from the Jade Maiden School to keep on backing away. Immediately, cries of surprise rang out. That boy actually blocked Nangong Xiao's attack. At that instant, the flowery faces of all the disciples from the Jade Maiden School lost color and changed greatly. On their charming little faces, the word shock was written on them. They could feel that Chu Feng had the cultivation of the 9th level of the origin realm. Although it was quite decent for Chu Feng to have that cultivation at that age, he shouldn't have had any ways to fight against the profound realm. However, with the cultivation of the 9th level of the origin realm, Chu Feng easily broken Nangong Xiao's attack. The battle power which crossed an entire realm was simply unbelievable. At that instant, everyone couldn't help but have a thought. Was the rumor truly true, and Chu Feng, with the cultivation of the 7th level of the origin realm, really did defeat an expert in the 4th level of the profound realm? Brat. You do have some methods, but after taking that, I wonder if you can take this as well. As the first strike failed, Nangong Xiao felt that his face was non-existent. So, this time, he did not restrain himself. He used an extremely strong rank 6 martial skill. When that martial skill was displayed, the entire sky seemed to dim down and lose color. The overpowering profound power formed into a boundless vortex in the air as it surged and rolled around. Finally, it became a huge sword that laid horizontally in the air. The sword was a dozen meters or so long and it emitted frightening power, as though nothing could block a strike from it. At that instant, with terrifying power, it stabbed towards Chu Feng. Look. It's the Swordless School's foundation martial skill. Last year, in the 100 school gathering, Nangong Xiao used this skill to tie with Senior Yan. As they looked at the huge sword condensed by profound power and emanated strong pressure, the people on scene couldn't help but take in a breath of cool air as fear emerged onto their faces. It was because Nangong Xiao's attack was extremely powerful. Within the disciples from the Jade Maiden School on scene, other than Yan Ryu, almost no one else could block it. Even if Yan Ryu came out, she could only block it but not break it. Ah, it seems like Chu Feng is dead. After that skill was displayed, almost everyone felt that the outcome was set. Even if Chu Feng really had fearfully abnormal talent with so much battle power that it could rise to the skies as he was able to break a profound realm attack with the cultivation of the origin realm, they still felt that Chu Feng would absolutely not be able to block that attack. Humph, empty might. But as he looked at the huge sword which had oppressive pressure and contained terrifying power, Chu Feng did not dodge or avoid it. He clenched one of his fists, and threw a punch towards the air. However, the power that punch contained was several times stronger than before. After punching, even the sky trembled, and when the formless power of the fist struck that huge sword, the originally incomparably sharp huge sword split inch by inch, and at the end, it shattered and disappeared in the air. Heavens! Look! The Swordless School's foundation martial skill got destroyed by Chu Feng with one punch. As they looked at that scene, almost everyone was dumbfounded because such a scene surpassed their imagination and it did not belong within reason anymore. How is this possible? This brat actually. At the same time, the face of the displayer of the martial skill, Nangong Xiao, turned ashen. The martial skill was his strongest one and it was even his trump card. He originally wanted to defeat Chu Feng in one strike, but he never would have thought it would be so easily dissolved. At that instant, he simply did not know what to do and he was deeply provoked. You want to give me a lesson with this bit of skill? You truly overestimate your capabilities. Just at that time, Chu Feng suddenly attacked. His body flashed, and like a ghost, he appeared in front of Nangong Xiao. He raised his leg and kicked Nangong Xiao onto the ground. As the crowd was staring, he swung his arms, and strongly slapped Nangong Xiao's face. Bang 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 bang. Chu Feng did not give any mercy and every slap after the other rang louder than previous one. When the multiple slaps were connected together, they were like firecrackers being set off. It was truly crackling, and Nangong Xiao's brain in between Chu Feng's palms was like a pellet drum. It went back and forth, back and forth. Chu Feng's ferocious slapping kept on ringing out and did not end. The observing crowd were all stupefied. Not to mention the other disciples from the Jade Maiden School, even the eyes of Baishi and Yen Ryu were perfectly round from widening. Their mouths were slightly opened, and they were completely subdued by the strength Chu Feng displayed. In the world, the most shocking things were not things that were expected. They were the things that you did not believe. Things that you felt were impossible yet still forcefully happened in front of you, and things like those were the things that caused the most shock, because you did not believe that they were true before. At that very instant, Chu Feng did that very thing. Before, even though the news of Chu Feng's fearful battle power was already spread out, no one believed that it was true. But at that moment, Chu Feng used facts to tell them that all of it was true. He is too scary. This Chu Feng actually has such horrifying battle power. Nangong Xiao, who is fairly equal to Senior Yen, can't even take a single blow from him. So that means if Yen Ryu exchanged blows with him, would she also not be able to defeat him? If Senior Yen can't defeat him, doesn't that mean the distance between us is huge? This young man from the Azure Dragon School is unexpectedly so terrifying. Is this the reason why Yen Ryu was chosen to be his fiancé? Too outstanding. He is clearly so young, yet he has such strong strength. If he reaches our age, how frightening would he be? After being astonished, the gazes that everyone looked at Chu Feng with changed. It was no longer the contempt and disdain from earlier. It was a type of indescribable adoration and admiration. Before, when they looked at the relationship between Yen Ryu and Chu Feng, they had some sympathy for Yen Ryu. They felt if she was married to Chu Feng, it would be like a fresh flower stuck on cow crap, so they cried unfairness for Yen Ryu. However, currently, when they looked at the relationship between Yen Ryu and Chu Feng, they had incomparable admiration and even envy. They admired that Yen Ryu had a marriage set with a young man like him. If Chu Feng had such terrifying battle power at such an age, they could completely imagine how strong he would be after he developed for a bit more time. How was the young man from the Azure Dragon School a lewd bumpkin? He was simply an incomparable dragon within men. A real cultivating genius. From their perspectives, in terms of talent, there would not be over 3 people who could be compared to Chu Feng in the entire Azure province. However, when everyone discovered Chu Feng's powerful strength and their opinions on Chu Feng changed as they felt that the school head giving Yen Ryu over to Chu Feng was a correct thing, Chu Feng stood up and swept his gaze of disdain over to Yen Ryu and coldly said, "Don't go everywhere and say that I'm your fiancé, because you are not even worthy enough for me." Chapter 275, 100 School Gathering. Chapter 275, 100 School Gathering. After Chu Feng spoke those words, he urged his sedan chair forward and left. He left a crowd of dumbfounded and endlessly stunned beauties behind. If Chu Feng said that others were not worthy, it was still reasonable, as after all, he was a genius. He was qualified to say that. However, who was Yen Ryu? She was the #1 disciple of the Jade Maiden School. In terms of cultivation, it could be said that Yen Ryu was the strongest within the young generation of females in the Azure province. In terms of appearances, if Yen Ryu said she was the #2 beauty in the Azure province, it was likely that no one would dare to stand out and say that they were #1. And in reality, within people's hearts, Yen Ryu was the #1 beauty in the Azure province. Also, those who understood Yen Ryu knew that she wasn't as pretentious as other outstanding females, nor was she as arrogant as other females. It could be said that she was the most kind and amiable one in the entire Jade Maiden School. Even though others would not believe it when it was said, that was the truth. Also, Yen Ryu did not have any scandals with other males. She truly guarded her body, and she was as clean as jade and as clear as ice. That did cause almost all young geniuses from various schools throughout the entire Azure province to be moved by Yen Ryu, and they wanted to marry that sacred lady. Even the number one person in the young generation of the Azure province, Dugu Aoyun, indicated in the past that he admired Yen Ryu quite a bit. Although he did not poke through that paper window, everyone knew that if Yen Ryu was willing to, Dugu Aoyun would also be willing to take her as his wife. However, such an almost perfect female was said to be unworthy by Chu Feng. Naturally, it caused people to feel shocked. If even Yen Ryu could not enter Chu Feng's eyes, what kind of female could capture Chu Feng's heart? However, compared to the astonishment of others, Yen Ryu did not feel any fury at all. Rather, within her eyes, which were as beautiful as the river of stars, there was even a strand of apologetic intention revealed. As she looked at Chu Feng's departing back, she said quietly, "Sorry. I really did not mean to put you in a difficult situation, but... School head Situ, I wonder if you overestimated Nangong Xiao from your swordless school, or if you underestimated Chu Feng from my Azure Dragon school. At the end, this result is quite surprising for you, right?" There were 3 silhouettes hidden within a forest. They were the school heads of the Azure Dragon School, the Swordless School, and the Jade Maiden School. It turned out that the commotion caused by the exchange of blows between Chu Feng and Nangong Xiao already alerted the 3 of them. However, when the head of the Jade Maiden School as well as when Li Zhangqing wanted to go up to stop them, they were blocked by the head of the Swordless School, since he said that he wanted to see the fight between the young generation. No matter if it was Li Zhangqing or the head of the Jade Maiden School, they were clear that he wanted to use Nangong Xiao to give Chu Feng a lesson, because not only would that show Nangong Xiao's strength, it would also show the Swordless School's strength. However, at that moment, the result undoubtedly caused the head of the Swordless School to be stunned. Not only him, even the head of the Jade Maiden School felt surprise. "School head Li, I never would have thought that an exceptional genius like him appeared in your Azure Dragon School. It seems like the current rumors are true, and this time, your Azure Dragon School will truly display your abilities greatly in the 100 School Gathering." After being stunned, the head of the Jade Maiden School smiled and congratulated. The 100 School Gathering isn't only about the cultivation of the disciple. The most important are still the abilities of the school heads. School head Li, this is the first time that you are participating in the 100 School Gathering, right? I'm sure that you don't know the strengths of the various school heads. I will only give you a single sentence of advice. It is best to be careful. However, the head of the Swordless School, who had no more face, only coldly snorted, turned around, and left. After that, he who shamelessly requested to go along the Jade Maiden School led his Swordless School army and went ahead of them. Li Zhangqing did not even put the actions of the Swordless School in his eyes. Even if the head of the Swordless School talked about cultivation, he was only in the 8th level of the Profound Realm. Even if he had enmity in his heart and wanted to fight him in the 100 School Gathering, Li Zhangqing was not afraid of him. On the other hand, Chu Feng's cultivation made him feel happy surprise. After all, Chu Feng was only in the 7th level of the Origin Realm a few days ago, yet now, he was in the 9th level of the Origin Realm. It didn't really matter if Chu Feng raised his cultivation again or if he concealed his cultivation before. But he knew that Chu Feng, who was already outstanding in the 7th level of the Origin Realm, would be even more insane when he was in the 9th level of the Origin Realm. So, he looked very forward to the 100 School Gathering as well as the number 1 disciple from his own school displaying his skills. He would certainly bring back the lost glory of the Azure Dragon School. After a few days of hurrying, Chu Feng and the others finally arrived at the number 1 school in the Azure Province, the Lingyun School. The Lingyun School was not created on a mountain range. It was created within a plain. It was a vast city, and the creation of it gave out quite a grand atmosphere. Today, the gates to the Lingyun School were open to welcome guests coming from all directions. Almost all of the first-rate schools in the Azure Province arrived at that place to keep their appointment in the 100 School Gathering hosted by the Lingyun School. The various first-rate schools sent out their strongest elites. No matter if they were elders or disciples, their cultivation was extremely strong because the 100 School Gathering was a gathering for displaying one's own strength. There was not a single school who did not want to not give enough face out. So, outside of the Lingyun School, there were white-headed eagles in the air and all sorts of colorful banners on the ground. That scene was indeed a rare one, and it was quite majestic. However, there were always exceptions, and in this 100-school gathering, an outlier appeared. It was the Azure Dragon School who only sent the school head as well as a single disciple. Who are they? I don't seem to recall seeing them from last year. It's the Azure Dragon School, right? They got promoted to a first-rate school this year, and from what I heard, there is only one Azure Dragon School, so I'm sure that it's them. They are too unpresentable, aren't they? They only sent 2 people. A school like this is able to get an invitation to the 100-school gathering. The most important thing is, why are they going with the Jade Maiden School? This is truly a toad-eating swan meat. Look at that old man. He isn't the head of the Azure Dragon School, Li Zhangqing, right? How can he be so ugly? He is even talking and laughing to the head of the Jade Maiden School. I can't watch this anymore. At that instant, Chu Feng and Li Zhangqing were riding on a horse. Along the head of the Jade Maiden School, they were at the very front of the group. Li Zhangqing and Chu Feng's special treatment attracted the attention of people. In addition to the highly raised Azure Dragon banner, it let the other schools know what their statuses were. But no matter if it was the entrance of the Azure Dragon School or their past position in the Azure Province, they were being contemptibly snorted at. Other than the people from the Jade Maiden School, almost no one else had any respect for them. However, Li Zhangqing and Chu Feng were quite at ease. Not only did they ignore the countless gazes of disdain, they even chatted happily, and that infuriated many schools that wanted to set up a relationship with the Jade Maiden School yet could not. They hiddenly decided if they met Li Zhangqing and Chu Feng in the 100-school gathering, they were certainly going to make things difficult for them. Just as the big army of 100 schools were going to surge into the Lingyun School, a group of people walked out of the Lingyun School. At that instant, almost everyone couldn't help but quiet down because some of the most powerful people in the Azure Province were gathered with that group. Chapter 276, Special Position. Chapter 276, Special Position. Although the strongest schools in the Azure Province were gathered in the 100-school gathering, after the people from the Lingyun School appeared, the might from the various schools were instantly suppressed. The Lingyun School was indeed worthy of being the #1 school in the Azure Province. No matter if it was the disciples' talent or the strength of the elders, they surpassed the other schools. Immediately after the characters from the Lingyun School appeared, it caused everyone to feel more respect. The person who led them was a tall and straight old man with hair as black as ink. That old man's eyes were like the eyes of an eagle, and they were extremely lively. Whoever his gaze landed on would cause them to tremble even though it wasn't cold. That person was the head of the Lingyun School, Yen Yang Tian. There were even 12 old people next to Yen Yang Tian. Those 12 old people had very strong auras, and they were all experts in the 9th level of the Profound Realm. If a single person in the 9th level of the Profound Realm appeared in any other schools, it would already be extremely impressive. However, there were 12 people like them in the Lingyun School. From that, it could be seen how overpowering the strength of the Lingyun School was, and how great the distance was when compared to other schools. As for those 12 old people, they were the famous 12 protectors of the Lingyun School. Other than the 12 protectors, the #1 disciple of the Lingyun School, Dugu Aoyun, was also next to Yen Yang Tian. The #1 person in the young generation of the Azure Province still had the cultivation of the 8th level of the Profound Realm, but his aura was quite a bit stronger than before. The strength of the Lingyun School simply caused people to be tongue-tied. Not a single school dared to be disrespectful because the Lingyun School did have strength that they could not defeat. However, as many people were blindly praising the powerful strength of the Lingyun School, Chu Feng was observing the cultivation of the head of the Lingyun School. This unfathomable aura. Yen Yang Tian is absolutely not only in the Profound Realm. Has he already entered the Heaven Realm? Chu Feng felt shocked because from Yen Yang Tian's body, he felt a special feeling. Even with his spirit power, it was hard to determine the depth of his strength. It wasn't because he used some special methods to conceal his strength. His strength already reached a stage in which Chu Feng could not detect it anymore. The biggest possibility for this would be that Yen Yang Tian already broke through the bindings of the Profound Realm, entered a completely new realm of walking in the air, and grasped entirely new power. The realm of the Heaven power, the Heaven Realm. However, the Heaven Realm already disappeared for several hundred years in the Azure Province. Even the Imperial Sky Sage was unable to step into that realm, yet Yen Yang Tian could. But just as Chu Feng felt astonished, he suddenly felt a strong spirit power wave engulfing him, and it was currently scanning his position. In response, Chu Feng quickly put his spirit power away and he didn't dare to observe Yen Yang Tian anymore. He shockingly discovered that behind Yen Yang Tian, there was an old man wearing a world spirit grey cloak, and obviously, he was the grey cloak world spiritist of the Lingyun school. What's wrong? At the same time, Yen Yang Tian couldn't help but slightly turn his head around to ask the grey cloak world spiritist behind him. I felt a very strong spirit power, and it should be a grey cloak world spiritist. The world spiritist replied. Oh. Did you find who it was? Yen Yang Tian lightly raised his eyebrows as he was aware that the person wasn't simple. I didn't. Their reaction was very sensitive, and I'm afraid their attainment in the spirit formation technique isn't inferior to me. It is very possible that he's the Mr. Greycloak who disappeared for quite a long time. The world spiritist said. It's fine. If Mr. Greycloak really did come here, it may not be a bad thing. Suddenly, Yen Yang Tian smiled as if it didn't matter. Then after that, he invited the various schools to enter the Lingyun school. A completely new and extremely big welcoming ceremony started right then. There was a huge plaza in the Lingyun school. The plaza was very vast, and it was created just for the 100 school gathering. At that instant, the many school heads, elders, and disciples gathered within the plaza as they listened to Yen Yintian's welcoming speech as well as to the rules of the 100 school gathering. The 100 school gathering gathers the strongest schools in the Azure province. In order to allow the outstanding schools to get the treatment that they should get, there is a special position prepared in this year's 100 school gathering. The school who gets this position can be exempted from all the competitions in the 100 school gathering. At the end of the 100 school gathering, the school head and the disciple can directly challenge the strongest school head and the strongest disciple. Yen Yang Tian announced with a loud voice. No need to participate in any competitions, and they can challenge the strongest disciple and the strongest school head. How much strength would be needed for that? Yeah, every year, the position of the strongest disciple and the strongest school head gets monopolized by the Lingyun school. In the current Azure province, which school has the strength to challenge the Lingyun school? Although it is said that no matter which school gets selected, they would have no way of defeating the Lingyun school, at least it means that the school who gets chosen can be said to have gained the approval of the Lingyun school, as it would be the strongest school in the Azure province other than them. That's right. This position is a rare honor, and from what I see, the school who is able to get this position should be the one ranked as second from the last year's 100 school gathering. The number 2 school in the Azure province, the 3 Emperor school. That may not be so. In the 100 school gathering last year, the 3 Emperor school only barely won. From what I see, the Spirit Mountain school and the Swordless school both have very high possibilities in winning. All of you are wrong. Obviously, only beauties can receive such special treatment. I feel that the Jade Maiden school is the most likely one. As they faced the special position that came suddenly, the various schools kept on guessing. But the targets of who they guessed were only limited within the few schools in the top 5. As for which school the flower lands on for this special position, I welcome the special guest to this 100 school gathering, Lord Qi Fengyang, to announce it. Yen Yang Tian stood on the stage and declared in a loud voice. At the same time, Qi Fengyang also stepped onto the stage and appeared within people's line of sight. It's the Qi clan's chief from the Qilin Prince's mansion, Lord Qi Fengyang. I've heard that Lord Qi Fengyang already entered the 9th level of the Profound Realm many years ago, and currently, he is invincible within the Profound Realm. He is a true expert. No one from the Qilin Prince's mansion came from the past 100 school gathering to congratulate, so this year, why did the Qilin Prince's mansion send out such a high-level character here? I even heard that Lord Qi Fengyang has a special relationship with the Azure Dragon School, as he became sworn brothers with the number 1 disciple of the Azure Dragon School, Chu Feng. A few days ago, the Azure Dragon School's promotion was also personally hosted by him. I wonder if it is true or false. Nonsense. You even believe such news? What virtue or ability does the Azure Dragon School have? How is it possible for them to be related to Lord Qi Fengyang? With Lord Qi Fengyang's status, not to mention the formerly insignificant second-rate school, the Azure Dragon School, Lord Qi Fengyang would not even look straight at some first-rate schools. Also, don't even mention being sworn brothers with Chu Feng, who is in the Origin Realm. That is undoubtedly a rumor that the Azure Dragon School intentionally spread after announcing that they became a first-rate school. After Chi Fengyang appeared, it gave birth to many more size of surprises from the various school. Because of the special status of the Qilin Prince's mansion, even if the other schools got even stronger, they did not dare to be disrespectful towards the Qilin Prince's mansion. However, at the same time, Chu Feng from the Azure Dragon School was paid attention to because no one believed that such a huge character like Chi Fengyang would become sworn brothers with a little brat like Chu Feng. So, they hoped that Chi Fengyang could expose the truth and let the Azure Dragon School as well as Chu Feng to enter an embarrassed situation. They hoped for that because other schools being shamed was always something that everyone enjoyed to see. Especially a school like the Azure Dragon School who they looked down upon from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 277, Invitation from a Beauty. Chapter 277, Invitation from a Beauty. At that very instant, everyone was waiting for Chi Fengyang to announce the results. They wanted to know which school was going to get the special position. As he was being stared by countless gazes, Chi Fengyang first lightly smiled, then cast his gaze towards the location where the Jade Maiden School was. So it is indeed the Jade Maiden School, huh? It looks like that I was right. Only beauties can enjoy such special treatment. At that instant, everyone felt that the answer was already revealed. However, when Chi Fengyang spoke the next sentence, they were instantly stupefied. The school that gets this special position is the Azure Dragon School. Chi Fengyang declared with a loud and clear yell. What? The Azure Dragon School? How did this happen? It's the Azure Dragon School that just recently got promoted to a first-rate school. At that moment, no one could remain calm anymore because that result was completely unexpected. Even the people from the Lingyun School were bewildered. School head, the protectors from the Lingyun School cast their worried gazes towards Yan Yangtian. Although the Lingyun School gave the decision to choose the special position over to Chi Fengyang, no one would have expected that he would so ridiculously choose a school that no one liked or approved of. But even so, at that moment, Yan Yangtian could really do nothing about it and nothing more. Although his cultivation was quite outstanding and he was the grand head of the Lingyun School, it wasn't good for him to say much in front of a huge character like Chi Fengyang from the Qilin Prince's mansion. At least in that situation, he could not sweep Chi Fengyang's face away. So, he could only secretly wave his hand towards his own subordinates, indicating them to not speak rashly. This doesn't seem to be too reasonable. How can such a special position be given to the Azure Dragon School? What virtue or ability do they have to be deserving of that? Why? Why did this happen? Does Chi Fengyang truly have a special relationship with the Azure Dragon School? If that is true, doesn't it mean that he is using his position for private matters? This is too unfair. With that, the ocean of people went into an uproar and some people even publicly protested. They did that because Chi Fengyang chose a school that no one acknowledged or respected. It could be said that Chi Fengyang's decision was not enough to cause the crowd to be satisfied. Even if his position was even more distinguished, it would still cause people to be displeased. Boom! But just at that time, Chi Fengyang suddenly extended his hand and punched the air. After that punch was thrown out, it instantly exploded like thunder. Strong force caused the air and the land to sway, and the people from the various schools underneath were also affected by that punch. After that, the originally incomparably noisy ocean of people instantly quieted down. Chi Fengyang then swept his fierce gaze over the crowd and coldly said, "What is the meaning of all of this? Do you not approve of the decision done by me, Chi Fengyang?" Chi Fengyang's voice was abnormally loud. After he spoke, the already quiet crowd immediately became even quieter. Even if they did not approve in their hearts, at that very instant, no one dared to say the words, "I don't approve." Lord Chi Fengyang's sharp eyes knows the pearl, so I believe that the school he chose will certainly give us an unthinkable good surprise. Just at that time, Yan Yangtian stood out and as he spoke, he clapped. At the same, the elders from the Lingyun School who were on the tall stage also clapped one after the other. Following that, the sound of clapping came from the schools underneath as well and it became more and more loud. At the end, it rang throughout the entire Lingyun School. Although they did not approve, at that moment, they could only helplessly allow that result. So, Li Zhangqing and Chu Feng, the outliers in innumerable people's eyes, got the best treatment in this year's 100 school gathering. Not only were they exempted from the various competitions, Li Zhongqing and Chu Feng even got two extremely luxurious palaces which were the residences for them. In short, the two of them got the most excellent services. But the one who was the most odd was still Qi Fengyang. He, who was already suspected to use his position for private benefits, had actually ignored the views of others and kept on running towards the residence in which Chu Feng lived in and chatted with him as they played chess. He only took his leave and left when he had something to do in the Qilin prince's mansion later on. Qi Fengyang's actions cleared up a fact for everyone. How was the news of Qi Fengyang and Chu Feng being brothers a rumor? It was clearly true. Many people felt that it was unbelievable as they faced that fact. But some people with careful thought started to contemplate whether Chu Feng really had areas that exceed others. Perhaps he truly had extremely strong battle power and was a rare cultivating genius who could skip many levels to defeat the strong as the weak. But no matter what, at least within the Lingyun school, no one dared to cast any gazes of disdain towards Chu Feng anymore. Not for any other reason but because he had a Qi Fengyang behind his back. Just because of that, very little people dared to offend Chu Feng. With a blink, the 100 school gathering officially started. Chu Feng did not go and look at the competitions between the schools, but he did hear an explosive news. It was that the formation the Lingyun school sent out in the 100 school gathering this time was truly completely revolutionary. Not only did the school head, Yan Yangtian, not participate in the competition, even the elders did not. No matter if it was the competitions between the school heads or disciples, the Lingyun school sent disciples for both of them. The number one disciple of the Lingyun school who was already famous throughout the Azure province, Dugu Aoyun, represented the head of the Lingyun school and participated in the competition. Many school heads were displeased when they saw what the Lingyun school did, because no matter how much more outstanding Dugu Aoyun was, after all, he was still of the young generation. He was still a disciple. Having Dugu Aoyun competing with the school head level characters like them meant that they were humiliating their status. But because of the Lingyun school's strength and because the 100 school gathering was hosted by the Lingyun school, many people dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak. Ultimately, they silently accepted that. Junior Chu Feng, so you're here? It was quite a pain trying to find you, you know. On that day, Chu Feng was originally taking a nap at ease as he was next to a lake and bathing in sun. But suddenly, a gentle and sweet voice rang out and woke Chu Feng up from his dream. After raising his head to look, Chu Feng's curious expression instantly became icy cold because he recognized the one who called out. It was Baishi who hiddenly incited Yan Ryu that day on how to use Nangong Shao to give a lesson to himself. Junior Chu Feng, you wouldn't hate me because of the matter that day, right? Even after seeing Chu Feng's icy cold face, Baishi did not back away. She kept on swinging her little waist, and as it swayed left and right, she walked in front of Chu Feng, charmingly smiled, and sweetly asked. No need to speak such empty words. If you have anything, just say it. Chu Feng coldly shot a glance at Baishi. It could be said that Chu Feng was really disgusted and hated that woman to the extreme. Junior Chu Feng, I do have something that I need you for. But it isn't me who needs you. Senior Yan wants to invite you over for a chat. Baishi smiled and said. You can go back and tell Yan Ryu that I am not interested in her. Chu Feng threw himself up and he prepared to leave. Junior Chu Feng, I know you are angry because Senior Yan wasn't willing to see you on that day. But I guarantee to you that she isn't a female who you think she is. Seeing that, Baishi extended her jade-like hand and grabbed Chu Feng's palm. Chapter 278, Poison in the Tea. Chapter 278, Poison in the Tea. Junior Chu Feng, there are really just some misunderstandings between you and Senior Yan. I hope that the two of you can openly speak to each other as that would be for the best. Can you do that for the sake of the faces of my school head and your school head? After all, the two of them really hope that you and Senior Yan can be together. Baishi tightly clamped over Chu Feng's hand and one hand was even lightly rubbing Chu Feng's palm. Lead the way. Let me see what kind of game you two are playing. Chu Feng flung Baishi's hand away. He was not bewitched by Baishi's beauty, nor was he moved by Yan Ryu. However, Chu Feng was simply too bored. If he didn't go, he would just be waiting around, so he might as well just go with Baishi. You are truly kind. You will know that your current decision is the right one. Baishi sweetly smiled, then walked towards the residences for the Jade Maiden School. However, when she turned around, Chu Feng did not see how strange the smile Baishi had on the corners of her mouth. As Baishi led the way, Chu Feng very quickly arrived where the beauties and elders from the Jade Maiden School lived at. When the pretty females from the Jade Maiden School saw Chu Feng, all of them sweetly smiled to express friendliness. Chu Feng did not pay attention to the female disciples' change in attitude because on the road, many female disciples from the Jade Maiden School already did that as they wanted to be on better terms with Chu Feng. On the other hand, Baishi's face turned cold and she endlessly sent threatening expressions towards the female disciples who showed kindness. She scared all of the disciples who wanted to go up to chat with Chu Feng away. Hey, isn't Chu Feng Senior Yan's fiancé? Why is he following Baishi over to her own residence? Who knows what method that fox spirit used? But she is quite despicable by daring to so openly tempt Senior Yan's fiancé. Yeah. It's quite a shame that Senior Yan is taking her as her own sister. This woman is truly shameless. After Baishi and Chu Feng left, the female disciples gathered together and secretly murmured within themselves. Since Chu Feng was not familiar to the residences of the Jade Maiden School's disciples, naturally, he did not know that Baishi brought him to her own residence. However, Chu Feng, who originally did not like Baishi in any way, did not trust that woman. So, after Baishi left, he spread out his spirit power. After discovering that the fruits and desserts on the table were without problem, he unrestrainedly picked up the food and chewed in huge mouthfuls. Junior Chu Feng, thank you for giving me this chance to come and see me. Suddenly, an extremely soft voice that could melt the bones gradually rang out. Raising his head to look over, he saw Yen Ryu walk out from the hall. The current Yen Ryu did not wear the clothing for the core disciples of the Jade Maiden School. She wore a pink-colored long dress. That dress was extremely beautiful, but there was quite a bit material saved when it was created. So, because of that, one could see Yen Ryu's 2 lumps of shining whiteness as well as the unseeable deep ravine in the middle. Looking downwards, one could also see 2 snow-white beautiful legs. They were exquisite, soft, smooth, and was full of pink luster. When he saw how she dressed as well as her jade-like, sweet, and beautiful face, Chu Feng was really burning from flames of desires, and even though he wished to stop he could not. Speaking honestly, Yen Ryu was indeed a beauty that could enter Chu Feng's eyes. If Yen Ryu was willing to marry Chu Feng from the start, perhaps Chu Feng really would have married the beauty. However, the present was different from the past. No matter what style the woman had, Chu Feng was absolutely not going to marry her. If you have anything you want to say, speak. My time is limited. Chu Feng did not want to be caught in Yen Ryu's beauty trap. So, he quickly spun his gaze around. After ferociously shooting a glance at her, he turned his head to look in another area. Junior Chu Feng, the matter that day was indeed my fault. But please believe me. I, Yen Ryu, isn't the type of person you think I am. Yen Ryu sat across to Chu Feng and her bodily fragrance pounced towards his nose, causing Chu Feng's heart to be shaken. What type? Do you know what type you belong in my heart? Chu Feng curled his lips and sneered. If I've guessed correctly, I'm sure that you feel that I, Yen Ryu, am a person who likes admiration and idolization, intentionally avoided you at first after seeing your petty cultivation and wanted to refuse this marriage. Yet after seeing your talent, you think that I am deliberately fawning over you and want to marry you. Yen Ryu grovelingly said. After hearing those words, Chu Feng still coldly smiled, curled his lips, and said, is that not it? Of course it isn't. The reason why I avoided you was to intentionally make you angry so you could suggest to the school head a cancel in the marriage between you and me. The reason why I asked you to come here is so I can apologize for the earlier matter. I don't expect you to forgive me, nor do I want you to have any good feelings towards me, because even if it is right now, I still don't want to be married to you. The current Yen Ryu had an apologetic face on. Damn. Are you sick? You called me to this place because you want to mock me. I'll tell you that you are wrong. I never had any interest towards you. You don't want to marry me, and I never even thought of marrying you. At that instant, Chu Feng was a bit angry. He really could not take Yen Ryu as she said those words with that expression. Junior Chu Feng, please don't be angry. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to let you know that the reason why I, Yen Ryu, don't want to marry you isn't because I look down on you. It is just that I already decided not to marry anyone in my entire life. Today, I called you out to this place is because I want to say sorry to you. I want to apologize to you. As she spoke to that point, Yen Ryu's eyes actually reddened and 2 rows of hot tears flowed down. Damn, something must be wrong with you. Chu Feng could really do absolutely nothing and he turned around and wanted to leave. With his extremely powerful spirit power, he discovered with astonishment that Yen Ryu's actions did not seem to be acted out. She seemed to truly show her true emotions. But why did she need to do that? Chu Feng really did not understand. In short, Chu Feng could not take Yen Ryu who was behaving like that, so he just wanted to leave and be done with it. Junior Chu Feng, don't leave. Just at that time, Baishi stood out and stopped Chu Feng. What are you doing? Chu Feng's face was not kind. Junior Chu Feng, since you don't even want to marry Senior Yen, why be angry because she doesn't want to marry you? She only feels ashamed because of her actions from the beginning. If you are not angry, just accept her apology, okay? Only then can her heart be at ease. Baishi urged. Junior Chu Feng. Just at that time, Yen Ryu who was sobbing heavily pitifully walked over. There was a pot of fragrant tea on her hands. She brought it in front of Chu Feng and said, please accept my apology. Okay, I forgive you. I just haven't seen a sick woman like you before. At that moment, Chu Feng only wanted to leave that place. He could not bear Yen Ryu's pitiful appearance at all. So, he held the pot of fragrant tea and drank it down. Crap. But in the instant the tea entered his stomach, Chu Feng's face changed greatly and he discovered that there was poison in the tea. Chapter 279, Paying the Price. Chapter 279, Paying the Price. There is poison in the tea. Chu Feng hiddenly cursed because just as the tea entered his stomach, he felt a burst of strange energy spreading out within his body. Instantly, it sealed his dantian and his origin power quickly shrunk, and very soon, he powerlessly fell onto the ground. Damn it. The current Chu Feng could not speak anymore, but he was still furiously roaring in his heart. At the same time that he roared, Chu Feng quickly revolved his spirit power and connected to the spirit formation power from his world spirit space, then created a mini spirit formation within his body to seal the strange poison. Damn. It's this poison again. Chu Feng was very speechless, because when he laid a spirit formation to seal the poison in his body, he discovered that there was a reaction under his stomach. A mighty huge thing was erected and from that, Chu Feng couldn't help but think back to the situation in the Vermilion Bird City. Damn it. He was affected by the X-poison again. And the person who poisoned him this time was a woman again, and it was even a beauty. But the most important part was that the poison in the tea was several times stronger than the one before. If his cultivation did not increase greatly and if he wasn't proficient in spirit formation techniques, he would have already been engulfed by the poison and lost his rationality. Haha, you're stupefied, aren't you? You've gotten poisoned by this again. You are shaming the name of world spiritists. Ahaha, I could laugh to death from this. What a man you are, being poisoned 2 times by 2 sisters, and they even succeeded both times. Whatever. Chu Feng, don't resist and go along with it. These are 2 big beauties. As Chu Feng was painstakingly sealing the power of the poison, Eggie took joy in his misfortune and laughed as he was in a disaster. She convulsed with laughter and banged the floor with her fist as she held her stomach. You damn girl, don't mess me up. As a man, how can I be forced back and forth by this kind of thing? Chu Feng did not give in and he continued sealing. After a while of hard work, finally, with his own Greycloak world spiritist methods, he thoroughly sealed the poison within his body. But when all his cultivation returned to normal, he was not in a hurry to get up. He kept his eyes closed and continued to lay on the ground while pretending to be unconscious because he wanted to see what the 2 bastard women were doing. Junior Baishi, have we gone too far by doing this? At that instant, as Yen Ryu looked at Chu Feng who had a red face and red ears while laying on the ground, she felt both worried and guilty. At the same time, she was a bit anxious. On the other hand, Baishi was calmly staring at Chu Feng, then as though it didn't matter much, she said to Yen Ryu, Senior Yen, don't worry. Will he feel that he suffered if I, Baishi, slept with him? As she spoke, Baishi confidently pushed her jet black hair back. Faint fragrance was floated past and it was extremely attractive. But after all, he was poisoned by you and it isn't his original intention. If we do this, Yen Ryu was still a bit worried. Okay, my good senior, don't overthink this. You can't do the thing with males, right? You can't, but I can. And after all, I'm doing this to help you. As long as I do the thing between a male and a female with Chu Feng, that also means that Chu Feng will be unable to face you. After the school head knows about it, she will undoubtedly cancel the marriage between you two. Rather, she would support me and Chu Feng. Coincidentally, I have also wanted to find a man who can be relied on and has potential. Although Chu Feng is still young, he has the requirements for my necessity. Not only is this helping you, this is also helping me. As Baishi spoke, she pushed Yen Ryu out. But Yen Ryu was looking at Chu Feng with a full face of guilt, and she didn't know whether she should leave or not. Chu Feng, who heard everything, was already as furious as thunder. After so much, he was truly tricked by the two bastards. Disastrous things would have happened if he did not have powerful methods right now to seal the poison. If he lost his body, that was small. However, his reputation would have been completely destroyed into nothingness. He would have also been forced to marry Baishi, the deceptive bastard. He was deceived by that kind of person, so it truly caused Chu Feng to be endlessly furious. It was not possible for him to take that deception for nothing, and he had to pay those two bastards several times back. As he thought to that point, with a tseng, Chu Feng stood up, pointed at squabbling Yen Ryu and Baishi, and said, "You two damn bastards. I believe you too, yet you trick me like this. Today, you two will pay the price." Chu Feng, Yen Ryu and Baishi were both frightened after they saw Chu Feng wake up. "Chu Feng, come towards me if you have anything." This isn't related to Baishi. Yen Ryu was the first to react. She first shot a glance at Baishi, then quickly stopped in front of Chu Feng to block him. Baishi's beautiful body leaped and she wanted to run out of the palace. No one knew if she wanted to escape or if she was going to look for reinforcements. No need to fake anything. Today, neither one of you should even think of escaping. However, Chu Feng waved his big sleeve and a boundless spirit formation sealed the palace. No matter how Baishi attacked it, the spirit formation did not move in the slightest. Being helpless, she could only loudly yell. But the people outside could not hear anything. Scream. Scream as much as you want. Even if your throat breaks from screaming, no one will come to save you. Chu Feng disdainfully shot a gaze at Baishi, then grabbed onto Yen Ryu's small waist. Putting some strength into his arm, he put the beauty on his shoulder. Then, he leaped into the bedroom and fiercely threw Yen Ryu onto the big bed. "Ah, Chu Feng, what are you doing?" At that instant, Yen Ryu originally wanted to get up to escape, but she could do nothing as the pressure that was emanating off of Chu Feng's body was abnormally strong. It completely pressed her down. She could only roll around on the bed, but she could not even get herself up. "What am I doing?" "You're asking what I am doing. There were no grievances nor enmity between us, so why did you have to deceive me? If you want to guard your body like jade, then guard your body like jade. If you don't want to marry, then you don't have to marry. Why do you have to make things so difficult for me again and again? Have I, Chu Feng, forced you to do anything? I'll tell you this. Today, everything was forced by you. You want guard your chastity? Then I, Chu Feng, will destroy your chastity. You can't do the things between a male and a female. Then I will do the things between males and females." Chu Feng's fury consumed his heart, and as both of his eyes were blood red, like a hungry wolf facing its food, he pressed himself on Yen Ryu's body. "Ah, Chu Feng, let me go. I beg you, I can't. I can't do those things with a man. I really can't, so I beg you, let me go." Yen Ryu struggled for her life and her face was flooded with tears. However, her behavior only increased Chu Feng's beastly nature. He grabbed on her dress and pulled. With some ripping sounds, Yen Ryu's pink-colored dress was torn into two, and at that very instant, Yen Ryu's snow-white and bewitching body was completely revealed in front of Chu Feng. At that instant, Baishi ran over. Seeing that Chu Feng was going to go violent on Yen Ryu, her face changed greatly, and following that, she even took off her own skirt to reveal her alluring curves as she threw herself towards Chu Feng. "Get out of the way." However, Chu Feng waved his arm and a current of force pushed Baishi towards the corner of the wall, then he howled, "Trash like you wants to become my woman. You are not worthy." After speaking, Chu Feng pounced towards the beauty Yan Ryu underneath him. Chapter 280, Forbidden Mysterious Technique. Within the room, Yan Ryu was laying on the bed while being completely still. Her ripped pink-colored dress was covering her most arousing forbidden region, but beyond the edges of the dress, every single inch of revealed snow-white skin was so enticing. Even though that beautiful body was already drenched by sweat and engulfed by a certain person's lips, the perfect curves along with the sticky liquid made it appear even more erotically bewitching. However, the current Yan Ryu was like a dead fish. She laid there without moving, and only when breathed could one see her chest faintly rise up. Tears were hung from her eyes and her face was like ash, as if the most important thing in her life was taken away by someone. She sank into an unprecedented depression as though her life reached the very end. As for Baishi, even though she was also naked, she was unconscious. While she was in the corner, Chu Feng did not touch her. Before, Chu Feng was being controlled by his anger and he wanted the two of them to be in opposite situations. Baishi wanted to sleep with Chu Feng, so he did not allow it. Yan Ryu didn't want to do the things between a male and a female, so Chu Feng insisted on doing it with her. That was the price they paid for deceiving Chu Feng. Chu Feng was wearing his own clothes as he had a bit of sweat on his forehead and a satisfied smile on his face. Although he pressed the big beauty Yan Ryu under him because of anger and because of revenge, he had to admit that Yan Ryu was extremely beautiful female. Her perfect body was not inferior to Su Ro, and it gave Chu Feng a wonderful journey. The faint blood on the bed told Chu Feng that Yan Ryu did not conceal anything or act. She truly guarded her body like jade, and at least she was still a virgin. Suddenly, Yan Ryu's body quivered and following that, she shrunk into a ball. Both of her hands were tightly clenched into a fist and pain could be seen from her face, as though she was enduring some type of torture. "Oi, what's with you?" Chu Feng tightly furrowed his brows and he used his spirit power to detect. He discovered that change was happening to Yan Ryu's body. A burst of strange energy was surging in her body, and it was spreading and engulfing every inch of her skin. Just at that time, Yan Ryu screeched and layers of blue-colored gas overflowed out of her body. As they lingered around Yan Ryu and swirled, her body gradually got lifted up and she floated into the air. This aura is very strange. Does she also have something special in her body as well? Chu Feng was endlessly shocked as he looked at everything in front of his eyes while being dumbfounded. He discovered with astonishment that at that very moment, Yan Ryu's aura was quickly increasing in strength. It wasn't that her cultivation was increasing but her battle power. With a blink, it already increased to an extremely terrifying state. But that wasn't much. The thing that surprised Chu Feng the most was the change that happened to Yan Ryu's body. On her originally white skin that was as clean as snow, layers of blue-colored objects emerged. The objects were bright and shiny, like a small little pieces of armor. However, Chu Feng, who had quite a bit of experience, instantly could see that they weren't armor. They were fish scales. On Yan Ryu's body, blue-colored fish scales were growing, but like armor, they were surrounding her body. "Chu Feng. If I do not die, I will take your life." Suddenly, Yan Ryu turned her face over and at that instant, Chu Feng could see that her originally beautiful eyes, which were like rivers of stars, became 2 rows of red light and they were abnormally sinister. They were no longer the eyes of a human and they seemed more like those of a demon. After speaking, Yan Ryu grabbed Baishi's skirt and put it on, then after that, she became a row of light and shot out. With a boom, her aura already escaped Chu Feng's range of detection. What happened? Her power has been increased to this state. Chu Feng quickly went out of the room and chased, and he discovered that the spirit formation he laid in the palace was already shattered into pieces. At that instant, although Chu Feng was very stunned, he did not hesitate. He leaped up and used the Imperial Sky technique to rush in the direction in which Yan Ryu escaped towards. At first, with the strong power of the Imperial Sky technique, Chu Feng was able to quickly chase after Yan Ryu's steps. But for some unknown reason, Yan Ryu's speed quickened more and more. After the two of them left the Lingyun school and entered a forest, Chu Feng was already shaken off by Yan Ryu and he could not see any traces of her anymore. How is this possible? She clearly only had the aura of the 5th level of the profound realm, so how is it possible that her speed completely surpasses mine? At that instant, Chu Feng was floating in the air, and as he looked towards the Yen Ryu's direction of disappearance, his gaze was filled with astonishment. Chu Feng, it seems like this time, you have made a huge enemy. Suddenly, Egi, who was silent for a long time, spoke. Egi, what do you mean? Is it possible that Yen Ryu also has a special body? She also has a divine body. Chu Feng then suddenly came to a realization. The change that happened to Yen Ryu just now surpassed reason. She had battle power which was comparable to him, and possibly even comparable to the purple-clothed female back on that day. Because of that, Chu Feng couldn't help but associate that with divine bodies which had special abilities and horrifying battle power. Nope. From the various things before, the change that just happened to her body, as well as the last sentence she said to you before she left, I determined that she doesn't have a divine body. Rather, she should have cultivated some forbidden mysterious technique. Forbidden mysterious technique. It was the first time Chu Feng that had heard of such a phrase. That's right. Forbidden mysterious techniques are not the same as ordinary demonic techniques. They are terrifying mysterious techniques created by top-level experts. These types of mysterious techniques can allow people with ordinary talent gain unordinary power. However, one must be careful when cultivating it. If there's a bit of carelessness, everything gets reverted and even their life can be involved. Techniques like those should not exist in the first place, as they are things that violate the rules of martial cultivation, and if rules are broken, punishment will be given out. So, some certain changes will happen to people who cultivate mysterious techniques like those. That is also why they are called forbidden mysterious techniques. Normally, even if a forbidden mysterious technique like that exists in the world, Yen Ryu shouldn't be able to cultivate it. However, after discovering that there's an Emperor Tomb here as well as an Azura Ghost Tower, I am not too surprised to know that a forbidden mysterious technique appeared in the continent of the 9 provinces. Although right now, the continent of the 9 provinces is a gathering of garbage, many outstanding characters must have appeared back then and even possibly extremely powerful people. Currently, if the treasures that the big character left behind still remains, those who have great luck can find them. Since you are able to discover the Emperor Tomb and get the secret skill, the White Tiger Slaughtering Technique, Yen Ryu is able to find a treasure from her place and acquire the Forbidden Mysterious Technique. However, the creators of Forbidden Mysterious Techniques aren't any good people. They are usually bloodthirsty demon-level characters, so it seems that in the past, the continent of the 9 provinces wasn't a peaceful land. Egi narrated her perspective in detail, but her gaze sank into contemplation, as though she was able to imagine the scene of the 9 provinces back then. Chapter 281, Demon. Chapter 281, Demon. Egi, are you sure that Yen Ryu cultivated a forbidden mysterious technique? Although Chu Feng did not know what the forbidden mysterious technique was, he could hear the impressiveness of it from Egi's words. 8, 9, not far from 10. If one were to cultivate a forbidden mysterious technique, they had to follow special rules. She guarded her body like jade, and it is certainly not just a coincidence that such changes happened to her body after you broke her chastity. However, you don't need to be too worried. Her current situation belongs to the entering the evil path. She will most likely be unable to continue living. Egi reminded. What? Does that mean she will die because of me? After knowing that he himself caused Yen Ryu to enter the evil path, and there was even a possibility of her dying because of him, Chu Feng instantly ceaselessly blamed himself. Even though he didn't like Yen Ryu that much, he did not want to have killed her because of that. What? Your heart can't bear it? Chu Feng, you better pray. Pray that she dies because of entering the evil path, or else, she will become a bloodthirsty female devil, and the first person she will kill will be you. At that instant, Chu Feng finally understood the seriousness of the matter. No matter what, he never would have thought that Yen Ryu was such a dangerous character who cultivated a forbidden mysterious technique. But it was useless to regret over things that had already happened. Since it happened, one must face it. After doing it, one must take responsibility. So, after Chu Feng returned to the Lingyun school, he did not act as though nothing happened at all. He came to the residence of the Jade Maiden School's head to request for punishment. After arriving to that place, Chu Feng discovered that taking the initiative to ask for punishment was correct because the bastard Baishi was also there. Clearly, she already told everything to the head of the Jade Maiden School. Of course, she did not know anything about the change that happened to Yen Ryu's body because at that time, she was still unconscious. Baishi, you leave first. I have some things that I want to talk to Chu Feng about. Remember, do not mention anything about Ryu's matter to anyone. The head of the Jade Maiden School sat on the chair and waved her hand at Baishi. As you order. Baishi did not dare to be slow, and after meaningfully looking at Chu Feng, she turned around and left. After Baishi left, the head of the Jade Maiden School first calmly drank some tea, then looked at Chu Feng, smiled and said with relief. Chu Feng, being able to come to me in order to admit your wrongs on your own makes me quite pleased. Can you tell me where Ryu went? That girl has quite a fierce temper, so I'm afraid that she won't think straight and does some stupid things. From her words, Chu Feng could tell that the head of the Jade Maiden School was really quite worried about Yen Ryu, so he could truly not bear to hide anything, and he told her everything. After knowing that Yen Ryu and Chu Feng did the thing between a male and female, then her body changed and even Chu Feng had no way of catching up, the head of the Jade Maiden School could not remain calm anymore. She stood up, and as she tightly frowned, she walked back and forth in the hall. After a good while, the head of the Jade Maiden School asked Chu Feng, what do you think the reason is for such changes to appear on Ryu? Please forgive me saying this directly, but I think that the changes don't seem to be caused by the consumption of special medicines. They seem to have happened because of cultivation in a demonic technique. Chu Feng did not say that it was from a forbidden mysterious technique because in this continent, there were more people who understood and recognized demonic techniques, but there weren't many people who knew about forbidden mysterious techniques. If Chu Feng went and explained what forbidden mysterious techniques were to the school head who had lived for dozens of years, without a doubt, she would certainly suspect how Chu Feng came to know about those things, and she would suspect that Chu Feng had some secrets on him. Demonic techniques, huh? After hearing Chu Feng's words, the head of the Jade Maiden School thought deeply once again. After a while, she helplessly sighed, no wonder. No wonder. Senior, do you know something about it? Chu Feng quickly asked. Hearing Chu Feng's question, the head of the Jade Maiden School first hesitated, but then following that, she still said to Chu Feng, on that year, the reason why my school founder established the school on the mountain range was because a very profound mysterious technique was discovered on one of the mountain peaks of the mountain range. The mysterious technique was engraved on the mountain peak. It could not be recorded, and it could not be moved. It could only be studied on the mountain peak. In order to avoid letting the mysterious technique be spread out, my founder created the school on the mountain range, and changed the mountain peak into a forbidden zone. However, even though people knew that the mysterious technique was very profound, no one could understand it. Even my founder only comprehended a section of it. She told her later generation that the outstanding disciples from the school must be allowed to study the mysterious technique. However, regrettably, after the time of several hundred years, not a single person was able to comprehend any bit of the mysterious technique. Gradually, no one believed that the mysterious technique could be cultivated anymore. But after hearing you say that, I remember that after Ryu saw the mysterious technique for the first time, she would quite frequently go there to study it. Especially 2 years ago. She even went there every day. Is it possible that she truly comprehended the obscurity of the mysterious technique and succeeded in cultivating it? There was also shock hung on the face of the head of the Jade Maiden School. Senior, can you let me see that mysterious technique? After knowing about it, Chu Feng instantly became excited because even if he did not recognize that forbidden mysterious technique, Egi should. He really wanted to confirm whether Yen Ryu cultivated a forbidden mysterious technique or not. Perhaps he could even discover other secrets at that place. You can. After the 100 school gathering ends, follow me back to the Jade Maiden School. Also, Chu Feng, no need to blame yourself for this matter. Although you didn't explain much, after hearing Baishi's words, I am able to see that this matter cannot be completely blamed on you. Rather, it is very possible that you are a victim as well. This Baishi girl does have a rather naughty nature, and sometimes she does things too extremely. However, she is still a rare seeding. If something really does happen to Ryu, in the future, my Jade Maiden School will need to be propped by her. After knowing the truth of the matter, the head of the Jade Maiden School did not blame Chu Feng. As for Chu Feng, after knowing that the head of the Jade Maiden School was preparing to develop Baishi after something happened to Yen Ryu, he was also very shocked. He recalled what kind of person Baishi was, and he even originally wanted to advise something, but after considering that it was their own business, he did not speak. After all, from the head of the Jade Maiden School's words, there was certainly a reason why she decided that, as the school head understood Baishi and Yen Ryu better than anyone else. After that, as Chu Feng swaggeringly entered, he swaggeringly left. When he came out, he even saw Baishi. "What did you do to Senior Yen? You demon." After seeing Chu Feng, Baishi's face was filled with resentment. When Chu Feng saw her, his face suddenly turned cold. His hand struck out with lightning speed and clamped onto Baishi's chin. He then moved his mouth next to her ear and fiercely warned. "You are correct. I am a demon. You better not anger me, or else I'll destroy your cultivation and sell you to a brothel." After speaking those words, Chu Feng flung Baishi away and left in huge strides. On the other hand, Baishi was blankly standing there. At that instant, cold sweat was all over her face and fear filled her eyes because she could tell that Chu Feng absolutely did not seem to just be saying some words of jest. Chapter 282, Seizing Back Face. Chapter 282, Seizing Back Face. Whether it was because of Chu Feng's threat towards Baishi or because of the command by the head of the Jade Maiden School, at the end, no one else knew about the matter between Yen Ryu and Chu Feng. Even Li Zhangqing did not know. However, Yen Ryu's disappearance was a reality, and there was no way to conceal that. So, very quickly, the news of Yen Ryu disappearing from the Lingyun School quickly spread. After that news was spread out, indeed, quite a big commotion was raised. Immediately, people were guessing why the number one disciple who represented the Jade Maiden School's participation in the 100 School gathering suddenly disappeared, and why even the head of the Jade Maiden School did not know. That matter could only cause the heads of outsiders to be full of fog. But within the Jade Maiden School, they couldn't help but associate Chu Feng with Yen Ryu. Many people were guessing, was it because Yen Ryu was not willing to marry Chu Feng, and since she also didn't want to fight against the face of the school head, she just walked out and secretly escaped the marriage? It wasn't good for Chu Feng to say anything about those guesses, because in reality, it was a lot more serious than what they had guessed. Currently, he could only pretend to know nothing because if the truth was spread out, no matter to him, or to Yen Ryu, or to Jade Maiden School, it would not be good. At the same time, within those few days, the advancement through the 100 School gathering was extremely intense as well. Finally, on this day, it reached the end. Chu Feng and Li Zhangqing, who rested for a few days, finally went onto the 100 School gatherings fighting floor for the first time. But when they went up, they unexpectedly discovered that the result of the 100 School gathering was quite surprising. After the battle just now, the strongest school head and the strongest disciple in this year's 100 School gathering were already selected. As usual, those two spots were occupied by the Lingyun School. The strongest disciple was the number 2 disciple from the Lingyun School, Feng Hao, who had the cultivation of the 6th level of the Profound Realm. The position of number 1 he got could be said to belong to him well. Although he was only number 2 in the Lingyun School, other than Dugu Aoyun, there wasn't really any other disciple who could defeat him in the entire Azure province. But when compared to the strongest disciple, the strongest school head was a bit unexpected. To know that the head of the Lingyun School did not even participate in this year's fight over the title of the strongest school head. Even elders did not participate in it, and the one who did was the number 1 disciple of the Lingyun School, Dugu Aoyun. At that instant, seeing Dugu Aoyun, who stood on the fighting floor for the strongest school head, Chu Feng and Li Zhangqing knew that Dugu Aoyun truly defeated the various school heads with the status of being from the young generation, and thus became this year's strongest school head. Not only did that prove his strength, it also proved the strong power of the Lingyun School. So strong that they did not even need to send out the school head or elders. With a single disciple, they were able to sweep away all the other schools. Look, aren't those the 2 trash from the Azure Dragon School? They really did dare to come out. I even thought that after disappearing for so many days, they already escaped without leaving anything behind. Today, they must challenge Dugu Aoyun and Feng Hao. If they don't, they will receive some ferocious cursing. That's right. They got the special position by relying on a good relationship with Qi Fengyang. But looking at it now, Qi Fengyang did not help them but rather harmed them. After Chu Feng and Li Zhangqing appeared, countless gazes of scorn were attracted towards them. Almost everyone from all the schools were holding them with contempt, and waiting for them to become a joke. Because if Chu Feng and Li Zhangqing gave up the chance to challenge them, it was equal to them being afraid of Dugu Aoyun and Feng Hao and self-admitting that they were not qualified for the special position. But if they chose to challenge, the result was certainly defeat. Putting aside the difference in strength between Chu Feng and the number 2 disciple of the Lingyun school, Feng Hao, as it would be impossible for him to win, even Li Zhangqing, who was the same as Dugu Aoyun as he also had the cultivation of the 8th level of the profound realm, was not looked highly upon, because Dugu Aoyun being able to stand at the very end meant that not only did he defeat school heads in the 8th level of the profound realm, it meant that he also defeated school heads in the 9th level of the profound realm. After personally witnessing how Dugu Aoyun defeated the various school heads with perfect posture and being already convinced by Dugu Aoyun's strong strength, they would naturally not believe that the insignificant Li Zhangqing would be able to defeat Dugu Aoyun. School Head Li. According to the rules of the 100 School Gathering, you and Chu Feng respectively have the right to challenge Dugu Aoyun and Feng Hao. As long as you can defeat Dugu Aoyun, the title of the strongest school head will belong to you. Naturally, your Azure Dragon School's name can spread throughout the Azure Province. But I wonder if you choose to challenge or to give up. The head of the Lingyun School, Yan Yang Tian, smiled and stared at Li Zhangqing. Ho! Since School Head Yan has not participated in this year's 100 School Gathering, even if I get the title of the strongest school head, it is only an empty title. But as an elder, I can't get scared by a junior, right? After all, I feel that the title of the strongest school head should be taken by a school head. It isn't too good if a disciple gets it. So I, Li Zhangqing, choose to challenge. After speaking, Li Zhangqing leaped and jumped down from the main stage and landed onto the fighting floor in which Dugu Aoyun was on. This. Li Zhangqing is really going to accept the challenge. At that instant, the people who originally wanted to see Li Zhangqing become a joke all couldn't help but be shocked. Especially the school heads who were defeated by Dugu Aoyun. Their faces changed and they revealed complicated emotions. For no other reason but because of the words Li Zhangqing just said. A school head should be participating in the competition for the strongest school head. Where did the propriety go if they allowed a disciple to do it? Lingyun School's actions were hitting the faces of all of the schools and school heads, and Li Zhangqing's current action was attempting to seize back some face for the school heads. School Head Li, fists and kicks have no eyes, so if I injure you, please forgive me. Dugu Aoyun stood on the stage while standing with hands behind his back. With arrogance and pride, he smiled at Li Zhangqing, but he did not act like a junior at all. It could be seen that he did not put Li Zhangqing within his eyes at all, let alone treating him like a senior. Fists and kicks do indeed have no eyes, so if I harm you, don't hold grudges. Li Zhangqing first indifferently smiled, then quickly after, his face suddenly turned cold. A wild gale surged under his feet and his entire body formed into a row of light as he dashed over. His speed was quick and there wasn't even a way to catch his original body. One could only see the blurs left behind by him. It was a profound rank 6 bodily martial skill. Although the Azure Dragon School's disciples had not cultivated it yet, Li Zhangqing, who looked after the martial skills, already deeply grasped them and he understood them extremely clearly to the state of extremely purity. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Li Zhangqing's several bodies formed into a single row and they became a long human dragon as they surrounded Dugu Aoyun as quickly spun around him. His might was truly quite terrifying. Li Zhangqing has actually grasped such a profound technique. Wasn't the Azure Dragon School a second-rate school before? How is it possible that it had such a powerful martial skill? Impressive. No wonder he is giving off such an atmosphere. It turns out that Li Zhangqing is a person who hid his abilities quite deeply. The bodily martial skill that Li Zhangqing displayed successfully stunned everyone. Their eyes all lit up and they felt that they underestimated Li Zhangqing a bit. However, compared to the surrounding observers, Dugu Aoyun stood where he was as if he was unrelated to all of it. He didn't even look at Li Zhangqing, and a smile of disdain hung on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 283, Tearing Off Both Arms. Chapter 283, Tearing Off Both Arms. Senior Li, stop flashing around and quickly attack. If you can even touch me today, you win. Dugu Aoyun smiled with disdain. What an arrogant brat. Today, I will let you experience the methods of my Azure Dragon School. Li Zhangqing coldly snorted. Suddenly, he became a row of light with layers of illusory figures and he attacked Dugu Aoyun. Whoosh! But just as Li Zhongqing was going to touch Du Guoyun, his body leaned slightly to the side and Li Zhongqing's attack was easily dodged. Not fast enough. Come quicker. After dodging the attack, Du Guoyun smiled and said with mock. As he was being taunted by Du Guoyun, Li Zhongqing's speed did indeed become quicker and quicker. The positions he attacked towards also became more and more crafty. So much that all of the experts in the 8th level of the profound realm lit up their eyes and kept on sighing with praises. They never would have thought that Li Zhongqing, who normally did not have any outstanding performances, would stun everyone when he did display his abilities. With Li Zhongqing's battle power than he had shown, perhaps even they would not be able to defeat him. The head of the Azure Dragon School truly shocked them. This won't do. It's not enough. Du Guoyun isn't even using his full strength. But the two school heads who had the strength of the 9th level of the profound realm helplessly shook their heads because as they were just defeated by Du Guoyun, they deeply knew Du Guoyun had strength that was unfathomably deep. Even they had no way of defeating Du Guoyun, let alone Li Zhongqing. Indeed, despite Li Zhongqing's attacks became more and fiercer, Du Guoyun still had his hands behind his back and he stood where he was. Every time Li Zhongqing attacked, he could easily dodge. Sometimes, he didn't even look at Li Zhongqing. He completely relied on his intuition and reactions. It's still not fast enough. Can you come even more quickly? You shouldn't even think of touching me in your life with this speed. Du Guoyun sneered and said. At that instant, Li Zhongqing suddenly stopped moving. His body finally appeared in front of everyone. However, his current face was a bit pale and he was huffing in huge breaths with big droplets of sweat falling down. It could be seen that even though the bodily martial skill he used earlier was quite amazing, he still wasted a not small amount of power. But even so, Li Zhongqing did not look like he was going to back away in the slightest. Rather, a touch of resolution and determination emerged into his gaze, and he said to Du Guoyun, "You think that I can't touch you? Right now, I will show you whether I can touch you or not." Suddenly, Li Zhongqing spread both his arms wide and a burst of boundless profound power exploded out from his body. It rose into the air, spread, and following that, the profound power speedily condensed and very quickly, innumerable sharp swords with cold glares appeared. There were more and more sharp swords and they slowly floated around Li Zhongqing. With some rough estimations, there were at least several tens of thousands of sharp swords that were condensed by profound power. Every single one was like a wild beast which gathered its might and prepared to attack. They kept on trembling in the air, as though they could not endure their urges. For blood. 10,000 swords returned to sect. Suddenly, Li Zhongqing extended both of his arms and his palms were like swords as they pointed towards Du Guoyun. The tens of thousands of sharp swords that hovered around him became several tens of thousands rows of light. Like a meteor shower, they flew towards Du Guoyun. Oh. You're showing your true power now. But sadly, it is still useless. Du Guoyun lightly smiled, then after that, his body flashed and he became blurs as he started to quickly flash around within the tens of thousands of swords. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the swords followed the movement of Li Zhongqing's finger. If he pointed there with both of his fingers, the tens of thousands of swords would shoot towards there. As they followed his fingers, they became a circle of boundless profound power that surrounded Du Guoyun. But it was still useless. Du Guoyun's bodily methods were too strange. Not only was he able to survive from the tens of thousands of swords, not even a single sword was able to touch his body. Under that situation, everyone sighed in admiration as they watched. They were deeply stunned by the scene in front of their eyes. The martial skill Li Zhongqing was using was a rank 6 one, and it was a top-quality martial skill within rank 6 martial skills. It was even used so perfectly by Li Zhongqing's and extremely terrifying power was displayed from that. However, a martial skill like that was still unable to touch Du Guoyun. That showed the formidability of Du Guoyun. The young man who was the same as Li Zhongqing, having also the cultivation of the 8th level of the profound realm, had even stronger battle power than Li Zhongqing. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blur brushed out of the tens of thousands of swords, and like a light, it went straight towards Li Zhongqing. Crap! Seeing that, Chu Feng hiddenly cursed because he felt killing intent within the blur. But before he could move to help him, immense pressure enveloped him and he could not move at all. Young man, when others are fighting, you should not interfere. This is the most basic rule. You should understand, right? Turning his head sideways to look, the head of the Lingyun school, Yen Yang Tian, was currently smiling while looking at Chu Feng. The pressure that enveloped Chu Feng came from his body. This guy really did enter the heaven realm. Chu Feng tightly furrowed his brows because he could not resist against that pressure. There was some unsurpassable power contained within it. It was power that exceeded profound power, and Chu Feng knew that it was very possible that the mysterious and strong power was heaven power, which also meant that Yen Yang Tian really did enter the heaven realm. At the same time, the blur already arrived in front of Li Zhangqing and became Du Guoyun. He reached out and tightly grabbed onto Li Zhangqing's arm, then coldly smiled and said, "Senior Li, this is the end." After speaking, Du Guoyun suddenly pulled down. After a ripping sound, both of Li Zhangqing's arms were forcibly torn off by Du Guoyun. A large amount of blood splattered onto the ground. School head. Seeing that, Chu Feng's face changed greatly. He angrily bellowed and he originally wanted to rush up, but he could do nothing about the boundless pressure as it was still enveloping him, causing him to be unable to move. "Chu Feng, don't act rashly. I won't die." After hearing Chu Feng's howl, Li Zhangqing endured the pain of his arms being torn off and spoke to reassure him. "Ah, whoops. Excuse me, Senior Li. I never would have thought that your old bones were that weak. I only lightly pulled and that injured you. But don't worry. My Lingyun school has the best medicines and the best doctors. They will be able to heal your broken arms." Du Guoyun held Li Zhangqing's arms and sneered. Just at that time, the head of the Jade Maiden School rushed onto the fighting floor. She first snatched Li Zhangqing's arms away from Du Guoyun, then she promptly Zhangqing up and coldly yelled at Du Guoyun, "Move, or else I do not dare to be sure that I will not kill you." "Oh, it's the head of the Jade Maiden School. I pay my respects." After seeing the head of Jade Maiden School, Du Guoyun became quite a bit more polite and he paid her some fake respects. The head of the Jade Maiden School did not pay attention to him, but as she passed by him, she said in a low voice, "I know you have your eyes on Ryu. But today, I'll tell you this. You better give up on Yuer because I already gave her to Chu Feng." After speaking those words, the head of the Jade Maiden School brushed past him, and while supporting Li Zhangqing, she left the fighting floor. Chapter 284, A Tooth for a Tooth. Chapter 284, A Tooth for a Tooth. After hearing the words from the head of the Jade Maiden School, Du Guoyun's face instantly changed. The fists within his robe tightly clenched and a cold glare emerged into his eyes as he swept his gaze over Chu Feng, who still on the tall stage. At the same time, Chu Feng also tightly stared at Du Guoyun with an equally cold gaze, and within his gaze, strands of killing intent were surging as well. "Chu Feng, it's your turn now. According to the rules, you have the chance to challenge Feng Hao. Will you challenge him, or will you give this chance up?" At the same time, the head of the Lingyun school, Yen Yang Tian, smiled as he looked towards Chu Feng. At that instant, everyone cast their gazes towards Chu Feng. Li Zhangqing's defeat was already a lesson given in blood. Everyone could see that the Lingyun school was intentionally singling out Li Zhangqing and Chu Feng. At this time, the best choice for Chu Feng was to give up. Or else, everyone did believe that Feng Hao, who had superior strength over Chu Feng, was certainly going to act similarly to how Du Guoyun acted towards Li Zhangqing in order to make Chu Feng pay a painful price. However, Chu Feng only sneered as he faced Yen Yangtian's question and said, "I will let you know what my choice is." After speaking, Chu Feng leaped and he dashed onto the fighting stage that Feng Hao was on. He even said to Feng Hao, "It seems that your body has recovered quite well, huh? I even thought that you became a cripple and I never would have expected that you could still participate in this 100-school gathering." After hearing those words, the color of Feng Hao's face changed greatly because he understood what Chu Feng meant by his words. Around half a year ago, within the Valley of 100 Bends, during a fight over profound medicines, Feng Hao was crippled and he almost died because of a person who called himself as Azura. Although his current body was already recovered due to the vast resources from the Lingyun school, the thing that happened that day was pain that would remain forever in his heart. It was a taint that could not be wiped away, and the male called Azura left a shadow in his heart. Chu Feng did not reply to Feng Hao's question. He only coldly smiled and said, "It's not much. I just want to tell you that you better prepare yourself for getting crippled." "Nonsense. With your cultivation of the 9th level of the origin realm, you want to cripple me? I can squish you to death with one hand." Feng Hao was completely enraged by Chu Feng. He extended his big hand out, and he palmed towards Chu Feng. That palm was not a martial skill, but it was an attack from the condensation of his cultivation of the 6th level of the profound realm as well as the combination of his mysterious technique. Its power was extremely frightening. Chu Feng, be a bit careful. Feng Hao can't be compared to Gong Luyun. He is a truly genius, so do not be careless since you are only using your own cultivation to fight against him. At that instant, Eggy reminded solemnly. At first when I borrowed you power, I could beat him like a dog. Right now, I can still do it as well. Chu Feng coldly snored. He did not dodge Feng Hao's palm. Rather, he turned his hand and threw out a punch, and with origin power fighting against profound power, he counterattacked Feng Hao. Is Chu Feng insane? He is actually going to fight against Feng Hao, who is in the 6th level of the profound realm with the cultivation of the origin realm. That scene frightened everyone because Chu Feng was simply looking for a path of death. On the other hand, Baishi and the others from the Jade Maiden School, the head of the Swordless School, as well as the #1 disciple of the Swordless School, Nangong Shao, stared at Chu Feng with complex gazes. They who had seen Chu Feng's super strong battle power really wanted to know what stage Chu Feng's strength reached, and whether he was able to fight against the #2 disciple of the Lingyun School. Under the gazes of countless people, Chu Feng's origin power displayed extremely strong battle power. Not only was it not destroyed, rather, as the crowd was staring, it dispelled Feng Hao's might from his fist. Whoosh! After dispelling Feng Hao's attack, Chu Feng took the lead to attack. It flashed under his feet, and like an arrow leaving a bow, his entire body shot towards Feng Hao. You are really looking to die. Seeing that, Feng Hao did not restrain himself anymore. The profound power from his body violently surged out and became innumerable huge profound power hands. The huge hands extended, and started to claw and slam onto Chu Feng. You think you are able to stop me with this tiny little method? Chu Feng's fury rose to the skies and he did not even have the slightest intention to retreat. He continued charging forward as usual, and as he operated the high-level mysterious technique, his body's battle power increased again and he already infinitely neared the 1st level of the profound realm. Following that, one of his hands clenched into a fist, and a golden-colored big blade was condensed into his hand. He chopped towards the incoming huge hand, and as the golden light flickered, the huge hands that unceasingly came towards him were all cut. Heavens! This Chu Feng can really fight around Feng Hao, who is in the 6th level of the profound realm with the cultivation of the 9th level of the origin realm. This isn't right. Not only that, but Chu Feng is clearly only using a rank 5 martial skill, but Feng Hao is using the famous rank 6 martial skill from the Lingyun School, the 10,000 spider hands. The difference in power between the two martial skills should be extremely huge. But Chu Feng, at this instant, is pressuring Feng Hao's rank 6 martial skill with his rank 5 martial skill. How can Chu Feng have such terrifying battle power? The strength that Chu Feng showed stunned everyone. Not to mention the people from the various schools, even the 12 protectors of the Lingyun School, including the #1 disciple Dugu Aoyun as well as the school head Yen Yangtian, lit up their eyes and they were dumbfounded by Chu Feng's battle power. However, compared to the observers, Feng Hao, who was facing Chu Feng who was approaching, started to panic a bit because at that instant, he felt a familiar pressuring feeling from Chu Feng's body. He had felt that pressure roughly half a year ago. It was from the mysterious person who almost killed him in the Valley of 100 Bends, Azura. You are. At that instant, Feng Hao finally reacted to it. He looked at Chu Feng while being astounded and his gaze was filled with fear. You have guessed correctly. But Chu Feng, who had already dashed in front of Feng Hao, did not give him the chance to finish speaking. The big blade in his hand became 2 golden blurs again, and after he brushed past Feng Hao, 2 rows of blood splattered and both of Feng Hao's arms were cut off as they fell to the ground. With a short delay, Feng Hao looked at his chopped-off arms and he rolled around on the ground with deathly sorrow and he painfully howled. This Chu Feng has actually cut off both of Feng Hao's arms. This means that the rumors before were true, and Chu Feng really has battle power that can surpass multiple levels. With the cultivation of the 9th level of the origin realm, he defeated Feng Hao, who is in the 6th level of the profound realm, and he even defeated him so easily. Chu Feng's methods were seen completely clearly by everyone and they were all dumbstruck by the battle power he displayed because the terrifying battle power was unseen before by them. It caused them to feel disbelief at that very instant, and they even doubted whether everything was true or not. But compared to the pure astonishment of the crowd, the people from the Lingyun school had anger that rose to the heavens, and they pointed at Chu Feng and angrily rebuked. "Chu Feng, this is outrageous. It is only a small fight, yet you do such poisonous attacks. You will pay the price for your actions." As they spoke, the disciples and elders from the Lingyun school surged up together and surrounded the fighting stage that Chu Feng and Feng Hao was on. Seeing that the people from the Lingyun school were angered, the people who weren't from the Lingyun school were frightened, and they couldn't avoid adding some pity into the gazes that they looked at Chu Feng with. Because within the Azure province, other than the Qilin prince's mansion, the Lingyun school was the boss. When Chu Feng treated Feng Hao in such a way, not only did he harm Feng Hao, he also hit the face of the Lingyun school. Naturally, they wouldn't so easily let him go, so everyone felt that Chu Feng had a disaster coming his way. But compared to the worries of the observers, Chu Feng, who was surrounded, was not afraid in the slightest. He disdainfully said, "It is but a tooth for a tooth." Chapter 285, Looking for the Path of Death. Chapter 285, Looking for the Path of Death. A tooth for a tooth, so that means that it was intentional. After hearing Chu Feng's words, the Lingyun school crowd was even more furious. Killing intent was revealed one after another, and they hated to be unable to rip Chu Feng into shreds. How did Dugu Aoyun treat my school head at first? As the host of the 100 school gathering, why didn't you stand out to talk that time? The people from your Lingyun school are people, but other people aren't people. I harmed someone from your Lingyun school and you need me to pay the price, but where did you run off to when your Lingyun school injured my school head? As the #1 school in the Azure province, where is your fairness? Chu Feng was not afraid even as he faced danger, and he even severely questioned back. As they faced Chu Feng's consistent questioning, the faces of the crowd from the Lingyun school turned ashen, and indeed, they could not retort. Accordingly, as long as Chu Feng did not kill Feng Hao, they should not surround and attack Chu Feng. After all, Dugu Aoyun was the first to dislocate off Li Zhongqing's arms. Bam bam bam, suddenly, a burst of clear and loud clapping sounds rang out. Ha ha ha. Good good good. Following that, abnormally strange laughter rang out as well. It was the head of the Lingyun school, Yen Yangtian. At that instant, he was standing on top of the tall stage with the might of a lord descending down to the world. As he looked down, he clapped and smiled while looking at Chu Feng, but his eyes were filled with oddness. It seems like quite an impressive disciple has appeared in the Azure Dragon School. Chu Feng, the title of the strongest disciple in this 100 school gathering belongs to you. Yen Yangtian loudly declared after laughing. After Yen Yangtian spoke, even though the people from the Lingyun school were not willing to, they had no choice but to quickly retreat, and they didn't dare to attack Chu Feng anymore. Even the surrounding and observing schools were stunned. Yen Yangtian did not attack, and that caused them to think of a lot of things. First, it was possible that Yen Yangtian cherished Chu Feng's talent. After all, Chu Feng's battle power defied common sense so much, and from a certain angle, Chu Feng was a genius who had not appeared in the Azure province before. If that battle power continued to be developed, one day, he would surpass Dugu Aoyun and become a huge character. However, after some more careful thinking, Yen Yangtian was not such a kind-hearted person. The reason why his Lingyun school had grew to this current stage was because the methods of the Lingyun school had always been ruthless. Those who offended the Lingyun school would usually not end well. However, in front of so many people, Chu Feng cut off Feng Hao's arms. He slapped the Lingyun school's face. He slapped Yen Yangtian's face, so how was it possible that he so easily forgave him? So, the only possibility why Yen Yangtian did not do anything was because of Qi Fengyang. In the Azure province, the only thing that Yen Yangtian feared was the Qilin prince's mansion. Who was Chu Feng's sworn elder brother? It was Qi Fengyang, the #2 character in the Qilin prince's mansion. No matter how much stronger Yen Yangtian's strength was, no matter how much higher his position was, he still had to give some face to Qi Fengyang. If it was at first, people would still suspect why Qi Fengyang had to become sworn brothers with a boy like Chu Feng. However, after seeing Chu Feng's super strong battle power, almost everyone understood Qi Fengyang's intentions. That also meant that not only did Chu Feng have Qi Fengyang behind him, he also had the Qilin prince's mansion, and under those situations, even if Yan Yangtian wanted to take care of Chu Feng, he naturally had to think for a while first. Impressive. This Chu Feng has such talent, and he also has the protection of the Qilin Prince's mansion behind him. How outstanding will his future achievements be like? The Azure Dragon School will really rise in power. Since the Azure Dragon School has such a disciple, the rising will only be a matter of time. Yeah, he gained the title of the strongest disciple in the 100 school gathering at this age. This is the first time it has happened in history, and Chu Feng is an unprecedented genius. At that instant, other than the people from the Lingyun school, almost everyone was praising Chu Feng's strength. They were predicting Chu Feng's future, as though they saw the birth of a great character who would rule over the Azure province. The various school heads felt envy towards the Azure Dragon School as such a disciple appeared, but at the same time, as they were also people from the Azure province, they felt proud that such a genius appeared in the Azure province. Almost everyone put their previous prejudices away from Chu Feng, as nothing else remained in their eyes other than shock. Chu Feng already used his strength to prove to everyone that he was not trash. He was a genius. No, the title of the strongest disciple is empty. I, Chu Feng, do not want it. But just at that time, he pushed the title away because of dislike as he spoke. What? Chu Feng doesn't want the title of the strongest disciple. After speaking, it was as if a frightening thunder exploded next to their ears, and it caused everyone on scene to be greatly shocked. The title of being the strongest disciple that were the wishes in countless disciples' dreams was unwanted by Chu Feng. What was he doing? Chu Feng, what do you mean? Yan Yangtian lightly furrowed his brows and he spoke to ask. Since the title is named as the strongest disciple, of course, it would be for the strongest disciple out of all the schools in the Azure province. However, Dugu Aoyun, as the #1 disciple of your Lingyun school, has not fought against me. So, my title of the strongest disciple is hollow. It's fine if I don't take it. Chu Feng looked at Dugu Aoyun, who was currently standing next to Yan Yangtian. Haha, Chu Feng, you are challenging me. Dugu Aoyun laughed loudly, and within his laughter was disdain and mock. I, Chu Feng, will challenge you, Dugu Aoyun. Do you dare to come down to fight against me? Chu Feng's gaze was like a torch as he pointed at Dugu Aoyun and loudly yelled. Heavens! Is Chu Feng insane? He is actually going to challenge Dugu Aoyun. After Chu Feng spoke, almost all the faces of the people on scene changed greatly and they were astounded. What level of strength did Dugu Aoyun have? He was the character who defeated the various school heads from the Azure province and gained the title of the strongest school head. Even if Chu Feng had better talent, his cultivation still currently remained in the origin realm. He might have been too insane since he challenged Dugu Aoyun because he was different than Feng Hao. He was publicly recognized as the #1 genius in the Azure province. Even the various school heads could not defeat him, and he was almost invincible within the profound realm. Some people even suspected Dugu Aoyun was the strongest person in the Azure province other than the head of the Lingyun school and the lord of the Qilin Prince's mansion. Even the school heads were afraid of such a person, yet Chu Feng wanted to challenge him. Naturally, it caused people to be endlessly shocked and it was hard for them to accept it. Haha, truly shameless big words. Is it even possible that I, Dugu Aoyun, am afraid of you? Dugu Aoyun coldly smiled, and after that, he flashed and became a blur. He shot towards the fighting stage that Chu Feng was on and stood in front of Chu Feng. If we're going to fight, why not make it a bit more interesting? Today, me and you will fight in front of all the school heads for the title of the strongest disciple in the Azure province. The winner receives the glory, and the loser destroys their own cultivation. What do you think? Chu Feng closely questioned. Heavens! He's insane. He has gone completely insane. At that instant, almost everyone couldn't help but take in a breath of cool air, and they were deeply agitated by Chu Feng's words. Not only was Chu Feng challenging Dugu Aoyun, who had the cultivation of the 8th level of the profound realm, with his own cultivation of the 9th level of the origin realm, he even set the rule so that the loser had to destroy their own cultivation. Wasn't he just digging his own hole to fall back in it, and looking for a path to death? Chapter 286, Confrontation of the Geniuses. Chapter 286, Confrontation of the Geniuses. Destroy their own cultivation. You think you are worthy enough to speak to me like that? You think you are qualified to set such a wager with me? Dugu Aoyun looked at Chu Feng with scorn, as though he was looking at an ant that could be squished to death at any time. If you don't dare, just say it. There is no need to speak such rubbish. Chu Feng spread both of his arms out and shrugged while the word disdain was written across his face. Don't dare? You think I will be afraid of a brat like you? That's fine. Destroy your own cultivation. Today, I will grant you that wish. Dugu Aoyun coldly snorted, then the pressure of the 8th level of the profound realm swept out and it instantly engulfed Chu Feng. When the formless pressure engulfed him, Chu Feng immediately felt the huge power. The pressure that Dugu Aoyun emanated was not small, and it was simply as if a formless huge mountain was pressed on Chu Feng's shoulders and it was difficult for Chu Feng to move even half a step. If you want to destroy your cultivation, I will grant you that wish. But no need to. Destroy it yourself. I'll help you. Dugu Aoyun kept on sneering, and at the same time, the emitted pressure engulfed him one layer after the other and it also became stronger and stronger. Damn it. This guy's power is quite unexpectedly strong. As he was continuously bombarded by the pressure, Chu Feng's sweat fell like rain and both of his legs also started to gradually bend. Being also at the 8th level of the profound realm, Dugu Aoyun's power was indeed far above Lin Ran, Li Zhongqing and the others. As he faced Dugu Aoyun who had that strength, Chu Feng really did not have any space to fight against Dugu Aoyun with his own cultivation of the 9th level of the origin realm. Ah, the difference is too big. Although this is a match between geniuses, there is the difference in realm as well as 8 levels. This isn't even a contest. Chu Feng is too illogical. I do understand his feelings for wanting to avenge Li Zhongqing, but under situations in which he cannot win, he is simply looking to die by setting a bet like this with Dugu Aoyun. Chu Feng was being pressed by Dugu Aoyun's pressure and everyone could see that. The difference in strength between the two people was too huge and Chu Feng did not even have any chance to return any attacks. That fight happened as imagined by the crowd. Before even exchanging blows, the outcome was set. It is finished. Right now, I'll destroy your cultivation. Dugu Aoyun had a ticket of victory grasped in his hands and a touch of killing intent surged into his gaze. Following that, pressure that was several times vaster than before violently surged out from his body. Like a formless huge wave, it pressed its way towards Chu Feng. That wave of pressure was truly too strong. If it struck Chu Feng, it could forcibly smash Chu Feng into a pool of blood. How was Dugu Aoyun destroying his cultivation? He was simply having an intention to murder, and he was planning to take Chu Feng's life away. At that instant, many people were hiddenly sighing in their hearts. They felt pity for a rare genius like Chu Feng. They felt that he shouldn't have went along with his temper to challenge Dugu Aoyun, which caused his grand future to be cut off as well as his life. But as everyone was feeling that Chu Feng was, without a doubt, dead, a burst of even stronger aura suddenly exploded out from Chu Feng's body. That aura rose to the skies and engulfed the air, as though it was invincible. It then dispelled Dugu Aoyun's pressure inch by inch and swept it away. At that moment, almost everyone's face couldn't help but greatly change. Shock was filled in the gazes that they looked at Chu Feng with because presently, what Chu Feng was emitting was no longer origin power but profound power. Chu Feng entered the profound realm, and he even had the cultivation of the 3rd level of the profound realm. What happened? Why did Chu Feng's cultivation suddenly rise to the 3rd level of the profound realm from the 9th level of the origin realm? I know. No wonder Chu Feng dared to challenge Dugu Aoyun like this. He must have concealed his true strength at the beginning. The 9th level of the origin realm was only his cover, and the 3rd level of the profound realm is his true power. As they faced Chu Feng, whose aura suddenly changed, those who did not know the truth even thought that Chu Feng hid his strength. Chu Feng having the cultivation of the 3rd level of the profound realm when he was only 16-year-old, in addition to his battle power that defied common sense, caused many people to be so astounded to the point that they could not take care of themselves. Eggy, it seems that I have to borrow your power again, this time to fight against a great enemy. The current Chu Feng was standing on the fighting stage. Layers of profound power lingered around him and his clothes were sounding from blows. His might was many, many times stronger than before. That was the difference between profound realm and origin realm. Chu Feng, do not be careless. Dugu Aoyun is not simple. Even if I lend my power to you, you may not certainly win. Eggy seriously reminded. Don't worry, I understand. There are many geniuses in the Lingyun school, and many have very strong methods. Take Feng Hao as an example. If he didn't recall the near-death situation caused by me with one strike back then and caused fear to be created in his heart, which in turn caused him to lose some fighting intentions, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to defeat him with only the Imperial Sky technique and the Bow of 100 transformations. As for Dugu Aoyun, no matter if it is his nature or his battle power, or even his methods, all of them are superior to Feng Hao. He is a huge enemy and I will not be careless. But no matter what, I must defeat him today or else I cannot cleanse the humiliation that was dealt to my Azure Dragon school. Chu Feng's observation skills were extremely powerful, and from when Dugu Aoyun easily defeated Li Zhongqing, he already knew that Dugu Aoyun was a character who was very difficult to deal with. As for the degree of difficulty, it was likely that other than the purple-clothed female, he was the most difficult to deal with within Chu Feng's generation because he still did not know what unknown methods Dugu Aoyun was equipped with or what life-saving trump cards he had. So you concealed your cultivation, huh? No wonder you dared to speak to me in such an arrogant way. However, it is only the third level of the profound realm. You think you can defeat me with this cultivation? Aren't you a bit too overconfident? Dugu Aoyun's face was calm when compared to others. He was not shocked by the great rise in Chu Feng's cultivation. Rather, the battle intention in his eyes became even denser. The one who's overconfident will be revealed immediately. Chu Feng leaped and became a row of light. Instantly, he rushed towards Dugu Aoyun and arrived in front of him. At the same time, two golden-colored big blades were held within Chu Feng's hands as they chopped down towards both of Dugu Aoyun's arms. You really ought to die. I am being looked down upon by a brat like you. It seems like you need to experience some of my methods. Dugu Aoyun coldly snorted. Without dodging or avoiding, he turned his hand and threw a punch towards Chu Feng. That punch had extremely strong power and extremely quick speed. It could even burrow through a mountain peak. But a flash appeared under Chu Feng's feet and his speed increased by several times. Instantly, his entire person disappeared. Not only did he dodge Dugu Aoyun's attack, he even swept past Dugu Aoyun and arrived behind him. Simultaneously, the big blades in his hands became two golden glares and fell as they chopped towards Dugu Aoyun's back. You are not the only one with bodily martial skills. Dugu Aoyun's body suddenly became a blur and then he himself swept past Chu Feng and arrived behind him. Then, when his body reappeared, there was a bright blue pike grasped within his hands and he stabbed to kill towards Chu Feng. Chapter 287, Fatal Cold Air. Chapter 287, Fatal Cold Air. Now it's interesting. Chu Feng did not dodge. He changed the style of the two blades in his hands, one went up to block Dugu Aoyun's pike, and one sliced towards his waist. However, Dugu Aoyun was not a simple character. No matter if it was speed or reactions, he was pretty much not inferior to Chu Feng. He retracted his pike and trembled it downwards. The pike then instantly became Coursing Dragon as it flung Chu Feng's big blade away, and after that, he abruptly went forward again and it became a blue-colored long pike again as it ferociously attacked Chu Feng. Two geniuses. One held two golden-colored blades, another held a blue-colored pike. With lightning speed, they fought into a lump with the methods from the Bow of 100 transformations and the battle was inseparable. Impressive. Chu Feng is actually evenly matched with Dugu Aoyun. Many school heads couldn't even do such a battle, and many school heads could not even force Dugu Aoyun to this state, yet Chu Feng can. This child has power that defies the heavens, doesn't he? As they looked at the battle that was in a mess, everyone's gazes trembled and shock was hung on their faces. Even Yen Yangtian's brows tightly locked and complicated expressions surged within his gaze. Chu Feng's battle power was too terrifying. At least in terms of battle power, he already completely surpassed Dugu Aoyun and the pillars of hatred were already set between the Lingyun school and the Azure Dragon school. If that grudge could not be dissolved, Chu Feng would certainly be the Lingyun school's strongest enemy in the future. That forced Yen Yangtian to rethink his attitude towards Chu Feng. The best way was to kill Chu Feng before he developed, and at that moment, it was the best time to kill Chu Feng. Thinking to that point, Yen Yangtian's gaze turned and his lips started to lightly close shut. Although his lips were closed shut and no one could hear him, Dugu Aoyun's ears twitched and after that, his face changed greatly and he nodded towards Yen Yangtian, who was on the tall stage. It was a mental message sent through the air. A method that belonged to only Heaven Realm experts. They were able to say the words they wanted to say to only specified people. Other than that person, other people could not even hear half a word, and the words that Yen Yangtian said to Dugu Aoyun was actually an order. He allowed Dugu Aoyun kill Chu Feng, and the consequences would bore by him. Whoosh! After getting the order, Dugu Aoyun did not hesitate. He quickly put the blue-colored pike away from his hands. His body became a blur and he suddenly retreated, then at the same time, he stacked his hands on top of one another, extended them towards Chu Feng, and loudly said, "Infinite Ocean." After speaking, violent huge waves emerged in front of Dugu Aoyun. They were real, huge waves. The bright blue ocean water, the ferocious sprays, and very single wave was 10 meters tall, and at that instant, they were sweeping out one wave after the other and slamming towards Chu Feng. The waves were quite peculiar. They did not go wild in all directions, but instead, they surged on Dugu Aoyun's commands. So, at the same time that they slammed towards Chu Feng, waves that covered a vast area also surrounded the fighting stage while spiraling and flowing around. They did not drip out of the fighting stage though, and they were always circulating around while remaining on the fighting stage. At the end, the waves surged together on the huge fighting stage and it was completely taken over by the bright blue-colored ocean water. The current Chu Feng already lost his attacking chance. He could only rely on the strong bodily martial skill, the Imperial Sky Technique, to ride on the waves to maneuver around. But his actions were in vain as the waves were simply too strange. Occasionally, they became sharp blades. Occasionally, they became an axe as they kept on chopping towards Chu Feng. At that moment, Chu Feng was not only simply fighting against Dugu Aoyun within the huge waves. He was fighting on a mountain of blades and in an ocean of fire. Truly, danger was everywhere. If Chu Feng did not have extremely strong spirit power to be able to detect the changes that happened to the waves, even with the ingenious bodily martial skill, the Imperial Sky Technique, it would be difficult for him to continue. What a strong martial skill! Is this one of the foundation martial skills of the Lingyun school, the rank 6 martial skill, Infinite Ocean? It is rumored that this martial skill can change according to the strength of the user. It can change into blades, and it can even change into an ocean of fire. Clearly, Dugu Aoyun has understood the most obscure meaning of this martial skill and has displayed it. Impressive. They are both very impressive. The martial skill that Dugu Aoyun is displaying has both might and power, but Chu Feng's bodily methods and detection power are also very outstanding. It can truly be seen how impressive this child is as he is able to move around within such a strong martial skill. The ring of battle between Chu Feng and Dugu Aoyun already surpassed the range of comprehension of normal people. Not only in terms of vision, but there was also a huge psychological blow dealt to them. Dugu Aoyun's martial skill and Chu Feng's bodily methods caused their eyes to light up and caused them to sigh to themselves because of their inferiority. Even the various school heads admired the methods of the two people, let alone the disciples. Coming from the same generation as Dugu Aoyun and Chu Feng, they truly felt that they were very inferior. Especially Chu Feng. He was even younger than them, yet he was so exceptional. They who thought themselves to be geniuses before felt very ashamed. This guy is actually extremely strong. I truly overestimated my powers when I provoked him that day. It seems that I am lucky to not have been killed by him. The number 1 disciple of the swordless school, Nanggong Shao, currently had a nervous expression with lingering fear all across his face. He regretted provoking Chu Feng that day as he was deeply afraid that Chu Feng would still remember that matter in his heart and make things difficult for him in the future. Presently, Chu Feng was able to fight equally against Dugu Aoyun, so that already meant that Chu Feng's battle power surpassed his swordless school's head, and it even surpassed all of the other school heads, with the exception of the Lingyun school. Since he had such powerful strength and he also Chi Fengyang as his elder brother behind his back, many people put a terrifying label on Chu Feng in their hearts. So, Nanggong Shao deeply knew if Chu Feng wanted to harm him, no one would be able to protect him. There was only a single road remaining for him, and that would be the road to death. In reality, other than Nanggong Shao, Baishi, and the other disciples and elders from the Jade Maiden School, as well as the various school heads, elders, and disciples, were all thinking similar things, and it was to absolutely not offend Chu Feng in the future. They were thinking that because not only did Chu Feng display powerful strength, he even dared to cut both of Feng Hao's arm off in the Lingyun school's own territory, and he also dared to challenge Du Guoyun. From those actions, it could be seen that he was a person who had to take revenge for any hatreds, and he was a ruthless person. An enemy like that was too frightening, so it was best to avoid him when seen from afar, and it would be wise to not anger him. Chilling air, freezing ground. But just at that time, Du Guoyun, who was using the unlimited ocean, then unexpectedly explosively yelled. As the unlimited ocean was being used, he employed a second martial skill. Hu 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 hu. The profound power that surged out of Du Guoyun's body all became formless hurricanes and blew over the ocean waves, causing the huge waves that rose to the skies to surge even fiercerly. However, that was only the beginning. The formless hurricane suddenly and speedily changed, and they started to emit extremely bone-piercing cold air. That cold air was very terrifying, and it was even more bone-piercing than the cold ice atmosphere from the Qilin prince's mansion. The most important part was at the same time the cold air surged, the huge waves that rose to the skies underneath his feet also started to solidify into bits of ice sludges, and it greatly increased the degree of coldness in the air. So, it turned out that it was all a setup. The infinite ocean before was only used as a foundation for the chilling air, freezing ground. At that very instant, the fatal cold air was the actual weapon Du Guoyun wanted to use against Chu Feng. Chapter 288, Meeting the Murderous Seven Injuring Fists Again. Chapter 288, Meeting the Murderous Seven Injuring Fists Again. At that very instant, in that area, the cold air could solidify everything. Under those circumstances, even a layer of frost immediately covered Chu Feng's body. Chu Feng's body, which was cold, started to go rigid, and his movements started to be drawn out. At the end, Chu Feng's movements became slower and slower, and just like that, he became a person of ice. Finally, he could not move at all, and he fell into the waves of the ocean. After Chu Feng fell into the ocean, the waves immediately froze into ice and sealed Chu Feng within it. As for Du Guoyun, he elegantly floated down, stood on the ice, looked and smiled at everyone, then said, "The outcome of this battle has been set." At that instant, cries of surprise rang out from the crowd. As they looked at the fierce and terrifying ice statue on the fighting stage, everyone was completely convinced by Du Guoyun's methods. Although Chu Feng's battle power caused them to sigh in surprise, Du Guoyun's battle experience was the one that caused them to be convinced. Not only did Du Guoyun have stronger control, he also displayed 2 rank 6 martial skills at the same time. He even gathered the special natures of the 2 martial skills and displayed power that surpassed rank 6 martial skills. When one discovered that something was wrong, it would be too late, and they would have already been defeated by Du Guoyun. As expected of the number 1 person in the young generation of the Azure province, Du Guoyun's methods are truly admirable. But sadly, Chu Feng is too young. If a few more years was given to him, I believe that Du Guoyun would certainly be unable to defeat him. At that instant, someone praised Du Guoyun's strength, but many people also felt pity for Chu Feng. It was truly a heartbreaking thing when a super genius like him fell like that. However, compared to the observers, the disciples from the Lingyun school had mad happiness all over their faces, because not only did Du Guoyun's victory avenge Feng Hao, it even guarded the dignity of their Lingyun school and protected their position of being king in the Azure province. But just as people felt that the grand outcome was set, the fighting stage started to violently tremble. At the same time, rows of tiny cracks started to spread from the chilly ice statue. The cracks swam around quicker and quicker, and the area it covered became larger and larger. From slender cracks, they became thick ones. Very soon, a burst of extremely frenzied energy started to emanate from the ice statue. It swept out and engulfed the land. In a split moment, the huge ice statue started to shatter into pieces, and the shattering was quickly spreading. From the huge ice chunk, it became a rain of little ice. They scattered and fell until they were completely destroyed into pieces. At the same time, in that land, a body reappeared within people's line of sight. It was Chu Feng. The current Chu Feng was standing on top of the fighting stage. The frost that covered his body became steam that constantly rose. Under that steam, everyone could see a pair of abnormally serious eyes. Accompanying Chu Feng's appearance was a wave of horrifying pressure. The area that he was in twisted and deformed from the pressure, and as he was affected by the pressure, Du Guoyun no longer had his former arrogant attitude. Pain was all over his face as he was enduring the power of the pressure. Bit by bit, his waist was being bent and he was going into a posture of submission. What a strong martial skill. This feeling seems like it has surpassed rank 6 martial skills. Does that mean Chu Feng has grasped a rank 7 martial skill? Impossible. Rank 7. Martial skills do not even exist within the Azure province. This must be a rank 6 martial skill. A top-quality martial skill within rank 6 martial skills. In addition to Chu Feng's comprehension power towards martial skills as well as his unique talent, that is why he can bring out power that surpasses the original martial skill. The unique comprehension power and talent of the martial skills user caused the power of the martial skill to be increased. So that means, in terms of using martial skills, hasn't Chu Feng completely surpassed Dugu Aoyun? Chu Feng's Blade of the Void Dragon's Cry was too strong. Even though it wasn't as beautiful as Dugu Aoyun's Infinite Ocean and Chilling Sky Freezing Ground, the aura that had absolute pressure caused everyone to be astonished. Dugu Aoyun. Will you destroy your own cultivation or will I help you? Seeing that his Blade of the Void Dragon's Cry forced Dugu Aoyun to not even be able to straighten his waist, and as he was going to kneel in front of him, Chu Feng coldly asked. Do you really think you've won? This battle is not finished yet. Right now, I'll let you experience the strongest martial skill of my Lingyun school. Dugu Aoyun suddenly laughed towards the sky and an extremely special aura surged out from his body. He who was originally pressured had actually resisted against Chu Feng's Blade of the Void Dragon's Cry. His aura was also rapidly strengthening. He was breaking through layers, and layer by layer, he was becoming stronger. This feeling, it's the murderous 7 injuring fists. As Chu Feng felt Dugu Aoyun's quickly changing aura, Chu Feng's face also slightly changed and his brows tightly locked together. He recognized the martial skill that Dugu Aoyun displayed. It was one of the foundation martial skills of the Lingyun school, the murderous 7 injuring fists. The martial skill was a rank 5 martial skill to begin with, so normally, it shouldn't be feared. But that martial skill was a very strange one. It was similar to forbidden medicines, as one could gain power that surpassed their own body with damaging their body as the price. At first, when he was in the Vermilion Bird City, Chu Feng had experienced it before from the core disciple of the Lingyun school, Ding Chou. The Ding Chou at that time relied on that martial skill to increase his cultivation greatly, and even though Ding Chou only cultivated the murderous 7 injuring fists to the 3rd layer, it was already enough for Chu Feng to feel extremely great pressure. In front of his eyes, the murderous 7 injuring fists that Dugu Aoyun was displaying already completely surpassed Ding Chou. Currently, he was displaying the 4th layer. As he used the 4th layer, Dugu Aoyun's body was no longer affected by the pressure from Chu Feng's Blade of the Void Dragon's Cry in any way. Just at that time, Dugu Aoyun broke through another layer of power and entered the 5th layer. At that moment, with Dugu Aoyun as the middle, layers of profound power quickly swirled around and they started to pounce back towards Chu Feng, causing him to feel great pressure. But that was not the end. Suddenly, another layer of terrifying formless vortex came from Dugu Aoyun's body and engulfed out, and with that, Chu Feng's Blade of the Void Dragon's Cry was thoroughly disintegrated into nothing. At that instant, not only did Dugu Aoyun suddenly break into the 6th layer of the murderous 7 injuring fists, even his cultivation violently surged up another level, and from the 8th level of the Profound Realm, he stepped into the 9th level of the Profound Realm. At that instant, as he was pressured by Dugu Aoyun, Chu Feng couldn't help but retreat one step. His face became ugly again. As he faced Dugu Aoyun, whose cultivation increased greatly, Chu Feng also felt several times the pressure. Look, how did Dugu Aoyun's aura suddenly increase so sharply? This strange change, is it the foundation martial skill of the Lingyun school, the murderous 7 injuring fists? Dugu Aoyun's change caused many people to sigh in surprise because breaking into the 9th level of the Profound Realm from the 8th level of the Profound Realm was too horrifying. It caused them to think of the murderous 7 injuring fists. Chapter 289, Greycloak World Spiritist. Chapter 289, Greycloak World Spiritist. That's right. It is my Lingyun school's foundation martial skill, the murderous 7 injuring fists. Although this martial skill is rank 5, it is the hardest martial skill to cultivate in the Lingyun school. Those who can cultivate it to the 3rd layer are already geniuses, and those who can cultivate to the 4th layer are super geniuses. But Senior Dugu has already used this martial skill to the 6th layer. A disciple from the Lingyun school introduced proudly. Heavens! He cultivated to the 6th layer? How strong is Dugu Aoyun's comprehension power? After hearing the astonishment from the Lingyun school disciple, the surrounding observers were dumbfounded and they endlessly praised. Then, within the gazes that they looked back at Chu Feng with, they were filled with worry. At first, when Chu Feng and Dugu Aoyun were separated by 4 levels, the outcome wasn't clear. But now, they were separated by 5 levels. Clearly, Chu Feng was unable to continue and Dugu Aoyun already used the advantage of pressure to restrain Chu Feng. He did not even need to use any martial skills. With just his aura, he could defeat Chu Feng. That was the suppression of absolute strength. But just at that time, change abruptly happened to Chu Feng's body. Layers of golden-colored lightning surged out from within his body, and as he was being enveloped by the golden-colored lightning, Chu Feng's aura also violently rose as he entered the 4th level of the profound realm from the 3rd level of the profound realm. Look! Chu Feng's aura. He broke into the 4th level of the profound realm. What happened? Did Chu Feng also cultivate the murderous 7 injuring fists or something? Why did his fine cultivation suddenly rise and broke into the next level? Look clearly. There is some golden-colored lightning outside of Chu Feng's body. His cultivation must have been increased because of that lightning. What a beautiful martial skill. What martial skill can it possibly be? Chu Feng activated the golden-colored lightning in his blood. The ability that was unique to him was mistakenly recognized as a gorgeous and strong martial skill. As the golden and shining lightning caused them to sigh in surprise, they also endlessly admired. They felt that it was a very amazing martial skill. A very strong martial skill. A martial that shouldn't exist, yet that martial was grasped by Chu Feng. You know some stuff. It seems like some of the treasures that the Azure Dragon founder left behind still remains in your Azure Dragon school, as you have revealed so many martial skills that I haven't even seen before. But do you really think you can fight against me after raising your cultivation by 1 level? Dugu Aoyun stared at Chu Feng with an icy cold gaze. Do you think I cannot? Chu Feng lightly smiled and asked disapprovingly. Of course you cannot. Do you really think that my murderous 7 injuring fists only raises my cultivation? If you think like that, you underestimate it too much. There's no harm in telling you that even though the murderous 7 injuring fists belongs to rank 5 martial skills, if one is proficient in it, it can be comparable to rank 7 martial skills. Dugu Aoyun's emotions were clearly a bit excited. When he, who could easily defeat school head level characters who were in the 9th level of the profound realm, was currently being pressured to this state by Chu Feng, who was only in the 3rd level of the profound realm, sweats of shame truly flowed down his face and he could not wait to kill Chu Feng to prove that he was the one who was the #1 genius in the Azure province. Sure. Let me see the so-called rank 7 martial skill. Chu Feng's complexion did not change and he provokingly smiled. I will. Dugu Aoyun's anger burned and he didn't speak any more useless words. He first stepped forward in a large stride and threw out several punches continuously. Fists that contained layers of profound power seemed to be completely ordinary and nothing seemed strange about them, but in reality, they had devastating power. The might was emanated out and even the sky and ground trembled, causing the faces of the surrounding observers to reveal fear as they were deeply shocked by the power within the fists. Then I will also show you how I, Chu Feng, will block your rank 7 martial skill. Chu Feng did not dodge or avoid, and with a thought, the boundless spirit formation power surged out from his body and became a huge spirit formation barrier in front of him. Like a fortress, it blocked the attacks in front of Chu Feng. At the same time, Dugu Aoyun's profound power fists already collided and endlessly created terrifying ripples that spread throughout the land. Even the incomparably firm fighting stage had trouble resisting against the horrifying might. Layer by layer, it was being destroyed and crack after crack appeared. At the end, it even completely collapsed. But such horrifying attacks could only stop in front of Chu Feng and they could not approach Chu Feng anymore. All of them were stopped by the spirit formation Chu Feng laid. Heavens! Everyone look! Chu Feng has actually blocked Dugu Aoyun's attack, and he actually blocked such a scary attack. At first, everyone was stunned by Dugu Aoyun's attack. But when they saw that Chu Feng could not be harmed in the slightest despite the terrifying ripples that unceasingly exploded, their already stunned expressions instantly deepened to another layer. That is, At the same time, Yen Yang Tian, who stood on the tall stage, also lit up his eyes, and shock that was rarely found surged into his gaze. That's right. It's a gray-colored spirit formation. This Chu Feng has grasped the power of Greycloak World Spiritists, and his spirit power is the same as the one I felt before. He should be the world spiritist who was detecting your cultivation at the beginning of the 100 school gathering. Just at that time, the Greycloak World Spiritist next to Yen Yang Tian very astonishedly spoke. What? So this means that Chu Feng is a Greycloak World Spiritist. After hearing those words, not to mention Yen Yang Tian, everyone on the tall stage widened their mouths as they were astounded, and their faces were full of inconceivableness. That's a gray-colored spirit formation. Chu Feng has condensed a gray-colored spirit formation. He is a Greycloak World Spiritist. At that instant, not only did the people from the Lingyun school discover Chu Feng's abnormality, the various other schools also found out that something was wrong, and with a glance, they recognized that Chu Feng displayed a spirit formation, and it was even a gray-colored spirit formation. Chu Feng was actually a Greycloak World Spiritist. Chu Feng he is not only a martial cultivating genius, he is even a Greycloak World Spiritist. After that news was spread out, almost everyone on scene greatly changed their expressions, and they were completely stupefied by Chu Feng's abilities. Greycloak World Spiritist. Only 2 of these huge characters existed in the entire Azure province, yet at that moment, a third one appeared today. It was even such a young man, a martial cultivator with such terrifying talent. That truly caused everyone to be too shocked. After being shocked, they also thought of another person. It was the mysterious character who shook the Azure province roughly half a year ago, Mr. Greycloak. Was Chu Feng related to Mr. Greycloak in any way? As everyone was constantly guessing, Chu Feng extended his palm and grabbed the air towards Du Guoyun. Layers of domineering spirit formations started to appear around Du Guoyun. At the end, after surrounding him within it, they started to force their way towards him. As he faced that situation, Du Guoyun started to use his murderous 7 injuring fists, and he wanted to break that spirit formation. However, it was useless, as he could not even damage the spirit formation in the slightest. He who was usually arrogant and wild couldn't help but be scared. Chapter 290, Crushed into a Meat Patty. Chapter 290, Crushed into a Meat Patty. Chu Feng's gray-colored spirit formation wall was the strongest defense, but it could also simultaneously become the fiercest attack. At that very instant, there were 6 spirit formation walls, and following Chu Feng's thoughts, from up, down, left, right, and everywhere, it imprisoned Du Guoyun within it, and it was also speedily shrinking. If that continued, and if Du Guoyun was still unable to break the spirit formation wall, he would be compressed into a pool of blood. As he was in that situation, Du Guoyun's expression revealed fear. But suddenly, within his fearful eyes, a touch of resolution flashed past. Closely following that, Du Guoyun's body started to change. His skin became blood red and blue veins popped out. Both of his eyes became completely white, and his appearance looked exactly like a wild beast walking like a human. It was horrifying and sinister. The most important thing was that as he changed, Du Guoyun's aura rose greatly again. Suddenly, Du Guoyun opened his mouth and suddenly howled towards the sky. The beast-like noise came out from his mouth, and it shook the area to the point that it was quivering, and it caused many people to cover their ears. How was that even a sound made by a human? It was simply a roar that could not even be made by wild beasts, fierce beasts, or even monstrous beasts. Following the sounding of the roars, a tyrannical layer of ripple swept out from his body, and it caused Chu Feng's gray-colored spirit formation to collapse and crumble into pieces. This aura, does this mean that Senior Du Gu has cultivated the murderous 7 injuring fists to the 7th layer? At that instant, the complexions of disciples from the Lingyun school couldn't help but greatly change, because Du Guoyun's change caused them to associate it to the highest layer of the murderous 7 injuring fists. Aoyun has actually cultivated it to this stage. It is a layer that even I have not reached. Seeing the quickly changing Du Guoyun, mad happiness was filled in Yen Yangtian's eyes. Although the murderous 7 injuring fists was only a rank 5 martial skill, its cultivation difficulty was extremely high. Even he only cultivated it to the 6th layer, yet Du Guoyun had cultivated it to the 7th layer. It meant that Du Guoyun's talent was far above his. When his Lingyun school had a successor such as him, how could he not be madly happy? With Aoyun's talent, he can certainly break into the heaven realm within 5 years. At that time, my Lingyun school will not be restricted to the Azure province and it can stand onto the vast stage of the 9 provinces. Lord School Head, the rebound of the murderous 7 injuring fists is extremely terrifying, and since Aoyun is using it to the 7th layer, I'm afraid, but compared to Yan Yangtian's excitement, the 12 protectors of the Lingyun school worried more about Dugu Aoyun's body. Don't worry. With me here, I guarantee that nothing will happen to Aoyun. Right now, the most important thing is to not lose. No matter what price is paid, he cannot lose, because if he does, there will be nothing left. The Greycloak World Spiritist said in a low voice. That's right. This battle must be won. Since Chu Feng is so ruthless at this age by setting the destruction of their cultivation as the wager, I'm sure that this child must be Mr. Greycloak who exterminated the Shangguan family. Since a person like him has been offended, it is extremely difficult for any reconciliation. Before he develops, he must be killed, and using Aoyun's hands to kill him is the best way. Yan Yangtian stared at Chu Feng as his expression did not change at all, and he revealed killing intent in his gaze because Chu Feng was truly too terrifying. Within the entire young generation that he had seen, he was the most terrifying. Not only in terms of martial cultivation talent. It was also because of his heartless nature and his courage to not be afraid when faced with danger. Those things should not exist in his age. So, Yan Yangtian kept on reminding himself deep within his heart that Chu Feng could not be remained alive. No matter what price had to be paid, no matter what methods, he must be killed. Roar! Just at that time, Dugu Aoyun furiously howled again, and after that, he leaped and explosively shot towards Chu Feng. A burst of strong might was carried over as well, and the present him already infinitely neared the heaven realm. Boom boom boom! At that instant, even Chu Feng did not dare to meet force with force against Dugu Aoyun. As he condensed spirit formations, he attacked with martial skills. However, the originally extremely sturdy spirit formation was currently unable to stop Dugu Aoyun's footsteps. With a casual strike, he could shatter the spirit formations that Chu Feng laid. Also, Dugu Aoyun also did not dodge or avoid any of Chu Feng's attacks that were sent out. He went straight towards them, and he quite unexpectedly used his own physical body to block one powerful attack after the other from Chu Feng. Even his footsteps were not slowed at all. It is useless. Aoyun's current state causes him to be almost invincible within the profound realm. His body is the scariest weapon. It is indestructible and invincible. Even I need to waste quite a bit of effort if I want to harm Aoyun, who is in his current state, let alone a brat like Chu Feng who is only in the 4th level of the profound realm. Seeing that the attacks Chu Feng sent out had no effects, Yan Yangtian and the higher-ups of the Lingyun school all coldly smiled and felt that Chu Feng was doing useless actions. Ah. In actuality, the current Dugu Aoyun was indeed abnormally ferocious. How did he even look like a human? When he ran around, all 4 of his limbs landed on the ground, as if he was a ferocious human-shaped beast. With ear-piercing howls and terrifying bloodlust, he forced his way towards Chu Feng. I never would have thought that Dugu Aoyun strengthened his physical body to this state, so it seems like I can only use that. Seeing that his own attacks were useless, Chu Feng didn't bother dodging anymore. He stood where he was and silently awaited the arrival of Dugu Aoyun. Why isn't Chu Feng's moving? Has he given up? But Chu Feng's actions caused others to be greatly surprised. Even Yan Yangtian slightly frowned as he did not know why Chu Feng was causing that suspense. Just as Dugu Aoyun leaped forward and was going to charge in front of Chu Feng suddenly extended his palm and roared loudly, "White Tiger slaughtering technique." Immediately after the white tiger appeared, it gave off might that could not be defended against. The tiger's claw condensed out by the gas grabbed Dugu Aoyun, who was attacking him head first. Like a cat catching a mouse, it grasped Dugu Aoyun into the air. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to get rid of the white tiger's huge claw. Look, what's that? The white-colored tiger claw was vivid and lifelike. The black-colored stripes. The white-colored fur. It was simply a real, huge, claw of a white tiger. The most important thing was that it was actually able to grab such a powerful Dugu Aoyun within its palm, causing him to be unable to escape. That really caused people to be incomparably shocked. They could not imagine what martial skill that was which had such terrifying power. It is useless. Even if his martial skill was stronger, it will not be able to harm Senior Dugu in the slightest. What Senior Dugu is using right now is the 7th layer of the murderous 7 injuring fists. The current Senior Dugu is invincible. Nothing can harm him and only he can harm others. Chu Feng, you don't need to struggle anymore because today, you will undoubtedly be defeated. Just at that time, the disciples from the Lingyun school started to confidently yell. After hearing their words, Chu Feng only sneered and suddenly waved his big arm. The white-colored huge claw that held Dugu Aoyun abruptly went downwards. At the end, with a boom, it slammed Dugu Aoyun down into the ground. The strong power caused a huge pit to appear in the earth. Countless deep cracks spread out for over 1,000 meters and it even extended to the observers' location, causing some of their seats to collapse down. When Chu Feng gradually retracted his palm, when the dust that rushed to the heavens gradually dispelled, people were astounded as they discovered that Dugu Aoyun, who was said to be indestructible and invincible by the Lingyun school's disciples, was already forcibly crushed into a meat patty. Chapter 291, Come at Me. Chapter 291, Come at Me. It was a blurry and bloody mess in the deep ditch. There were no more signs of life from the number 1 genius of the Lingyun school, Dugu Aoyun. There was not even a corpse or any bones remaining and he was crushed into a meat patty by Chu Feng's palm. At that instant, everyone was completely silent in the school. Not only the people from the Lingyun school. Even the outsiders were frightened by that scene as they started at Dugu Aoyun, who was in the deep ditch blankly, and within their gazes, expressions of shock and fear surged. At that instant, Yen Yangtian was standing on the tall stage as he looked at his Lingyun school's future hope become a pool of blood. His body was quivering, and a burst of indescribable fury started to surge in his boy. Chu Feng, I will kill you. Suddenly, someone loudly yelled, and following that, all sorts of enraged curses and killing threats exploded out. The elders and disciples from the Lingyun school rushed forward all at once and surrounded Chu Feng to attack him. The atmosphere that they were giving off showed that they wanted to take Chu Feng's life. You want to kill me? Are you qualified? As he looked at the crowd who had bloodlust that filled their faces, Chu Feng was not afraid in the slightest. He waved his big sleeve, and a layer of domineering profound power spread out with him as the center, and it swept in all directions. As they faced that ripple, the 1,000 of disciples and elders from the Lingyun school could not resist at all. All of them were like scarecrows as they were blown away. They were not even able to take one of Chu Feng's strikes. Arrogant brat. Today, you must pay the price for your actions. Just at that time, 12 figures darted down from the tall stage. The 12 people stood in 12 different directions and they surrounded Chu Feng in a circle. Those 12 people were the 12 protectors of the Lingyun school. The 12 peak experts in the 9th level of the profound realm. At the same time, a layer of gray-colored spirit formation was also condensed out and it wrapped around Chu Feng as well as the 12 protectors. It was the Greycloak world spiritist from the Lingyun school. Chu Feng, stopping when appropriate was how it was agreed. Why did you need to kill? Yen Yangtian spoke. At that moment, both of his eyes were blood red and even his speaking voice was trembling a bit. Everyone could see that the head of the Lingyun school was truly furious. He was forcibly enduring his fury. Forcibly enduring his urges to kill Chu Feng. Actually, I did not want to kill. I did want to stop when appropriate. But I could do nothing about the loud yells from your Lingyun school. Something about Dugu Aoyun being unparalleled, indestructible, invincible. So, I tensed up and I used a bit more power. But who would have thought that he could not even take one of my strikes, and with a palm, he was slammed to death. Ah, school head Yen, you can truly not blame this matter on me. Actually, people in your Lingyun school are responsible for Dugu Aoyun's death. If they didn't yell so wildly, I wouldn't mistakenly thought that Dugu Aoyun was really strong and I wouldn't have accidentally killed him. As he faced Yen Yangtian's questioning, Chu Feng shrugged his shoulders and innocence was written all over his face. Damn Chu Feng. You kill someone from my Lingyun school yet you put the guilt onto the head of my Lingyun school. Today, I do not care who you have behind you as support. I will take your life. Finally, Yen Yangtian could no longer control the fury in his heart and looked towards the sky and roared. At that instant, his aura of the heaven realm was emanated out and the unique power engulfed the land. The entire plaza was violently trembling while mad and ferocious gales blew everyone to the point that they were rolling and climbing on the floor as it was difficult for them to prop themselves up. It is too terrifying. This is the power of the heaven realm. Yan Yang Tian truly stepped into the heaven realm. He's dead. Chu Feng's dead. No one can save him. Even if he has battle power that defies common sense, even if he is already invincible within the profound realm, as he faces a heaven realm expert, he cannot escape no matter how much stronger he gets. At that instant, people endlessly yelled in surprise and they were frightened by Yan Yangtian's displayed might. In reality, even Chu Feng tightly frowned and murmured to himself, so this is the power of the heaven realm. Indeed, it is very strong. This and the profound realm are completely different. Of course the heaven realm is strong. You are able to defeat those in the profound realm while being in the origin realm, but I cannot see you being able to defeat the heaven realm while being in the profound realm. Unless you are in the 9th level of the profound realm, even if your battle power rises to the skies, it would be very difficult for you to fight against the heaven realm, as that is the realm that is closest to the martial lord realm. They are people who grasps the power of the heaven. At the same time, Egi also gravely reminded. Everyone back away. I will personally kill Chu Feng and avenge Aoyun. Yan Yangtian's clothes fluttered and his long hair madly shook. The bloodlust that rose to the heavens was emitted out from his own body. It ruled that land, and in front of his power, Chu Feng almost had no way of escaping. After Yan Yangtian spoke, the Greycloak world spiritist quickly dissolved his spirit formation and the 12 protectors also quickly retreated back to the tall stage because they knew that Yan Yangtian was truly furious. Under those circumstances, they had to stay far away from Chu Feng and they were deeply afraid of being dragged in. Since they saw Yan Yangtian's heaven realm power before, they clearly knew what terrifying power of destruction a casual strike from a heaven realm expert would be like. I would quite like to see who dares to try and touch Chu Feng today. But just at that time, another explosive yell resounded out. That voice was extremely loud and clear, as if the thunder was exploding in the sky. It caused many martial cultivation experts' faces to change and their ears buzzed. People with weaker cultivation directly spat out blood from the shock caused by that angry bellow and they fainted away. At the same time, a wave of boundless pressure descended from the sky, as if an invisible mountain range was pressing down. As that horrifying pressure came down, an aged figure also appeared in the sky. He wore a body of golden-colored armor and he looked exactly like a battle god. He slowly descended from the sky and at the end, as innumerable gazes were locked onto him, he landed next to Chu Feng. That person was Chu Feng's elder brother, the chief of the Qi clan in the Qilin prince's mansion, Qi Fengyang. Heavens, it's Qi Fengyang. What's with his aura? How did he descend from the sky? Does this mean that he has also stepped into the heaven realm, and he is also a heaven realm expert? Qi Fengyang's appearance surpassed everyone's expectations. The strength he displayed even shocked everyone. It was a pressing feeling that was not inferior to Yan Yangtian, which meant that the old man had cultivation that was not inferior to Yan Yangtian. Qi Fengyang, you also entered the heaven realm. In reality, not only the bystanders, even Yan Yangtian was stunned by Qi Fengyang's strength. From what he knew, within the borders of the current Azure province, there was only one heaven realm expert, the lord of the Qilin prince's mansion. Yan Yangtian broke through a year ago, so it could be said that he was the second heaven realm expert in the Azure province. Yet presently, a third heaven realm expert appeared. It meant that it destroyed the balance in the Azure province, and it forced him to seriously treat it. As for Qi Fengyang, he did not pay attention to Yan Yangtian at all. He only put his hand on Chu Feng's shoulder and asked, "My brother, you're fine, right?" "Big bro, I'm fine. I finally know why you sent me a mental message and told me to kill Dugu Aoyun. So you're also in the heaven realm." Compared to the observers, after Chu Feng saw Qi Fengyang's cultivation, he was quite unexpectedly happy and he was extremely excited. The reason why I left for a few days was none other than to break into this huge realm. But I have to say, this feeling is quite nice. Qi Fengyang chuckled, then after that, he cast his gaze towards Yan Yangtian and loudly yelled, "Schoolhead Yan. I allowed Chu Feng to kill Dugu Aoyun. If you have anything, you come at me." Chapter 292, Healing Li Zhangqing. Chapter 292, Healing Li Zhangqing. After Qi Fengyang spoke, it was a thunder in a clear sky and it frightened everyone. As for Yan Yangtian, he was even so angry that his fury could not be extinguished. His entire body was trembling from rage as he pointed at Qi Fengyang and bellowed. "Qi Fengyang, why did you encourage Chu Feng to kill my school's disciple? As a person from the Qilin Prince's mansion, you think you can look down upon the laws of the dynasty and trample over human life? Yan Yang Tian, your Lingyun school's Dugu Aoyun did not have any respect for his seniors in his gaze, and he was even so out of control. He had actually pulled Li Zhongqing's arms off in front of so many school heads, and he humiliated a senior. Even if a disciple like him has a bit of talent, when he grows up in the future, he will certainly not do any kindness. Rather, he would only perform evils, and since leaving him alive is detrimental, why not remove him right? I told Chu Feng to do that for the good of your Lingyun school. Or else if your Lingyun school got managed by him in the future, it would have certainly be brought down a road of no return and it would become a demonic school. Yan Yang Tian, no need to thank me. As a chief of the Qilin Prince's mansion, helping the citizens remove harm is my responsibility. Let us meet another day." Qi Fengyang first contentedly pointed and reprimanded Yan Yang Tian while his spit flew straight across the air, then with a laugh, he grabbed onto Chu Feng's shoulders, leaped, and walked on air. He disappeared from the crowd's line of sight just like that. They only left a group of dumbfounded school heads, elders, disciples, as well as Yan Yang Tian, who had an enraged face yet could do absolutely nothing. Qi Fengyang walked in the air and his speed was extremely fast. With a blink, he and Chu Feng left the range of the Lingyun school. That caused Chu Feng's tongue to be tied in a knot because that speed was not reachable with the Imperial Sky technique that he grasped. It also meant that even if Chu Feng had the Imperial Sky technique and even if he could resist the air to walk, if he faced real Heaven Realm experts, his present speed was still inferior and he did not even have the chance to escape. After Qi Fengyang brought Chu Feng away from the Lingyun school, he stopped at a village on a mountain. There was a simple farmer's residence. A rough crude houses with a courtyard surrounded by fences. Within the courtyard, there was a group of chickens and gooses and they were currently wildly squealing. Outside of the courtyard, there were dozens of citizens who were raising their heads to look. They broadened their eyes, widened their mouth, and had faces full of astonishment, because at that instant, they were seeing two figures descending from the sky. That completely terrified the mountain village citizens who had never even touched martial cultivation before. Some people even thought that gods were descending from the heavens, and one after the other, they knelt to the ground and started to pray towards the sky. The two people who came down from the sky were naturally Qi Fengyang and Chu Feng. After landing, Qi Fengyang did not pay attention to the citizens. He brought Chu Feng directly into the crude house, and within that crude house, Chu Feng saw two familiar figures. One of them was Li Zhongqing. The present him had a deathly pale face and lips that were going purple. He was laying on the wooden bed while in a coma. Next to the bed that Li Zhongqing was laying on, the head of the Jade Maiden School was busying back and forth with a head full of sweat. She was sewing Li Zhongqing's torn arms back with medicinal grasses. "Lord Qi, you're back." That Dugu Aoyun was too despicable. When he tore Zhongqing's arms, he used his profound power to prick and destroy his meridians and muscles. With the current medical techniques that I grasp, I have no way of healing Zhongqing's arms. After seeing Qi Fengyang, the head of the Jade Maiden School quickly darted out. "No fear. We have a world spiritist here." Qi Fengyang unhurriedly and lightly smiled, then cast his gaze towards Chu Feng next to him. Chu Feng also did not delay as he quickly went up to examine the current situation of Li Zhongqing's two arms. Seeing Chu Feng, who was fiddling around with Li Zhongqing's arms as if he knew what he was doing, the head of the Jade Maiden School tightly frowned, worriedly looked at Qi Fengyang, then asked in a low voice. "Lord Qi. School head Li's muscles and meridians on both arms have been destroyed. They are no longer complete arms anymore but a pair of unrecoverable arms. Although the methods of world spiritists are special, I'm afraid that they can still not be healed and we still need to find a person with more outstanding medical techniques so that they can think of some methods." As he faced the head of the Jade Maiden School's doubts, Qi Fengyang only faintly smiled and said, "Our world spiritist is not an ordinary one." At the same time, dazzling radiance blossomed from Chu Feng and Li Zhongqing's direction. That scene caused the head of the Jade Maiden School to be shocked as she hurriedly cast her gaze over. Although she did not expect much when she looked over, even she, who had quite a bit of experience, was frightened. Because at that very instant, on both of Li Zhongqing's arms, a mini formation appeared. The formation was flowing and turning with symbols while emitting faint gray-colored light. As the light was enveloping them, the symbols kept on entering and leaving both of Li Zhangqing's arms as they gave off their unique power. As the symbols wiggled, Li Zhangqing's torn muscles and meridians were recovering. At the same time that they were recovering, they already reconnected to the original meridians. This feeling. Is it possible that Chu Feng is a Greycloak world spiritist? At that instant, the head of the Jade Maiden School shockingly opened her mouth. Mr. Greycloak. Have you heard of him? Qi Fengyang smiled. What? Does that mean that Mr. Greycloak is Chu Feng? After hearing Qi Fengyang say that, another circle was widened on the already widened mouth of the head of the Jade Maiden School. Hee hee. Qi Fengyang only chuckled at the head of the Jade Maiden School's question and he did not reply. Okay, as long as the school head can peacefully rest for a few days, he should completely recover. Just at that time, Chu Feng stood up and looked at Li Zhangqing. His torn arms were already completely undamaged, and Chu Feng also sewed back the ripped long robe's sleeve with spirit formation techniques. He even removed the bloodstains. Wah! Chu Feng, you are too amazing. At that instant, the head of the Jade Maiden School was incomparably ecstatic. On her face that was already beautiful, she was currently smiling like a little flower. It could be seen that she truly had some strong and special feelings towards Li Zhangqing. That's amazing. There is something else that is even more amazing. Qi Fengyang strangely smiled. What other thing? The head of the Jade Maiden School widened her eyes round as she curiously and closely asked. No rush. You will know very soon. Not only will you know, the people in the entire Azure province will know. Qi Fengyang chuckled and he had actually raised some suspense. After hearing those words, the head of the Jade Maiden School who was already curious became even more curious. But because of Qi Fengyang's status and strength, it was not good for her to ask anything more. She could only look forward for the quick arrival of the news. That village was bought by Qi Fengyang. For the single reason that Li Zhangqing was recovering there, every single villager in the poor and depressed mountain village got an unimaginable huge sum. Also, as a sign of gratitude, after clearly knowing that Qi Fengyang already rewarded the villagers, Chu Feng still gave them a lot of gold because to Chu Feng, things like money were only worldly materials. Only profound medicines were useful to him. As they faced the sudden explosive wealth, the villagers who already originally thought that Chu Feng and the others were gods took out all the good things from the village to treat Chu Feng and the others respectfully. Chicken, duck, goose, pig, horse, goat. The things that were edible were all made deliciously with all sorts of methods. After Chu Feng and the others who got used to eating delicacies ate that perfect feast in the mountain village, it had to be said that it was quite a special style and it was quite interesting. After dinner, Chu Feng and Qi Fengyang strolled in the air. This time, Qi Fengyang did not walk on the air while holding Chu Feng. Chu Feng used the Imperial Sky technique and walked towards the purple-clouded horizon. Chapter 293, Shocking the Azure Province. Chapter 293, Shocking the Azure Province. This Imperial Sky technique. The Imperial Sky Sage did indeed invent quite an outstanding thing. As he looked at Chu Feng who walked on air as if he was walking on flat ground, Qi Fengyang nodded his head in admiration. The technique to resist the air to walk. Even he who stepped into the heaven realm had no way of creating it, yet the Imperial Sky Sage, with the cultivation of the profound realm, created a bodily martial skill like that. It was truly a type of miracle. Big bro, although Dugu Aoyun is really hateable since he tore my school head's arms off, I seem to have gone too far by killing him, right? Suddenly, Chu Feng said with a bit of worry. Damn. Boy, are you even ashamed by speaking those words? Qi Fengyang curled his lips and fiercely stared at Chu Feng. As he faced Qi Fengyang who was like that, Chu Feng was indeed a bit embarrassed and he scratched his head slightly with a bit of shame and he did not refute. It was because Qi Fengyang was correct. With how Chu Feng usually did things, killing Dugu Aoyun was really not much. Rather, it was by speaking those words did he seem stranger. Of course, the reason why Chu Feng asked that was naturally because he had his own thoughts. I know what you are worried about. Yan Yang Tian is a heaven realm expert, and even though your battle power can rise to the sky and you are an abnormality, when facing a heaven realm expert, it would be quite appropriate to say that you are a weak ant. Before, I have not stepped into this realm, so I truly thought that the rumors about this realm were only legends. However, after stepping into this realm, only then did I deeply understand the impressiveness of this realm. Qi Fengyang first sighed, then continued to speak. You don't know Yen Yang Tian well. He is a person who is extremely ambitious. Especially after he entered the heaven realm, his nerves could cover the sky and he would not be afraid of anything. He would not allow any school that would threaten his Lingyun school to appear within the borders of the Azure province. However, the might of your Azure Dragon school rising greatly has already appeared, and your battle power that defied common sense has already been revealed. No matter if you killed Dugu Aoyun or not, he, Yen Yang Tian, would not let you and your Azure Dragon school go. He would also not let the people around you go. So, if you kill Dugu Aoyun, he, Yen Yang Tian, would not let you go. If you don't kill, he, Yen Yang Tian, would still not let you go. Since he wouldn't let you go no matter what, why not kill his favorite disciple, right? Qi Fengyang explained to Chu Feng. Big bro, you completely make sense. Chu Feng nodded in agreement, and for some things, Qi Fengyang did indeed see them more thoroughly than him. But don't worry. Right now, I am also in the heaven realm. In addition, I have the Qilin Prince's mansion behind me, and the Qilin Prince's mansion has the Jiang dynasty behind it. So, as long as I, your big bro, am here, no matter how much more nerves Yen Yang Tian has, he will absolutely not dare to attack you. Qi Fengyang patted his chest and guaranteed. Big bro, you also have an otherworldly expert behind you, right? Chu Feng chuckled and asked. Who are you talking about? Qi Fengyang was a bit confused. The Blue Cloak world spiritist living in seclusion in the Valley of 100 Bends. Chu Feng responded. Oh. After hearing those words, Qi Fengyang suddenly understood, and after that, he smiled at Chu Feng. You are correct. He is indeed a very strong expert, but he is not living in seclusion. He understands everything in the Azure province better than anyone else. The reason why he remains in the Valley of 100 Bends is because he wants to observe everything that happens in the Azure province, because he's searching for a person. A person? What person? Chu Feng curiously and closely asked. Haha, a very outstanding person. But I cannot tell you. It is a secret. Even if it is you, I cannot say. Qi Fengyang stroked his beard, then smiled again before speaking to Chu Feng. That person is the hope of the continent of the 9 provinces, and you are the hope of the Azure province. Chu Feng did not completely understand Qi Fengyang's words, but he could tell that the identity of the Blue Cloak world spiritist was not simple, and the person he was searching for was even less simple. Although Chu Feng was very curious as to who that Blue Cloak world spiritist was, and who that not simple person was, since Qi Fengyang was unwilling to speak, Chu Feng did not ask any more. Because he owned favors to Li Zhangqing, Chu Feng and Qi Fengyang did not leave the village for the past few days. From start to finish, they kept on observing Li Zhangqing's conditions. Only after Li Zhangqing reawakened and after there weren't many problems with his arm, they restarted their journey. And with the time of the past few days, the news of Chu Feng making a ruckus in the Lingyun school, in the 100 school gathering, by first cutting off Feng Hao's arms and also crushing Dugu Aoyun into a meat patty, spread throughout the Azure province. Since the news this time was spread out by various first-rate schools in the Azure province, being from both the lower ranks, the core disciples, and the higher ranks, the elders and school heads, it caused no one to doubt Chu Feng's abilities anymore, and no one doubted the truth of that matter. Rather, they deeply believed it and did not doubt at all. In the Azure province, a genius appeared. A monster appeared. A terrifying demon appeared. Those were the discussions that everyone was talking about. Chu Feng was a genius because of his martial cultivation talent. Chu Feng was a monster because of his power battle that defied the heavens. Chu Feng was a demon because of his methods of doing things. The famous name, Chu Feng, became an existence that people both idolized and were afraid of. Many people wanted to personally witness Chu Feng's grandeur. Yet, they were very terrified. With a single careless word, with a single wrong action, if it offended the demon, their entire family would get exterminated. In short, not only did Chu Feng's strength get recognized, it even got demonized. But no matter what, Chu Feng was indeed publicly recognized as the #1 genius in the current Azure province. However, compared to others, the people in the Vermilion Bird City were tangling around with another news. Chu Feng is Mr. Greycloak. Mr. Greycloak is Chu Feng. This is really a heavenly big and great news. Within a main hall in the Vermilion Bird City, Suhen was excitedly walking back and forth. His face was filled with colors of euphoria because he would not forget the warning that Mr. Greycloak gave himself, which stated his daughters could not be married to any other person other to him. Originally, Suhen was struggling. Chu Feng was a genius, he had Chi Fengyang supporting his back, and he did have feelings towards his daughters. He really wanted to marry his daughters over to Chu Feng. However, Mr. Greycloak, who was heartless, threatened him before. That caused him to be quite frightened and he was at a loss. But now, the two of them were very possibly the same person. That caused all his struggles to disappear, and what remained was only endless happiness. Father, putting aside that this news isn't confirmed yet, even if Chu Feng is Mr. Greycloak, what are you so happy about? Sumei blinked her beautiful big eyes and confusedly stared at her own father. Father is sick, ignore him. Su-ro pulled Sumei's sleeve, leaned towards her ear, and hiddenly said. Haha, little Ro, little Mei, there is something that I have concealed from you two for a long time, but I feel like today is the time to tell you two about it. On that day, after Mr. Greycloak exterminated the Shangguan family, he left a letter with me. The contents of that letter was for him to marry you two sisters. Suhen walked towards Su-ro and Sumei, patted both of his hands onto his two daughters' shoulders and his face was filled with joy and excitement. What? Mr. Greycloak wants to marry us. After hearing those words, Sumei's sweet little face instantly changed greatly and both of her eyes were full of fear. They were even more fearful than the time that the Shangguan family came to marry. Because she clearly remembered that Mr. Greycloak was an old man and he was ruthless. He was several times scarier than the Shangguan family. She truly did not know what to do if such a character wanted to marry her. Haha, little Mei, no need to be afraid. Right now, the identity of Mr. Greycloak has already been revealed, and he is Chu Feng. That means that on the surface, Mr. Greycloak wants to marry you two sisters, but in reality, it's Chu Feng. Suhen explained with smiles. Father, don't speak nonsense. There is no evidence for this news and Chu Feng had never personally said that he was Mr. Greycloak. But at that instant, Su-ro angrily bellowed. She also pushed Suhen's arm away, pointed at him, and said, You are no longer the father that I respected in my heart because you have never treated us as your daughters. We two sisters are only your sacrifices for benefit of the family. After speaking, Su-ro furiously pushed the hall door open and ran out. Chapter 294, The Sisters' Real Feelings. Chapter 294, The Sisters' Real Feelings. Su-ro was sitting on the peak of a tall tower in the Vermilion Bird City. She sat on the edge of the tall tower and her slender, long, white, and beautiful legs were hanging in midair. Both of her hands were placed on the eaves of the tower as she looked towards the distance. A light wind brushed past and blew her jet-black long hair. It blew her pretty skirt, but it could not blow her enchanting face as well as her current depressed expression. Sister. Suddenly, a beautiful voice rang out and Su-mei appeared behind Su-ro. Little Mei, why have you come? After seeing Su-mei, Su-ro appeared quite surprised and happy, but at the same time, there was also panic that could not easily be detected. Heh. Su-mei sweetly smiled but did not answer Su-ro's question. With a poof, she sat next to Su-ro. As she cutely adjusted her pair of beautiful legs, she tightened her little nose, smiled at Su-ro, and said, Sister, do you hope that Chu Feng is that Mr. Greycloak? Why ask that? Within Su-ro's beautiful eyes, puzzledness surged, but her panic became a bit stronger. Heh, I do hope so. I hope that Chu Feng is Mr. Greycloak because I want to marry him. Su-mei looked towards the Azure Dragon School as a charming smile was hung on her beautiful face. Stupid girl, your wish will happen because he likes you very much as well. Sooner or later, he will marry you. Su-ro dotingly rubbed Su-mei's hair since she truly loved her younger sister very much. I know. I know that he likes me, but what about you? Su-mei suddenly asked. What? Being asked by Su-mei like that, Su-ro's expression instantly froze and she didn't know how to respond. Sister, do you want to marry Chu Feng? Su-mei's smile did not change as she continued to ask. Su Ro's entire face was complicated and her alluring lips slightly opened, but she could not speak any words. Just at that time, Su Mei suddenly leaped into Su Ro's embrace and tightly hugged Su Ro. Her charming face stuck onto Su Ro's body as she cutely said, "I hope that you can marry Chu Feng. I really, really hope that you can marry Chu Feng. Chu Feng is the person who I love the most, but you are also the person who I love the most. The two of you are most familial, closest, and most loved to me. I truly hope that the three of us can be together forever." Su Mei's words were sweet, spirited, and very pleasant. The most important part was that her words were very sincere. The words that she spoke came from her heart. After her little sister's words, Su Ro was first taken aback as her eyes reddened slightly, and after unspeakable emotion filled her face, she then opened her arms and tightly hugged her precious younger sister and stuck her face to Su Mei's hair. She did not speak, but her face brought smiles. Smiles of pure joy. After Li Zhangqing's injuries recovered, Chu Feng, Li Zhangqing, and Qi Fengyang left together, but they did not go towards the same places. Li Zhangqing returned to the Azure Dragon School. Currently, Chu Feng stirred up such a huge matter in the 100 school gathering and rumors were filled outside. As the school head, naturally, he had to return in order to control the situation. As for Qi Fengyang, he received a summon from the Lord of the Qilin Prince's mansion and he was called back to the Qilin Prince's mansion. The news of him stepping into the Heaven Realm was already spread out. To the Azure Province, it was a grand matter, and to the Qilin Prince's mansion, it was even a grander matter. Naturally, the Lord of the mansion had to verify the truth. As for Chu Feng, he went towards the Black Tortoise City. After meeting the Azure Dragon founder in the Thousand Bone Graveyard, Chu Feng already decided to leave the Azure Province to quickly raise his abilities as a world spiritist. If he wanted to raise his abilities as a world spiritist, he had to follow the instructions of the mysterious and strong monstrous beast who was located in the Azura Ghost Tower and to find the treasures that he left behind. However, before leaving the Azure Province, Chu Feng had one thing he had to do, and it was to go towards the Black Tortoise City. He wanted to go there and take a look to see if he could find another entrance to the Emperor Tomb and whether he could gain anything from within it or not. That is. The present Chu Feng was sitting on his white-headed eagle and speedily flying towards the Black Tortoise City. But suddenly, he lightly furrowed his brows, and following that, he quickly changed directions. As he rode on the white-headed eagle, he flew towards another direction. Run! Run! If we get caught, we're dead. Ah! I don't want to be eaten by that thing. It must hurt. Within a forest outside of the Black Tortoise City's border, two boys were rapidly running. Behind the two of them was a fierce forest leopard. The two boys were terrified and they even lost their shoes as they ran. It could be seen how much strength they spent into running, but it was in vain as the speed of the forest leopard was too fast. Like an arrow that just left a bow, it quickly neared. It was currently opening its bloody big mouth and preparing to eat a delicious meal. But just at that time, an ear-piercing cry rang out from the sky. Not only did the cry attract the attention of the two boys, even the forest leopard stopped its chasing steps, raised its head, and looked towards the sky. At that moment, a burst of wild wind was raised and it caused rock pieces to blow. After that, a huge white-headed eagle descended from the sky, and with a swish, Chu Feng jumped down from the white-headed eagle and arrived in front of the two boys. After seeing Chu Feng, the two boys were as though they saw their only hope and they quickly leapt into Chu Feng's embrace. They frightenedly looked at the forest leopard behind them, as if they were telling Chu Feng that the big cat wanted to eat them. At that instant, the forest leopard hesitated a bit. It hesitated on whether to leave or to continue forward. At the end, as it faced its tender and pleasant meal, it still stepped forward and it still wanted to attack. Shoo! But precisely then, Chu Feng abruptly explosively yelled. It seemed like a normal voice, yet it was like invisible sharp swords as they stabbed into the forest leopard. Wah! The forest leopard painfully wailed out and it was thrown dozens of meters away. Quickly after, it turned around, insanely ran towards the forest as it stumbled, and without even turning its head, it bore into the forest. Okay, don't be afraid, there's nothing here now. Chu Feng smiled as he stroked the two boys who were in his embrace. He could feel the trembling bodies of the boys, and he could feel the fear in their hearts. But just then, the two boys suddenly knelt down onto the ground and kowtowed to Chu Feng. As they kowtowed, they spoke to Chu Feng, Great God, we beg you, please take us as disciples. Great God, we beg you, please take us as disciples. Come, get up to speak. As a man, what behavior is this to kneel down immediately after seeing someone? As he faced the actions of the two boys, Chu Feng helplessly smiled, then he went over to prop them up. At that instant, Chu Feng could clearly see that the appearances of the two boys did not surpass the age of 7 or 8. To be more strict, their bones had not developed yet. And they hadn't reached the age of martial cultivation. Also, from their clothing, he could tell that they were some village dolls who were locally born and grown. Their clothing were very tattered, but their hairstyles were quite special. One was a standard bowl cut, one was a standard crew cut. Their faces were very strong and firm, and it was completely genuine. However, at that very instant, snot and tears filled their young faces. It could be seen that they were truly terrified. As he faced two such cute children, Chu Feng could ultimately not bear it. He could not bear leaving them here and not caring after all. After all, they were two pure children. Two fresh lives. So, Chu Feng asked. What is your name? Huzi. You. Nyozi. Good names. Chapter 295, Perverted World Spiritist. Chapter 295, Perverted World Spiritist. The one with the bowl cut was Nyozi, and the one with the crew cut was Huzi. They were two naive and pure children. They seriously answered Chu Feng's questions, but they could not understand why Chu Feng was madly laughing and could not stop after hearing Nyozi's name. But that couldn't be blamed on Chu Feng. Nyozi's hairstyle truly looked like a calf's head, and it suited his name. Even if Chu Feng did not want to laugh, he could not stop because that shape was truly a bit similar. But laughs were laughs, and Chu Feng quickly suppressed his own emotions. He then gravely asked, Huzi, Nyozi, you two first answer me. Why have you two come to a place such as this wild forest, which is so deep into the mountain? Great God, we are here to save our younger sister. The two children simultaneously replied despite having different mouths. Younger sister? Chu Feng was thinking, if these two dolls were so young, how old would their younger sister be? Yeah, our younger sister has been taken away by a bad guy. We need to save her and get her back. Great God, we beg you, please take us in as your disciple and teach us the divine methods. As they emotionally spoke, Huzi and Nyozi knelt down with a poof again. I can teach some abilities to your two, but before that, you need to tell me. Where has your younger sister been taken away to? Who was she taken away by? Chu Feng solemnly inquired. After some understanding, Chu Feng finally knew that Nyozi and Huzi were brothers. Nyozi was the eldest, being 9 years old this year. Huzi was the second oldest, being 7 years old this year, and they also had a younger sister, being 5 years old this year, and she was called Nyonyo. The three siblings all lived within a mountain village inside of the Black Tortoise City's borders. Their village was extremely poor and they were simply isolated from the outside world. So, the children did not even know what martial cultivation was, and their superstitions were in a complete mess. As they saw Chu Feng descend from the sky, they even thought that Chu Feng was a saint and that he used divine methods. As for why Nyozi and Huzi kept on saying that they wanted to save Nyonyo was because this morning, Nyonyo was taken away by a group of people who wore golden armor. From what they said, she was taken into the Black Tortoise City. Not only was Nyonyo herself brought away, all the little girls in the village were brought away. They must be the people from the Qilin Prince's mansion. The Gong family has already been exterminated, so why are there people from the Qilin Prince's mansion remaining in the Black Tortoise City? Is it possible that they did not choose a new clan to manage the Black Tortoise City and they are personally managing it? But why did the people from the Qilin Prince's mansion need to take a group of little girls who grew up from the village away? At that instant, Chu Feng's brows were tightly locked, yet he could not think of a reason. So, at the end, he decided to investigate it. But before departing, he passed the cultivation methods down to Huzi and Nyozi, and he also left some gold with them. He told them to return to their home to wait, and that he would very quickly send their younger sister back to them. Great God, thank you for passing down the divine methods to us. We will certainly dedicatedly cultivate them, and we will not waste your expectations. The two children knelt down to the ground once again, and with a full face of gratitude, they kowtowed to Chu Feng. Oh! These aren't any divine methods. These are cultivation methods. As long as these methods can be grasped, the two of you can step onto the path of martial cultivation and become a martial cultivator. Also, I am not any great god. There are no gods in this world, and even if there is a god, that god would undoubtedly only be some person who's extremely strong. Chu Feng smiled and rubbed Nyozi's and Huzi's head, then carried them onto the white-headed eagle. After sending them back to the village, he changed his direction and hurried towards the Black Tortoise City. After arriving in the Black Tortoise City, Chu Feng discovered that the area was actually how he thought it was. It was already occupied by the people from the Qilin Prince's mansion. A large number of the Qilin Prince's mansion's troops already set up camp there, and many powerful people from the prince's mansion were sent out as well. There were even several hundred people in the Profound Realm. The place they set up camp was the most important part, the former residence of the Gong family. Is it possible that they discovered something? Chu Feng wore the clothing of the Qilin Prince's mansion and sneaked into the place where they set up camp. After some looking around, Chu Feng discovered with excitement that the people from the Qilin Prince's mansion truly did discover something in the Black Tortoise City. The thing that they discovered was the thing that Chu Feng wanted to find. The entrance to the Emperor Tomb in the Black Tortoise Mountain Range. Before, when Chu Feng arrived at the Black Tortoise City, he did try to search around for the entrance to the Emperor Tomb. However, it was in vain, as even with his abilities, he was completely helpless. He could not find anything, as if the entrance did not exist at all. But he never would have thought that the entrance to the Emperor Tomb was within the residence of the Gong family. Only after the Qilin Prince's mansion annihilated the Gong family and destroyed their residences did they discover that there was a spirit formation entrance hidden underneath. Although the Qilin Prince's mansion did not know that it was an entrance to the Emperor Tomb, they still knew that it was a location of treasure. So, they sent a large number of people to occupy that location, and they even sent their Greycloak World Spiritist over. They wanted to open the entrance and take the treasure away. As the Greycloak World Spiritist was mentioned, Chu Feng also found the reason why Nyonyo and the other girls were taken here. They were sent to the location where the Greycloak World Spiritist lived at. At that instant, red clouds lingered around the west horizon and night was going to descend at any time. The work that the Qilin Prince's mansion did to open the spirit formation entrance also stopped. Chu Feng, with the identity as a guard of the Qilin Prince's mansion, searched for the residence of the Greycloak World Spiritist. With his sharp detection power, from quite afar, Chu Feng was able to hear the following voices of discussion from a tent where the heads of guards were in. This old thing. Every day, he orders us around like dogs, but after so many days, he can't even open a spirit formation entrance. Every day, this old pervert wants us to find some cute girls from the village outside of the Black Tortoise City for him to defile. I truly feel sinful after seeing so many little girls die because of that. Shoo, all of you quiet down. He's a Greycloak World Spiritist and he has extremely strong detection power. If your words were heard by him, you would all be dead. Several guard heads secretly murmured amongst themselves as they drank beer in a tent. Damn. The reason why they grabbed so many girls was for this reason. At that instant, Chu Feng, who knew the truth, clenched his fists from anger and blue vines kept on popping out. Every day, he defiled a few little girls to death. If that wasn't perverted, what was? Any person who had a bit of human nature would absolutely not be able to do that. Yet the Qilin Prince's mansion, the ruler of the Azure province, had actually even helped someone do such wicked matters. There were simply no differences between that and demonic teachings. That caused Chu Feng to be endlessly furious, and he was even more disappointed in the Qilin Prince's mansion. Thinking to that point, Chu Feng couldn't help quickening his sneaking speed. After a while of hurrying, he finally arrived at the residence of the Greycloak World Spiritist. Since the Gong family's residences already became rubble, their residences were all tents. However, the tent that the Greycloak World Spiritist lived in was extremely big. Perhaps because he was going to do perverted things, he sent all the guards away. Chu Feng carefully approached and he discovered that there was a hidden spirit formation laid outside of the tent. The methods could indeed only be done by Greycloak World Spiritists, but it was not difficult for Chu Feng. Chu Feng very easily opened the spirit formation that the World Spiritist laid. Immediately after he opened the spirit formation, Chu Feng's face instantly greatly changed and his flames of anger that he was forcibly holding down leaped out with a whoosh. He was able to hear the sounds of several little girls within the tent. However, those were not innocent laughter containing no evils. They were miserable screams and helpless wailings. Chapter 296, Opening the Emperor Tomb. Chapter 296, Opening the Emperor Tomb. With a heart full of anger, Chu Feng dashed into the tent. At that instant, he could clearly see that there were 9 little girls inside the tent. They were not even 10 years old, and most of them were even 5 or 6 years old. Presently, some of those girls' clothes were taken off. As they wailed, they ran randomly in the tent, and behind them, there was an old man who did not have a single thread on him, and he was currently ferociously and terrifyingly chasing after them. The old man's appearance was called vulgar, and his smile was called lewd. As he chased after the little girls, he even yelled, "My little precious, don't run. I'll give you something good to eat. God damn, are you even a person?" Chu Feng was endlessly furious. He dashed forward and kicked the old man down to the ground. After that, he threw a huge fist towards his vulgar face. Ah! Chu Feng's punch was abnormally powerful, and that old man kept on crying out in pain as he was hit. He no longer had his precious vulgar smile as he roared at Chu Feng, "Who are you? You dare to hit me? Ouch ouch oi! Stop hitting! Stop! Who am I? I am the person who will kill you." The more Chu Feng heard him yell, the angrier he got. So, the following punches got stronger and stronger. He first indented the old man's nose, dislocated his chin, shattered his teeth, and at the end, forcibly split open his skull. To avoid leaving any bigger shadows in the little girls' hearts, Chu Feng did not use any methods that were too bloody. After his anger was almost dispelled, he used Eggy's power to consume the old man while he was still alive. After taking care of the Greycloak world spiritist, Chu Feng turned his head to look towards the group of little girls. He discovered that at that instant, they were all standing where they were and using their watery big eyes to stare at himself. The fear from before still lingered around on their faces. However, the gazes that they looked at Chu Feng with did not contain any fear, as if they knew that Chu Feng would not harm them and was helping them. "All of you came from the village near the mountain?" Chu Feng opened his mouth to ask. The little girls nodded their heads at the same time, and they were clearly very cute. "Who is Nyo-Nyo?" Chu Feng swept towards the gazes of the little girls, and he was full of expectation. He hoped that the girl called Nyo-Nyo survived, so at least he could give Nyozi and Huzi an explanation. "I'm Nyo-Nyo." Suddenly, a young, soft, and light voice rang out as a little girl stepped forward. That girl had very simple clothing. Her roughly made cloth clothing was full of patches, and from her pair of little shoes, one revealed 2 toes, and the other just simply revealed half a foot. But even so, the little girl was still unwilling to throw them out. Even though the little girl wore quite tattered clothing, it was unable to affect her cuteness. Her innocent big eyes were like 2 shiny astrolabes without being tainted by a speck of dust. Especially the 2 tied little ponytails on her head. It pushed the girl's cuteness to the extreme. "You're Nyo-Nyo?" Chu Feng went up and asked. His tense heart finally relaxed. Big brother, do you know me?" Nyo-Nyo replied with her pleasant-to-hear voice. "I do. Now I know you don't I was entrusted by your 2 elder brothers to come to pick you up." Chu Feng smiled as he rubbed Nyo-Nyo's little head. He discovered that the little girl was really quite likable. After that, with special methods, Chu Feng secretly brought the group of little girls out of the Black Tortoise City. Only then did he call the white-headed eagle down and help the group of little girls up. "Little White, bring them back to the village that we went today." Chu Feng spoke to the white-headed eagle. After hearing Chu Feng's words, Little White also very intelligently nodded. After seeing Little White's performance, Chu Feng was very satisfied. That was why he liked Little White. Although he already grasped the Imperial Sky technique, Chu Feng still liked to use Little White as his transportation tool. Not only did it save energy, Little White was also a competent assistant. "Big brother, you aren't coming along with us?" Suddenly, Nyo-Nyo's voice rang out. Turning his head back to look, Chu Feng discovered that all of the other little girls who sat on the white-headed eagle were so scared that they didn't even dare to raise their heads. They were laying on top of the white-headed eagle and tightly grabbing onto the feathers on its back. They didn't even dare to move. But Nyo-Nyo was different. At that moment, she was courageously sitting on the neck location of the white-headed eagle. She straightened her little waist and used her innocent big eyes to stare at Chu Feng. I have something to do, so I can't go along with all of you. Chu Feng smiled, and then he also took out some gold from his cosmos sack. He stole them from the Black Tortoise City. After handing the gold to Nyonyo, Chu Feng also instructed her to give the gold to her parents to bring them quickly away from the village. He also instructed her to martial cultivate along with her elder brothers when she grew up. Nyonyo quite intelligently nodded and answered as she remembered all of Chu Feng's words in her heart. When Chu Feng prepared to send them away, she also asked, "Big brother, what is your name?" After hearing that, Chu Feng hesitated a bit. He did not know if it was a good thing or bad thing to tell Nyonyo his name, but after seeing her thirst for the answer in her eyes, Chu Feng still smiled and replied, "Chu Feng. Big brother Chu Feng, I will always remember you." Nyonyo sweetly smiled and said. After sending Nyonyo and the others off, Chu Feng hid and sneaked back into the residence of the perverted world spiritist. He wore his world spirit cloak, and with the world spiritist's name, while it was deep into the night, he gathered the army of the Qilin prince's mansion. Chu Feng wanted to open the entrance of the Emperor Tomb to search for the treasures within, but he also knew that it was extremely dangerous inside of the Emperor Tomb. With the strength of a single person, the difficulty was immense. So, since there were so many people from the Qilin prince's mansion, naturally, he would not use them for nothing. He prepared to use them to open the Emperor Tomb. Even if there was danger, he would let them go first to be sacrificed first. Even if the people here all died, Chu Feng would not mind it in the slightest in his heart, because the people from the Qilin prince's mansion who were sent over this time were all from the Lin clan. Chu Feng had never had a single good impression towards the Lin clan, so he was itching for all of them to die. However, since Chu Feng suddenly gathered the army of the Qilin prince's mansion together when it was deep into the night to open the spirit formation entrance, that caused many people to be displeased. As Chu Feng was laying a formation, some people started to whisper to one another as they hiddenly complained. What insanity is this old pervert doing again to call us out at such a late time? Who knows? Perhaps he defiled a few little girls to death, and since he's bored, he has come to torture us. Damn. He is truly a pervert. Why is our Qilin prince's mansion supporting such a monster? Shoo, be a bit quieter. Our Lin clan needs to rely on him to stabilize our position in the prince's mansion. We must treat him carefully. Chu Feng did not care about the people's discussions, because even if the people were cursing, they were not cursing him but the old pervert. After diligently laying, Chu Feng's super strong deciphering formation was finally completed under Eggy's instructions, and at that instant, it already started to revolve around. The big formation opened, and the light turned and flowed like tomorrow's sun. It lit up the entire land. Especially the strange symbols. They were as though they had life, and they kept on searching for the sealed spirit formation entrance. Look, the old pervert's spirit formation that he laid this time seems to be different. It is quite unexpectedly pretty. Currently, many people sighed in admiration. TCH. It is only false show. From what I see, he is not even able to open the spirit formation entrance. If he could, why didn't he open it sooner? What would his reason be to wait so long? But some people also felt that the spirit formation entrance could not be opened. But just at that time, the light from the spirit formation suddenly shrunk, and following that, like spring water that flowed backwards, it surged into the entrance of the spirit formation. The originally shut spirit formation, at that moment, became a huge black hole. At that instant, every single person was dumbfounded as they said with incomparable shock, "It actually opened." Chapter 297, Illusion Formation. Chapter 297, Illusion Formation. The entrance to the Emperor Tomb had already been opened. Not to mention the others, even Chu Feng was incomparably excited. It was because no one knew what danger was within it. However, they looked very forward to what treasures and opportunities were within it. At that instant, everyone cast their gazes towards Chu Feng and awaited the commander's orders to allow them to enter and to find the long-awaited treasures. Whoosh, seeing that, Chu Feng did not speak, since he did not want to learn the vulgar voice of the perverted world spiritist. So, he slightly raised his arm, then suddenly dropped it down. Enter. After Chu Feng's orders, the army of the Qilin prince's mansion all rushed into the entrance of the Emperor Tomb at once. It had to be said that the army of the Qilin prince's mansion was truly well trained. They used all sorts of tools to their best, and the originally dark entrance was lit up by their torches. Under such organized entry method, the elite group of several thousands of people very quickly entered the Emperor Tomb. In front of them was a vast and deep cave. After entering that place, everyone became careful. Not a single person moved by themselves, and they completely followed Chu Feng's forwarding orders. Chu Feng, this Emperor Tomb entrance is completely undamaged, so it is very possible that we are the first people to enter this place. You must be several times more cautious because the mechanisms here are completely undamaged as well. If they get activated, they will certainly go towards all of you. Eggy gravely reminded after going forward for a while. Chu Feng also discovered that the area was different. It was overly big. After walking forward for several hours, they still did not reach the end. The more they walked, the wider the place got. At the end, it was as if they walked into an underground world which had no ends or borders. Chu Feng could only rely on the world's spirit compass to determine which way to go. However, Chu Feng did not know that it was merely the beginning. As Chu Feng and the others walked like that, it was as though they walked into an unfathomable world. They were very alert and they moved as if they were going to set up camp after every step. They continued forward in the enormous world. Time passed bit by bit, and slowly, even the well-trained army of the Qilin Prince's mansion could not avoid feeling some despair. They were thinking, will this underground world never end? However, luckily, change appeared on the 10th day that they entered that place. In the vast cave world, light appeared in front of them. It was a huge city. White-colored rock walls, exquisite palaces, tall and big city walls, broad big gates. A city like that appeared in the underground world at that moment. At that instant, everyone was abnormally excited. Who created such a city in the vast underground world? What kind of person lived in there? Or were there treasures hidden? Thinking to that point, everyone could no longer control their excited emotions. Striding forward, they charged towards the city because after 10 days of endless hurrying, the city was like sunlight from the rising sun, and it allowed people to see hope. But when the thousands of people surged into the city, Chu Feng was tightly frowning. He kept on feeling that the city was very strange, yet he could not say which part was off. As he saw so many people stepping into the city yet nothing happening to them, at the end, Chu Feng also decided to enter the city to take a look. However, immediately after he stepped into the city, Chu Feng felt that something was off. He found out as he was astounded that fog filled the city and he could not even see the path forward. It was even scarily silent. The people who surged into the castle city all disappeared. Not even a single shadow remained, yet he could clearly hear their footsteps. The most important thing was that after Chu Feng turned his head around to look, he discovered that there was no road back. Surrounding him in all directions was fog. Damn it, this is a spirit formation. Chu Feng hiddenly cursed because the spirit formation was too strong. With Chu Feng's spirit power, he had actually not been able to detect that it was a formation, and its detection thought that this was truly only a city. Help! Ah. No. Don't come close to me. Ah. At that moment, in front of Chu Feng, all sorts of heart-tearing and lung-splitting miserable cries endlessly rang out. Without even thinking, Chu Feng knew that certainly, something bad happened to the guards of the prince's mansion. The painful cries of misery rang out for a long time. Chu Feng listened in detail, and after the never-ending cries stopped, Chu Feng got a frightening result. The number of miserable cries that rang out just now was exactly the same as the number of guards. Which also meant that all the people who came here, other than him, very possibly met a situation that they did not expect. Eggy, what should I do? In this spirit formation, I can't feel anything. I can't even find the road back. The current Chu Feng was able to feel the bursts of bone-piercing chilliness. It was not simple chilliness. It was the aura of death. The aura of death was currently approaching and consuming his body. That caused him to feel some panic as he hurriedly asked Eggy for help. Don't worry. If I haven't guessed incorrectly, this isn't a simple spirit formation. It seems more like an illusion formation. Eggy said. Illusion formation? What does that mean? Chu Feng quickly asked. It means that if you want to pass through this formation, the spirit formation techniques that you currently grasp cannot decipher it. In this formation, you will create illusions. Those illusions will oppress your mind. If you can resist that oppression, you will be able to see through everything in front of your eyes, escape the fog that is surrounding you, and leave this place. However, if you cannot fight against the mind oppression, you will become the same as the people before, and you will die here. Eggy explained. Then what should I do? Why haven't I created any illusions yet? Chu Feng felt confused. Fenger. But just at that time, suddenly, a call rang out from the fog. After hearing that voice, Chu Feng's body couldn't help but tremble because that voice was so familiar. When he cast his gaze towards the origin of the voice, even he could not avoid being shocked. At that place, dozens of figures were gradually nearing, and they were all familiar faces. They were the people from the Chu family. They were the dead Chu family members, and the one who led them was Chu Feng's father. Father. Why are all of you here? As he saw his own father, Chu Feng was so emotional that hot tears filled his eye socket. Without thinking about anything, he rushed towards him. Chu Feng, don't go. It's an illusion. But just at that time, Eggy's voice rang out in Chu Feng's brain. Illusion. Chu Feng was suddenly alarmed. When he looked back at this father, he astonishedly discovered that his father and the other Chu family members were holding sharp blades in their hands and oppressed their way towards Chu Feng. Their speed and strength belonged to the peak of the profound realm. Whoosh 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 as he faced his former family's attacks, Chu Feng really did not know what to do. With Eggy's power, as he dodged, he asked, Father, is that you? Stop. I'm Chu Feng. You idiot. I already told you that it's an illusion. You are still asking. Don't hesitate and quickly kill them, or else with their power, they will become stronger along with your muddy consciousness. Eggy strictly warned. Chapter 298, Black Tortoise Armor Technique. Chapter 298, Black Tortoise Armor Technique. No, I can't do it. It was as if Chu Feng sank into a strange loop. Even though Eggy was constantly reminding him, even though he knew it himself that the sight in front of his eyes was only an illusion, when he needed to personally kill his family, he could not cold his heart, and he could not attack. Idiot. It is an illusion and it is not your family. If you don't kill them, they will kill you. Are you going to die here? Are you going to be like those people and be trapped to death in this formation? Are you aware of this? Eggy anxiously howled because she felt that Chu Feng's mind was confused by the illusion formation. After hearing Eggy's howl, Chu Feng first hesitated a bit, but ultimately, he came to his senses. He grinded his teeth, then loudly yelled, No. I cannot die here. You damned illusions, go die. After speaking, Chu Feng stopped his steps of escape and he closed his eyes. He used the blade of the void dragon's cry and the strong pressure descended from the sky. The dozens of illusions were suppressed and they could not even move as they were almost going to be forcefully crushed. Fenger, don't. Quickly stop. I'm your father. Fenger, I'm your grandfather. Don't do this. But at that instant, the illusions that were previously aggressive had actually started to call Chu Feng's name. However, not only did Chu Feng, who had already set his resolution, no longer pay attention to them, he even increased the strength of the blade of the void dragon's cry. Finally, the dozens of illusions were forcibly crushed to death alive. Success. After feeling that it had calmed down, Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes. But when he scanned his gaze around, his expression couldn't help but be petrified and his eyes instantly changed greatly. He horrifyingly discovered that the illusions did not disappear. Around him, there were dozens of corpses. The corpses belonged to his father and the other Chu family members. Their death were very wretched as they were all crushed to death. For the lighter deaths, he could still determine who was who. But for the more serious deaths, they already became pools of blood and their faces could not even be differentiated. At that instant, Chu Feng was stupefied as he powerlessly knelt onto the ground. He already used his spirit power to detect it, and he discovered that the corpses were real. There were even the auras of his family remaining on the bodies. He had actually, personally, murdered his own family. I did this. I personally killed my father, killed my grandfather, killed my first uncle, killed my second uncle. Chu Feng grabbed his head with both of his hands and his eyes were flickering. At that instant, he went just slightly mad. His mind neared collapse and his expression of wishing to die from the pain of sorrow hung on his face. Chu Feng, what are you doing? These are only illusions. Illusions. Seeing that, Eggy quickly tried to remind Chu Feng. No. They are not illusions. That's my father. My family. I can feel their auras and they were not originally dead, but I just personally killed all of them. You are foolish. That is what an illusion is. Because you can't fight against the power of the formation, that is why you can't determine whether they are real or fake. Your spirit power already stopped working here. Chu Feng, be strong. This is like a demon in your heart. It is a burden you cannot let go. This illusion grabbed exactly onto your weakness, so that is why it created their appearances. You must persevere and believe in yourself. Believe that you are correct. They are illusions, and everything is fake. As long as you can preserve, you can dispel that demon. You can clear your conscience and carry no more burdens. Eggy's voice kept on ringing in Chu Feng's ears, and it was like a lamp that gave directions. It led Chu Feng down to the path of survival. As Eggy kept on reminding, Chu Feng's mind finally started to slowly clear up. He started to believe in Eggy's words and started to believe in himself. He no longer escaped, and he looked straight at the corpses. He looked straight at his father's corpse. As Chu Feng looked at it directly, the corpses started to turn illusory. The blood disappeared, the corpse disappeared, and at the end, the illusion completely disappeared. At that very instant, Chu Feng was finally able to look squarely at everything around him. He discovered that he was still in the fog, but the feeling when compared to before was completely different because he already knew the method to conquer the illusion formation. Eggy, thank you. If you weren't here, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have passed this challenging stage. Chu Feng wiped the cold sweat on his forehead while feeling some lingering fear. What are you thanking for? There's no need for that. After all, it cannot be blamed on you. It can only be said that the illusion formation is too strong and too real. It was able to trick one's soul and no one would have been able to determine that it was fake at the start. It attacks one's heart with emotions, because no matter if it is familial feeling or love, it allows people to ignore their own safety, and it can also let people lose their reason. But I believe that even without me, you would have certainly been able to overcome that obstacle and dispel your heart's demon and let it go. Eggy sweetly smiled and her spirited voice was extremely pleasant to listen to. The most important part was that as Chu Feng listened, his heart became warm. Not bad. Not bad talent. But suddenly, a deep and aged voice rang out. It suddenly rang out behind Chu Feng. After the voice rang out, Chu Feng's body couldn't help but quiver because at the same time, he felt an extremely strong oppression feeling behind his back. When he turned his head to look, Chu Feng shockingly discovered that there were 2 pairs of blood-red eyes behind him. Within the 4 blood-like eyes, 2 of them were as big as a lantern, and the other 2 were even as big as 2 lanterns. Although the blood-red eyes did not emanate any killing intent, Chu Feng was still unceasingly frightened as he looked at that. His spirit power did not work in that location, so he had no way of detecting what the owner of the pairs of blood-red eyes was. But he knew that it was certainly a very strong existence. Child, what is your name? The deep voice rang out again, and it was as loud and clear as a copper bell. I am Chu Feng. Senior, I wonder what your grand name is. Chu Feng respectfully replied. I am the Black Tortoise Armor Technique. Boy, your luck is quite nice. Not only were you able to find this place, you were also able to fight against the illusion formation. At least you have some potential. As long as you can help me one thing, I will consider passing my ability down to you. But I only wonder if you are willing to help or not. After hearing those words, Chu Feng's heart was instantly in endless ecstasy. The Black Tortoise Armor Technique also called itself as Ben Zun. The similar tone and the similar name already allowed Chu Feng to guess what it was. It was very possible that it was another secret skill hidden within the Emperor Tomb. Thinking to that point, how could Chu Feng dare to hesitate? He quickly replied, Senior, please give me your orders. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. Haha, you smart little child. It seems that you know what I am. I feel a familiar aura within your body. I never would have thought that the white tiger, that proud guy, would actually serve you. Part 4 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.